Bahrain International Circuit. It is a hot day. Temperatures are rising and possibly some frustrations too, according to the running we've seen from a couple of teams over the last 2 days. It's all or nothing today for the last day of pre-season testing. And a big welcome back to the paddock here in Bahrain. I'm pleased to say I'm joined by Anthony Davidson and Jolyon Palmer once again. And Anthony, if we look back at yesterday, I'm going to start. We've talked about the top teams. Let's start at the other end of the paddock. We've got Williams way down behind us here. Great running yesterday. I know they used the softest tyre, but it does look like there's a step forward in that car.
Yeah, they got a lot of laps on the board. Yesterday was 154 laps or something, so it's around 530 miles of track running, which is no mean feat in modern day F1. Shows the reliability of the car, at least. Logan Sargent was out there pounding round. He did his fastest time on the softest tyre of the range, but I'm not sure why they're using that tyre, because it's not going to be part of the range C5 the next week. Maybe it's just to get him more confident in the car. It's a good way to do that. But no, some good solid laps from the team yesterday.
What did you make of Williams' performance yesterday, Jolyon?
I thought they were decent. I think they've made a step forward. You never quite know the team because Logan was in the car, to be honest, for the full day, and he's a rookie driver. So I think it'll be interesting to have Alex Albon in the car for the full day today, probably running through a similar program. I thought Logan did a good job though. A lot of laps for him, which is important. The pure pace of the car looks okay. The race pace, I think jury's out a little bit. We did a long run in the afternoon. But yeah, overall, I think the whole field is moving closer there.
Let's take a little stroll up the paddock, because we want to look at the midfield. We've got Alfa Romeo over your shoulder here to the right. We've got McLaren here as well. McLaren look like they've dropped back into that pack, don't they, from what we've seen so far? But what about that midfield from, say, 5th down to 9th?
You got the AlphaTauri in there. I think the Haas is maybe ahead of them. They're looking a little bit stronger, but McLaren to our right-hand side here, they seem to be struggling a bit just in pure pace. I don't see anything necessarily wrong, nothing evil coming from the car to the driver. It's just lacking pace. So I hope that it's just fuel load and they're hiding some pace, but the whispers we hear going around the paddock, it's all a little bit surrounded with negativity.
Managing.
Yeah, I don't think it's just managing expectations. I think they're concerned by a lack of speed.
I think they don't have the downforce at the moment, which is actually a similar thing that they were missing at the start of last year as well. And Zach was saying yesterday, Zach Brown, that they've not hit the targets basically, and that's just correlating what they'd hoped to have to what they found on the car day one. Like you said, the car looks fine on track. It looks balanced. It looks compliant.
And we've all been there, haven't we, Jody? When the car, it's sometimes the most annoying thing when the car feels good, and the engineers ask you what's wrong with the car. Well, actually nothing. Yeah, but you're really slow. That's the worst thing. Well, I don't know what to think. I just need more grip and more power then to go faster.
Because the easiest thing to report is balance, and if you've got a balance issue, which is something Mercedes have been complaining about a little bit more, you can tweak it with your setup a little bit more, change your front wings, the biggest tuning tool. But if you've just not got the grip, you need to put something on the car to make it go a little bit quicker. So that's a tougher fix for them.
The team that seemed to have broken away from that midfield pack and be closer to the front is Aston Martin. And at the end of commentary yesterday, you and Crofty speculating whether or not they're actually on a par with or possibly ahead of Mercedes.
They're impressive the whole time. Every time you look at the car, it's up there. The times look good. The opposite from what we've said about McLaren, really. The rumours spreading around the paddock, it's every team starting to say they are genuinely there or thereabouts. They're not right up there at the sharp end with the likes of Red Bull, Ferrari, but they're somewhere near the front. And with Alonso dragging it around every time he's in the car, he is taking it by the scruff of the neck. You can see that determination. And I think they're going places, I really do.
And Jolyon Drugovich is in the car for half a day, Fernando half a day today. Do you think they're giving him that half day again because they're expecting him to be in next week? Do you think he'll be in next week?
The fact that he's back in, I think they're prepping him, aren't they, now? He got a half day, the first half day, which is a bit naff. You got your aero regs on, you're not in any sort of performance running. This morning will be better for Felipe Drugovich to get a feel. And I do feel like they're prepping him for next week. But the main thing for them is Fernando in the car for the better session later on, and hopefully we see just maybe some soft tyres on that Aston Martin. I think it's got a lot of potential to give.
I can't wait. I mean, no, we're not going to see. Let's keep walking. I know we're not going to see their full hands today, but this is the moment in testing where you want someone just to do something to make us all sit up and pay more attention and go, wow, okay, now we've got a fight on. What do you think they're going to be doing today then with these run plans?
Well, I think this morning, it is, like you said, Rachel, at the top there, it's very humid today and hot. It feels hotter today than it was this time yesterday. So therefore, it's not very relevant conditions. Remember, the race starts at 6 p.m. local time next week, so it's not very relevant conditions right now for what they'll be looking for come race day. So you're going through other potential items on the car, be it wing levels and stuff, just getting more and more data, like we saw Ferrari doing possibly day one by running less wing on a track that really rewards higher downforce, just to get an idea of where the window of operation is for the car. Speaking of Ferrari, coming up to them there on our left-hand side, I think they're hiding something. I've just got a sneaking suspicion the car is much faster than we've seen so far.
What do you think we'll see today, Jolien, in terms of the run plans? I mean, it sounds like Ferrari hiding. It also sounds like Red Bull are hiding a bit, and Toto admitted Mercedes were hiding a bit, but they've got other issues to concern themselves.
For me, Mercedes aren't there yet. I just think the car doesn't look as poised as the Ferrari and the Red Bull on the circuit. Both drivers are just making more corrections at the steering. I mean, when they're coming through the corner, it's just the attitude isn't quite as planted.
Lewis's long run yesterday, he was really starting to fight the rear end of the car, and the team have admitted that they've got balance issues, and I mean, it was there, clear for everyone to see, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then they had a hydraulic failure with
Yes.
George. They've missed mileage as well. So I think Mercedes are on the back foot. Red Bull just look good. Red Bull look good, guys. I think every time that Max has been in the car for 3 of the 4 sessions, every time he comes through, car looks planted, looks compliant, the downforce is clearly there. So the question is, can Ferrari find a little bit something more today and unleash?
The only time the Red Bull hasn't looked brilliant was when Perez was in the car yesterday morning. It looked like more of a struggle for him. He was off the circuit with locking the front wheels into turn 10, and it just looked a bit more scrappy for him. So is it just the case that Max getting more out of it, or that they were on a completely different program for Sergio? He's in the car all day today,
Yes.
so we'll get a better idea of that.
I just wanted briefly, though, on that Ferrari long run later on in the day. It did look impressive, didn't it? It looks like even if they don't pit Red Bull in qualifying, we're going to have races on our hands here.
I would say so. Yeah, the car definitely looks sharp out on track, and I think they've been really playing around with setup options as well.
Yeah, I think they're going to be there or thereabouts, aren't they, in the mix?
And finally, on Red Bull, we've got to the Red Bull garage. I mean, as you say, Checo's back in the car. Max is done. You know, if you're a driver and you're not taking part in the last day of testing, I imagine you're pretty happy with the car you've got under you, right?
I think he is. I really think he is. He's probably having a nice rub down this morning, lazy morning, bit of a lie-in, and he can just watch and hope that Checo can help fine-tune that car. Just all the body language, it's all smiles and happiness, I think, at Red Bull.
And that's not just because we're back here in the paddock like the rest of us. It's because they genuinely... We saw Christian at the end of running yesterday standing there in the garage, and he had a smile on his face as well.
They can't hide it. Like I said before, they'll be the world's worst poker players. It's easy to read. Their car, we can see it. We know what we're looking at. The car is so good on track. Max looks super relaxed. The lap times of the long run are there. All signs point to the car being where it was last year.
But we'll see today if Checo can be there, because as you said yesterday, that was the only question mark really for Red Bull.
All right, well, it's nearly time then for their final day of testing. Ted is in the pit lane for us. Ted.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Yes, welcome to the pit lane, where we have cars already eager to get out, because on a very, very warm day, actually, we're only meant to get up to 25 degrees, not the 31 of yesterday. The sun is still beating down, so sunscreen is still essential. But, well, if we're in the desert, I wonder if that, Rachel, is the last chance Bedouin tent over there. Last chance for the teams to learn what they need to learn about these cars. And maybe it's all the M's as well. It's must make good and get better mileage for Mercedes and for McLaren as well, for all the reasons that you've spoken about for both of those teams already. But Mercedes need to find something. After the unreliability only robbed them of an hour and a half. It could have been a lot worse, because that hydraulic failure would have taken quite a long time to fix. But there is still pace to be found in that Mercedes W14. Here we go with Felipe Drugovich. He's leading the field out for the final day of testing ahead of the 2023 F1 season. And we are green in Bahrain for the last day of testing. And if that looks like behind him, Valtteri Bottas, who hasn't got a crash helmet on. He has got a crash helmet on, but it's his cartoon face crash helmet. He's still running that. It is just for testing. He's not going to be running it for the rest of the Bahrain Grand Prix weekend. Sergio Perez going out there with a aero rake on. So there's still some work that the aerodynamicists, that everybody involved in the car needs to be sure of doing. There are boxes that need to be ticked on job lists and everything needs to be done. We might also have some new procedures, some further procedures tested from the FIA. In fact, with me at the end of the pit lane is the race director, Niels Vittich. So he's just having a look at what's going on, because of course it's the beginning of the season for all the systems and everybody involved in the background of Formula One that keeps everything running. So, last day, better make it good, everyone.
Yes, indeed, Ted. Hopefully we'll have a good day of running. Let's go up to commentary now and join Alex Jakes and Will Buxton.
Thank you very much, Rachel Brooks. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the third and final day then. It is an opportunity for everyone to, if you've not had a particularly good test so far, to turn it around. If you've had a good test so far, to continue the strong work. Looking at Charles Leclerc, car number 16, heading down to turn number 1. Ferrari content with the first 2 days that they've had so far. Red Bull, ultra content with the first 2 days that they've had so far, and plenty of stories up and down the paddock and the pit lane, which the guys illuminated for us at the start of the broadcast. In commentary, I'm joined by, first of all, my name is Alex Jakes. I thought I'd introduce myself for a change.
Hello, Alex.
And also, we welcome Will Buxton and Sam Collins. And guys, it is the final day, the last chance. You've got to get the job done now. Otherwise, you're going to be suffering in free practice. It's not going to plan.
Indeed. And while Ferrari have had seemingly a good test, reliable car, fast car, there are murmurs coming from the Scarlet team that they are actually in a bit of trouble. Because while the car is super reliable, and we've seen it out on track, and as you said, super fast, its DEG is miserable. The tires are just dropping off a cliff. So it's good for a couple of laps. Race pace-wise, Ferrari have got a mountain to climb.
Yeah, I think it's the last chance saloon, for, as you mentioned, Alex, for a lot of the engineers, a lot of the drivers. A lot of the engineers down there are going to be sweating, not just because it's nearly 30 degrees centigrade out there already.
Very warm today.
It's very humid as well. It just feels quite sweaty already everywhere. But also, there's a lot of learnings that the teams need to be doing, and they've got a day to do it. 1 day of running, 2 sessions, just over 4 hours. Mercedes, they've got a lot of work to do. George Russell had that problem on the rear end of his car last night. They've had to strip down and rebuild the back end of that car overnight, getting it back out on track now. They will have to understand what they need to do with that car. And I think, frankly, they don't know what to do at the moment. They're a bit lost.
Yeah, lots of investigations going on at Mercedes at the back of Sergio Perez's car. He's in the car all day.
Yeah, Will's just pointing out the one of the sensor arrays has fallen off the car. They're only taped on, as you can see, and it's being held on by that wonder of technology, gaffer tape. And somebody's going to get a sensor array out on track. Red Bull will probably go and get that because they're quite expensive.
Yeah, we're going to go and retrieve that very early on. Very busy at the start of the day, as you would expect. It's Piastri, Drugovich, Bottas, Perez, De Vries, Albon, Gasly, Leclerc, Russell, and Hulkenberg in the cars.
That little part falling off, that little sensor array, so it's an airspeed or an air pressure sensor array that they've mounted somewhere around the rear wing. That falling off may seem like a fairly innocuous thing. It's not part of the car. It's not that important. It drops off. There's an engineer somewhere who's got an experiment, because pre-season testing really does live up to the name. It's a bit like your high school science class where you have to come up with an experiment and you have to do the full experiment process. You have to write a proposal of the experiment. You have to do an expectation of the results of the experiment. Then you have to do the experiment. Then you have to write a report at the end of it. Then decisions can be made about the engineering of the car in future. Well, some engineer somewhere has put those sensor arrays on the cars, as you can see with the ones behind the rear wheels. They wanted that data for a purpose. They wanted to know that information. That falling off has lost them that information.
Why then is Checo continuing? Why hasn't he brought the car in to have another sensor fitted so that he can get the results that engineer, who's currently probably pulling his hair out or her hair out, requires?
Well, that sensor looked like it only had 4 points of data reference. So 4 of those little tubes that points forwards. That's the little airspeed or the air pressure sensor that points forwards. It only had 4 of them. If you look at the arrays behind the front wheel, there's probably about 100 other data points on the ones behind the front wheels. That's 100 other points of data, 100 100 other experiments that are going on at the time. They run multiple experiments on the car at any given point. So while one experiment has failed, it's fallen off and scattered off somewhere into the gravel trap, all of those other experiments are still ongoing. So they still are collecting all of that data. And the team may only just be realizing that the data's disappeared, because sometimes you're looking at the screen and your line goes blank. So they're probably just working it out.
We're looking at a Ferrari on track. We can hear about their test so far. Laura Winter is with the team principal, Fred Vasseur.
I'm hopefully with Fred Vasseur. He's standing up here. I've just been told he's not sure if he fancies doing the interview. So I think he might have just left me high and dry. I'm going to just walk over here and
go on, Laura.
and beg
Go up the
for him
steps.
to come down.
Force him to have a
Fred.
chat.
Thank you for joining us. Good morning. How are you? I'll come over to the garage. How are you doing?
So far, so good. But test, it's always intense, but no, it's okay.
What's your assessment so far for Ferrari's performance on track?
It's very difficult to have a clear picture because we are a bit blind on the others, but we have some room for improvement, let's say.
Reliable though, so far. Some good laps, some good feeling from both of your drivers. Where would you put yourselves in the pecking order? Top 3, but where in that top 3?
For sure in the top 10.
I knew I'd get nothing from you. Thank you very much, Fred Vasseur. There we go.
Well done, Laura Winter, for trying
It's good to
with
see
Fred
Fred,
Vasseur.
because he hasn't changed.
No,
the
no.
pressures of the new job.
He's in the scarlet, but it's the same Fred Vasseur.
Same.
Red flag, potentially for that sensor on track. Sam, you were pointing at the rear wing element of that Ferrari that we were hearing from the team principal.
Absolutely, Fred's going to get a bit of a nasty shock when he arrives in the garage. It's not just for the red flag, it's the DRS, the rear wing flap on that Ferrari broke just as he was talking to Laura. It is indeed a red flag for Red Bull's sensor array. There you can see those pointy uppy bits that curl over, those L shapes. One of them's gone missing actually, but there were 3 of those, and those are the little air pressure sensors that just gather all of that data. A lot of teams are using them in big arrays, as you can see, but that's sitting just off the racing line. And if that goes into a car's tyre, it could cause a little bit of a puncture. So that's going to be a fairly short red flag, I suspect, as somebody has to run on the track, pick up those bits, and deliver them off to the Milton Keynes population down in the pit lane.
So our first red flag of the day, and there haven't been many. We had one yesterday in the afternoon session for George Russell when his Mercedes ground to a halt with a hydraulic problem. Robbed them of about an hour and a half of track running. Strong day one for Mercedes. They were happy that the fundamental flaw with the floor had been cured from last year, but day 2 was not as happy. And Sergio Perez, who will be in the car all day, Max Verstappen checked out. He's feet up, relaxing, and we say thanks to all the marshals around this circuit, because we can't go testing or racing without them. And it is way too warm out there to be doing that sort of running, because it is, the temperature gauge says it's about the same as we've had, but it really does feel much warmer out there in the sun compared to the last 2 days.
70% humidity, that's why it's so warm. There's a big haze in the sky. There's probably quite a funny radio message going on between Checo and the team. Checo probably got on the radio and said, what's the red flag for? You, mate. You've bits fallen off, but you can see where it was just taped on. Nice look at the Red Bull diffuser there as well, where they're sort of running that flared end, so you can almost like a triplane beam wing, isn't it?
It's an absolute piece of art from the back, that Red Bull. It's when you see it close up, it is stunning. The work that has gone on around that beam wing, around the diffuser, it's just beautiful.
The sculpting on the diffuser is
mate, it's staggering.
Beautiful car.
Yeah.
Okay, we're looking down at Red Bull, but the story of yesterday, I suppose, was all about Mercedes. They did not have a happy day 2 compared to day 1, and Ted Kravitz was asking questions about day 2 to George Russell.
Well, George, F1 2023 is up and running, not long till the first Grand Prix now. Tell us, is the Mercedes W14 working well? Is the bouncing a thing of the past, and is it quick?
Well, first, I think so far from what we've seen, the bouncing is definitely more under control than this time last year. That is for sure. So my back is in a bit of a better place and less headaches than what not only myself and Lewis, but all of the team had this time 12 months ago. It's difficult to say so far. Definitely a lot of improvements in certain areas. The car is feeling nicer to drive, but at the end of the day, there's only one thing that matters, and that's the lap times on the timesheet. But it was being a pretty smooth test. Unfortunately, we had the issue this afternoon, so we lost a lot of running. But I think we've uncovered some interesting things in the data that hopefully will find us some more lap time. So we've got to take the positives.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, you lost a bit of track time, but not too much. I think the team said it was a hydraulic issue. Is that something that can be easily fixed for tomorrow?
Yeah, that's not is one of those things that happens here and there and can happen to anybody, but it doesn't cause us major concern for the rest of the test.
Okay. Team also talked about an upgrade package coming, as many teams will have, but a lot's pinned on that. So do you think it's fair to say that with everything, maybe you're starting the season a little bit undercooked, a little bit on the back foot, maybe?
I wouldn't say on the back foot. I think this team has a history of being very good at development throughout a season. I think it's important that you don't throw everything into one basket when it comes to delivering, let's say, the optimum package for race one, but making sure you've got a package that you can easily develop from and maybe find greater performance later down the line. So if I had to tell you right here, right now, how it's probably going to pan out next week, I reckon we are going to be a little bit behind Red Bull. They're looking in a very strong state at the moment, but I think we haven't unlocked everything yet. But I'd like to think eventually we'll be catching them back up.
And when you drive for Mercedes, you're always going to be a championship contender, championship challenger at least.
Yeah, I think so. That's why we're all here. So this is what it's all about. I think we got to go in with a bit of an open mind. I don't want to sit here saying Mercedes is back, because that's totally unfair. And from what we've seen these past 2 days, Red Bull look very, very strong. But what I can say is I think I've got the best team in the business, and everybody's working flat out to get Mercedes back on top.
Okay, because just finally, George, it's a long season, longest ever, 23 races. And while you might not be the quickest at the beginning, is there a feeling within the team that you need to keep everybody, you and Lewis need to keep everybody motivated, because that pace will come?
Yeah, I think when you look at the calendar as a whole, I think we've only got 5 races in the first 2.5, 3 months. Whereas at the end of the season, you probably got 10 or 11 in the same time span. So, this season is going to be won and lost midway to the end of the season. It's not going to be won or lost in the first 5 races. So, as much as we want to go out there and win next weekend in Bahrain, and we're going to be giving it everything to achieve that, we know that it's more important that we've got the right car in the right window come race 6 onwards, because that's where the big points are going to be won.
Great stuff, George. Thanks very much.
Tech Rabbit speaking to George Russell. George Russell saying as much with his face there as he was saying with his words. Mercedes not where they wanted to be, a step forward from last year. And when you're already talking about race 5, race 6, you can see what sort of test it has been.
Yeah, I don't think Mercedes were, ever under any delusion that they would have caught up to Mercedes or even Ferrari over the winter. The performance differential between them all at the end of last season was simply too great to have been caught up over the winter period when, Red Bull and Ferrari would have been making progress forward themselves. So I don't think they were ever expecting to come here and be the target team. They are, as we've said yesterday, in a far better place, and they know they're in a far better place to where they were 12 months ago, simply because they have realistic expectations. There's no worry, there's no fear. They're pretty much where they expect to be. I think yesterday was a bit disappointing for them. They've made huge changes at the rear of the car, trying to sort out the balance issues that they had last year. The rear was not happy yesterday with that car. And then obviously the hydraulics issues at the end. But that's what testing's for. It's to work through these issues, to find out where they are with the car. They've got their development plan already in place, as George has said. A number of the teams have, and it's that kind of when the stage of the season, normally kind of like a quarter of the way in, when we'd return to Europe, it's a bit more muddy this year because there's is Baku in Europe, or Barcelona's no longer the first European race, all that kind of stuff. Where does the European season start? I think it's kind of around the quarter stage of the season. That's when most teams are going to bring their first major upgrades to these cars, but that's already planned, Sam, and you can tell us more about this. These cars are the launch cars, but these teams are already looking months down the line in terms of the updates that they know already that they need to bring to these cars.
I think I was hearing McLaren saying yesterday that they've already planned the Azerbaijan upgrade package already. Now, Azerbaijan usually has a pretty bespoke package anyway, but that was a general upgrade package. But George made a really interesting point there, a really good point, that the schedule isn't evenly spread through the year. I mean, we've got 2 races in March and then not really very much in April at all. And that period in April for all of the F1 teams, it's not a break. There was meant to be a Grand Prix in that slot, but it's open now. All of those engineering teams are going to be working away, beavering away in the back of the garages, or not the garages, in the factories. They will be coming up with new parts for all of these cars. And you're going to see a huge change in all of the cars after the end of April. So you're going to start seeing a lot of upgrades coming through when you do get to that point of the season. And I think because of the nature of the early European races, you've got Imola quite early, but Imola's got a very odd layout with the big curbs. It's not a great place to bring new parts of the car. You're probably going to bounce them off the curbs and damage them. We've seen that a few times. Azerbaijan, it's kind of a bespoke race with the nature of that circuit. And then you get to Barcelona, and Barcelona's so late. It's in June. It's almost normally early May, but it's back in June this year. And then you've got Monaco, which is very specific.
I'm not on air. Then you've got Monaco, that is very specific.
Yeah, exactly. Monaco is just the high downforce package, which has long been designed. That was designed into the car when they first started designing the car. So, and that's you only really see that at places like the Hungaroring and Monaco, the extreme downforce levels. So actually, again, we all come back to the always situation in Formula One. We arrive in Barcelona along with all of the new parts of the car, and that's what you're going to see every single year. It's going to be a huge amount of bits and pieces coming into the car. It's going to be like a giant carbon fiber gun has been sprayed at every single chassis.
Race 8 of the season, the Spanish Grand Prix. So it's it's deep into the year. Formula One's longest ever.
It's pretty much 1/3 distance. Yeah, you'd be looking at Azerbaijan or Miami as the time that we'd normally see an upgrade, race 4 or 5.
But neither of those circuits are particularly good for bringing. I mean, Miami is a bit of an unknown quantity. I think it's been resurfaced.
It is.
Yeah. So again, Miami is a voyage into the unknown. It's a sort of street circuit around the stadium, so it's not really a street circuit, but it's got a very dedicated sort of surface which they don't know about again. So you're going to go to Miami with a package you don't really understand because the track's a bit of an unknown. So actually, again, you're going to wait till June. So that's why we're going to see enormous upgrades on all of these cars when we get to Spain.
Ted Kravitz has wandered his way down to Mercedes. Hello, Ted.
Hello again, Alex. Can I share a secret with you about that George Russell interview?
Please do, anytime.
He wasn't wearing any shoes when he did it. He came out in socks. He had his race suit, as you could tell, tied neatly around his taut torso and the fireproof on him, but he was just in his socks. And I seem to remember my grandmother telling me an old proverb that man must tell truth when not wearing shoes, lest he steps on his sharp lies. And I think we heard, that's just a made-up proverb, it doesn't exist, but I think we heard three bits. Thank you, Will. I think we heard, you can use that for season 6 of DTS, mate, if you want.
Will do.
That's free for you. That's free. I think we heard 3 little bits of truth there from George Russell. Truth number 1, did he let slip when he mentioned race 6, which Sam is Imola, isn't it? So, I mean, they've got to bring the upgrades at some point, and he did say race 6, which is Imola. So I'm kind of expecting the upgrade package, the much anticipated Mercedes upgrade package, to come in for Imola, bearing in mind what you've already said, Sam, about the suitability of the circuit notwithstanding. So that's the one bit of truth I think we heard from George Russell. The second bit of truth I thought was interesting when he said that the season will be won and lost in the middle and the end of the season. And the reason I think that's true as well is because let's not forget Red Bull have this sort of portent of aerodynamic testing restriction coming. And whether that's going to make a difference or not, I think we'll find out more or less in the middle of the season. I don't think it's going to make a difference in the start of the season, but it might make a difference at the middle of the season. And the third thing, I think the little bit of truth we heard there is that, well, while he doesn't want to say Mercedes are back, they're certainly in the game. And while he said they're not on the back foot, maybe there's a different way of putting that. I think certainly they are not as prepared as they want to be. The other word I used was undercooked. I think I'd go with undercooked rather than not on the back on the back foot. But yeah, they're certainly looking for pace. But I don't have many doubts. Maybe I'm a bit more optimistic Not as optimistic as George, but maybe a bit more optimistic to some of the doom mongers in the paddock. The Mercedes will be there or thereabouts in about a week's time. Now, you saw them looking around the nose, didn't you, under the wing? I think they were just checking that for some scuffing and some scraping underneath. Well, they're not doing it anymore. They seem to be happy enough with that. But George sitting in the car, and I'll let you know if they do anything. Just a little front wing angle change on the car so far, nothing more.
Well, with a little bit of George Russell podiatry there from Ted Kravitz, I think it's worth mentioning, talking about George Russell's feet, I think one of the reasons he may have been out in his socks or his bare feet was that George Russell...
I knew you were going to pick up on this point.
Absolutely. George Russell has got quite big feet. And the Mercedes, front of the Mercedes monocoque, the front of the Mercedes chassis has to be shaped around George Russell's feet. They're bigger than Lewis Hamilton's feet, and he's a bit taller than Lewis Hamilton. So the car has to be moulded around George Russell, which is why when you saw the pre-season video from Mercedes, they were using George Russell for the seat fitting, not Lewis, because he's the bigger driver. And when he first had that sub race at this circuit, in the Mercedes, he didn't fit in the car and he was very uncomfortable. I think there was talk of him having to wear smaller race boots that were a size too small. And I wonder if there's something similar going on still now, that he's having to wear quite uncomfortable race boots
that he wants to
take off as soon as he gets out of the car. So maybe he just doesn't like wearing them. They're not very comfortable, drivers. So the soles are very, very thin. They're not designed for fashion or comfort wearing. They are really designed to get the perfect feel on the pedal. So it's not a nice thing to be walking around the paddock in.
Davide Valsecchi told me to always wear race boots a size too small.
Okay.
Because when you're in a single-seater, the driving position that you have, your foot naturally falls to the back of the shoe. And we all have space at the front of our shoe for when we walk for our toes to naturally slide forward. They won't slide forward when you're in a racing car because your foot naturally goes onto the back of your heel and your foot drops down. So it shouldn't be all that uncomfortable. But if George is uncomfortable in his boots, maybe he's gone 2 sizes down just to fit in. But I liked Ted's proverb, and it actually kind of made sense in a Ted way. But I really liked it.
It was peak Ted, and we loved it.
I love it. A man that doesn't wear shoes is less likely to tell a falsehood, lest he steps on the sharpness of his lies. I love that. I think it's fantastic.
Oh no, you've gone back into Drive to Survive.
No, I really liked it.
Oh no,
I really liked it. It's testing day 3. That's all we've got. But we do have Felipe Drugovich out on track, and this is fascinating as he goes back into the pits.
Anyway, he's in vision.
Fascinating. Great for the reigning Formula 2 champion to be getting more track time, but also indicative of the situation down at Aston Martin. We still don't know what the exact situation with Lance Stroll is. The team very, very quiet about it, and always when a team kind of closes ranks and doesn't give any information, it leads to rumors, to talk, and obviously as before sort of Lance, there is that talk. As we understand it, he has been to see Dr. Mir in Spain, who is one of the preeminent, if not the preeminent, hand, wrist, and arm specialists in the world. Is the man that all the MotoGP riders go to when they have those horrible injuries, and they'll snap their arm in half and be back on the bike in 3 days. That absolutely incredible.
Wild stuff.
I mean, wild. So as we understand it, although the team will neither confirm nor deny, Lance has seen him and will be in the simulator, we understand, this weekend to see whether or not the wrist has the strength to allow him to come back. But obviously Felipe out on track right now, because if Lance can't come back, they want to have Felipe up to speed, up to pace, so that he can contest the opening round and what would be his rookie debut appearance in Formula 1. Yeah, and a deserving one as well, if he were to get it.
Yeah, absolutely. The man who missed out on victory in Abu Dhabi in his final F2 race by about a second after a fantastic race-long duel.
That was a great fight, wasn't it?
It was a great way to end it. I love it when we finish with the last lap battle for the win.
Brilliant.
Yuma Iwasa, a Honda-backed and Red Bull-backed junior, coming through the ranks, one of 6 Red Bull-backed drivers in Formula 2 this year. I shall worry about that in the gap between test 1 and race 1.
And I tell you what, looking at the pace that Aston Martin have had over the last 2 days, they are the talk of the paddock. right now.
Mm.
They are rapid. If Mercedes are not quite as on the pace as they would like to be, might Aston find themselves up fighting not just for the top of the midfield, but potentially against the likes of Mercedes for a top 3 team placing around, just behind Ferrari and Red Bull. It is not out of the realms of possibility as things stand right now. So Felipe Drugovich could be getting a Grand Prix debut. Well, certainly one of the most talked about cars in the paddock, possibly one of the fastest cars in the Formula One pit lane.
And this is a track that he's won at in the past. He's got good form around here. He knows it from his Formula 2 days. Obviously had the experience behind the wheel of the Aston Martin as well. And also comes in not knowing what he doesn't know.
And
So
that's
you're just
huge.
on pure talent.
Yeah.
You're just on raw instinct if you get dropped into a situation like this. Stoffel van Dorn scored a point on debut in a very similar situation.
Yes, having never driven the car and having to learn how the steering wheel worked by reading the manual on the flight over from Japan, which I've always found incredible, and scored points on debut. It was a brilliant debut for Stoffel van Dorn. I was thinking back to Nico Rosberg, who had his Formula One debut here in the Williams, having won the GP2 title here a few months beforehand. Took his front wing off, first lap of the race, fought back through the field, finished 10th, scored points on debut.
Fastest lap as well, as he did so. So it is an opportunity. Can I pose the question to you, Will, with all of your years of paddock experience?
Always.
Why would Lance take the risk ahead of a 23 race season?
And that is the question, isn't it? That really is the question.
He's got job security. He knows he's going to be in the car. He knows that he's going to be racing when there's no threat. If Felipe does a phenomenal job, he's always going to be in that seat. And yet, why would you risk maybe aggravating it further?
I think if he's seen the numbers, and he will have done from the wind tunnel, knows the potential that exists in the car, hears back from the team and from Fernando, actually, tell you what, boys, this is just as good as we thought it was, then as a competitive athlete, as a Formula One driver, you're going to want to get into that competitive car as completely quickly, because you don't want to miss it, because you want to be scoring points for your world championship.
I get it from that point of view.
But as you say, if it could aggravate why would you risk doing more damage, potentially, unresolvable damage, by rushing yourself back? It's a tough one, but the docs will ultimately make that call for him. But they're not. I mean, we have one sitting next to us now. Formula One drivers are not wired like the rest of us. They are a unique breed. Some would say slightly. I don't know, Jolene, you can finish that one off.
Jolene Palmer,
Formula One drivers,
commentary.
not wired like the rest of us, are you?
Morning.
Morning.
Are you saying that Lance Stroll wouldn't want to come back and race?
No, we're not saying. We're
saying why would you take the risk
it?
when you've got the job security of your father owning the team?
Yeah, I think he'd just want to get in the car as soon as possible. But he wouldn't. I don't think he would take if doctors are saying don't do it or there's going to be long-term damages. I imagine at that point, even a Formula One driver that's sensible would say, I'll hold off and wait till I am repaired and I'm not going to do long-lasting damage. But I'm not a medical expert, but I do hear rumours that there are doctors that can do quite clever things to get people, particularly in motorbikes, back into. Bikers are breaking bones and then they're getting back on the bike.
Yeah. I mean, we're just saying that's apparently who he's been to see. He's been to see Mir in Spain to get himself fixed up.
Let's go downstairs to Ted, who has wandered from Mercedes to Alpine.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, I'm on rear wing watch this morning because, I'm starting to see, and we're starting to see down in the pit lane, the actual bona fide bits of aero kit that teams intend to race at the Bahrain Grand Prix. So Ferrari have put what looks like to be their absolutely, this is what we're going to race Bahrain rear wing on. I'm also seeing what I'm calling the snow shovel rear wing on the Alpine with a very, very pronounced scooped middle section. Sometimes we've seen on the Mercedes as well. They go sort of down and up a bit in the outer section, the middle section, just a little bit. But that is a lovely little sculpted bit of kit on the rear wing of the Alpine. So that's new. I think it should be a little bit lower downforce There's a little bit lower downforce, it seems to be, on the Ferrari as well. And if you're worried about the drag on the Mercedes, if you looked at some of the straight line figures and seen that the Mercedes is well down on the straight line figures, I asked Mercedes technical director Mike Elliott about this. He said yesterday, don't worry about it. Those wings we were running when we were having the car with those low straight line speed numbers and all that drag, they're not the wings we're going to run at a Bahrain Grand Prix. So there's some more wings coming for Mercedes as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kravitz, down there in the pits. And lay it up with the sunscreen as you need to be in that pit lane. And yeah, going through the programs, illuminating us on the rear wings. We've already seen a problem for one rear wing with the DRS and Ferrari today. So the joys of watching testing.
Now, on the straight line speed of the Mercedes, and actually this car, the McLaren as well, they both seem to be quite down on straight line speed. That's not something that's new. We saw that all the way through the 2022 season on all of the Mercedes-powered cars. There was some issue. You could see it in some of the data with the Mercedes power unit, and it's sometimes referred to by drivers as clipping. Essentially, the hybrid system runs out of electrical energy towards the end of a straight, and the car just almost slows down when the driver's still at full throttle just at the end of the straight, and it just gives them a little deceleration almost. And that means their top speeds don't reach the heights of, say, Red Bull with their really high speeds with those Honda power units. And that was a little bit of an Achilles heel for all of the Mercedes-powered cars. But aerodynamic drag also, if you haven't got an efficient aerodynamic package, i.e. you're getting good downforce for a low drag level, then that's also going to make it even worse. And I think that's what you're seeing both with Mercedes and with McLaren. McLaren already said that they've got concerns about that, whereas Mercedes are saying, well, we heard what Ted said, and that maybe they'll bring it a bit more pace today. And Toto Wolff was saying they were hiding a little bit still in this test, and they'll see a bit more today.
Perfect stuff. Oscar Piastri on the back straight, so Mark Webber down there in the pit lane. Part of his management, bringing him through the Junior Formula 2 Formula 1. Let's have a comparison now of the cars that we expect to be at the front of the field for the opening Grand Prix of the year. And we can have a little bit of a comparison, I believe, between the two of the front-running cars. So this is heading down into turn 10. We've got the Red Bull and the Ferrari.
Yeah, you can really see just that some of the overall shape of the car. If you're this is your first time watching Formula 1, they probably look very similar to you. But when you start looking at the overall shapes of the car, yeah, the side pods are slightly different shape. The wings are really quite a different shape. Look how much flatter the wings of the RB19 are to the SF23, but also the shape of them is quite different. It's the shape you're looking at more than the angle in some ways, because that tells you a little bit more about what the teams are doing. But you're also seeing that fundamental difference in approach between Ferrari and Red Bull that we saw last year. The front suspension of the Red Bull is a pull rod front suspension. So you can see that diagonal element going down to the base. That's the bit that makes the springs and dampers work as the wheels go up and down. And then you can see on the Ferrari, the diagonal element is going upwards. There's sort of an upwards triangle. And that is the springs and dampers are mounted higher in the chassis. Now, the advantage for Red Bull is that they've got a lower center of gravity of those parts mounted low in the chassis, whereas Ferrari have got them higher up. But from a packaging point of view, it makes the Ferrari solution more likely to be reliable. It's much easier to work on. For Red Bull, it's a much bigger job to make any suspension changes on their car or setup changes at the front end. Red Bull staunchly believe that that's a big aerodynamic advantage by having that layout. Ferrari, clearly, their engineers and wind tunnel disagrees with that. But all of those layouts of those suspension parts, it's nothing to do with getting the car to go around the corner best, and there's no suspension layout that you're seeing visibly that's going to make you work better around the corner. The reason they're doing this is purely aerodynamic. But as the cars go through the corner, you start to see some more fundamental concept differences. Look at the shape of the side pod on the Ferrari SF23. You can see it's almost like a wall going upwards with those big scoops out of the center, which you can't really see from the side, but it's quite clear to see here. Whereas the Red Bull side pod is an entirely different concept with that big swoop down towards the rear above the O of Oracle. Whereas look at the R of Ray-Ban on the Ferrari side pod, and it's much, much higher. So Ferrari are taking a completely different approach to side pod design. And as the footage moves forward ever so slightly, you'll notice at the rear, it's the opposite to the front. So while Ferrari had push rod front suspension, it's got pull rod rear. Red Bull have done the exact opposite. So it is opposites day. But the big undercut on the side pod of the Red Bull now becomes really apparent in this footage, whereas look at the Ferrari, not really an undercut at all from this angle. You can really see that difference so clearly. And the difference in the cooling louvres as well. Ferrari, huge cooling louvres. That Ferrari V6 and the power unit clearly requiring quite a bit of cooling. Red Bull and the Honda power unit, a little bit less, or are they cooling it in a slightly different way? It's hard to see with the bodywork on the cars. Then as we get round to the rear of the cars, the overall shape of the diffusers of Formula One cars are pretty restricted by the regulation, which is why it's not back in the days where we really want to look at the diffusers. But you can see those beam wings above the around the exhaust pipe. Very different concept again. Red Bull's beam wings are quite aggressive, quite abrupt, sticking very thick and sticking upwards, whereas Ferrari are much thinner, much more delicate beam wings. So again, a very different concept. And you can just see on the right-hand side of the screen a small section of the floor. The Ferrari floor much flatter, much more simple in some areas, and the Red Bull much more intricate. And that's something I think you might see develop on both of those cars. But that is a very expensive area to develop in terms of wind tunnel and CFD time, and Ferrari have got a lot more of that than Red Bull do.
I think after 19 hours of live broadcasting, that's the single best thing we've had on pre-season testing TV chat. You can mic drop and leave the studio now, Sam. That was sensational, mate. Loved that. Really enjoyed that. Thank you, buddy. That was really
Stay there.
good.
We'll do it with another 2 cars in a minute.
That was great. Really enjoyed that.
Which do you prefer?
Aesthetically,
just from concept point of view, throw all the results out. The engineer in you, which do you prefer? And why?
I like the Ferrari solution. I do. I like the push rod front suspension, which I think it's easier to work on. I like their rigid sticking to this side pod concept, that drag reducing side pod concept. I really like that. But it wasn't faster last year than the Red Bull in a lot of situations. Those cars, this is one of the things I love about these regulations, right? They're so different to one another, yet they're producing pretty much the same lap time, but in a different way. We saw last year, and I hope we're going to see it again this year, the Red Bull has great top speed, it's good in high-speed corners. The Ferrari has fantastic acceleration and is brilliant in slow corners. And last year, I was watching a bit of Drive to Survive last night, and I think in the second episode, you get a sort of you can really remember that wonderful battle between Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen in the Grand Prix here last year, and it was just, that was exactly why that battle was so good. The Red Bull could blitz the Ferrari down the straights, but as soon as they get into the corners, Leclerc could just get in position and blitz him back, and it just made for really good entertainment. And I think we're on for a big diet of that this year as well, but with the potential addition of a few other interlopers at the front of the field. And I'm never going to rule Mercedes out of this as well.
Talk me through the side pods, because obviously we know that the underfloor tunneling is so important on these cars. So, the front of the floor edges and how that air is channeled under the car is very, very important. Ooh, big snap. But also how that air is channeled over the top of the car and over the side pods down towards, we're going to get the snap here. Yo, good catch from Pierre. Channeled down the side pods towards that beam wing at the back of the car. It's evident on the Ferrari, and we see it at other teams taking that influence. We see it on the Alpine now very much. We see it to an extent, I guess, on the Mercedes as well with those haunches, an alternative way of channeling that down because they don't have side pods to be able to channel the air down. The Red Bull, very, very different. In both cases, how are they getting that air channeled then towards the rear?
Well, one of the things I'll tell you when you look at a Formula One car and you read a lot of articles saying they're channeling air to here, they're doing this, they're feeding that. If you give me both of these cars and a full-scale wind tunnel for an afternoon, I'll give you an exact answer. Or if you didn't want to do that, a slightly cheaper option is if both teams would send me a decent CAD model of the cars, I'll run some CFD on them and I'll give you a really good answer. What I can tell you about the Ferrari, because some students did it early last year, that they did some CFD work on the just overall shape of the Ferrari upper surface and the shape of that side pod, and it was shown to be a drag reduction device rather than a downforce generation device, which is a slightly different approach. And the fact we're seeing so many teams taking influence from those Ferrari side pods this year, as well as teams taking influence from the Red Bull side pods, very different approach again. And I can't say with great clarity what all of the airflow around the rear of the Red Bull is doing, because I haven't had a similar amount of aero data on that car. This approach from the Ferrari is just a much, much nicer sort of. It's an easier thing to understand, basically. But it's crucial to say, underneath the side pods, there isn't very much. Now, you've got the normal cooling layout, you've got the radiators, you've got various gubbins and bits and pieces of power unit, the exhaust stacks and stuff like that. You've got panels you've got bodywork under the bodywork, which channels the air through the car and does quite a lot of clever things as well. And that's something that's not really talked very much about because it's really hard to see. But I was taking a look under the bodywork of the Red Bull last night. Huge amount of bodywork under the bodywork you can see. So they're really channeling the air through the car.
Hulkenberg over the line. And with the fastest time of the day, 1:33.3, with the fastest first sector. And he comes over the line to displace George Russell. And he's 3.5 tenths of a second ahead. And he did so on the C3 tyre. So lap count so far, 11 laps for Hulkenberg, 12 for Russell. There's 10 for Perez, 9 for Leclerc, and 7 for Gasly. Piastri putting time on the board good enough for 6th, and he finds himself with 9. And this is a replay of heading down to turn 10 with the current fastest driver.
Sniff of a lockup for Hulkenberg into turn 10. But he's actually still managed to get it in towards an apex, but that lockup just drifted him wide to the second layer of curbing there. And really, if you want perfect traction, you don't want to be on the curb on the exit of 10. The first bit of curb is maybe getawayable, but if you go onto the second ridge, then you lose a bit of time. So a bit more in there for Nico Hulkenberg. He was also turning quite a lot coming through turn 9. Braking and cornering is what induces lockups typically. And he had a lot of steering angle on, which opens up turn 10. That's why he was trying to do it. But it's just a slightly different style. Let's ride on board with Oscar Piastri into the same area. Whoa, spin.
Oh, he's going to lose it. And we haven't seen much of that in testing as he goes down the hill to 10. Luckily, there's about a car park worth of runoff down there. Gathers it together, crucially keeps it out of the barrier. And that's about one of the only incidents we've seen in the entire 3 days where a driver has to catch it. And we were on board when he lost it down the hill.
Final day, testing comes alive.
What an opportune moment to compare entries into turn 10 as well for Piastri. It looked like he was turning in an absolutely normal place. Did he just ride a little bit of a bump as he was coming through turn 9? Let's watch it again. Over the crest, you just got to slow it down through. Yeah, it's bumpy there. So it's just over the bumps there. The McLaren not riding it well, and the rear just snapping in an instant. He did quite well to get his bearings and carry on, but it was just the bumps. This circuit generally, the bumps are a little bit worse this year than last year. We spoke to Alex Albon yesterday, who was saying, it's just the track hasn't been resurfaced, and year on year it's getting a bit more aggressive. I do think the cars are running stiffer now as well, so they're really feeling it. We can see it a lot into turn 1, and for Piastri there, the car's running low, they're running stiff, and the bumps are making quite an impact there. And for Oscar, that was just what got away from him.
It's a replay of Nick de Vries watching the spin.
Our first spin in 3 days.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Absolutely wild consistency across the board, but you are seeing drivers pushing on the final day ahead of his debut, his first start, the Formula 3, the Formula 2 champion, and he had set a fastest first sector on before that happened. Down to the pit lane once again with Ted.
Thank you, Alex. Where George Russell is in the garage, and quite a significant area of attention. Well, it's that front axle that we heard from the team yesterday, that they saw there was the mysterious loss of downforce, the loss of whether it was aero load or sort of mechanical grip from the front axle, amounted to the same thing. The front of the car was nowhere, and they didn't really know why. And I'm seeing large parts of this morning dedicated to Mercedes on the front suspension. You can see them at the moment. They're looking not only at the middle third, the heave spring, which governs the amount of movement that the car just has vertically, just up and down, and then the torsion bars which do the lateral motion of the suspension from side to side. They're just trying all sorts on the front suspension. They've had a look at the front wing. That seems sound. The aerodynamicists have checked that everything is at the right angle and there's no flexing in any bits that there shouldn't be. So really, It's the front suspension that they're looking at. They would have stripped it down. The night shift would have been in to work all night, while these day mechanics would have gone home and had some rest. There are no curfews, of course, in testing. But yeah, there you can see the nose goes back on, and out they go. And assuming that was just a little error that they'll fix, we see the Flowbiz, the aero paint, come out. You always know when they're putting down some drip mats, don't you guys? That there's about to be some aero paint that they don't want staining the garage floor. So they're going to actually do some now aero tests on whether the front airflow is going where they intend it to go, or whether there's something amiss aero-wise at the front. But yeah, they always work very hard, these teams, night shift and day shift. And just a sort of open question for you. I mean, are we in an area where Mercedes might not be the fastest Mercedes-powered team? Are we in an area where we might see Fernando Alonso beating Hamilton and George Russell in qualifying in Bahrain? What do you think?
I don't think it's a million miles off, Ted. I think that's a really good shout from everything that we've seen, from the numbers we've heard, and from what appears to be correlating out on track, and what everyone's saying in the paddock. Aston look the real deal.
It seems twofold, isn't it? It's we're talking Aston and Mercedes, because the Williams and the McLaren are both further back. So it's Aston moving forward, which they look like they've done tremendously over the winter, and Fernando's diving in well there. And Mercedes, they've moved back, I think, at this stage from where they finished last year, which they made all that progress through the season, but now they're having more issues. See if they can get on top of this front axle and find the downforce today. But right now they're having a really tricky test again.
Fastest in the first sector, fastest in the second sector. Sergio Perez coming to the final couple of corners on the racetrack and guiding his Red Bull through to cross the line and take the fastest time of the day by a tenth and a half.
Piastri just stuck at P3 as well. Well, it would have been P2 before Perez jumped up there on a 1:33.6. So clearly that spin hasn't dampened his confidence out on track.
Just to be that spoil sport that comes up every now and again in over a race weekend, and I can see Jolin's eyes are going to roll at this already. Track limits don't apply in testing. So I think there was a track limits breach there, but doesn't count.
I wonder why you were waving
Sam's
at me.
back. Sam's back. What
Yeah.
are the speed traps, Sam?
I haven't got them.
Leslie, you always have the speed traps.
Okay, we don't have the speed traps, but we do have another comparison for Sam to pour over. So we will bring you, first of all, Sergio Perez diving down the hill. And then in a moment, we're going to compare the Mercedes and the Haas.
Yeah, I picked these two cars out.
I wondered why we were doing this.
I picked these cars out because they're so different.
Okay.
But we've already talked about the Ferrari concept, which the Haas uses very, very similarly. It uses so many components. But as we look at the front of the two cars, the VF23 Haas in the top and the W14 below, look at the front wings. It's not particularly clear here, but we did just get a look at it earlier on. Both of these teams have spent quite a lot of time and energy researching some quite clever front wing solutions. On the Mercedes, you can just see them ahead of the left front tyre there of George Russell's car. Two little winglets sticking out from the inside of the front wing end plate. The Haas, you can't really see it there because they're painted the same colour as a tyre. They have the same sort of thing, but the two plates point in completely different directions, and both teams are looking at the other team wondering which one of them's got it wrong. It could be the answer is neither of them, they're just doing different things, but the way they're working on those front wings is quite different. But when you start looking back over the car, this is where you start to really see conceptual differences between the Mercedes and, well, pretty much everything else. While the Haas has that Ferrari side pod concept we were talking about before, you can see those side pod ducts looking pretty normal. As the cars come around, take a look at the shape of the Mercedes side pod. Mercedes are using some clever cooling technology. You can see it really clearly at this point. Look, there's a conventional side pod duct above the Palm Angels logo on the Haas, that big rounded scoop, pretty much what you saw in the F1 show cars. Where you look at the Mercedes, that side pod barely exists. It's just an oblong slot sticking up. The bit that sticks out above it, which is actually quite an interesting and originally quite controversial part of the car, is actually this upper side impact structure. Every single car on the grid has two identical triangular carbon fiber parts molded to the side of the chassis for when the driver hits a wall. They should protect the driver. Those side impact structures have to be mounted in particular positions, and they have to be, each car has to have them, they're all particular size. Mercedes, when they shrunk down their side pods, they couldn't get rid of that side impact structure, so they had to have it dangling around quite high in the air. Haas, with a conventional side pod, didn't have to do that. So Mercedes mounted their wing mirror on it, and that was quite clever. But the overall concept, as we roll forward through the car, you start to see some massive differences. Ferrari have got their own direction of the side pod, and Haas have copied it for obvious reasons. But look at Mercedes. You've got that massive lump on the team viewer logo, that big section there. Now, I think that section above the team viewer, with that deep dished section underneath. Now, underneath that big lump of bodywork, there's absolutely nothing. I've had a good look at the car. There are no mechanical components on that. That is just pure bodywork where the paint starts. And that was inspired, I believe, by the shape that Ferrari introduced on the F175 that's inspired the side pods on the Haas. So they're doing the same sort of thing. But look here at the floor detailing. You can see some really different approaches there. Mercedes at the bottom, just on the bottom right of the screen, you can see a little silver section with little bridge sections. That's got a legality string on it, and that's really neat. Whereas the Haas is far, far more simple in terms of the overall floor. But Haas has got a bigger wind tunnel allocation than Mercedes. So I think you're going to get a little bit more. So these two cars, I think, comparing and contrasting the two of those two cars, is some of the most interesting things you can do. But it's mainly because Mercedes has taken such an individual route to Formula One car design.
Excellent stuff, Sam. From the knowledge of Sam Collins to the knowledge of Jolyon Palmer. George Russell has got the C4 tyres on. Talk us around the lap, Jolyon.
Here we go then. Let's see what he can do over the bumps. Mercedes not porpoising nearly so much as they were last year. Generally happier with the car, but missing some balance and missing some front downforce, as we just heard from Ted yesterday. So they're trying to make up for a bit of time, and that looked pretty good through the first sector for George. On the C4s, as you mentioned, which I think might be the first time that Mercedes have put on the C4s or C5s so far this test. So a bit more grip out there for Russell. He's half a second up on Perez. So this is looking like more of a performance run then for George, as you'd expect with those Red Bull tyres. Out to the curb on entry. Hamilton was going a lot further on entry yesterday. Oscar Piastri spin corner, and Russell going way wider than Piastri was, so avoiding those bumps. And maybe that's why Hülkenberg was actually doing the big wide line as well. Piastri not, and was caught out earlier on. Looking pretty hooked up. The juice of the softer tyre now for Russell, and he's able to get through these corners with better traction, minimal steering input to get through. Little bit of touching of the floor, but flat out through turn 12 into 13. Tricky corner over the brow, and now the rear's getting a little bit loose. You can feel the wind affecting the car a little more through 13 as well as you come over the crest. Long run to the final corner, big stamp on the brakes, hook up an apex. If you don't, you're going to be drifting wide over that curb, which you don't really want to take at first. Looks a good lap from George on the soft. Is he going to put the cat amongst the pigeons? 31.7, almost the fastest lap of the week. But he's 1/10 down on what Zhou and Verstappen did yesterday. But that's a good lap, actually, at this time on the C4. So Mercedes may be getting a little happier.
Yeah, if you consider the time of day, 1:31.707 for George Russell, fastest in all three sectors on by some margin on his 15th lap of the day. And that will momentarily, I think, put a smile on the face down there as they search for answers coming out of day 2 into day 3. And if you consider the time of day and the track conditions, of course, we'll be qualifying under the floodlights for the Grand Prix next week. That's a tidy lap from George Russell.
It's come a bit from nowhere as well, hasn't it? Because normally when you go on to a C4 or maybe a move on to a C5 this morning, you sort of run through a bit of a program of a tyre sweep. But that's George been in the garage for a while. We saw the flow vis going on the front wing with Ted a few moments ago. They were looking at the front suspension. Then he's just come out, bolted on some softer tyres, and out of nowhere has done a very competitive lap. So Mercedes will have known what they were capable of for the last couple of days. I have to say, looking trackside, the car has seemed much more of a handful. Both drivers have been fighting at the wheel more than that of the Red Bull or the Ferrari. Bolt on the soft tyres, and apart from that turn 13 couple of corrections, it looked much better there.
Just got a little view at one of the big talking points of this week in testing, and that's actually been from inside the Mercedes garage. Jerome D'Ambrosio, former F1 driver, who is by Toto Wolff's side, has been all the way through the week. Big rumours he'll find himself in some form of a management position at Mercedes. Of course, was alongside Susie Wolff at Venturi in Formula E, ended up as the team principal there before it sort of morphed itself into Maserati this year with James Rossiter taking over at the helm. But yeah, good to see Jerome back in the paddock. And if rumours are to be believed, he will be announced fairly shortly at Mercedes.
You know, as pre-season testing goes, that it's been a bit of a slow news week. When one of the big talking points is Jerome D'Ambrosio watching with Toto Wolff for the week. But he's a very astute former driver, I think, Jerome.
I like the fact that he's taken fashion tips today, seemingly from Ayrton Senna. Sort of peak 1988 Senna fashion vibes coming off Jerome D'Ambrosio today. I'm hoping he's wearing a pair of Todds.
Nick de Vries is on his way for his personal best of the day so far in an AlphaTauri that the team don't seem overly thrilled by. De Vries and Tsunoda vying for the team leader position. The experience of De Vries, world champion in other categories, and the time with the team of Yuki Tsunoda, who begins his third season with the team. That's his personal best, but he remains in 9th position.
So De Vries looks like he's on a different run plan to a lot of those out there. It's straight into a longer run. C3 tyre. He had done a lap on the C4, but that was, I think, the used C4 that he had on at the end of yesterday. So it was a slow sighter on a grippier but used soft tyre. So De Vries propping up the times at the moment, but into a long run. And then maybe he'll get another shot before lunchtime, and he gives the car back to Yuki for this evening.
Mick Schumacher in the background there, the reserve driver for Mercedes, been talking about being integrated with the team and over the shoulder of Toto Wolff down there.
We haven't seen anything from Williams today. Albon is out on track. He hasn't done a lap time, but he's done 15 laps. So they're obviously in a bit of a research morning so far, coming up to the end of the first hour. A lot of ins and outs. Some data gathering over at Williams. And then we saw yesterday morning Logan Sargent doing some decent lap times, quite impressive, on the soft tyre. And I imagine they're going to put Albon onto a similar run program. So I imagine that they'll give Albon a bit of a crack in the next couple of hours. It's in softer tyres. See how that goes. And here he is. What tyres is he on out the blocks? He's on some softer tyres straight away.
Look at these stats there at the bottom of the screen as well. The points finishes. All Williams drivers last year scoring a personal best of 9th. Nick de Vries doing that on one appearance. Nicholas Latifi departing the team, and Alex Albon with the 3 top 10 finishes.
It's a nice little stat.
It's a great stat.
There we are. Well, winding up to the start of the year with some stats coming out towards the start of the year.
And good vibes down at Williams. They've had a good test so far, 2 good days. We were talking about them in the paddock this morning. Somebody cruelly said, well, it was a fairly low bar for Williams to have had a better test. And that, while that is true, there is a real level of, I'm not going to say satisfaction, but cautious optimism that it has gone well. They haven't experienced any major issues. General and genuine happiness down there at the moment.
Still on an interesting run program here with Albon. I thought he was maybe going to go in for a fast lap there on a C4, but looks like he's just done a lap that's 1 minute 40, so a high fuel level of pace, but fairly cruisy. And now he's a bit of weaving, bit of stuff going on a slow lap, running to a program, I'm sure, set by his engineers, and looks strange from the outside. There must be some data they want to get from that exuberant weaving coming out of turn 3.
From board with Sergio Perez. He set his personal best time on the C3 tyre, as you can see from the timing tower on the left-hand side. All apart from Albon in 10th, and Russell at the top have done the same thing. Leclerc on the C2 in the middle there. But cars out on track. And we have De Vries, we have Albon, we have Perez, everyone else in the pits, including Valtteri Bottas and Will's favourite
I
helmet
love
in the
that
field.
lid. I want him to keep it for the whole season. I also like that Tiffany's managed to get away with giving him something of a receding hairline. You've seen it's halfway back on the top of the helmet.
Probably only she.
Only she could get away with that. It is a brilliant. I love it. It's the not the new side of Valtteri. It's the old side of Valtteri back again. It's the Valtteri that we knew coming up through the junior formulas, his early years at Williams. It's wonderful to see him racing with joy again, and he said throughout last season he was in the best place, not just of his career but of his life, happy in the car, happy out of the car, and it shows. It's just lovely to see Valtteri in such a good, happy space.
Former Williams driver, and Ted has wandered down to the team that we were discussing just a few moments ago.
Ah, yes, but have you spotted the omission on the Valtteri Bottas mullet facial helmet? There is the omission. I can't see it. The emblem of the Lucky Cross of Nastola, his hometown in Finland. I had a look at a version they brought out the back of the garage, guys, and fans of students of Valtteri Bottas helmet designs over the years might see there's always been the blue cross of Nastola on it, but I don't believe this one has it. By the way, have you seen the negative space 77 in the Valtteri Bottas logo? That's something to look out
Learning
for.
a lot about this helmet design.
Are we saying that Valtteri's moving away from his Finnish roots this year?
No, I haven't seen the Lucky Cross, the blue cross of Nastola. I'm sure he's not moving away from his Finnish roots.
He's embracing a lot of Australian culture, though, isn't he?
He is.
Really
Seems to love it
enjoying the
over
Australian winter.
The mullet, the barbecues, the beer.
Yeah.
Well, only because
he's had a
there's
good
a beer
winter.
with his initials.
With his
VB.
initials,
Is there
yeah.
a JP? Is there a JP beer or a WB beer or an AJ beer?
No JP beer.
No. Okay.
And I've searched long and hard, to be honest.
You're going to have to do a home brew.
Yeah. Valtteri has his own gin now as well.
He does. He does. So let me tell you what's going on at Williams just before I let you get on with it. And they have done, nearly 20 laps on the board, but most of them the majority of them have been through the pits. I think he did complete that one lap while you were watching him, but they're just doing a few final short runs, very short runs, not really performance runs, but stuff they need to get through. And you can see the engineers in the central panel of the Williams garage down here, as going through the list of stuff they have to do. Lots of points of things that need ticked off. James Unwin's engineer with the sort of greying temples, and a performance engineer just downstream of that, talking to Alex, just wanting to get through everything they need to. I'm actually seeing no sign of Nico Hülkenberg. The Haas seems to be in the garage with not much going on to it at the moment. I'll follow that up a little bit later. But Hülkenberg, an ex-Williams driver himself. But I've got to say there's a positive feeling down here. It's hard to know where Williams are. Are they around the Haas mark? Are they around the AlphaTauri mark? I think they probably are. I think on a good day, when Alex has got the wind beneath his wings or up his sails or whatever you want to say, he'll be easily into Q2. But that is going to be quite close. It's really closing up down here in the sort of lower half of the midfield.
Excellent news. Competitive as we want. So mention of Haas there from Ted, and we can now go down to Laura Winter, who's by Haas, down in the paddock.
We're coming to Haas and we're coming to us, Simone. Yes, I'm joined by Simone here. We've just heard there that Nico Hülkenberg not in the car. You're saying that's a scheduled break ahead of his next run.
Yeah. We're preparing for the next run, and we are going through the program. We started early with some setup work on the car, and then we are moving to a different program with our fuel.
Nice stuff. Very, very good. And Ted mentioning there in the pit lane how close, how tight the midfield is looking to be for this season. I know Gunther Steiner said that yesterday as well. What are your thoughts on how it's all going to stack up through 2023?
It's very difficult to say because everyone is running different program at different time with different tires. So very difficult to comment. But it looks definitely, that everything seems a little bit more closer than last year. So it's going to be even more exciting for all the fans from home and on the track to follow the races.
Yeah, I'm hoping so, very much. much. And I know coming into this season, the 2022 Haas car has, in your words, been entirely reworked. Just talk me through the development of your 23 Challenger.
Yeah, I suppose 2022 was a very big departure from previous year in terms of regulation. So there was a lot of work to do. And, when you do everything new from scratch, you learn things when doing things. So it was a unique chance to redo everything for 23 and trying to improve everything. So it was a lot of work. The car maybe doesn't look radically different, but in reality is quite different in many areas.
I asked how your winter was and if you'd had any time off just before this interview, and you said not really. I guess that's where the bulk of your work is really focused on, is getting ready for it to be launched out on track here.
Yeah, I suppose, the Formula One is changing in these years with so many races, and there's a lot of overlap between the development in season and a new car, etc. So basically, there's never time to rest. You always push very hard through the season, and then you work on the new car, etc. But it's quite nice. It keeps you, always motivated and, always busy. So there's not much time to rest.
F1 just does not stop, does it? Yeah. Let's talk about the rest of today, this afternoon as well. We're hoping to see a bit more performance running. What are your expectations? What are your hopes? Where do you hope to finish come the end of today?
Well, I suppose our objective was always to run as much as possible, put the mileage on the car, learn reliability, learn all the new systems. So, now we are approaching the last day and we are approaching the race next week. So I suppose we'll try to do some work more, in view of the race. So we run lighter fuel in the afternoon, some long run with high fuel, and try to be ready for the first race.
And how's the feedback been as well from Nico and Kevin? And indeed, how's Nico settling in and enjoying working with you guys for his new team?
I guess it's a very positive start. There's a lot of good mood in the team and in the garage with engineers. So we are learning to work with Nico. We are working very well with Kevin. They are both learning the new car. I think it's a very positive mood and, a good, probably a good ground to build something good.
I'm sure you're going to say it is too early to tell, because that's what every single team principal and driver is saying to me so far. But I've got to ask, where do you think Haas will be in the pecking order through the first 3 races?
Surprise, surprise. It's too early. It's too early to say anything. No, I suppose it's very difficult, as I mentioned before, because everyone is running a different program and everything looks so close. So I suppose, it'd be nice to be there in the middle and fighting for good points from the beginning. That would be really a good objective.
Absolutely. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much, Simone. Back to you guys in commentary.
Thank you very much, Laura. So Haas giving nothing away. No one is, but they do not seem unhappy as George Russell continues with the fastest first sector. He's completing a lap, which looks like it might be an improvement. He remains on the C4 tyre, Jody.
C5 tyre, this one, I believe. Softer compound for George, and it looked better as well through turn 13. So he's just fractionally up through both the first 2 sectors, and now into the final corner. Maybe starting to overheat those rear tyres, slightly scrabbling coming out of there, but this is going to go even quicker, and it does. No personal best in the final sector for him, maybe just slightly losing the rears on the C5, which is softer than we will have for the race next week. But Mercedes, guys, have hit the top of the times. C5 tyre.
It was indeed the C5 tyre that takes him a little bit further. No improvement in that final sector, and not completely pushing to the very edge, but still. George Russell doing a little bit of performance in an unfashionable time of day to be doing so. That's what you get on the final day of testing. And we have 3 hours and 6 minutes to go in this morning session. Delighted to say that we've been joined by Lawrence Barretto. It's a very, very busy morning on track. It's a very busy morning in the commentary box. We're getting through the whole team up here.
Oh, that's brilliant. Thanks for squeezing me in, Alex.
Always a pleasure to see you, Lawrence. Okay, so we always seem to come to you for the mood because you're always speaking.
A man of the vibe.
The man who just takes the pulse of the paddock, I like to say.
What have I got for you?
What have you got? Is that terrible lead in, right?
So I had a few of us had breakfast with Gunter Steiner this morning. And
always fun.
He's always good value.
What does he eat?
Oh, he never has breakfast. This is the thing. The rest of us eat.
You're eating it.
Yeah, so So he has an espresso, always a single espresso, and everyone else is eating and tucking in. Essentially, probably gives media types a bad name, doesn't it? Really. But he was in as good a form as ever, and I think that's partially because they're really happy within the team about how preparations have gone. He didn't say this explicitly, but others in the team have said that this is the best pre-season that Haas have had since they got into Formula One.
Wow. And
that's from everything from the production of the car and the car build and the quality and hitting all the targets and being able to bring things forward so they can be ahead of the game. We just heard from Serena Resta there. He's settled in the team now. He's built the technical team that he wants there. Gene, he was talking to he talked to Gene for 15 minutes every day at the end of the day just to kind of give him an update about what's happening, and he's really happy with the progress the team are making, because at the end of the day it's of course his money that he's plowing into the team. But they're generally really happy with how things are going, especially, Gunter was saying, with how Nico's settled in at the team. He didn't say he was surprised at how he settled in, but was saying that he's really come in, plugged himself straight in, and that experience is already showing through.
It's their best ever driver lineup for Haas. In the history of Haas Formula One team, this is their best lineup, I would say. I mean, K-Mag's been an integral part, really. Roman Grosjean and Magnussen, I guess the other competitor, maybe Magnussen and Schumacher. But I think Hulkenberg is largely considered to be probably the more established option if he can settle in properly, having had those years out. And this is my opinion. But in my opinion, it's their strongest lineup. And why they'll be smiling is because it does sound like Nico's hungry for it. He's settled in really well. And that was, I guess, the one slight question mark about bringing him back, having he thought he was out of it. Bringing back a driver that's moving to his mid-30s, and he's still got the hunger and he's settling in well.
Are you saying this because they're both former teammates?
They're both terrific.
Right, these guys are world beaters.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys are untouchable.
Put them in the Mercedes and the Red Bull and they would be up the road. Who'd be a teammate to them? No, I do think they're both great guys and fast drivers, fundamentally. So they should work together well. And I think Haas, I mean, the car looks decent, as you say. And the fact that Hulkenberg's settling in well, it is very encouraging. So it sounds like the vibe check is positive as well.
The vibe check is back. It has been reintroduced. And where's the vibe check not so happy?
Probably McLaren. I don't want to be too down on them because I think it's still early days. We've only done 2 days of testing. But when Andrea Stella was talking this morning, he was speaking about how they haven't really hit where they wanted to be, and he's more optimistic about the rest of the year because they've got a bunch of developments coming. I think what he was saying is the way that they pushed their development curve last year, it's kind of put them on the back foot with the car that they've got currently, and that he's hopeful that there are bits coming. There's supposed to be some quite big things coming before Baku. In those first few races, a few teams have kind of taken that strategy if they haven't maybe quite hit their targets and have got the full package that they wanted. So it could be that the first few races might be a bit challenging. But then again, he was talking about how close the midfield is. And if you don't get your weekend right in the midfield, you could be fighting to get out of Q1. If you get your weekend right, you could be fighting to get into Q3. And I think that's where other teams like Williams are really going to be able to get big gains if they do have a really smooth weekend. Whereas teams like McLaren, operationally, they've always been very strong, haven't they, really? So I think at least they can rely on that. Last year in that battle with Alpine, the only reason they were able to stay in that fight for so long is because operationally they were really very good. Alpine was the faster car really all throughout the year, and McLaren really fought them. So I think that will be a real strength of theirs this year. But I think there is some element of bracing that the first couple of races could be tricky.
A moment at turn 1 for Oscar Piastri, the driver who had a spin at turn 10 earlier on, and we had a red flag in the opening hour for a sensor falling off Sergio Perez's Red Bull, and that's about the story of the session so far, as Gasly takes a wider line than he'd have wanted through turn 8.
Look how stiff that Alpine looks as well on brakes, just really bouncing over the bumps, not riding them well at all. Alpine are a little bit mysterious to me. The car doesn't look great from what I've seen. It doesn't look horrendous. It looks midfielding. But the team are really, really upbeat. So the vibe check at Alpine, from my research, is that they're really happy. The drivers are happy. Of course, a new partnership there as well. And it's just a slight offset from what I'm seeing and what they're feeling. I will trust them more than me in this case because they know all the numbers and the stats. And we've got Pierre Gasly now coming through the final corner. couple of little slides at 13 on a C3 tyre. Looks like he's getting towards maybe more performance running today, because we haven't really seen them on performance basis just yet. But Gasly doesn't improve with that lap. He's a second away from his personal best, maybe just losing those rears a little bit more in the heat. It's difficult to get a gauge, I think, on Alpine from what I've seen so far.
Yeah, I concur with that, Jolie. I think they're the team that's given their rivals the biggest headache of understanding why, because everyone is talking so highly internally at Alpine about where they are in terms of performance, but from the outside people are going, we can't really see it the same way that you've just said that. But I've never seen Alpine, at least in the last few years, be this optimistic about the start of the year. And you talk to the technical team and they genuinely are like, we're running the test, they're delivering what we want. Like, why would you be happy if you're not genuinely happy?
They've been making positive noises all the way since they launched the car. They're very proud that they've got the weight down. They're very happy with that aspect of it. And they're running through. Basically told everyone to calm down, haven't they? Every time someone's gone, are you on the back foot? They've basically said to calm down. We will get a more complete picture as we run through the day. And it is worth underlining. I feel if we were to summarize everything that we've covered in the opening hour and a bit of this session, is that we have seen dramatic improvements from test to round one in the past. So even if we have a settled order, even if they are, say, at Alpine, not quite where they want to be, there's still a lot of homework that will go on. And we've also covered the calendar. The calendar's got a big airing in the opening race of the year. Specifically, you're going to have to bring upgrades to tracks where you wouldn't want to. I don't think anyone would want to bring an upgrade to Baku, because it can be a total lottery there, but you've got no choice. That's just the way that the calendar falls. The traditional Grand Prix of Spain being the place that we used to see all the updates, it's the 8th Grand Prix of the year. So you're also going to have to risk some upgrades to the car at the curb-heavy Imola layout, and a thin racetrack as well, gravel traps, the walls are very, very close there. It's traditional circuit, so even though it's not the street circuit of Azerbaijan. So the calendar, it's spaced out, but when you do bring your upgrades, you're going to be bringing them to places where it's not the ideal Barcelona layout.
There's a lot of outliers early on in the calendar, isn't there? This circuit is pretty much the conventional circuit now, probably even more so than Barcelona, which is becoming still a traditional circuit and fairly benchmarking, but on the higher downforce spectrum, whereas probably the average is closer to what we have here in Bahrain. But then go to Saudi, which is obviously a major outlier, the world's fastest street circuit, which is fraught with a bit of peril around there. So that's a very bespoke circuit, Saudi, the high speed, the fast corners there as well. Melbourne's always been a slightly different one as well, through the park, resurfaced. It's faster now as well, but for DRS zones, it's probably going away from the sort of absolute street circuit feel that it used to be, but it's still nowhere near a conventional track. Then we get Baku, as Alex just said. Miami comes after that, another street circuit. Imola, and then Monaco. No way you're bringing updates to Monaco. So it is. Then you get into Barcelona and a run of European circuits and more traditional venues. But it is tricky to try and pinpoint where it's going to be. And Baku, with the 3-week gap, is kind of the obvious place to target if you need a big raft of changes.
Yeah, because you mentioned Barcelona. That's 1/3 into the season. You just can't afford to wait, can you, until that point to bring the upgrades. And that's why Baku is kind of that point in time where teams like Alfa are kind of targeting, and McLaren are targeting to bring that upgrade. And it's frustrating in this era, I think, for the teams, because obviously with the cost cap, you can't afford to bring a part and then damage it, because you're only going to have a few of them. You're not going to have tons of spares, and so the risk factor is significantly higher. And you might have to turn over a lot of an early practice session in a weekend to focus on that development. That might put you on the back foot for the rest of the weekend.
And we saw it last year with, I'm sure, when we rocked up to Miami for the first time, new circuit. Alfa Romeo had, I think it was a new front wing on the car. They had one of them. It went on to Valtteri's car, as you'd understand, and he had a rare crash in FP1. And that puts your whole development has gone into that part, and then you can't use it. You get no info about it, and you're on the back foot. So that's the danger of bringing new parts to circuits where incident can happen. Let alone just being a bit of an outlier for the rest of it. Here we go, George Russell on board. Another set of C5s, really running through the softer tyres this morning, Mercedes, finding some performance. He's gone top for the week so far, and he's got some grit now coming out of turn 2, flat out, accelerating, trying to pick a break point for turn 4. And we'll get a first sector split just in a minute. Yeah, no correction at the wheel on the edge there as well. And when you come over the crest, that's quite easy to do. So the rear of the Mercedes working much more nicely in these soft tyres. Little fight of the wheel into turn 8. Got to be careful not to overheat them in this temperature. This is not the conditions they'll be running the soft tyres, of course, next week when it's all under darkness for qualifying. Fastest in the first sector. Slightly more twitchy through the middle part of the lap. Oh, he was early to gas through turn 11 there. A little bit hesitant to commit fully, but he was picking it up quite early there. Was George. He's lost a little bit of time in the middle sector with just a couple of corrections at the wheel. Through turn 13. And now just over the crest and down towards the final big braking zone. Understeering actually a little bit towards the apex. Then he ran out of road towards the exit and just had to fight the wheel, but it's still the fastest final sector of the day so far, and he improves his time by a 10th.
So correction into turn 8. It hasn't gone through 13 particularly happy so far. Hearing skipping over the bumps on the final straight before final 2 corners of 14 and 15, but fastest time of the day so far?
Well, it looks much more poised. The corrections are small now for the Mercedes. When I was out there watching, and it's always going to happen when you bolt on a soft tyre. Your balance is going to come together because the grip level just comes up and it can mask deeper problems. But it looks generally more poised. The correction at turn 8 at the apex was subtle. It wasn't a big armful of opposite lock. It was just a slight hover.
Like we saw with Hamilton yesterday.
Yeah.
In big corrections, really pronounced, really obvious, even if you weren't watching on board.
Exactly. Here it's just subtle, just changes at the wheel. And he had the same into turn 10. 11, wanted the throttle very early, got half of it, but couldn't quite slam the right foot down the whole way. So had to just hesitate slightly. And then 13, if you've got a car pinned through 13, then you really are hooked up, because it's the corner where you're towards the end of the lap, the rear tyres are getting a bit warm. And again, the wind's always just catching you as you're arcing through that right-hander. Overall, it looks like it's in a better place than Mercedes. And of course, the soft tyres are helping that no end. But I'd say they're having a much better morning.
Okay, Charles Leclerc popped up to second position, but he's still running on a harder compound of tyre compared to George Russell. I'm delighted to say that we can now bring in another Williams driver. Yesterday it was Alex Albon. Today we can go downstairs to the hospitality area and speak to Logan Sargent, who is gearing up to make his Formula One debut. And there he is, with slightly more people around him than Alex had yesterday. So already winning friends and influencing people. Logan, great to speak to you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. How's it going today?
It is going very well. It's a wonderful view from this commentary box. But more importantly, how are you finding life behind the wheel of what your teammate called the 45?
Yeah, the FW45 has been it's been a pleasure to drive the last 2 days. I think we're still chasing some things, trying to find some answers, but I think as a whole, it's been a really productive test. We've been moving in the right direction, and it's all been going very well.
It's nice to see you somewhat more relaxed than you were the last time you were on our screens in Abu Dhabi, trying to secure those super license points. I don't think you want to hear the phrase super license ever again, do you, after what you had to go through at the end of the year?
I don't think I'm going to need to at this point. But yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm in a really relaxed place. I feel super at home with the team, and I've just been going through the motions of the test, and I feel like I've been getting really comfortable in the car, and that's all I can ask for, and super excited to carry it through into race 1.
Logan, you completed so many laps yesterday. We were talking about nearly 3 Grand Prix distances. How are you feeling today, and are you still pleased with the efforts yesterday?
Yeah, I think, I think the amount of work I put in through the off season has really showed. previously I wouldn't have been able to physically do that. And, you know, a lot of hours in the gym prepping for the season. And, you know, I think to complete 154 laps in a day, and to be honest, I feel nearly 100% today is a testament to the hard work we've done. And I think that puts me in a really good mindset and gives me confidence going into the season.
Wow. 3 race distances and you're feeling good still today. Happy days. What's going on now today? What's your plan look like?
Well, I have a lot of media commitments today, but no, I'm going to do my best to sort of just really have a look through what's gone down the last 2 days and see what we can do better, where I can improve, where we can improve in terms of getting the car in a better window, and then try to learn as much as I can from Alex. Obviously, he's in the car today, you know, on a similar run plan to me yesterday, and I think, you know, he's great to have him in the car today, and he's going to keep building on what we did yesterday. And yeah, I'll just stay on top of what the team is doing and what direction they're moving in.
You mentioned Alex. He's a terrifically nice guy outside of the car. What's he like behind the scenes? Tell us what your impressions of him as a teammate, first of all, as you gear up to make your debut.
Well, I think firstly, he's, you know, a very honest and an open teammate, which as a rookie is sort of anything you can ask for. But I mean, not to mention, he's a great person to work with. And I mean, he's extremely fast, extremely, you know, precise, and a great driver. And he has experience that I can lean on and learn from. So I think as a rookie coming into the sport, it's pretty much the ideal spot for me.
How's your feedback comparing? Are you writing the same notes at the end of getting in the same car as well?
I think generally, you know, we're more or less experiencing the same limitations. I think, you know, as we know, Bahrain is extremely wind sensitive. These cars are wind sensitive. So it's about, you know, not getting lost in that. But the main limitations have been more or less the same, which is positive because we can move in the same direction.
Logan, there's no reason to suggest that you wouldn't complete the season at all. But when you do complete the season, you're going to be the first American full-timer in Formula One since 2006. Must be an enormous point of pride for you.
It is, for sure. I think, you know, it's just the trust that, you know, Williams has put in me in the last year and a half, 2 years now has been absolutely, you know, vital, and has given me such a feeling of confidence. And, you know, I'm like I said, I'm very relaxed, and, you know, I go into the season knowing I have a lot to learn. I have to adapt to a car that, you know, every car needs to be driven a bit differently, and it's going to take a bit of time. But, you know, they just, like I said, I feel at home, and, you know, I really feel like I can get my feet under the table and start making progress.
Logan, you got 3 home races this year. Pretty cool for your first season in Formula One, and Formula One's growing continuously in America. What's the kind of feeling for you as the American driver in F1?
I mean, not many people have ever had 3 Grand Prix at their home venue, I guess. You know, Miami's on my back door. I'm gonna have so many friends and family there. It's gonna be a special one for me. Gives me a chance for 3 special helmet designs, so that should be good. And yeah, I think, you know, I think just to be able to feel that home atmosphere, that home crowd energy, is something that's gonna be special to experience. And you know, I want to make sure they're 3 of my best.
Quite jealous of that. Silverstone was always great. 1 home race, everyone's there. And they're nicely enough spread out as well. Miami in May, and then when your friends and family want another trip out, you got a choice of Austin or Vegas. What a choice!
For some reason, I feel like they've done that pretty tactically to spread them out over the year. I feel like you know, that gives people the opportunity to get to more than one, and yeah, I think that was a pretty good idea.
We've seen whilst we're chatting, Leclerc's gone to the top of the times, by the way, in the Ferrari on a C4 tyre. There's been a big rear wing assembly change going on at Aston Martin. Are you keeping tabs on what's going on outside of Williams, or are you just solely focused on what you're doing in the car and what Alex is doing? How's it going for your competitors, do you think?
Honestly, I haven't paid too much attention to it. I've had a busy last 2 days, as you can imagine, but I'll look into it a little bit more today. I've been more focused on what we're doing here as a team and what direction we're moving in and where we need to go. But yeah, I'll take a better look today.
Logan, I've been fortunate to commentate on you in Formula 3 and Formula 2. For those of our viewers who are meeting you for the first time, can you give us a summary of the roller coaster journey you've been on to get to Formula 1?
Oh man, where to start? I mean, it's been so up and down. I've had great years. I've had tough years. There were at the end of 2020. I thought, it was pretty much over for the F1 dream. And Williams came along, gave me hope, gave me an opportunity, and we were able to perform well in Formula 2, and here we are. I just think one thing it taught me is even when you feel down and out, don't give up, keep working at it, and if you work hard enough, your chance will come.
And you have plenty of experience of racing Mr. Piastri, who's going to be making his debut at the same Grand Prix as you. You put on a fantastic show in 2020, and finding yourself making your debut. Potentially, you're going to have Felipe Drugovich as well. It's everyone's taking a step up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's great to see to be racing with Oscar again. I mean, we've been teammates probably 3 or 4 times over the course of our careers, and we've always been super close and had this quite a big rivalry, but it's always been a healthy rival, and we're still friends, and it's gonna be awesome to go into our debut weekend together, and hopefully we can have a good race.
Well, these are special moments for you, Logan. As you said, the racing dream, it didn't look very likely when you didn't progress up to Formula 2 that you were going to make it here. So enjoy every moment of it. You've earned it, my friend, and go well making your Grand Prix debut in a week's time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I'll be doing my best.
Logan Sargent, Williams driver, is going to get on with more media appearances. Could you tell the enthusiasm in his voice when he said that earlier on? But a terrific chap, and you could sense a quiet confidence there, and he's relaxed, and great he could join us on the headset.
Absorbing Formula One life. That's basically what it's all about. A long day in the car. I'm really impressed at 154 laps. That is almost 3 race distances. And he's feeling fine today, which is, I mean, as a rookie to jump in, and testing mileage has been so huge this year. The reliability of the cars has been incredible. So to go through that and feel okay is one thing. Now he's learning the media side of things as well, which is it all. Even on your day off, there's plenty to do, especially as a rookie. Everyone wants to get to know you. There's a lot of story to tell, really. So taking it all in, I'd say he's had a pretty decent first test.
I think this is one of the benefits maybe of when you're part of a driver academy. You get exposed to a lot of these things very early on, and so Logan's been at Williams now for a couple of years, kind of as an involvement in various roles, and the team have really kind of tried their best to embed him inside the team. He spent a lot of time at the factory, at the racetrack, and that's offered him the opportunity that when he's been able to step up, he can kind of take it a little bit more in his stride. And I've really noticed a big difference in him since he first came in, and I did my first interview with him in Austin 2 years ago, to now. He's almost like a different character, and I think that's just the confidence that he's been able to build up until that point. All those FP1s the team gave him, I think it's a really good build up into Formula One, given the fact that the best thing would be testing. So the next best thing is everything else that Williams have tried to do for him.
Yeah, and showing the commitment to their driver program as well, making sure he was promoted. There were other options. There were the more experienced options for Williams, but they've decided to go with Logan Sargent, driver from their academy, to promote him. The driver who finished 3rd in the Formula 3 Championship in 2020 doesn't tell the full story. If he'd got to turn 5 of Mugello, he was the favourite to win that title. Who was he racing that year? The very highly rated Teo Porcher, and man making his debut a couple of garages down, Oscar Piastri. Didn't have the funding in 2021 to go straight up to Formula 2. And had to have that frustration that, say, an Esteban Ocon knows very well, of having gone toe-to-toe with a driver, and then suddenly they get promoted. Ocon beat Max Verstappen to the European Formula 3 Championship. Verstappen elevated straight to Formula 1. Ocon had to go sideways to GP3. So Sargent goes through that. He doesn't let his shoulders drop. He goes and fights with an unfancied team. He scores their first victory. Charus, their first victory. He scored for the team, finished 7th, but it's that 7th place that kept him in the game. From that point, Williams got involved. They took him to Carlin. Carlin took him to Formula One, and now he's in the Williams, ready to make a Grand Prix debut. We won't forget Alexander Rossi as well, who was the last American to take part in a Grand Prix. He had 5 races at the back end of 2015. So Sargent's journey, not a straightforward one, but they never really are. You don't always hear it, but he's got a nice, obvious roller coaster time up to Formula One.
He's really had to fight for it. And I think there have been moments where he wasn't quite sure what was going to happen, and that was almost through no fault of his own, really. But then here's a perfect example. If you're in the right place at the right time and you've shown that you've got the ability to step it up, you're going to get an opportunity. And, when the door opened at Williams, he stepped into it. And I'll be honest, I don't think he thought that was going to be the case at the start of the year. He was planning a second year in F2. And that would have made a massive, difference to the way he prepared for that first year. He would have kind of approached it and let's just take this first year slowly, steadily, try and make improvements, and then really nail it in F2 for year 2. And then suddenly, the carrot on an F1 drive was hanging in the window, and he dealt with that pressure really well. Because you know what Williams basically said to him: "You've got it if you get the super license, boys."
Yes.
Think of the pressure that puts that in. And when you have that on your shoulders, and to then go out and do your job, and you're changing the way you're going racing then, aren't you? Because you're kind of protecting your position.
You're saying to a driver to turn off the instinct they've had since they first sat in a car, and he was a karting world champion as well. Very difficult to turn it off like a light switch, but he was having to back out of 50-50 moves, and then you just don't know whether that's going to completely unravel when you're not driving naturally. Anyway, it all worked out. It's all fine. When you were saying that, Lawrence, I was thinking Charles Leclerc's on a fast lap, which we're following at the moment, fastest in the first sector, as he continues in the Ferrari, fastest in the second sector as well, and using all of the curb and a bit more. He's going to complete the lap, and he's going to hope to go even further in front of the rest of the field. Could have been in a totally different grid. There's an alternative reality where it looks completely different. Everyone's in different seats. Either way, we've got a fantastic grid for Formula One in 2023. We've got Charles Leclerc with the fastest time of the day so far, set on the C4 tyres. It's a 1:31.0.
I'm liking it today. Everyone's just turning up the wick a little bit more. We're seeing more potential. Here comes Sergio Perez on a C3 tyre then in the Red Bull, 2.5 down on Leclerc. Still plenty more to come from that car today. But Checo's in the car the whole day, whereas Leclerc and Russell will be hopping out in 2 hours, 38 minutes. Do you want a couple of... in fact, I'll tell you in a minute, a couple of nuggets of information.
Oh, I look forward to that.
Give you a little teaser.
We're teeing up what's to come. Still to come.
Stats.
Still to come. Jolyon Palmer's pace stats. But first, we journey to the final corners of the racetrack where Sam Collins is standing by.
Well, I decided not to go to the final corner itself because Jolyon Palmer, myself, yourself, and Will Buxton on the way into the track this morning decided to talk about high speeds of the cars. And you know I like a top speed of a car. Well, I decided to come down to the straight before the final corner of the track. And I wanted to see if we are going to see any evidence of aquatic marine life, by which I mean porpoising. So the next car we're going to see coming through here will be Pierre Gasly. Now, I think he's on quite a slow run, so we're not going to be particularly seeing that porpoising or that bouncing characteristic. So he won't be building up speed fully until he comes back past. Here you can see he's just running offline in the Alpine, trying to get a bit of heat into the tyres there. But when there's one car I particularly want to look at is Valtteri Bottas, because I've been watching for a little while, and that I can tell you now that Alfa Romeo is porpoising quite significantly at this section of track. But it's the only car that I've really seen doing it. And this is something that anyone who's watched the Drive to Survive, for example, which came out, I think, last night, you can see a really good episode about how that's being dealt with. So we've got Valtteri Bottas now coming out of the penultimate corner. You'll see him coming over the crest. Now watch the rear wing of the Alfa Romeo here. You can just see it hopping up and down a little bit before the finished driver gets on the brakes and turns into the final corner. You can see that. Now the Red Bull nor the Ferrari. The Ferrari's going quite slow, actually. The Red Bull wasn't on full speed either there. Neither of them I've seen doing it even when they are on fast laps. But at this point on the circuit, it's a really good place to stand, to have a good close look at how the cars are performing at high speed. Nick de Vries in the AlphaTauri, I believe, is going to be coming out of that corner next. I'm not quite sure how far away he is. Just can't see around corners. Here he comes, over the crest, full speed. No, see, absolutely no sign of that porpoising that's so clear on the rear of the Alfa Romeo. So AlphaTauri seem to have that problem in hand. Now, the speeds of the cars, the weight of the cars, so the Alfa Romeo has been out for quite a long time, could have quite a heavy fuel load. That pushes the car down. Full fuel tank, car's heavier, sits closer to the road. Then you can get closer to that porpoising characteristic. Maybe some of these other cars are running with slightly lighter fuel loads going for lap times. That will make a difference as well. Maybe they sit the car up a little bit higher, but maybe they've adjusted the suspension to go lower. But only car we've seen really struggling with that is the Alfa Romeo. And I'm a bit surprised by that because we did see great pace from the Alfa Romeo last night with the other driver, Zhou Guanyu, having a really quick lap later in the session. And a few more cars going out of the pits I can hear behind me, just waiting for the next few cars to come through. But along this section of track, the cars are doing 300, coming up to 320 kph, nearly 200 miles an hour. Alex Albon coming through in the Williams. This is a slowish lap. As you can see, he's backing off to build up a lap in the Williams. Going to look at this. Here comes Bottas again, though, in the Alfa Romeo. And once again, yeah, the car is hopping around at peak speed. Now, let's see how the Alpine handles this. Now, Gasly's got up to full speed in that French car. No, he's not. He's still weaving his tyres, trying to get some tyre temperature. So maybe that lap went a bit wrong. He's building up. We'll have a look at him next time by. It's really interesting to understand what the differences are between the philosophies of the cars to avoid the porpoising, because you've got that crest of the hill just there, and I think there's a little bump just there and it's provoking some cars. So let's have a look at the AlphaTauri here. Just smooth as you like over there, full speed, no worries for that Honda powered car. Nick de Vries is really enjoying that. But some of the cars, I think, are being provoked by that crest and a little bit of a bump. This Greywack aggregate has been imported from Shropshire in England. And we were trying to work out the last time this circuit was resurfaced. And it was quite a long time ago. We're not even sure it's ever been resurfaced. It's just a very good surface, but it is getting a bit bumpy. Now, let's look at the Ferrari over the crest. Doesn't look to be a very quick run. No, it is quite quick, but just, again, no sign of porpoising on that car either. And to avoid that porpoising characteristic that the FIA saw and didn't like, and we all saw last year, the sides of the cars have been raised by 15 millimeters, the width of the average finger. And that and they've changed the diffuser slightly, and there's a few other things. Now, the next car we're going to see coming through is Alex Albon. That's the Williams. It's the first time we've seen this car at full speed. Now, let's watch him over the crest, watch the rear wing. No porpoising there. The Red Bull going very slowly, not really worth talking about. He's coming very slowly, building up for the start of the lap. Now, here's Bottas again. He's, again, hopping around at the rear. The Alfa Romeo have got a problem there. Now, let's have the Alpine full speed. No problem for Alpine. So, the only car that we're seeing really porpoising, the only aquatic marine life, is coming to you with the Italian-branded Swiss car, the Alfa Romeo, and that will be a concern for them because they will be seeing that quite significantly in the data. But back to you guys in the box.
Thank you very much, Sam Collins. Excellent stuff as ever. Let's go downstairs. Go on, Jonas.
How do you work out the width of the average finger? It's like taking in all the four fingers across all humans and then averaging them out. The average finger.
I mean, I loved it. I loved it as an example. It immediately confused us. Whilst we work that out for you, Will Buxton's at Ferrari.
I'm waiting for Charles Leclerc to turn up because he is the fastest man out on track, the fastest man that we've seen in this test. As you can see, Ferrari waiting for him. But if we look back to the start of the session this morning, it wasn't all running smoothly for Ferrari or for Charles Leclerc. As we know, he had that DRS problem. The flap opened up. Now, what I can tell you about that is he's fitted a new rear wing. Let's go down and have a look at it. Because it's not a new rear wing. It's the old rear wing. What he was running this morning that he had the failure on was a brand new higher downforce rear wing, which had, as you see on this rear wing, which is the rear wing he's been running all the way through the test, it has two struts in the center there. The wing that he was running this morning had just one strut in the middle of where those two struts are now that secured itself with a nice little semicircular black hoop on top of the exhaust outlet in the center right there. So they were trialing a brand new higher downforce rear wing. They wanted to get decent mileage on that as we are on the final day of testing. But of course, with that DRS issue, they didn't get much running on it at all. Reverted to the original spec rear wing. Charles out on track, fastest lap of the test.
Thank you very much, Will Buxton.
Some debate as to whether a thumb is a finger. Because I said 4 fingers.
I don't think a thumb is a finger.
A thumb is not.
No.
It's a digit, but it's not a finger. So there you go. Little clarification this morning before we head into pace stats. Remember that?
Yeah,
Pace
we
stats.
trailed that.
We trailed it. It's time for pace stats.
Need a
everybody.
jingle for this. Here we go.
Charles Leclerc tops the times on a 1:31.
Are you just going to read the timing page now?
yeah. No. So last year there was a new set of regulations, and it made the car slower. And everyone was saying the cars were as quick as they'd ever been in 2021. Fantastic championship battle between Lewis and Max. And last year the cars got slower, and the cars were cumbersome in the high speed. And generally there was a feeling of, why do you make the car slower? Interestingly, looking at this year compared to last year, and I'm taking yesterday as a finished article of a day and comparing it with last season, and it was Zhou in the Alfa Romeo that topped the times. Oh, a little bit twitchy for Leclerc there on his soft tyre run. But taking yesterday's time, so 1:31.6 for Zhou was 2 seconds quicker than Carlos Sainz did in the Ferrari to top day 2 last year. So there's 2 seconds of progression, like for like. Of course, a lot of that was coming throughout last year as well, and then the latest evolution this year. But interestingly, if you take it back to the last generation of car, and if you'd have just put Zhou's Alfa Romeo yesterday in amongst the 2021 cars on their day 2, he's coming 7th out of 17 in an Alfa Romeo.
Wow. They've clawed it back.
1.3 seconds away from the fastest on that day, which was set by Valtteri Bottas in the Mercedes. So it's really coming back, the pace of this generation of car. It's been incremental a lot through last year. Of course, we started with all that porpoising that Sam was mentioning, and it's been dialed out pretty much completely now. And now the performance is coming on. A new chassis build has hopefully given a load more headroom to find more performance, and we're getting quickly back to the really most fastest Formula One cars that we've had. There's your interesting pace stats.
It was worth it. I'm glad we trailed it, because I think that is worth underlining, that they are clawing back, despite the fact that these are the heaviest ever version, a couple of kilos less this year, but the heaviest ever version we've seen in the history of the sport, and yet clawing back to the maybe Pedro de la Rosa's lap record.
Who knows? I don't think it'll come this year.
This year.
We're not there, but these regulations are going to be stable for a while, and we will get back and maybe beyond, surely beyond what we had before. So the genius of F1 car design and an ever-evolving concept. The other thing that's interesting is reliability, hand in hand with that. Pace getting much better. Reliability, when we've been commentating, it's felt like it's been fairly plain sailing. We had an electrical issue for the Aston Martin day 1. There was a small oil leak on the Red Bull yesterday. There was a hydraulic issue for the Mercedes. But calculating all the laps this year to last year, remember last year as well, there was a Barcelona shakedown before.
Yeah.
So there was a time to dial out some issues, which they've not had apart from some testing, filming mileage before this week. There's been a total of 750 more laps across 2 days.
You are bringing the stats today. That is a huge step forward.
Each team has done, vis-a-vis, 75 more laps than they did at this time last year, on average. It's a huge amount more. Bearing in mind the driver gets a day and a half in the car, they're getting a load more information than they would have been last year. Of course, there was the shakedown as the caveat last year that wasn't timed.
Especially useful for the rookies.
Exactly.
When testing is so restricted and you've been in the sim for a really long time. But at points of testing, it's not felt like testing because it's all been running so efficiently.
And hence, Sargent can do 154 laps yesterday.
Yeah.
Brilliant for him. And there have been days in the past where a rookie gets in the car and you're out of the car in 20 laps and the thing's packed in, the engine's gone, the gearbox is gone, major change, and that's your morning over. We've had really none of those issues.
And most of the teams have had really smooth shakedowns as well. So they got the car out of the box early doors. they performed as they expected. So that really gives you a good baseline headed in to these final few days before the season starts. And I think obviously like the regulations are relatively stable, right? Last year was a brand new generation of car. These are kind of evolutions of last year. But even so, I think it does show, and we were talking about the speed of the cars improving, it just shows how talented the people in Formula One are, that they are able to, as the rule makers of Formula One are trying to slow them down, they still find a way to speed back up again.
Oh, always the case. It's interesting that there was a difference in mentality, wasn't there? Because for a long time, post 1994, safety was such at the forefront that it always seemed to be a way to make sure that the pace was kept under limits. And then basically started by Max Verstappen, there was a talk of, well, you can't just be thrown in a Formula One car and it be simple. So we need to make them wider and we need to make them bulkier. We had the wider tires come back. And then suddenly, for the first time, it was not about keeping a lid on the pace. There was a desire to see, because the safety standards had moved so far forward, there was a desire to see that we get to the forefront, the cutting edge, and the fastest version of the cars we've ever seen.
And it's done in a fantastic way, ground effect, and the cars are able to follow each other much more closely. Drugovich completes a lap and goes fifth. It's getting some performance running. There's definitely a shout that Aston Martin are going to chuck him in the car next week, I think. And just finally, quick accuracy point, whilst we're on stats and accuracy. We were talking about the VB beer. Will Buxton was at pains to point out there is a JP beer. It's a craft beer from Colombia.
Ah, sensational.
Excellent.
It's rated 3.6 stars out of 5.
Oh,
so
okay.
I would have hoped for more.
Yeah,
middling.
But there we go. So I apologise for saying there wasn't. A quick search actually pointed out there was, to all the JP beer fans out there.
Taste test required in the combox, although after yesterday, maybe not a great idea. Let's send it downstairs once again to Sam Collins, who's made his way to turn 11.
Yeah, and it's a rather hairy place down here. I'm assured by our cameraman I'm entirely safe stood where I am. I don't particularly like it, and I'll show you why shortly when the next car comes through the corner. It's going quite slowly, so he's not going to scare me. But this is a very scary place to stand, and I don't really like it. But I'll just tell you about the weather conditions, man. It's quite hot, it's sunny, it's making me sweat. Bit of a wind in the air, but now you look at the cars coming towards us down this back stretch. Now, the Alfa Romeo there is just as the drivers come into the corner on a fast lap. As they run that entry curb, they're pointing directly at my knees. Leclerc will be the next car we see, but he's probably going to be going quite slow. It's an outlap, but when they're coming at full speed, you really see the effects of a Formula One car braking from really quite a high speed along the red and white striped curb there, and then getting it slowed down into this corner and disappearing off up the hill. And it's really quite lively. So there's Leclerc going through really quite slowly, and the Ferrari, he'll be back a lot quicker in a couple of minutes. But Nick De Vries, he'll be down there. He's doing likewise. He's not got up to full speed. So we've got a lot of people going on out laps, which means I think we're about to see some pretty fast laps, which from where I'm standing is a little bit scary. So Nico Hülkenberg back there in the Haas. You can see the very distinctive, it's really interesting, the very distinctive yellow nose of the Red Bull. You can really see that coming towards you. But then the way the cars just change direction on the brakes, turn in, even on out laps, is so impressive. The grip generated by this generation of Formula One car is so phenomenal. I'd really like to see someone like Jolyon Palmer get behind the wheel, or just to give us a real impression of how physical this generation of car is to drive. Because I know in the past some of the cars weren't as physical as they used to be, but I think these cars look pretty aggressive, not just for going over the bumps because they're so stiff. Now we've got Alex Albon coming up. He looks going quite slow out of that corner. And then Valtteri Bottas in the Alfa Romeo also putting quite a slow lap in, but he's picking up the pace going past the other car. And the Alfa Romeo now has passed and got past us. Bottas going onto that curb there. Look, just turning it, jamming the steering wheel, and it goes through. There goes to Williams. Here comes Felipe Drugovich in the Aston Martin towards us, and that will be coming. Now watch the way he moves onto the curb on the right-hand side and then turns in there, shuts the DRS. A little bit slower there for the Aston Martin, a little bit unstable, actually noticeably unstable as he was driving out of the corner. Not sure if that's car or driver. And so you'll see that. And it's going to be interesting to see what Mercedes can do. Russell and Leclerc are the next two cars we see, but they haven't really picked up the pace. But it may be that one of them will start speeding up. Russell trying to get some heat into the tyres of that Mercedes. Really strange looking car. Every time I see it, I'm like, it just looks wrong, doesn't it? But maybe it works. We'll find out. Getting quite busy down there on track. The Ferrari getting out of the way of the the Haas that's coming quite quickly, followed by the Red Bull taking a lot more curb there, Sergio Perez, than the Haas did. Perhaps the Haas was a little bit put off its stride by the very slow Ferrari. But that's one of the things you're going to have to see dealing with these conditions. That light breeze that you might be able to see blowing through my hair as well, it's not quite strong enough to have an influence on the car, but we're on a little bit of a depressed spot. I wonder if the wind's a little bit stronger up on the hill and the drivers will be feeling it. Look at the AlphaTauri there. Looking quite good, off the throttle a little bit longer, but running all of the lap. Valtteri Bottas will be next through in the Alfa Romeo. Now, we saw him going slowly last time, or a little bit quicker last time by, and he's going slower this time. But you see them coming out of that corner just at the far end of the straight, almost with no speed at all. And then by the time they've reached you here, the speed the cars are doing is incredible. You see them brake and then turn in. And little bit of a moment for the Alfa Romeo there through the mid-corner. Quite a few drivers struggling with this corner. I think Jolyon will have to tell us a little bit more about the challenges of driving this one. It's an uphill corner, but it is ever so slightly banked, or it's cambered at least. But I think as you get up the hill, it sort of flicks back at you. The Aston Martin going very slowly past us at the moment. Not much to talk about there, but we'll see a faster car in a minute. And I think it's Nico Hülkenberg and Sergio Perez coming through next. We'll see who appears at the end of the straight momentarily. I can hear a car coming. I can't see a car coming. It's Nico Hülkenberg down there. You can see the white nose of the Haas coming towards us. There's the yellow nose of the Red Bull. Now the Haas is coming at a decent speed by the look of it. He'll move right onto the curb using all of the available racetrack, waggle its nose slightly, drive through the corner, good grip. Perez using more track again than the Haas. Is he more confident in the Red Bull, or is he just, that's the way he drives? Different drivers have different styles, of course. Again, that's a Jolyon question. Here comes the Ferrari. Let's see what this can do, because this has looked like a good car, using just as much track as Perez. Very good all the way through the corner. A little bit of a twitch on the corner exit. I think he's gone off there, actually. I can't see what happened, but he was well out of the throttle. And the AlphaTauri there, bit of a hop from the front wheel into that corner, but yeah, it looked like the Ferrari had a little bit of a moment. It may have gone off on the exit. He just went behind a tree, so I couldn't see him. That's the nature of it. Valtteri Bottas will be next car coming up, and it's really interesting. It's really amazing. I know I've done Formula One for years and years, but the speed of the cars building up towards us, so they come down to the straight, and the differences between the drivers through this corner and the approach, I just find it really fascinating, because you can see the difference between driving styles and the difference between the abilities of each individual car. But Jolyon, I've given you plenty of things to chat about there, and I don't think you're going to have time to do it all. So over to you guys in the commentary box.
Let's see if we have time to do it all as we review the moment. About 19 questions for Jolyon that he's trying to remember. That was the moment that Sam saw trackside live, and Charles Leclerc hauling on the anchors after getting wide out there and then recovering to trundle around again.
It's my favourite spot to watch, that on the entry to turn 11, because Sam's right. You can see big differences between the driving styles, the attitude of the cars there. Leclerc just went too wide out onto the curb on the exit, and you don't want to touch that curb. And he just got onto it, and he had a spin there in free practice last year, and that's maybe why he suddenly just dropped on the anchors to try and get control of the car, and had a lock-up coming back in. Russell doing some...
looking at Russell treating it like a formation lap. I think he's going to go all the way down to the end. So he pulled into the pits.
Some burnouts?
Yeah.
Maybe some burnouts? We cut away. What were Sam's questions? Why is it tricky to drive that corner? Because it's such a long, arcing corner. You go through... it's fast corner, and you go through a lot of wind angles, and it does pick up there a bit. If you have the wind behind you, you're struggling to get the car stopped. You're pushing on the whole way into turn 11, and the traction on the exit is particularly tough as well. Where Leclerc had his big moment over the curb, you want to get on the throttle as soon as you can, but you've got the curb there on the outside. You've got a lot of steering lock on as well, because it's such a long corner. You can't straighten off the exit. Actually, it looked like Hülkenberg did on one of those laps that we were following. He did quite a strange line. But yeah, that's so the entry to it is important, but the exit sweeping now as we see Russell coming through is equally important. And the amount of curb usage that teams have on the entry there is very, very different. The Haas isn't using it nearly so much as Sam was pointing out. The Ferrari, the Red Bull that was behind him all over it. The Haas, I just think it's a stiffer car, and they're not able to abuse the curb. It was the same with K-Mag and Nico there on the entry. So they're just missing a little bit of available track to use that the others are, because maybe they got a little bit more compliance.
Review of the day so far. A sensor fell off the Red Bull in the opening moments, bringing out a red flag. After that, we saw a spin for Oscar Piastri heading down the hill to turn 10. No damage done, though. Used the gargantuan tarmac runoff there to recover, and he made it back to the pits. After that, we saw George Russell bolt on first the C4 and then the C5 to momentarily go top. And then Charles Leclerc on a C4 tyre has taken the fastest time with 2 hours and 15 minutes of the session to go on the final day of pre-season testing for Formula One in 2023. Hulkenberg continuing to run laps out there. A quick check-in with the lap count. Leclerc on 25, Russell on 25. It's 35 for Perez. Gasly on 23. Drugovich, we saw his racing history on the graphic, hoping for a Formula One debut. Still no word on whether that is going to be the case for him. 21 laps on the board for the Aston Martin driver in the test. Then the driver we're looking at has 30. It's 25 for Piastri, 25 for Albon, and the field of the morning completed by Bottas on 39, De Vries on 38.
And Russell is straight into a long run as well, which is what Bottas and De Vries have spent their entire morning doing, 39 and 38 laps on similar tyres, running reasonably similar pace on the whole. Bottas a little bit quicker. I haven't loved the look of the AlphaTauri so far this week. I'm going to lay it out there. It just doesn't look like it's turning very well. Sam again said that they were waiting for the throttle. That's what you have to do when you've got a very understeery car.
Still half a day to go, though, Jolien. Is that the kind of thing that they are going to start to worry about?
Well, if you can maybe find a bit of balance, then you can sort it out. But the problem is you start trying to dial out the understeer, you might create some rear instability, which can be even worse to drive around than a little bit of understeer.
Hulkenberg continuing on a long run. 2 hours and 13 minutes to go. The Haas driver out there, rated very highly by former teammate Jolien Palmer.
If you could be within sort of 0.3 of Hulkenberg, you're an exceptional racing driver. That's what I'd say in the same car.
We're not going to do better than that. Thank you very much to Jolien Palmer and Lawrence Pareto. We are going downstairs, and then you'll hear from David Croft and Anthony Davidson.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, we're down here outside McLaren. You can see Oscar Piastri on the world feed, but with us, I'm concentrating on the wheel brows, because once again, a McLaren is not going anywhere because of work being done on those wheel brows. It's exactly where we were halfway through day one. We're exactly there halfway through the final morning, and it's exactly the same problem. You see they're applying some resin. They've had the heat guns on it already. They've been sanding it down. They're now applying some more resin. The heat gun, I would imagine, will come back out again. And this is all about trying to strengthen these wheel brows, which have been an inherent issue for this car ever since it first got out there on track. It's all about the strength of them. Whether it's a design fault, whether it's a manufacturing fault, we are not sure. But James Key, the designer of this car, has just been into the garage and walked off and is looking, actually, no, he's actually kneeling down by the back of the car. He's looked nothing but concerned all the way through this test, particularly today. Of course, James, so highly regarded when he was over as part of the Red Bull family and with the team we now know as AlphaTauri, was convinced to come over to McLaren to spearhead their assault on the Formula One World Championship. It hasn't quite worked out for him or the team as yet. The reason that this car doesn't have the pace that many McLaren fans would be expecting isn't just that it's missed its targets. It's the fact those targets were actually changed in the lead up to the launch. Because of that, the launch car is kind of a snapshot, a freeze frame of a moment in time before the team decided to take a different developmental curve because of discoveries they made in terms of where they wanted to take this car, the path of progression that they were going to take with it. They decided wasn't the ultimate one, wasn't the optimum one. And so they've changed direction. So this car is sort of frozen until that new development, that new direction can be put into play with developments which will come online 4 or 5 races into the season. But for the here and the now, these integral parts of the car and the aerodynamics of the car, those wheel brows, are a real point of concern for the team because they just can't keep them pointing upright. They're trying to strengthen them, but again, we're at this position where they just can't seem to get the job done. Oscar Piastri, who you can see there, has been in the car, just been sorting out his seating position in the car. They've been applying a little bit more foam behind his back, not quite comfortable. It's just the normal things you get in testing, particularly for a rookie who will have had his seat made, and perhaps there's a little part of it where he just needs to be pushed up a little bit further towards the front of the cockpit, needs to raise his head perhaps a little bit higher just to get a better view down towards those front tires and just get an optimum line of sight. But Piastri would rather be out on track right now, pumping in the laps every lap. Of course, every second out on track so crucial to every driver, but particularly for the Formula One rookies here in 2023. But if we can pan back to the front of the car, he's going absolutely nowhere. This car has not hit its targets. This car has not hit the pace that the team wanted to see from it. And right now, it has serious issues with the structural integrity of those wheel brows, which is stopping it from even going out on track. This is a problem, as we've said, that they've been experiencing all the way from day one. We are in the final day, and those issues have not been rectified. Big questions right now. David Croft and Anthony Davidson down here at McLaren. And I think the biggest question in the paddock, perhaps you can answer it, isn't necessarily of where McLaren will find itself come the race, but how far down the order they will find themselves come the opening race weekend of the season.
Well, thank you very much, William Buxton. In the commentary box now, myself, David Croft, and Anthony Davidson to take you through until the lunch break. And we're on board with Valtteri Bottas in the Alfa Romeo as he completes what could be his best time of the session. Stays ninth, 1:38.433, and it was his best time of the session. Hello, wasn't lying. Here we are in the commentary box. Glad you've managed to get back to the track. Of course. Well,
it was never in doubt.
We arrived this morning. You'd have seen Anthony at the top of the program, and then you had to go back to the hotel to get your running gear. Because tonight, after we've seen all the pace on the track and we know the proper pecking order, we're going to go and run the track. Jog the track, and do our own little pecking order on that one, which at the moment I think is Emma, our production manager, because she's training for a marathon. You, because you're still actually quite fast, and then potentially me third and last. It's a bit like Johnny Herbert in Monaco in '96. Yeah, third and last.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to. It's actually. When you run the circuit, you realise how undulating it is.
It is.
We're out here in the middle of the desert, and you'd think it'd just be completely flat, but and the cameras do that as well. It always does. But when you actually walk it or run the track, you really do feel those elevation changes. Like this dip down towards turn 10 is much steeper than what it looks like on screen.
It basically goes uphill, downhill, uphill, flat, uphill again, downhill, and a little gradual down to the finish line. I'm looking forward to the downhill bit.
This bit here, see on board.
This is uphill.
It looks flat, but it's so steep in reality. And then you go over that brow and it dips down away from you quite severely again into 13. Combine that with a bit of the wind swirling around that area of the track, and the combination between 12 into 13 actually becomes a really difficult part of the track to manage.
I've just remembered, back in the dim and distant past, you remember the first year we ran Spa together?
I do. And I often tell that story.
And we were at Stavelot, and we started the climb up to the bus stop chicane through Blanchimont. But just before we got there, and Anton said to me, at least all the uphill parts have gone now. I said, what do you mean the uphill parts are gone? We've got the run to the bus stop.
I said, it's all flat from here, isn't it?
I said, we've got the run to the bus stop. Oh, no, that's just flat, isn't it? I went, no. Which bit of that uphill climb is flat? And because you'd only ever done it in a racing car, you didn't appreciate just how steep the climb was.
No way.
Which I found incredible.
It's all right when it feels flat when you got 800 to 1,000 horsepower sitting under you. It's much easier.
Certainly was. Anyway, we're delighted to be here. Happy weekend, everybody. Whatever you're doing on this Saturday, whether you're just waking up or you've had a full day when you're settling in for some testing coverage in the evening. I'm really glad that you decided to join us on what is a pivotal day today, and a day where George Russell, as you can see, has set his best time on the C5 tyre, the softest of all the tyre compounds. And I've just been talking to Super Scoop Craig Slater on Sky Sports News, and he said, Crofty, is this a sign that Mercedes are in trouble, that they've gone out there on the C5 tyre to grab a headline time? I said, no, it's a sign it's testing, Craig, and they're trying to test the different tyres and they're trying to get through a run program. But it is key, and it is interesting, because in the past, in recent years, we've not seen Mercedes needing to concentrate on the soft tyres because they've had the pace of the field. And that changed last year, might have changed a bit the year before, and it's definitely been the case this year, where they need to get a handle on those C5 tyres.
I think it's the same for every team out there, Crofty, actually. The tyres have changed quite a bit going into this season. And I think the teams, despite not running them next weekend, the races this year come at you so thick and fast, apart from the lull in April, of course, that they're trying to not just get an understanding of the tyre for, well, this week here, but for the future. The race is coming up at you later on, and it's the ideal time with so few cars on track, like we talked about yesterday, effectively half the field out there. It's a beautiful time to get out there and learn each compound, what they do, what the deficit is, what the wear rates are like, what it does to your balance of the car. All that data is just being gathered. So it's not about going out there and grabbing a headline time. It's the only thing we have to look at the lap times, and the standout lap time is the thing we all end up talking about. But it's not like that for the teams. They've got a program they want to run through. It's all about a data collection exercise. And we'll see every team up and down the grid probably running the C4 and the C5 at some point in a bid to see what happens for later on, if they need to tweak car balance later on in the season when they start running those tyres.
Yeah, that lull in April is going to be quite key for all teams, but particularly for, and as George Russell pointed out in his interview with Ted Kravitz last night, the likes of Mercedes, McLaren, I think as well, who've got big upgrade packages coming, because it just gives you a chance to assess, reassess and reset after the first 3 races, and spend time back at the factory getting the package right for then the flood of races to come after that. And we've got 5 races in 6 weeks, haven't we?
Yeah, also another thing to remember, is that the blanket temperatures have changed. I was reminded earlier on today that the blanket temperature has gone down to only 70 degrees now.
So what was it when you were racing?
Well, I think it was free. You could do whatever you wanted with the blanket temps. Wow. And you could pump them up to 110 degrees if you wanted, to match what the tyre would actually see for the surface of the tyre out on track. So 70 degrees starts to become quite cool, and you think that's where the tyre usually runs, like 90 to 110 degrees, within that range. So knocking them back to 70, suddenly you've got to reassess, reevaluate, and gather all that data again. Right, what happens to the C5, C4? How can we, how does it respond to running the blanket temps that low?
Are we going to be in a situation where drivers are going to need more warm-up on the tyres then?
I should think so, yeah. So, and not here, of course, such a hard track on the tyre, and that's why we don't run the C5 and C4 tyre at Bahrain. But at the circuits where you do have to run it, because the circuit gives you poor warm-up and it's maybe cooler as well, they're going to start running into problems.
So there's a change in the preparation from the driver's side, which is a good thing. I more in the hands of the drivers, I think, is always a good thing for me. But I don't want to see too much veering and weaving from side to side on a formation lap to get as much energy to energize those tires. But we'll see come the first. Are we going to get cooler races this year? Imola could be quite cool again, couldn't it?
Yeah, it often is.
Springtime in Imola, it might be. It's a little bit.
I think Baku is the one they all fear, because you got those long straights. The surface of the tyre cools down, even though the bulk goes up. It's the surface of the tyre that goes down. Oh, there's Alex Albon getting all out of shape on the exit of turn 4 there. aggressive downshifts, really revving the engine through turn 6 as well, and that does not look like he's got the balance he wants in that Williams.
Now that looks a handful, doesn't it?
Very much so. But we saw a lot of this yesterday, Crofty, in these temperatures, don't forget.
We did. This time next week, we'll be thinking about FP3 and we'll be thinking about qualifying. So Aston Martin have decided, Felipe Drugovich, put the soft tyre on. Let's get some representative low fuel pace from yourself here. We've seen Fernando Alonso on the medium, on the C3 tyre, go out on a slightly lower fuel. But now let's see Felipe Drugovich, who, this time next week could well find himself in the situation where he's thinking about qualifying, because we still don't know if Lance Stroll is going to be racing for the team or not.
So he's on the C5 tyre now. He's set his personal best on the C4. That was the second softest tyre in Pirelli's range this year, as Fernando Alonso watches on after his hard day's work yesterday and the day before's afternoon session. So now it's time for Drugovich, who already has a good time on the board, actually. Up there in, for what it's worth, P4. I don't like giving classifications in a test session, but that's what I say. He's 32. Yeah, 32.
You did when you were tested.
Yes, meant a lot back then. 32.4. So you would expect naturally to go a bit faster on the softer tyre, even though the conditions got a bit hotter. Just over 2.5 tenths down in the first split. Looks pretty neat and tidy. Maybe not leaning on the car as much as you would expect through the exit of turn 7, and being nice and gentle on a throttle pickup as well out of turn 8. You can tell already that this guy is used to driving on Pirelli rubber from the F2 category, of course, where they're even more fragile with tyre wear, particularly at this track. You can tell those little tricks you need in your armory as a racing driver. He's already got them. So that's why he's in good stead, I think, for if he has to replace Lance. I think he's going to do a decent job. Let's see what he's up at the second sector. Personal best again, now 8.5 tenths down. And I mean, maybe being a bit harsh, I would expect the Aston to be a little bit quicker than that. I would expect Fernando to be within those 8 tenths by the second split. But look, it's very early days. This is an uphill learning curve in a brand new car for Drugovich, and a second away. Didn't achieve the fastest last sector for him, and maybe that makes sense. Being on the softest tyre, they start to give up a bit in that final sector. But he improves his time nevertheless, goes up to in inverted commas P3.
The interesting thing there for me is that George Russell, also on the C5 tyre, was about 0.6 tenths of a second faster. So here's a little conundrum for you, and I don't know if you can work this out or not. But we think that the Aston Martin has made gains. Certainly looks like they've made gains. Yesterday, were they on a par with Mercedes? And Mercedes were struggling. Aston Martin might have looked a little bit ahead. Mercedes said there was a lot of learning to do overnight, and we can find answers to the problems, and we can fix things and put it right. We've come back to the track today, and within the space of about 3/4 of an hour, George Russell has gone 0.6 tenths of a second faster than Felipe Drugovich.
Well,
so which bit of these factors is driver, and which bit of these factors is car?
I was just thinking, look, I really respect Drugovich. He's a champion, but this is all new to him. I know I said he's got all those tricks in his armory that you need, but he's still mastering his craft in Formula One, and very, very early days for him. And you don't want to do anything wrong in those early days. You feel the pressure. And like I said, he looked a little bit driving within himself through turns 6 and 7 at least. And Fernando, typically with all that confidence and experience, he's got in the brand new car, and it looks like he's been in it forever, the way he's driving. And so that's what you expect from Fernando. And so without being harsh on Drugovich, I would conservatively expect Fernando to go 4 tenths quicker.
Right, 4 tenths quicker.
Yeah, that's a conservative. I would say maybe I'm not doing Drugovich justice here, but just from what I've seen so far and my natural expectations from what Fernando can bring and what we've seen so far this week, let's just say 4 tenths. That brings them into the firing line of around Mercedes pace.
Absolutely.
You're suddenly only 2 tenths away.
So Russell, 6 tenths faster though. Drugovich has just pitted, so we're assuming that was a low fuel run, but they might have pitted to hide whatever they wanted to hide in terms of fuel load.
At least it's like for like Crofty with the tyre.
Yeah,
we know
exactly.
they
We know
both
that's
just ran on a brand new C5 tyre. Similar conditions, within what, 10, 15 minutes of each other?
Yeah. Well, it might be a little bit more.
A little bit more.
I want to develop this a little bit. This theme. And I did ask Christian Horner this morning because I was having a little chat to him when I said, look, just how good is your car? We think it's the class of the field, but is it really good and a class in the hands of one driver? And is it not quite as fast in the hands of the other driver? You know, let's put the max factor, if I could use that headline, into the equation here. Because last year, Max was getting more out of that car than Sergio. And in the times so far that we've seen, that might have carried on a little bit, but we've not seen Sergio do a full day. Have Aston Martin got a similar issue with Fernando Alonso as a two-time world champion against his teammate Lance Stroll, who, with all due respect to Lance, isn't a two-time Formula One world champion? You know, you'd say Charles Leclerc, Carlos Sainz at Ferrari, they're quite a balanced in terms of ability driver lineup. Both are capable of winning races because both have won a race. Same at Red Bull, but Max seems to be in that stratosphere of drivers that's above the good and not quite the greats as yet. He might be a great one day. You know, same with Lewis and George. You know, there's a bit more balance at Mercedes in the drivers, but it's difficult to work out, isn't it? Just how good the car is when there might be a bit of an imbalance in the times being set by the drivers. You and Taco in F3, I think at that time, you were brilliantly matched. You know, because you were both absolutely on the top of your game.
I think it's maybe a little bit harsh saying that Max isn't a great. At least in terms of pure speed, he's phenomenal. I think he's a beast. He's an absolute beast. I mean, who can step in that car and beat him?
Okay,
I haven't seen anyone do it yet.
Not consistently, no.
No. And the worrying thing is, I see him. He's still getting better. It's still early days in his career, and I would already class him as a great.
Interesting.
Yeah, just from what I've seen, other racing drivers totally agree with me as well on this one. What we see, it's one of those, you only see it every once in a while. A driver like that, it's a Senna, it's a Schumacher, it's a Hamilton, and you can immediately throw him into that same mold.
See, and I'm not saying you're wrong by any stretch of the imagination.
Factually, I'm wrong because the stats don't back it up. That's where you're coming from.
Yeah, I'm the stats
man. Yeah, but in terms
to me,
of
he's got the potential to be a great, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if by the time he retires, which remember he said could be at 31, by the time he retires, he is regarded and known as one of the greats of the sport.
You know, my father that watched the F1, watched F1 in the 60s, would stand there and say that Sterling Moss was one of the greats.
Yeah,
never won a championship.
Was Sterling Moss the greatest driver never to win a world championship?
I don't know, because I didn't see him drive.
Ask your dad.
Yeah, maybe he was, but a lot of it's down to perception.
Yeah,
all I know is I've got an eye for watching. You know, I've done this my whole life, and I'd like to think I know what I'm looking at. And I see that there is a difference there with the way that Max performs in the car compared to Perez. And so going back to your question to Horner, what did he say?
Oh yeah, because it was a question that went with that as well.
We completely went off piste there.
No, but I like it when we do that. It's fun. And honestly, at Crofty F1, send me your tweets. I'd love to hear people's viewpoints on this one, and I'll read some tweets out in a moment as they make from tweets to tweaks. They're still looking in and around the brake area, the wheel brow area. Have they just got a bit loose again at McLaren?
Or if they put a sensor on it? I can't quite see with it. Yeah, is there a sensor running through? Oh, and you know what they've done? They've also put in some, the heat. Is it the heat sensors?
Yeah. The team are currently conducting some temporary strengthening work on the, McLaren call them front winglets, we call them wheel brows, to ensure we can complete today's running. It's a very minor issue that will be permanently fixed for the Grand Prix next weekend. So which I read into that, to save on weight, we've
Great shot there, by the way, isn't it?
Absolutely. We've gone down on the strengthening, and we're going to have to go back and strengthen these because that's not the first time, it's the second time it's happened during the course of this test. What Christian said was, it's very difficult to tell. Sergio hasn't had a full day's running yet. He's only had half a day. We'll see more by the end of the day. But there is no doubting Max is absolutely on top of his game at the moment. I'm kind of paraphrasing and trying to remember the exact words, but Max, clearly is showing his ability and getting better all the time. Was Christian's view on that one, but he was very much defending Sergio in that he hasn't had all the time in the car as yet. And look, I'm not trying to put Sergio down in any way, shape or form. It's just, let's look at the stats. He's not winning as many races in that Red Bull as his teammates at the moment, and often there is a 4-5 tenths kind of difference during the course of qualifying.
I think if you asked most drivers on the grid that if you could get in that sister car at Red Bull and be consistently around 3 to 4 tenths off only from Max, especially in race pace, would you accept that? I reckon they'll go, yeah, but that would be a job well done, I reckon.
Yeah, I agree. Mark Hughes, who's a magnificent journalist and who will stand in the commentary box alongside Martin and myself at various times during the course of the season, helping us out during the course of races, says Crofty, Stirling Moss, not only the greatest never to win a title, but one of the greatest drivers of all time. Every one of his peers said we can't do what he does. Stats, he says, are relatively meaningless without context, which I totally agree, and I try and use stats to give context, Mark, as you well know. But Stirling Moss, he says, one of the greatest of all time. And I tend to agree, but, Carlos Reutemann, Ronnie Peterson.
Like I said,
would they be an alternative?
Like I said, I never watched them race, Crofty, but the stats would lead you to believe that Fangio was 5 times better than Stirling Moss.
Yeah, but he wasn't, though.
I don't know. I never saw them race, but all I'm trying to say is that you can't just... It's not the deciding factor how good a racing driver is. It's really not, because the car is so much to do with your performance. It's not like other sports in that respect. It's not like being a runner or a javelin thrower. It's more like horse racing. Yeah. There is another beast under you that really dictates your performance, and you can only compare against your teammate.
A good jockey will always make a bad horse better.
Yeah, but you're not going to win the Derby, are you? On a bad horse, terrible horse.
Not going to win the Derby on a pit pony. You're absolutely right. No. Do you remember in Monaco, many, many years back in the day, when you and I were stood in a commentary box in a practice session? We had Stirling Moss live on the line, and he joined us for a bit of a chat, and we were reminiscing about Monaco and having the greatest time, as we always did, chatting to Stirling. And we got onto the subject of great drivers, and I said, come on, Stirling, in your opinion, who was the greatest driver of all time? To which he replied, Fangio, old boy. And you did exactly then what you just did now and started grinning, and so did I. And it was just the joy in his voice.
But it's your rival.
When he talked about Fangio, he absolutely adored Fangio and what he could do behind the wheel.
It's your rival at the time, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like I say, it's a generational thing. And for him, his nemesis was Fangio.
I know.
And vice versa,
but
probably.
He absolutely, appreciated and adored Fangio as a driver and the talent of the man. Fangio, old boy. I will never forget his voice ringing in my ears there.
And like I say, it comes down to perception. And there's no right answer.
It was a true delight to spend time talking to Stirling. He was a great man.
How many laps is that saying? 15 laps. So this is a proper long run, isn't it? We haven't seen a long run of that length yet. We saw at the end of the session last night around 6 or 7 laps worth.
Yep.
But the degradation wasn't that bad, actually, particularly on the Red Bull and the Ferrari. Both on different tyres they were running then, so that was Leclerc and Verstappen at the wheel of their respective cars. And what do we got here from, speaking of Charles Leclerc? into turn 10, just locks up. So easily done. It's such a delicate balancing act, that one. It's an annoying corner, but you really respect it at the same time. And it's one of those corners you always come out of, if you've got it absolutely right, come out of it thinking, I could have probably just gone in a little bit quicker. And the time that you do, that happens to you. But we've just seen.
I love opinion. Mikey B says, Crofty, saying Hamilton and Russell are evenly matched is unbelievable disrespect to Hamilton. Russell not fit to lace his boots. Come on, Mikey. I think that's a bit disrespectful to George Russell, to be honest, as well. I said more evenly matched as well. There's no doubting Lewis Hamilton has won 7 more titles than George Russell. George is just starting out on his journey now and is a fine driver. As Ant said, stats are meaningless without a bit of context as well. What I was trying to say is I think as it stands at the moment, those two drivers are more evenly matched in their performances out on the track.
There's a saying in motor racing, you're only as good as your last race.
Yeah. Kiki says the way the other F1 drivers talk about Max as well. Max is one of the greatest. However, like I say, I love opinion. Maddie says, Anthony Davidson, what's he on? Max Verstappen is very good, but far from great or the greatest. He's got a long way to go. Red Bull had a very quick car last year with no real opposition and really designed it around Max's driving style. Has Maddie got a point in that bit there, that it is designed around Max's style, therefore you can expect him to be better?
I just look at it where he's come from, the teammates he's had. Started in Toro Rosso, you stick him into the Red Bull for the first race he's ever done anything. And yes, I know the two Mercedes wiped each other out, but he wins. And he beat his teammate on that day. And I think, look, the cream always rises, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And a team starts to lean more towards their car development and who they trust in their feedback by whoever's delivering constantly faster lap times.
Yeah.
And that seems to have always been the case with Max, particularly at Red Bull. So no, I mean, like I say, look, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. He's not the greatest in terms of statistics, of course, but he is on his way, and it's you don't like he is a rarity. You don't see that caliber of driver come along very often. It was great when Lewis Hamilton burst onto the scene, and what a phenomenal driver, and he still is. And I don't know where he finds his motivation as a 7-time world champion. You keep coming back for more and more, and he's as hungry, and Alonso as well, as hungry as the first day they ever stepped foot in a Formula 1 car.
It's that work ethic, I think, that puts you up there as one of the greats, actually, and to do it, you know, Lewis and Fernando over so many seasons. Max is incredible, says Adi, but the first title was controversial. I agree with Anthony. There is so much more to come. Secondly, come on McLaren, # get it sorted. Alex says, Alex Rizzoli says, Jim Clark has got to be the greatest. F1, F2, BTCC, and heaven knows what else in 1 year. Incredible.
I think I would agree with
absolutely.
that comment. I've always said it. I never saw him race, but I've seen enough clips and realised, because I've driven a few different categories of cars in my career, and it does definitely make you a more rounded driver, is what I was saying about Nick de Vries. Actually, he's on camera right now. He's driven a lot of different series in motorsport, and I really think it gives you that makes you a more complete driver, and Fernando's done the same. And that's what Jim Clark was able to do.
Exactly.
And win in everything he ever did.
Yeah. Josh Stanley says, I think all the greats have gone elsewhere, more than one competitive team, and you've seen them excel. Currently, no disrespect to Toro Rosso, I'd need to see Max excel in a less optimal car to cement his great status.
Another good point.
Yeah, I always say about Lewis Hamilton and why I put him. To me, I do think Lewis is the greatest of all time. He's certainly the driver that I've seen win more races during my years as a commentator than any other, but he hasn't always had the best car.
I think that's what
people think he has, but he hasn't. Trust me.
No, he hasn't. And I think that's what made the 2021 season so amazing. The best season I've ever seen. I'm old enough to have seen Prost and Senna battle it out. And I would say that 2021 season was better than anything I saw in those days. It really was. And the reason for it is because the cars were so evenly matched and the drivers were so evenly matched as well. That's what we want to see. And this year, please, to the racing gods, I want to see 3 manufacturers up there.
Yes.
But it's all I ask for. I'm not greedy. Just 3 manufacturers for the first time in a long time. Actually, when was the last time? Can anyone answer that question?
We had 3.
3 manufacturers.
Magic number.
Who could win the championship. Was it that year when Vettel won his first? Back in 2010?
Well, that's when we had 4 drivers, didn't we, going into the final race with a chance of winning the title. So we had
It was probably then, wasn't
Vettel
it?
and Webber, Alonso and Hamilton. And Hamilton was a bit of a long shot, but yeah, that probably was the last time. The fact that it went down to the last lap of the last race in 2021 rather helps. It's been the greatest season ever.
You're starting to tread on dodgy ground here, Crofty.
I'm not going with emotion at this stage. Apologies if I've upset anybody in anything I've just said.
What
in the
a
last
race
sentence.
to not be on the Skypad.
Yeah, there is that.
That's all I'm saying.
Mark Webber.
Yeah.
G'day. We said 2 Red Bulls were in contention there. Mark Webber now part of the managerial team that has got Oscar Piastri on the road to F1.
Do you reckon he's saying to him there, when it comes down to that last lap, those last couple of laps in the last race of the year in Abu Dhabi, and you're in there fighting for the championship, mate, don't listen to the team strategy.
Absolutely. I tell you
Go
what,
with your gut instinct, mate.
It's quite a road that Oscar's been on. Renault Euro Cup, and then F3 and F2. And of course now F1 as well. Hello. Pat Simmons has just walked in. We've got a chair for him there. And if you could give Pat one of the headphones. Rich Grinham says, in the modern era, there have been some great drivers who haven't won a title. Rubens and Massa are the 2 who really come into mind. What else have we got? I agree with Crofty. Max is great. That's what, but he's not yet a great. But it's something he has to earn during his career. James says, how can you say Hamilton's a great when it's all car? He's been equalled or beaten by 3 teammates. Max hasn't been beaten by a teammate, won 2 world titles. Senna only won 3 and was beaten by a teammate too. Michael never was apart from having a broken, and I think there's probably a bit more to that message, but that's where it stopped, James, I'm afraid. As I said, Hamilton hasn't always had the best car. Pat Simmons is with us. He's been in Formula One for a few more years than myself or Anthony. And we're just on the subject, well, 2 subjects here. First of all, who is the greatest driver never to have won a world title? Good morning, by the way. Good afternoon.
Hi, Crofty. I think that's difficult to answer. You know, I've worked with some great drivers. I worked with Senna, I worked with Schumacher, I worked with Alonso, all these other guys. Now, the interesting thing, if you take those 3...
They've all won a world title, by the way. They don't count for this bit.
Oh, you're saying who didn't win
a world title,
Okay,
yeah.
That's his first question.
Martin Brundle.
Now, honestly, that's a really good shout. Martin went to sports cars and proved just how good he
won
was.
the world championship there.
I always say about MB, he was always in the wrong car at the wrong time.
Yeah, with the wrong teammate
as well.
With the wrong teammate, absolutely. So who was the greatest driver of all time?
Okay, the greatest. Well, it probably predates my time, because I think, you know, in those early days of Formula One, early days of Grand Prix racing, I should say. I mean, those guys, they were just heroes, weren't they? Maybe a little bit mad as well, but
I think it helps, to be fair. We love having opinions. Would you put Max Verstappen as an all-time great in the sport?
I think it's early to say that. He's driving absolutely superbly last year, but, you know, the challenge fell away, didn't it?
Yeah.
The Ferrari was there at the beginning of the year. By the end of the year, it was not so much falling away, because actually their competitiveness in the last few races was actually very good.
Yes.
But along the way, the mistakes, the tactical calls, all these sort of things really left Max in a great position. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not detracting anything from his driving, his skill, his age, you know, absolutely amazing. But I think we need a few more years. We need to see Max in the car, maybe not quite so good.
Told you.
I think he's great.
I'm not
is
saying
he
he's
one
not
of?
great.
I said statistically, he's not one of the greats, but he is, in terms of his skill, he's one of the greats. And that got us on to talking about the likes of Sterling Moss and his results didn't back up the theory that he's one of the greats, but we all process it as he was one of the greats because of his speed and his.
But Anthony, what's been harder for you, winning in a great car or driving a car that you might describe in terms that we shouldn't use on air? Because that's what I think is a great driver, someone who can take something by the scruff of the neck and wring a performance out of it that really isn't there.
Well, when I won the World Championship in sports cars, I had the best car, and it makes you feel like a hero, and it makes it feel quite easy.
Yeah.
So winning the World Championship in sports cars was relatively easy.
On Nick, for reference, the track is 5 degrees higher than yesterday racing.
Yeah, so that's going to take its toll.
Felt warmer today as well, to be honest. Track temperature 41.3 degrees at the moment.
But yeah, to go back to your question, Pat, definitely my best results was when I finished 15th or 16th in a Formula 1 race that nobody ever saw. You didn't even feature, but I know I drove really well, and you put together the perfect weekend in a car that was never going to challenge the top 10. And they're some of my finest results, both in qualifying and
the interesting thing is I can relate to that as an engineer.
Yeah.
Won 7 world championships. They weren't the difficult ones. The people say, that was a fantastic strategy you just executed. No, it wasn't. I had the fastest car. It's easy then.
Yeah.
It's when you've really overperformed, when you've even surprised yourself. Those are the days when you feel really proud, I think.
Definitely, yeah. All right, here's another question then. Who impressed you technically as a driver? Oh, I've been sitting here running.
Nico Hulkenberg
saw it just at the last minute, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, at least he's got rid of it, but hopefully no damage to the Haas.
The track sweeper.
Technically, who impressed you the most?
Well, you see, I don't look for someone who impresses me technically. I look for someone who has the same sort of mindset that I have as an engineer, someone who's logical, someone who's clear in their explanations. So I don't want someone with a degree in physics. I don't want them to be explaining aerodynamics to me. I don't need that. What I need is I've got lots of data. I know an awful lot about the car. I know what it's doing. The thing I miss is the nut behind the steering wheel. What does the driver want? What is it that doesn't allow him to go quite as fast as his teammate or his competitor or what have you? It's that description of that bit that I can't measure. So I don't want someone who's technically competent. I want someone who's just clear and logical. I want someone who's intelligent, because they need to have that spare capacity. If they're using it all up driving and they don't have that spare capacity to be able to describe what's going on, to be able to understand the little nuances from one lap to another, the wind's changed a little bit, the tyres have got a little bit hotter and all these sort of things. So, yeah. No physics for me, but good, clear explanation.
How do you think driver feedback has changed, Pat, over the years? So back in the days before the laptop was created and used so heavily in data analysis, you must have lent more towards drivers' feedback?
Yeah.
In a broader
in a very holistic way.
So how has it changed, and what did you expect from the feedback back, in the earlier days of Formula 1, and what would you expect now from the driver? What are you looking for?
I'll give you a classic example. With I got involved in Formula 1 in early 80s, 81, and at that time we didn't have any data acquisition. In fact, one of my first jobs in Formula 1 was to build a data acquisition system out of these newfangled computer chips.
Because you were the one that had the laptop.
That's right. We didn't have a laptop.
It was Jock Clear said to me, actually, the biggest evolution, the biggest step in engineering he saw in his time in Formula 1 was the laptop.
Yeah, it's electronics generally, computer programming, etc. So if I go back to my days, working at Tolman with Derek Warwick, with Brian Henton, even with Ayrton, into the slightly getting towards the mid-80s, we had no instrumentation. So even things like, have we got the right top gear in? What revs are you pulling on the straight? What's the water temperature? Have we got the blanking right? I needed them to read these old analog gauges on their dashboard. And the story I want to tell you is that with Derek one day, he was complaining about engine pickup. Hot turbo, yeah, I'm not surprised he was complaining about engine pickup. It didn't pick up. It sort of, you could flick the pages in your calendar by the time it got up to full revs.
I think we've all driven road cars like that.
Yeah,
Exactly. Actually, our hire car here is.
We still do.
It's like you're describing the exact vehicle.
See, that's how we've moved on. Anyway, I wanted to know what the minimum revs were in the corner. I didn't want to know what the revs on the straight were in this particular instance. I said, I want to know what your minimum revs are, and then start to think about, what we're going to do with the engine. And Derek said, you can't do that. You cannot read the minimum revs in the corner. So I said, oh, okay. So I went home after that race, got in my Golf GTI, and I spent the whole week practicing going into corners as fast as I could.
No.
And just when I was at the point where I thought I'm safe and I can open the throttle, I glanced at the rev counter and see what the revs were. I went back to Derek following me. I said, Derek, I think you can do it, because the action of opening the throttle means that you're feeling confident. So glance. And he came back and he said, you know what? You're right. So I am a data acquisition system.
Excellent. Well, Mr. Data Acquisition System, let's move from the past to the future. Because now you've finished helping shape the regulations and the way the cars look for the meantime. You've moved on to other special projects. And to me, this is such an important project that you're working on now that will define the future of Formula One. And that's sustainable fuels. We see electric series, we see hybrids, but Formula One, running its own hybrid now, of course, still, I think, wants to be a combustion engine series. So what are we going to put in the cars from 2026 onwards when the engines change that allows it to still have a combustion engine, but not make bad emissions for the planet, shall we say?
Couple of things here, Crofty. Sustainable fuels, fabulous project, absolutely, and we'll talk about that. But it is part of a sustainability program. It's a part of Formula One becoming sustainable. It's part of our drive to net zero by 2030, and that's not just the cars. That's the events, it's our operations, it's everything we do. And it's an incredibly difficult target. There's an awful lot of work to do to get there, but we're really, really trying hard. One of the aspects of it is sustainable fuel. And this came about, I guess I started on this around probably in 2017, 2018, 2018. Started thinking, what do we need for the future? I was certainly, I've got children, I've got grandchildren. I know what they're interested in. I know that sustainability is a topic. Global warming is not a discussion. No. It's a fact. Discussions finished many, many years ago. So I thought, what we have to do is we have to get on top of this. I actually said to Ross Brawn, who was my boss at the time, I said, Ross, I think unless we're proactive, we're going to lose this battle. The day someone comes to us and accuses us of not being sustainable, we don't have a leg to stand on. It'll be too late at that time. And I get terribly offended when I read in the sort of popular press the words gas guzzling next to Formula One.
Yeah.
Time and time again, we're not gas guzzlers. We have the most efficient engine on the planet already, but it burns fossil fuels. So around 2018, I said, right, what can we do? And I started sort of looking into synthetic fuels, biofuels, etc. I knew a little bit about biofuels, not a great deal more than that. I had to teach myself a lot. And I was saying during our conference the other day that one of the great things is I live in Oxford, and it has the best second-hand bookshops in the world because all the students put all their books in there at the end of the year. So down to the Oxfam shop, buy all the chemistry books and start learning about hydrocarbon fuels. So many late nights pouring through my books. Yeah. Well, you do, much better than a crime novel or a murder mystery. Wow, the mysteries of carbon and hydrogen.
Agatha Christie couldn't have written it any better. Yes.
Well, I think she was involved actually. So yeah, started getting this idea together, started talking to people, started building up knowledge about it. Went to talk to some of the what were then called oil companies, and not all of them terribly receptive. Some of them quite good. But we then signed a deal with Aramco to become a global partner of Formula One. And Aramco were absolutely fantastic. I said people call themselves oil companies. Aramco were the first people who said, no, we're an energy company.
Right.
And that was a bit of a breakthrough for me, here was someone who said, yeah, we drill for oil, for fossil fuels, we know all about that, but equally we know it has to stop. So now we're working towards sustainable fuels. I also was really pretty aware already that a lot of the early biofuels were not sustainable. They really weren't a good thing. They were competing for land use, with crops, all these sort of bad aspects to it. So I said, right, when we do this, we're going to do it properly, because one of the reasons it's actually quite a difficult subject to research is there is so much hype out there.
Yeah.
And that's a polite word, because some of it really is downright lies. There are people saying they're doing things that when you dig into it, they're not really there. And you have to understand the full life cycle analysis of the carbon, how much energy has been used in making your product, how much carbon's been released in making the product, etc. And so what I decided was that we weren't going to rush into this. There are people out there using sustainable fuels, small quantities. For example, we've introduced it into Formula 2 and Formula 3 this year, 55% blend. So why is it 55% blend? And the reason is you cannot get the sustainable molecules that you need to make the amount of fuel that we need.
And sorry, Pat, that's synthetic fuel, or that's biofuel?
That's a synthetic. It's made from a bio source originally.
Okay.
It's also a lot easier in Formula 2 and Formula 3 because they've all got the same engine.
Yep.
It's a single fuel supplier. So you make a fuel, you blend the fuel, you tune the engines to work on it. And to be honest, if it's not perfect, at least it's the same for everyone. But Formula 1 isn't like that. Formula 1 is about perfection. Formula 1 is about 6 different engines. It's about 5 different fuel companies. And it's about doing that job properly. So I said, right, I don't think we can do this till 2026, because at the moment we're using in Formula 1 about 750,000 litres of fuel a year. And to make 750,000 litres of sustainable fuel, you simply can't do it at the moment.
And that's just racing on the track?
No, to be honest, most of that actually is on the dynos and development.
Oh, really?
The amount on the track is less than that.
Yeah.
And I guess the interesting thing about cars on the track, our footprint, our CO2 footprint as a sport is just over 250,000 tons CO2 equivalent. The amount that relates to these cars running around the track is 0.7%. It's tiny.
No,
it's absolutely tiny. But what we're doing is we're showing a multiplier effect.
Yeah.
There are 1.4 billion vehicles on the road at the moment. By 2030, 2050, 2 billion, who knows? And what we're producing is what's called a drop-in fuel. So it's a fuel that's synthesized. It can go in the car without modifications, maybe a little tweak to the mapping, but you don't physically have to change your engine or anything. And that, I think, is a huge contribution that we make.
And this is why I think this is the most important development for Formula One, because Formula One has always tried to be relevant, road relevant, and to come up with things. And we've praised it over the years, innovations in Formula One that now appear on road cars as well. If we can create as a sport a drop-in fuel, synthetic fuel, that is sustainable and is not damaging the planet, that can then get dropped into those billions of cars around the world, surely that makes Formula One more relevant than it ever was.
I think Formula One has always been relevant. I absolutely agree with you, and I'm not disagreeing at all. But I'll give you an example. When I was a kid, my dad used to take me to Snetterton to watch races. He loved racing as well.
Good dad.
He was a good dad. And we used to drive there in his various cars, but they would have 2 valves per cylinder, they'd have push rods, they'd have a carburetor. We'd arrive at the track, we'd look at these wonderful racing cars, these beautiful racing engines, which were all 4 valves per cylinder, overhead cam, fuel injection. Now, if I take my kids to watch a race, or my grandkids to watch a race, I'm driving a car that has 4 valves per cylinder, overhead cams, fuel injection. So we don't, in the sport, we don't say, right, actually, here's the next best thing and we'll do it and then you follow. We have always worked at the edges of efficiency. Efficiency wins races. Efficiency brings competitiveness. So we've always done it. I think this time it's a little bit more direct. Sometimes it's very indirect. I'll give you another example. We started off in the I guess in the late 80s, into the 90s, we started really working with CFD. Now, CFD, which is computational fluid dynamics, the sort of wind tunnel on the computer, if you like, was really very, very basic in those days. But we needed to simulate a very, very complex mechanism, a racing car, rotating wheels, all this sort of turbulence around it. So we were really pushing the vendors of these CFD codes, the programs themselves, to really help us to model the turbulent flow better. Now, what happens years on, we start building wind farms. And if you want to simulate on the computer using CFD the flow around a single windmill, it's not too difficult. It's not easy, but it's not too difficult. When you have a whole farm of them and they're operating in turbulent wakes, and you then start thinking about things like wake steering and getting better performance from the windmill that's behind the one in front and things like that, they go back and they say, oh, the CFD codes look like they've already developed this sort of stuff. What have they done that for? Oh, they did it for Formula One.
Yeah.
And,
I've never thought of that at all.
unintended consequences.
Wow. So where are we at then? 2026 seems like a long way away. We have a red flag out on the track. Hold that thought for a moment. And that's why we've got the red flag. You've got Valtteri Bottas in the Alfa Romeo, and he's come to a halt, which looks like mechanical issues down at turn 8. No, down at turn 1. No. See turn 1 on the screen.
Yeah,
that does
down
it.
towards 8. You're right.
It is 8. These things happen in testing. Pat, all those years ago when you were running cars with turbos, probably get 3 laps in and think we haven't had a red flag yet. We've done well here, haven't we?
Yeah, but to be honest, isn't the reliability impressive these days?
Sensational.
Three days of testing before the season starts, and give or take a bit, these cars run round lap after lap after lap.
And that very car stopped on track at the moment was a very common sight last year.
Yeah.
This time last year, it really struggled with the gearbox, wasn't
Let's have a little listen.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a run out fuel, but I doubt that's the sim.
That didn't sound very nice. It's still got gears.
No, he was stuck in gear, yeah. Sound like gearbox. You were saying, I mean, they struggled with gearbox last year. But,
whatever it was sudden. And it wasn't something they were trying to simulate on track. As part of a test, they'll always do a little run out, a fuel run out test.
No, but you try and do those at the end of a session,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
you don't inconvenience your wonderful competitors who you try and help so much.
Yeah, they spend all year trying to annihilate each other, and then somehow they have this cordial agreement that we're going to be nice in testing. Yes. Right, we'll get to the bottom of that. Ted will be down at Alfa Romeo to find out. And we're talking sustainable fuels, the future. And as you say, there are many, many sustainable fuels. There's algae as fuel. There's ethanol. There's sediment from the winemaking industry you were telling me about.
I think the World Endurance Championship uses that.
Yeah,
so they're 100% ethanol for the racing, which sounds quite cool. But so what's the difference there between what you're trying to achieve in Formula One and
okay,
what
sit down and get ready for a chemistry lesson.
Oh, I love this.
My son will be loving this chat. He loves chemistry.
If you'd have been my chemistry teacher, I'd have actually listened, to be fair.
Right, let's give it another go, because I was terrible at chemistry at school, but I didn't really care back then because I was too busy focusing on a steering wheel of a go-kart.
Books at the ready. I'm going to take notes.
And you'll be tested
We'll be
afterwards.
tested later.
Yes.
Yeah.
Professor Pat.
But seriously, we call these fuels hydrocarbon fuels. So clue there, hydrogen, carbon.
Burn.
And the sort of quality of the fuel you make is how you mix up your carbon and your hydrogen atoms. Now, each carbon atom wants 4 hydrogen atoms attached to it, but you can take one of them away and attach another carbon atom, blah, blah, blah. So the simplest sort of hydrocarbon, CH4, methane.
CH4.
The gas that we have in our house.
4 hydrocarbons.
4
hydrogens,
parts,
1
yeah,
carbon.
4 hydrogens, yeah.
Done.
Top of the class, please.
See what I could
Well
have
done,
been.
lad.
Where would it have got you, eh?
There.
Of course, it's it's not that simple. You start building up to these long carbon chains, which are the good fuels, the gasolines and things like that. And, even those, depending on how you actually attach the atoms, you get different properties. So it gets more and more complex. The great thing with when we get to things like gasoline, isooctane, there's sort of 8 carbon atoms and even above that, is you get an awful lot of energy in them. So you take a kilogram of gasoline, it has 43 megajoules of energy in it. That's an awful lot of energy.
Yeah.
When you go to your ethanols and things, which are the lower carbon, they don't have that amount of energy. So you're going to have more volume of fuel going into your engine.
Why do they have less?
Simply because they don't have the long carbon chains.
Yeah.
Okay. So
they've not got as much stuff in there that burns as much.
Yeah, ethanol's slightly different because it actually has an oxygen molecule on there as well. So it's in fact, those sort of fuels are called oxygenates because they have the oxygen in them, whereas gasoline requires the oxygen to come in from the air to help it.
That's why rockets use oxygen as energy as well.
Exactly.
So can I assume then that one of your big problems is that to go with a lot of the sustainable fuels that are out there, will need rocket-sized tanks on the side of the cars because you need that much more fuel to complete a distance.
It's not quite that
big
bad,
extreme,
but absolutely, if you're running 100% ethanol or methanol or one of those oxygenate fuels, you will need more of it. As indeed you do with your road fuel with the E10.
And you'll have less power. Will the engine lose power?
It depends. If you totally just put it in the engine, all you have to do is just flow a little bit more fuel in there and then you'll get the same energy out. Now, what we've done with the 2026 fuel is we've said, so we think that's the way things are going, so we will follow that. So what we've done is we've tried to produce a set of regulations that they mandate a fully sustainable fuel, and we trace this all the way down. So, how it's made, we look at the full life cycle analysis of the carbon budget, etc. We accept that putting in something like ethanol is actually quite good because it's quite cheap, and that's a good thing. So, we anticipate that 20% of the fuel is going to be one of these oxygenate type fuels like ethanol or something like that. And then the rest is going to be the more complex molecules that give you the very high energy density. But the important thing is it is a drop-in fuel. Now, when I was first thinking about what the 2026 car should look like, I was actually thinking about a sort of co-optimization of the engine and the fuel. If we're going to make a fuel, then we can make what we want. We can make an engine that will exploit it. But the fuel manufacturers and the engine manufacturers came back and said it'd be much better if actually you produce what we call a drop-in fuel, and you show the world that actually you can synthesize this fuel, you put it in your car and you drive off. So that's what we're doing. We're producing, yes, it's a reasonably high performance fuel, but we're encouraging the pathways to manufacturing it to be different. So if people want, the real trick is where you get the carbon from.
Yeah.
So you can get that from algae, you mentioned, you can get it from direct air,
Carbon
capture from
capture.
the air, carbon capture, get it from waste, which is probably the preferred route at the moment. And in order to ensure that we encourage these different methodologies, but we don't end up with someone making a fuel that's massively better, we've changed the way we regulate the use of the fuel. So at the moment, there is a regulation which states that you cannot flow into your engine more than 100 kilograms of fuel an hour. What we're doing is we're saying, forget about the kilograms, let's talk about energy. the world is energy. Currency is energy these days. You know, that is the new currency. So what we're doing is we're saying 33,000 megajoules of energy an hour. That's what you can flow in. Now, if that requires
33 megajoules an hour.
33,000.
33,000 megajoules.
So if you have a fuel that requires you to then flow, let's say 70 kilograms of that particular fuel an hour, and another fuel at 72, that doesn't matter. The fact is, everyone's got the same energy, and it's then how you use that energy that matters. So, as well as producing sustainable fuel, we're encouraging people to A, use different manufacturing paths, and B, still use it as efficiently as you possibly can.
This is absolutely fascinating. We've got about 2 more minutes with you, so we're going to have to be brief here. Are you going to achieve it? Are we going to have this by 2026?
Yes.
When we've got that drop in fuel for our Formula One cars, does that drop in fuel then get used in every other way that Formula One needs to come racing? The trucks that come to the circuit, encourage people to use them in their cars to come to the circuit, the generators that are used, the planes, etc., that are carrying us around the world?
Well, as I said, the problem is finding the molecules. Now, actually, with the trucks and the generators, we're already doing a lot of that, because it's a lot easier to synthesize a diesel than it is a gasoline type fuel. So already a lot of that is happening. Aircraft, a lot of people talk about SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel, SAF. It's coming in, it's being tested. Again, if you imagine how much fuel is used in aircraft, the process of making it, we're still many, many years away. But yeah, we'll be demonstrating it. And of course, if we've had to wait till 2026 to make enough fuel for us to run in Formula One cars, don't think that by 2027 every car in the world can use this fuel. But what you can do is you can start blending it. Yeah. So, you know, in Europe at the moment, we went from 5% ethylene to 10% ethylene. There's nothing to stop us going to 15% ethylene. There's nothing to stop us going to 10% ethylene plus 5% of synthetic fuel. And then when enough becomes available, 10% of synthetic fuel. So we can keep blending, and we can sort of introduce this. And we really do keep it, because we are not we're not adding any new carbon to the atmosphere. All we're doing is recycling it. We're taking the carbon that's been captured in the waste, captured in the wood chippings, whatever it might be. It's new carbon. It's carbon that was there. It's gone into vegetation or algae or whatever it is, or we've captured it direct from the air. We're using it, we're putting it back. Then we're grabbing it again, we're using it, we're putting it back. It's fully circular.
Might this be the most important thing you've done for this sport?
I hope it's a bit of a legacy. I mean, I'm quite proud of what we've done with the 2022 car that we now see as a 2023 car. No, that's about close racing. It's not aesthetic. It looks, of course,
but
it looks
in terms of the worldwide,
yeah,
great racing keeps us entertained on a Sunday, and you know, it's our livelihoods, and we love it, and people watching love what they're seeing on the track. But when we're being relevant and when we're looking to actually make a difference to planet Earth, this to me feels a little bit more important than getting one car to follow another one more closely.
You're right. And, you know, I've had a long career in Formula One, done many things, won championships, enjoyed all that side of it. I've enjoyed getting into the sort of advising on regulations, working on other things, but I'm passionate about lots of things. Yeah. I'm passionate about motor racing. I'm passionate about engineering, and I'm passionate about climate change. So I actually think, yeah, this is worth doing.
Jongle says, I could listen to the great Pat Simmons for days. His voice and knowledge makes him a Sir David Attenborough of Formula One. And I say that with the greatest respect for both legends. Thank you, Pat, for all your input for F1 to date. It's not exactly blue planet, it's green planet, right?
That's right.
This is how it's going to work. And thank you for joining us.
No, it's fascinating, Pat.
We had a bit of time, because it was testing, to actually delve into this a bit more seriously. And I think we'll continue to delve throughout the year, if that's okay, and years to come. But good luck, keep going. And yeah, let me know when I can get some of that more greener fuel. You know? And also, if you can help my son with his chemistry mults, that'd be really helpful as well.
Second-hand books.
That's what it needs. Pat Simmons, thank you so much indeed.
Thanks to both of you.
That was utterly fascinating, and I'm with you, Jongle. I could actually listen to Pat for days, and have done so over many days as well. He doing an awful lot of good for the future, as we aim to be net carbon zero by 2030. By the way, my son is in his mocks at the moment. He's doing very well with his chemistry. He just needs Professor Pat to take him to another level on that.
And it just goes to show the world needs geeks.
Yeah, absolutely. Geeks shall inherit the earth.
Geeks rule the world.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Once asked Andy Cowell, the former MD at Brixworth, HPP for Mercedes, on behalf of my son and his chemistry lesson, could you run a Formula One engine on, for want of a better word, poo, right? Because it's a hydrocarbon. And he said, actually, yes, we could, and here's how it could work, which was the greatest chemistry lesson I think Daniel ever had, and inspired him to a little bit more on that one. If I could remember what Andy said, I'd relay it all to you, but I can't. Luckily, though, we have another expert in the commentary box to tell us about driving. Pietro Fittipaldi, the reserve driver at the Haas team, is grinning and smiling and is joining us in the commentary box. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Happy to be here. Pretty exciting days of testing, a lot going on with the team and trying to make the car a little bit better. It's super tight in the midfield. So to get that jump ready for the first race is going to be very important. But yeah, I was out on track, very hot as usual here in Bahrain, but exciting stuff.
Does it feel hotter out there today than it was yesterday around the same time?
It definitely feels hotter today. At least for me, I was out there this morning around 11:30, and it was... sun's very hot.
So what's that doing therefore to the car? What have you heard from the drivers in the team, or the driver today so far?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing, I wouldn't say the temperature was like causing so many, let's say, issues or car balance differences, but the wind is something crazy here. I mean, the wind, when it changes from morning to afternoon, you get guys, commentating like completely different car balances, and it switches a lot from the morning to the afternoon. It almost does like a 180 direction, and then you have different car balance in different corners, and that's when it starts getting tricky.
So tightly packed midfield as we look at Nico out on the track at the moment. Where do you think that Haas is? Because you see, we've been busting all the jargon
on the main straight.
On the main straight, well done. That would have been the Gunter Steiner answer. So you can do the team principal bit. We get always
just trying to bide you a bit more time here.
We've got more to work on. We're going through a program. We're not sure what our competitors are doing. We get various things from all the teams here. But you, as a reserve driver, talk to all the other drivers in the paddock, and you all have your little gossips at the end of the day, so you know what's going on. Where do you think that Haas is?
So the main thing in testing is it's hard to see where the other cars are, because
he's been
no. Listen, I'm not going around the question. I'm going to get to it, but it's hard to understand, fuel loads and stuff that the guys are doing. So obviously, you have an engineer that looks at strategy and race simulation, and they kind of simulate what fuel loads the other teams are running, so you can kind of get a basis on competitiveness. And I think that we're, man, it's hard to say, but I'd say we're out of the 10 teams, between 7th and maybe 5th.
Wow.
Around that area. But it's super tight. So I think if you get the car, not in the right window in terms of balance and stuff, you can end up falling down to 8th.
But I'm really glad you said between 5th and 7th there, because I was doing a provisional pecking order earlier today, and I think you've had a better test than McLaren, and I think the Haas team are a little bit above McLaren at the moment. Is that fair?
I mean, if you're saying it, it's pretty fair, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, just from what we've seen so far, I'd say that it's the Aston Martin looks like it's the faster car. It's George Russell about to overtake down the main straight. But the Aston Martin looks like it's got the legs at the moment on the Haas. But certainly the Haas ahead of the McLaren just from what we've seen so far. And both long runs and the short runs, performance runs, it looks like a pretty versatile car. It looks like they're able to place it where they want, and it works in all conditions. But it's, I would agree. Maybe not even as low as 7th. I would think it's, I reckon it's 5th. I would say 5th.
Yeah, I was keeping it just kind of keeping the window open, but I do agree with you. The Aston Martin, going out on track and watching them, very impressive.
Yeah.
Like super stable car, very consistent as well. Not really having major issues in terms of balance, and like that on all 3 days of testing. So I think they're one of like the, let's say, the dark horses.
They're
can surprise
I think it's
people.
fair to say they're the team that's made most progress from where they ended last year coming into this year straight away. But where do you see, because every track's different, as we know, and where would you say the Haas car, where would you say its strengths are in terms of where it finds its grip? The slow speed corners, the high speed corners, higher downforce, lower downforce. Where does it, like I say, it's quite versatile, but every car has its sweet spot.
I think the Haas car is very good with higher downforce stuff. So I think that the higher speed corners and stuff, I think that's where we're good. That's where we performed well last year, higher downforce tracks, and we seem to struggle a little bit more on the lower downforce. That's something that we were working on for this season. As you can see the car breaking into turn 1. Super tricky over here when you get tailwind into turn 1. Very hard to get the car stopped and rotated, and the lock in the front inside wheel quite a bit. But yeah, I'd say the high speed and higher downforce stuff, that's where I think, our car is super strong. And we need to work on the car on a little bit, lower downforce tracks.
Was that the same last year as well? You were a bit draggy when it came to the lower downforce circuits.
Yeah, I would say that's kind of because the car didn't change. It's not a, new generation car. Those are the comments kind of from last year. And obviously that's what the emphasis is on this year, and trying to improve those areas, like kind of top speed and getting a bit less drag on the car. I think that was something important over the off season that the guys are trying to work on.
Just riding on board here, Pietro, it looks like Nico's got very good rotation in the car, the way it can pivot around the corner in the very slow speed, like turn 10. We've seen a lot of cars understeering there, even carrying lockups, and that's something we actually saw from this car early on. Has that been worked on through the test? Have they focused on he's smiling.
No, we're testing a lot of things, and obviously I think today, we had some positive feedback. So I think it's in a good window. Obviously always more to work on. But you're very right. There are a lot of cars that on the slow speed corners, I mean, you can see that the car just understeers, because you have to remember these Formula 1 cars, they're almost like 800 kilos. They're very, not very heavy, but they are heavy cars, and they're very long and wide. So when you're going through the corner, it takes a while to actually get the car rotated. And if you have like a snap or an understeer, everything happens a little bit slower than the previous generation F1 cars. At least when I drove it, that's how I felt. So the car is it's a big car, it's a big car, and it takes a lot to get the car around and stopped. It's not easy.
They're not going to get any smaller or lighter in the near future either. I think they're only going to continue to get heavier, especially when the new power units come in 2026, because there'll be more batteries on them for a start. I'm talking to designers and talking to engineers, the era of heavy Formula 1 cars are here to stay, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think for the looks of it, I like the bigger cars because they look aggressive, they look fast, but obviously when you're driving it, it's not as agile, I think, as the older Formula 1 cars. I think when you used to race or tested the Formula 1 cars as well, and back a couple years ago, I think they were much I'd say funner to drive. I think
they were more, definitely more nimble, more agile, but then you were on the groove tires, and that always felt a bit strange. So I think the perfect combination would have been the lightweight, the smaller car with the slick tires that they enjoy today. But in saying that, they had a lot less downforce because there was a lot less surface area of the car. So there was less you could do to create that downforce. So they have an exceptional amount of load, as the engineers call it, going through the axles on the car from the floor, pulling the car down with the ground effects, and just, like Pietro was saying, the size of the car allows it. It's like flying a huge kite through the air. It's just
it's exactly it's like stuck to the ground, but it does take a while to get it. I mean, it's a huge car, but it's stuck.
While we're watching Felipe Drugovich and the current cream of cars out on the track, wouldn't it be great to compare it, as you were saying, Pietro, with those old cars, those more nimble cars that were racing? Maybe we could pick a lap from, say, 2008 when you were driving, Anthony. Look, on board now. I recognise the crash helmet because thankfully he never changed it. So take us through, gentlemen, this lap.
Well, first of all, listen to the sound
Yeah,
of the engine.
I was about to say that. That's very exciting.
I was on the soft tyres there. You can see that. See the groove tyres. They could draw the stripe in the middle. Yeah, you see immediately how much more agile the car is,
and it's much twitchier. And but when you have twitches, you can correct it really quick.
Look how much bigger the circuit looks as well, because the car's so narrow.
Look like you have more space. It was a wider track.
And we had, I know on this particular car, this was the first year we went to non-traction controlled as well. Look at all the rubber that gets flicked up from the tyres as well when you go offline. So coming down to turn 8. Look at the
It turns,
I didn't
a lot.
I didn't even have to use all the width of the track to get it to the apex that I wanted.
It looks like a miniature, doesn't it? Compared to what we see now. Did you hit the apex here?
Yeah, he did. He did it pretty well. He did it well.
But it's when the car gets to the mid corner point, it's the minimum speed you can get. It's almost like a go-kart, isn't it? How a little bit of rear end instability, which is rare to see on one of these cars, because again they've got so much downforce into turn 11. And even in turn 12, it's twitchy because you haven't got that downforce. The whole time the car's kind of like skating around.
Yeah, and it looks like you can hustle these cars.
Yeah,
the previous generation cars a lot more. I mean, you can be kind of lively on the wheel, where nowadays everything happens a bit slower on the wheel.
I think
you're pretty loose over there.
Looking at but that's how these cars were. And again, because of the groove tyres, it rolled around on all of those edges. It was almost like the feeling, when you're on a set of intermediate tyres in a really dry condition, it's just like always moving on it. That's interesting to see the same track as well, because it hasn't changed.
So here's the question: where do you think you qualified with that lap? Because it actually looked like a really good lap.
To last,
you were hustling it. You were hitting apexes. You were doing everything as a driver you could possibly do, and you reckon you were
quali lap?
Quali lap, yeah.
I've seen mistakes. I could have been better. I think I was second to last. No?
You were second to last. You out-qualified your teammate.
Like we said, that's the most important thing. The first person you have to beat is your teammate.
But we were actually saying yesterday, Pietro, that there are times, and you must feel this as well, that you do a lap, you think, that's brilliant. I couldn't have done any more than that. Now, the critical Davidson,
I wouldn't have said it was brilliant.
Will say that there were mistakes on that. But you think that I've done absolutely everything. And then you look at the times, you think, oh no, I'm still really slow, aren't I? And because you're always influenced by the car that you're driving.
Yeah, that's the worst feeling for a driver. When you feel like you maximized everything, you look at the lap time, you're like, I'm still like a second off. And then you're not sure how you can even go better.
But it is made better when you have out-qualified your teammate. At least you can say, right, it's not me, it's just our situation we're in. But of course, you'd like to be doing all of that and having those feelings, but further up the grid.
Then the engineer asks you, how do you make the car better? Where you need to go faster? I mean, you got to make it better overall. I mean,
Did you know you were 1.6 seconds ahead of your teammate there?
Jeez,
I must have had a problem.
That's flying, man.
Yeah.
Flying.
No, you were that good.
But the thing that's interesting there, I see good parts from the car, and bad parts as well. So we picked up on the tyre, the groove tyres. I really don't think that was a great step for Formula One, and what we were saying earlier on as well in terms of the whole road relevance thing. It's we burnt through tyres so quickly back then, and it wasn't very sustainable doing that. It was irresponsible, really, in many ways. But I see that the car, it's too twitchy in many ways. I didn't, in some moments, I didn't like that twitchiness, particularly in the high speed. I've driven, say, the W12, so the 2021 Mercedes, and it feels to me much more like a sports car, how we would feel a sports car, bigger, heavier car, but with a lot of downforce. And those moments in high speed, that's when these particular cars really come alive, and you can be smoother in many ways. You have to kind of you just maneuver the car around rather than, like you said, hustling it around. And it just depends on which style you have. But I see elements of these cars which I prefer in many ways. I prefer the amount of downforce they have, and like I often say, downforce is your friend as a driver.
Yeah,
I agree with you. The only thing, like with these big cars, I think when you have a moment, the moments are a lot bigger. Like in a high speed, if you're going to catch the car, sometimes it's going to be a bit harder to catch.
Yeah.
If it swings out too much, you're not going to catch it. It's too heavy.
We see that a lot, though, don't we? Sometimes the rear goes, there's no chance of catching it whatsoever. The driver's a bit of a passenger at that stage.
Yeah, you go like maximum counter steer, but then whips the other way and straight in the wall.
It's like a high side on a motorbike, isn't it? It's just going to come back the other way. There was a few moments for Albon there in turn 13, just fighting the wheel.
Talking of coming alive, this year, 70% I think of the Haas car was built and produced in Italy, and then 30% back at Banbury, which is the most it's been so far. There's more input from Banbury than over in Italy. New sponsors have come onto the team as well. Title sponsor, more money coming into the team. Do you see this year that this might be the year that Haas start to come alive a little bit? That the resources are there, both in Italy and at Banbury, and the money is there to go with it.
I think that's very important. Just for us to be able to hit that budget cap, getting a new title sponsor in Formula One is very important. Ooh, that's a pretty big moment there.
What
a rear lockup.
If you try and hustle one of these cars, that's what you get.
It hustles back at you.
It's just a bit.
Wow.
Yeah.
So in which case then, hopefully results for the team will come with it. Where are you working with the team to ensure those results do get better? You're test and reserve driver, but not much testing going on through the season. So what are you doing?
Yeah, so obviously because there's a testing ban, it wasn't like back in the day there was a race team and a test team, which honestly I would have enjoyed that a lot more, because it would have meant I would have been in the car a lot more often. Now you only have, let's say, 5 days of testing in total for everybody between the 2 drivers and myself. So when I do get to test, it's about making sure I'm ready on the pace from the beginning, and trying to help the team with the feedback. A lot of the work we do is on the simulator as well. And when I'm track side, instead of just sitting around and kind of just following, I've been doing a lot with just looking at telemetry, and throughout the race weekends helping passing on info to the race engineer in terms of from a driver's point of view. So we have the onboards of all the cars. We have GPS data, so I can compare Kevin versus Valtteri Bottas during a qualifying run, and before he goes out, it'd be listen, this corner we can try to carry more minimum speed or something like that. So we do some of that stuff, and for me as a driver it's good too, because I'm always learning things from the outside, and I'm still racing. I'm doing full-time WEC and IMSA, so it's a busy schedule, and what I do in Formula One also helps me a lot.
Yeah, which is good to see. I like the fact that you get to compare Kevin or Nico with other drivers on the grid and analyze that, and then make suggestions as well. And I'm assuming that happens across all the teams, and it's used as very much a learning process rather than by the way, he's half a second quicker than you through corners 1, 2, and 3. It's not going to demoralize the drivers in any way, and that you get that input with Kevin and Nico, with Nico, who, on the subject of what's he brought a new energy into the team a little bit. Now he's coming back again for another stint in F1.
Yeah, I think it's good that he got track time last year with Aston Martin, and bringing some kind of different feeling, because I think when you've been driving the same team, the same car, the concepts or philosophy stay pretty similar. So I remember first time we did the postseason test last year together, I was in one car, Nico was in the other, and he immediately felt some differences compared to the Aston Martin, and that input was very good, as well as different powertrains, so different ways that the drivability of the engines are and stuff. So
it's interesting. I've been there before as a driver. It's one of the most interesting times for a debrief as a driver when you've changed teams. Everybody's suddenly interested to hear what you have to say about every element of the car. And they hang on your every word, don't they?
No, that's very true, because it's you don't usually get a driver coming from Mercedes powertrain then going to a Ferrari. So there's a lot of differences. You think, they're all Formula One cars, but they're all built completely, in very different ways under a certain regulation. But everybody brings a different idea on how to maximize each part on the car. So they handle differently on track as well.
It's funny, when I drove that Mercedes last year across the W12, it felt like a Brackley car that I had known my whole time as an F1 driver. Yeah, it just, I can't put my finger on what it was. There wasn't one specific element. It just felt like it had the DNA of that Brackley team. Really strange. And you sit in another car from another team, and of course it's going to feel different. What are we looking at here?
See a hand waving in the air in a moment from George Russell, aren't we? Behind the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc, he's picking up a decent toe.
Well, this is all interesting, though. I think it like we were just saying, it's interesting for drivers as well to get an eye against the different team, different car on track, and understand where the strengths and weaknesses might be from your package compared to theirs, and vice versa. And that little moment he's had there will surely be discussed in the briefing later on.
Charles going to get him back. I dare say he's got DRS down the straight.
He did the right thing there.
Just to close up and then let him go a bit.
He didn't have the pace. It's a different program, different tyres as well. He didn't have the pace, but he thought, I'm not going to be a fool here and just re-overtake him and then be in the way again for the rest of that. He's done the right thing. Maybe he's on an in-lap, but that shows good respect as well.
Pietro and I would have dived down the inside of the
you definitely
overtake. Speed.
Best career finish.
Yeah, is he going to get a podium?
I hope so. I think that'd be great for the team. We got the pole position last year, and now we just need a podium. So
that was without doubt one of the big highlights of last season. Kevin and Gunter striding down the pit lane, as Haas got pole position in Sao Paulo. What a place to get a pole position as well.
And it's always so difficult to get a pole position. Sometimes I'd say maybe even more difficult than a win, because a win, you need a lot to happen to be able to get a win if you're not, with a very good team. And in qualifying, for example, it's everybody out at the same time. And we made it to Q3 and we went out. We're the first ones to go out of the pits, and then boom, red flag after, and you got the pole position.
Oh, it's mega.
It still counts.
You know what? And vitally important as well, because of course we've got Nico coming into the team. Now Nico and Kevin can have their own chat about pole position around Interlagos in Formula One. That could have been a very one-sided conversation in Nico's favour otherwise. The guy is starting on parity with that one. Have you ever got pole at Interlagos?
At Interlagos, no. I never had a pole. I had a race there last year in Brazilian stock car where we started 32nd and I finished 5th. That was my only race there.
Yeah, good effort.
That was my only race there.
Seriously competitive field. You thought Formula 1 was competitive between the drivers?
Yeah, the Brazilian stock car is very competitive.
Oh, yeah.
If you were 32nd, how many cars were there in the race?
There was 33 cars.
Right.
We had
you and Anne have got something in common there as well. Qualifying second last. I like this. We've got parity here. 33 cars going around Interlagos.
33 cars. We had an issue in qualifying, but it started from the back, and it was really cool. I was racing together with Tony Kanaan. We're in the same car.
Nice.
So super cool.
What's the field separated by?
It's very close. It's like within probably 8/10, maximum 7/10.
33 cars, 8/10. If we can get Formula 1 to that stage, imagine.
33 cars.
Well, no, just
mega.
The whole field covered by 8/10.
I think you're absolutely right. Also, there's not much room on the track for 33 cars at Interlagos. You're lapping people quite quickly, I'd have thought, on that one. Well, although they are separated by 8/10.
Going back to Nico, I spotted on the onboard, he's resting his head around the exit of turn 11. And just looking at George Russell there. I mean, all the drivers come out of winter. They try their best and to be race fit, like you said, for yourself. As a reserve, you try to be race fit, but it's an impossible task until you're actually in the thing.
Yeah, it's impossible. Every time you have an off season, you do the most you can to try to keep your neck in shape, but then you get in, first day you're in the car, the next day you're extremely sore. People don't realize you take painkillers at night to make sure you wake up with your neck being able to turn from one side to the other.
On that subject, obviously at Aston Martin, Lance is injured at the moment, and we're waiting to see if he's going to be able to race next weekend. And you've got Felipe Drugovich, very able reserve driver. You've got Stoffel Van Dorn, very able reserve driver. A little rumour in the paddock that Sebastian Vettel did actually throw his hat into the ring and say, no, if you need me, I could be available as well. It's just a rumour. I've not had that confirmed by anyone at Aston Martin, who I'm told said, it's okay, we're covered for this. But I'm not surprised they said it's okay, because on the subject of, training your neck and stuff, Seb wouldn't have been doing any pre-season preparation for coming into Formula One. And despite being a full-time world champion and only just retiring, you need to be building up to this, don't you?
Yeah, you do. I mean, first time you get in, if you've been months, kind of without trainer, without being in the car, at least you have Friday where, you have Friday, I got 2 practices, Saturday you have another practice, and you're able to kind of build up to it, for the race and make sure you don't get too tired, but at least build your neck, kind of wake it up before you actually go into the race. Because qualifying and practice is fine, but it's more the race when you're out there for almost 2 hours that it starts giving out. And it gives out a lot in their braking. People think it's only in the corners, but these cars, the stopping power of the Formula One cars are so incredible that in their braking, sometimes you can't hold your head back and you can't see the corner because your head's forward.
If you're going down the main straight here, as we were with Alex Albon, and you're braking at what, just beyond the 150 marker board? So
I think it's like 110 maybe.
Yeah, 110. Yeah. So you see the board, and just beyond it, hit the brakes, and then you're going to hit the apex, and you're going to slow down from 190 miles an hour to about 65 miles an hour through there.
It is, yes. That's about minimum speed in one.
That is a huge amount of deceleration in a very short time.
Yeah, that's what makes it. So for me, that's what I try to focus on the most, because everybody, they focus on the front of the neck, the sides. But when, like you said, Nico was resting his head on the headrest. So you can put these pads on your headrest that when you're making the corner, you can just lean your head. I mean, you don't have to be a hero and try to hold your head without using the pads. I mean, you just rest your head on the pad and you can see the corner. But what you don't have is under braking. If your neck, and I've had it before, if it gets too tired, you have nothing to hold your neck or to support it under braking.
Horrible feeling.
It's horrible.
Really, I mean, it's such an alien concept to describe to most people, isn't it? And it's one thing is that only Formula One drivers that have done it in the past or currently can all agree on that. Yeah, you get out of into an F1 car after the winter break, it's always quite literally a pain in the neck.
It is
a
very
few days
much.
after, and it's it's kind of like the worst part on your body to be aching. Everyone's been to the gym and felt those that delayed muscle.
And you wake up the next morning all stiff and stuff. It's like headache. It's terrible.
My favorite story. You might like this one because Enrique Benoldi. Remember that guy?
Yeah.
We did a 3-day test at Mugello. Yeah, very tough tracks like Suzuka. And on the 3rd morning, he wakes up. He's having breakfast and he's got his head in his hands, holding his head over his bowl of cereal. He can't hold his head up. He was absolutely destroyed, and he could only do it half the day.
But I completely believe that. I know how it is. Like your head, even after driving the day after, just feels like 3 times heavier. Just because your muscles are just destroyed.
I tell you what. As painful and as destroyed as your neck would be, the pair of you would not swap that for anything.
No.
and you will put up with the pain. Pietro, thanks for coming up. It's been brilliant to talk Haas, Nex, and the rest as well. Good luck this season. Just before you go, a couple of FP1 sessions coming your way this year?
We'll see later on in the year, but obviously I'd love to get back in the car. I did Mexico and Abu Dhabi last year, and I always feel very confident when I jump in on pace off the bat. So hopefully I get some more time, and I'm doing full WEC in IMSA, so it's going to be pretty busy.
Good luck this season, mate.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Thanks very much.
Fittipaldi with us in the commentary box. Cheers, dude. And we've got 38 and a half minutes to go of this session. And I make no apologies for the fact you've been watching the pictures and we've been having, conversations about other things, because it is testing and it gives us a time to talk about an awful lot of stuff that is relevant and is behind the scenes and give you a bit of an insight. But luckily for us, we have people that watch the action while we're chatting away, who keep us up to date with everything that's going on. And Rachel Brooks is now looking at me going, no, I wasn't. Hello, Rachel Brooks.
I was trying to arrange some interviews in the paddock, and then I was stood behind you for a while listening to your conversation intently because it was so interesting. I clearly didn't look at the screen. No. Has that worked? No, I can't multitask at all. I'm really sorry. I have a letdown from women everywhere.
That she was. What has been happening is a lot of long runs have been taking place in the last hour. And we saw that Leclerc-Russell exchange, shall we say. Different tyres, you mentioned it, and different stages of the tyre graining process. So yeah, absolutely right. Charles Leclerc shouldn't have dived down the inside on that one. And don't go thinking for a minute that the Mercedes is suddenly faster than the Ferrari. because they were on different tyres, different programs.
There's just so much, so much degradation around this track. It's incredibly high at the best of times, let alone when the temperature's like it is at the moment. And when we were riding on board with Nico actually earlier on, instead of just noticing his neck had gone, I was noticing how conservatively he was taking, particularly the high-speed corners, really backing out of it, nursing those tyres around for all their worth, and the grips just departing lap after lap after lap.
The one thing I did notice, Crofty, was Valtteri Bottas out of the car in his shorts, in his t-shirt, and his baseball cap while they work on the car at Alfa Romeo, which looked like they were out till lunchtime.
I'm pretty sure that was gearbox.
And he had enough of those issues last year, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, I just picked up. I think he was talking to Mara from Sky Italia, and he was saying, I just lost drive, but it sounded gearboxy, didn't it? And it seemed to be stuck in gear as well. And then Valtteri came out. There was a wall of mechanics stopping anyone looking in while they worked on the Alfa Romeo. So the photographers and the reporters were taking pictures of the wall of mechanics because they couldn't take pictures of anything else.
Well, we used to have the screens, didn't we? I mean, at least the screens
they're
have gone,
gone.
but now it's a case of every mechanic on site blocking your view of the car while they work on it.
You know, we were talking about Sterling Moss a lot earlier. I'm so glad that I follow Matt Bishop, former McLaren and Aston Martin Director of Communications and marvellous author, amongst many other things. He puts out on this day on social media. Tony Brooks, born today, who of course shared the British Grand Prix win at Aintree in 1957 with Sterling Moss. So
Not my dad, Tony Brooks. Although there was confusion throughout my life. People think my dad is the Tony Brooks racing driver. Really? He doesn't have an E in his surname, does he, Tony Brooks, the racing driver?
Really? Oh, well.
So we have an E. He didn't.
He didn't. When's your dad's birthday?
April the 20th.
Oh, happy birthday for April the 20th.
Thanks very much.
to the other Tony Brooks.
Thank you. He used to have a garage at a car dealership, and so the name above it was Tony Brooks, which I'm sure helped actually sell quite a few cars.
My wife's granddad was called John Surtees.
Really?
I think we've discovered a new topic here: relations with famous names.
Here we go. Twitter's going to explode.
This is a Twitter post I never thought I'd do. But if you are, or if you have a name share with a famous racing driver, please, I want to hear it now. Yeah.
The old one of the older press officers at Jaguar Racing back then was called Jane Stewart. Spelt the same as the Jackie Stewart, yeah. And whenever she had coming from the Grand Prix, she would board an aircraft, and Miss Stewart, Miss Stewart, oh yeah. So and because it's just the surname, they would sometimes upgrade her, thinking that it was Jackie, that Jay Stewart has just boarded them.
Brilliant.
Name shares with famous Grand Prix drivers that have got you upgrades wherever in this world. I want to know it now at Crofty F1. And thank you to everybody who was tweeted in to say how much they enjoyed Pat Simmons giving Ant and I a chemistry lesson and talking about sustainable fuels and the future in that area. Like you, I found it absolutely enthralling. And I really believe this is a properly vital thing that F1 should be doing and could have a huge impact. Set people a challenge in F1, you'd be amazed the impact that it can have in a very much shorter space of time. But it will, I could listen to Pat all day long. Like I could listen to this man all day long as well. Down at McLaren, Ted Kravitz.
Hello, Crofty. Hello, Rachel. Hello, Anthony. Hello, everybody. Yes, Tazio Nuvolari here with the latest from the pit lane.
And where did that get you upgraded?
Absolutely nowhere. But now we've got the angle grinder out on the McLaren. You see the little grinder getting rid of the excess bonding that's been strengthening these little wheel barrows. And if it wasn't hot enough down here in the pit lane as we nudge towards 30 degrees, even though I think the temperature officially says it's only 26, does it, Crofty? But it feels much hotter than that.
It says air temperature 27.8 and track temperature 42.9.
Yeah, but they've had the heater. That wasn't hot enough for McLaren. They've had the heater out to strengthen the bond that they've had to do, strengthening these wheel brows that have curtailed their running. So I would put it down to as an annoyance, nowhere near the block of times that McLaren missed around this time last year with the the brake problem, but that was getting towards a bit of a panic and a real situation. This is more of an annoyance. It's cost them some time. They've had to make the fix, strengthen up those fairings, those front wheel fairings, the brows you like to call them. And it's meant that only now can Oscar Piastri actually get into the car and get about his business. Not missing too much in terms of relevance of the day. We've seen Sergio Perez now, the Red Bull. He was out on a brand new set of C3s, I believe, Crofty. It was the yellow tyre with the full markings. So bear that in mind on his run. That's a brand new set. I think you're seeing the Williams out there as well. The Mercedes of George Russell is on its stands, not going anywhere. And up and down, I think we see a little bit of the calm before the storm. Guys, I think the storm will be later this afternoon while everybody does a practice qualifying and then goes straight into a practice race. So we're just seeing the last remnants now of the data gathering and trying out some bits in this unrepresentative track conditions.
Thank you very much, Ted. D Money says, my grandpa's name is Sterling Moss. I'd love a grandpa called Sterling Moss. Oliver, I share a last name with Sir Sterling Moss. It got me free lunches and several dates during my college years. Marvellous. My cat is called Button. Does that count? No, Sarah, it doesn't. But Crazy Scorsese says, F1 names? Yeah. I used to live in Airtown Centre.
Oh, dear. That is he related to you? Because that's a you joke, that one.
I think that's brilliant. Airtown Centre.
Does sound like Crofty's just totally made that up,
doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's like he's been thinking.
Yeah, it's like
the whole way through the TED chat, he was thinking of it, wasn't he? He was trying to come up with one.
It was a genuine tweet. Megan says, my surname is Hamilton. When my mum was pregnant with my little sister, she said if it was a boy, the name was going to be Lewis Carl Hamilton. My dad's name is Carl. But she had a girl. Oh, so close. So close. Couldn't be dealing with people thinking we completely copied Lewis's name. No.
Could have been a Louisa Carla Hamilton.
Not an F1 driver, but my granddad says Harry was called Basil Fox. He was a great fan of motor racing. Basil Fox, ladies and gentlemen. What a great name. My granddad's name was called Basil as well, to be fair. My first name is Nicky and my middle name is Emerson. Says Nicky Denton. I'm joined together with two great drivers there. You like that. I share my name with two-time F1 champ Graham Hill, says Graham. Was a great topic of distraction whilst getting vaccinated as a child in Ireland. Oh, love it. Wow. And Simon says, I knew a Jensen Button at uni, but he drove a 106, hardly a Ford spec. Keep them coming in.
See what could have been Jensen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to ask him. I'm sure Jensen's driven something like a 106 at
we
some
had this
stage
conversation,
in his life.
about people's first cars, didn't we? I'm sure we did it at a race last year. We had a conversation trying to find out everyone's first cars.
Didn't he buy a Ferrari when he first came into F1?
Sounds like Jensen.
He did, yeah.
He did, didn't he?
355, wasn't it? 335? 355,
You would,
was it?
yeah. Here's my first big paycheck. Oh, what have you done with it? Invested it for the future? No, I've bought a Ferrari.
He still got it.
Has he?
Yeah, he still got it. Yeah.
There you go. So the Ferrari's on the track, George Russell in the garage, and we have 28 and a half minutes to go of this session. And as Ted said, it's the afternoon session today that we're kind of waiting for to see who's going to bring what and who's going to put what on the cars that might make a little bit more of a difference.
Sergio Perez has just gone out on a set of mediums. I wonder if we'll get an idea from his run on these compared to Charles' run yesterday afternoon, which obviously different temperatures, different time of day, so you can't really compare it. But
you can compare him, sorry, Rachel, you can compare it to Drogovic, who's out there on a long run, 138.4. He's been pounding those in the last couple of laps. He's on the medium tyre as well. I don't know which type of the medium tyre. Let's
lots of yellow or less yellow?
Exactly, that's what I'm going to look for. So Sergio Perez comes into turn 10.
Not so much
Not
yellow.
so much yellow. So that is the C3.
You're checking on
I'm
you.
going to tell the world about it. He's such a
I could tell from the sound of your
Such a
voice. No, I could tell from the sound of your voice. It was the long drawn out C3.
Why do you
C2?
Oh.
It's a C2. I'm so
50-50
sorry.
Because
choice.
that's going into the harder end of the range, so it must be the C2. The C3 would be the lots of yellow, wouldn't it?
C3's a lots of yellow.
That's why I came up here to help you out.
Why didn't you say at the time then?
So I was waiting for you to get it wrong.
Oh, yeah. So basically, you just admitted you're evil.
It's been a long 3
Evil
days.
snitch. That's what you are.
I share my name with James Hunt, says the latest tweet. Sadly, that's meant higher charges when hiring cars. Something to do with the crash damage waiver insurance.
Dear.
And
dear, oh dear.
And Mr. Ben Limited, thank you. My 1-year-old son, Sterling, keeps turning to the screen when you mention Sterling Moss.
Oh,
Named after Sir Sterling as a family connection to Mike Hawthorne, but no freebies yet from F1. Good morning, Sterling Moss. Turn to the screen again.
So-
I've got a photo
so
of Sterling
oh,
watching the
bless.
telly as well. That's
Hi,
brilliant.
Sterling. There is another little connection to Sterling Moss. My dad, as Tony Brooks, once dated Sterling Moss's secretary. I'm trying to get
more
as
and more
tenuous a
bizarre.
link as I can get for you, but that is the
Best
I
anecdote
know.
since Ant told a story about Enrique Bonaldi holding his head at breakfast.
I don't know if she knew which Tony Brooks she was dating, though. I haven't asked. If she was disappointed or not. I'm sure she's very happy.
Sterling Moss's second. Oh, that's fantastic.
Oh, and you wonder why I like motorsport. There's just so many strong connections there. Crofty.
Oh, welcome.
McLaren's
if you're
on
just
track.
tuning in, there's 25 minutes to go in this session, and we're 10 minutes away from the virtual safety car. So let's watch Oscar Piastri. Right, they've made some modifications, fixings, as it were, to the wheel brows that have weakened again. Something they'll sort out for the first race, but you rather get the feeling, and they're going to have to strengthen them, which means weight as well. And Piastri back out now that the fixing has dried.
Yeah, I saw him driving around earlier on. It looked like he was fully in command of the car, as you'd expect. And he was on a long run, so it looks like he's going to be now as well on the C1 tyre with the white text and white line. And yeah, it's a shame for him, limiting his track time on this final day. But really, in terms of the relevance of it all, it's what's coming later on today. Once the sun goes down and the track starts to cool down a little bit. Hopefully the wind dies down as well as his manager looks on, Mark Webber. And, I mean, so good to have him there by your side, isn't it? All that wealth of experience.
To guide you through, the massive learning curve that this year is going to be. Mark is staring intently at the screen there. I wonder how much. I probably need to ask him this actually. I'll try and find him during the lunch break. How much feedback he gives Oscar on driving and his driving style, or does he leave that to the McLaren team? Does he let the team deal with that? Because he's got Grand Prix winning experience. He vastly knowledgeable about the sport of motor racing and of course Formula One. So there would be a temptation to get involved in that conversation, but is that necessarily the best thing if the team don't want that?
It's more that Mark can be a bridge from the driver to the team. Sometimes the team may not phrase it in the same way to the driver as they would to a driver manager.
Yeah.
And Mark and vice versa. The driver does. You want it to be as much of a harmonious atmosphere in the team as it can be. And sometimes you need that driver manager to say the things you would really like to say, but it doesn't come from you. So it's kind of, it's less personal in many ways, and that filters back the other way. So it's nice also to have from Oscar Piastri's side somebody that has been there and done it. Mm-hmm. It's not about Mark saying to him, I would drive the car like this. I've seen the data and I've seen your onboard. I would do this if it was me. Mark hasn't driven these cars before in this current generation of Formula One. So Oscar knows what he's doing from inside the car. He knows what he's feeling. Mark doesn't have to tell him how to drive. It's all the other things that come with it that can be a weight on your shoulder that you carry and you feel stressed by. Lots of things that can halt your performance as an athlete that Mark can help to soothe in many ways, I guess. So it just makes all you're trying to do as a manager is try to have those awkward conversations without upsetting. Look, we all go to work carrying problems, don't we? Yeah. And it can affect the way you work.
Of course it's.
How nice would it be to just turn up to work without any of those problems affecting you?
He's there to lighten the load, isn't he?
Yeah,
He's there
exactly.
to take those away from him so he can just concentrate on the
Absolutely.
racing. He'll give him the tools to be able to deal with it so that he can concentrate on the racing.
That's what a driver needs to be able to do. Get in the car and drive.
It's funny, but we expect that that's exactly what the drivers do. Just get in the car and drive. They haven't got any problems at all. I mean, look at them. They're all young and handsome and exceptionally well paid.
But there could be someone
But
even
they're
younger
human.
than you and even more handsome than you, waiting in the wings to steal your drive, Crofty.
You almost sound
even,
bitter, Ant.
No, but even waiting there with more backing than maybe you could ever bring, and that becomes a bit tense with it. All those kind of niggly little things that can really annoy you and put you off your game as a driver, and you need somebody else to be fighting those fires for you.
It's a very good point. That's
lots of things you cannot imagine the pressure that they're all under.
A good manager, can
knows,
give you probably 2 or 3 tenths, can't he?
Knows when to let you be aware of those situations and when not to, and when to fight your corner in the right way. Everything that Mark does is about trying to make Oscar drive freely and the best he can.
I've just read this. You're going to love this. I was named after Jacques Villeneuve, says Jacques. And the nurse on the ward's partner was Jacques Villeneuve's chauffeur. Now that is your tenuous link for the day there.
Amazing.
And this I also absolutely love. It's not F1 related, sadly, and I've now Squiggles Maloney. I've just seen this. My uncle was called David Croft. Excellent. What a great name. Get him in the commentary box. I actually there's a David Croft in Perth that's about a third cousin of mine, and I met him a few years ago as well, which was lovely. My dog is called Martin Brundle. Toby Bloomfield. My dog is called Martin Brundle. This is not F1 related, but I love it. From 1971, the landlord at the Ben Jonson, Staniforth Street in Birmingham was Jeff Christmas, says Paul Gamage. Guess what his wife's name was? Mary.
As tangents go.
That's another made-up joke.
No, it's a true story.
That's
True
the kind of
story.
stuff we have to put up with on the
The thing
drive
is,
here.
we can see it coming a mile off. Like the photographers out there at the end of the straight, we can see a Crofty joke coming a mile off.
Merry Christmas.
We're building up. He's building up. He's building. Yeah.
It doesn't matter, Crofty, how many times you say it. It's not going to make it any funnier.
Merry Christmas. I think it's hilarious, quite frankly. If my name was Christmas and I had a daughter, I would seriously consider. Or if my surname was New Year, I'd be Harry.
Driving freely, meanwhile, of any Crofty jokes that Mark Webber's filtering out as we speak.
It's not in his mind anymore.
Can
Putting the
approach
laps
turn
in.
one
Yep.
as he wishes.
How do we think Oscar Piastri is going to do this season? Or let's put this another way. What would be an acceptable and a good return this season for Oscar Piastri?
Being very close to Lando. Doesn't have to beat him, but being very close to Lando, I believe.
Being better than Daniel Ricciardo was against Lando Norris.
Agreed, yeah.
I think that is the answer.
Mm.
And
I think that would be
anything less than
acceptable.
that, not just for Oscar Piastri, but for McLaren, is not acceptable because they've stuck their neck out to say, Daniel, it's got to end. We need you to go. It's not working. They brought in the young hotshot from Melbourne, and he is a hotshot. His junior Formula record is massively impressive. He has to be better than Daniel Ricciardo. Otherwise, the change didn't need making.
He's, while I was actually in the paddock and not paying as much attention to what you wanted me to, unfortunately, I did speak to someone who knows him very well.
Who?
And Oscar knows Oscar very well, and they were saying he is all about racing. I was saying, well, what hobbies, what does he like to do? And they said he is all about racing. This is it. This has always been his focus, and this is, some drivers have other hobbies outside that you hear about and you see, but this is it for him. He is all about this opportunity and this racing. So he will give. I know you can't give more than 100%, but if you could, he would be doing it. So
I've heard he's pretty level-headed as well.
Yes.
So if he wins a race, for example, and he's driven some heroic race, and everyone's chuffed to bits, and including himself. He's got big smiles initially out the car, sprays the champagne, happy days, but then very quickly returns back to just horizontal position and monotone answers, and he's just fully focused all the time. So and I think that hopefully we're holding him in good stead as well.
To deal with the highs and lows, you've got to be able to find your
Absolutely.
base level in the middle somewhere, haven't you?
Ted, down to you. Where are you, sir?
Thank you, Crofty. Just outside Red Bull Racing, where Sergio Perez has, just made an interesting pit stop in terms of he came in. Oh, I didn't know I was going to be busy. There you go. I'll take the sunglasses off. Where he came in and stopped in the pit box. They took off the left rear tyre, and then Paul Monaghan, chief engineer, came and took a picture of the inside rim of the left rear. And then they have a camera. What I noticed when he came into the garage, they had a camera looking back at that left rear tyre. When he came in, Adrian Newey, who we can now see at the back of the garage just next to Hugh Bird, the tall engineer of Sergio Perez, was taking a look at that area. So just something to put in your memory banks if we get to the Bahrain Grand Prix next week, and see if there's any kind of issue around there. It'll just be something that would have shown up on either a bit of skirting or a bit of chafing around that wheel hub, perhaps, or something they wanted to keep an eye on. They had a camera on it, and then they had some attention from the front engineers, the top engineers. But anyway, they've changed the tyres, and Sergio has. There we go. That's got it. The Sergio has rejoined the track, and it all seems to be calm down here, which is
Ted, can I ask you something?
Which is good. Yes, Rachel.
A short while ago, they did another pit stop where one of the tyres, I think on the front right, wasn't ready, was it? Paul Monaghan looked quite sort of agitated then as well. I think pit stops so far have been their problem this test. They had that rear jack issue, and earlier on the pit stop with Perez didn't go very well either.
Well, Paul Monaghan looking sort of troubled is him in a good mood. I don't think it would have been a problem. There seems to be some things when they come in and do a practice pit stop that they want to check. So I think when they practice a pit stop, as many of these teams will be doing, because that's one of the things they want to practice in testing before the weekend, race weekend actually starts, you'll know about it and they'll do a quick pit stop. I would imagine, based on what I just saw, that there was a pit stop that they wanted to have a look at something as the tyre came off. Unless he was waving his arms around and shaking his head and saying that's a very bad pit stop, Rachel. I didn't see it. Was that the kind of
no?
vibe you were getting?
It was more towards the front right, and the tyres. They came in, and from what I remember, 3 of the tyres went on the front right, didn't go on, and he waved to the guy holding the tyre, and then they seemed to swap tyres around or put them all back on again. It was it just looked a little bit strange. Okay. It didn't look like they were checking something. It looked like there was something happened.
Yeah, he took a picture of the inside rim of the left rear, so that was very much deliberate. It's. I mean, he likes photography, does Pedals, but not to that extent. But they're doing it again. They've got another pit stop coming in, so we'll keep across it. We have a live camera down here, so we'll keep across it, and you can watch it happen yourself.
Thanks, Ted.
It is now, without doubt, the most important time of the day, and most interesting time of the day, and the time of the day that gets us very excited. It's virtual safety car time. And I'm all for the need to test all this out. I didn't realise we were going to do it every single day.
Yes, that's why we've got the extra running every day, so they can go through it all. Do you want another tenuous story?
No, go for it.
I sat next to Paul Monaghan on a flight once, and he told me how to fix my oven at home, which wasn't working. Knows everything about everything, Paul Monaghan at Red Bull.
He certainly does. He hasn't spoken to me about football this week. He hasn't come to find me about football, but then...
Which is his team?
Liverpool.
Ah.
Who obviously didn't have the greatest time in the Champions League this week. It's a shame. I was going to high-five him.
That's a joke about the score, Ant, in the football.
Right, thank you very much.
Just thought I'd let you know.
Virtual safety car test to be followed by... I assume a red flag test and maybe a standing start where the drivers will pull away one by one off the grid, not go for it for a race down to the first corner, as much as we'd like to see that.
And maybe a rehearsal of a car's hybrid system failing.
So we did do that yesterday. It was a rehearsal. If you remember, there was a slight confusion as to what was going on at the end, but it was definitely a rehearsal. And during that rehearsal, the engineers
This was down at Williams, by the way, for those of you that didn't see it yesterday.
It's Nick de Vries just into turn 4. Just watch him on the exit of that.
Oh, and gets the old repass.
Yeah, pass and repass.
That's the problem with turn 4. You see, you get on the dust on the inside, and you leave too much of a space to your left-hand side. That allows the car on the outside on the racing line to switch over and get a better exit as you understeer wide out of the corner. And that's a perfect display there by Sergio Perez, how you do the cutback.
We've had some great racing through that part of the circuit.
Exactly. He knew what he was doing, Sergio, and he thought, it's time for the old switcheroo. Forget pass and repass, old switcheroo.
Switcheroo, okay.
I'll go with that one. And so Williams, Logan Sargent pulled into his pit box and jumped out of the car as if the car was live. It wasn't live because the green LED light was on right at the top. And then the mechanics in their marigold gloves, standing by not to touch the car, because it could be live. It was a drill. It was a practice. They found an issue. They thought that actually the car was live. There was a problem with the ERS system, but there wasn't. It was always a drill. And it was always a practice that they had to do to get signed off by the FIA. The thing is that they actually thought they found an issue because built into this practice was, there's an issue. Yeah, you're going to have to deal with this issue. We're going to simulate this. But nobody knew.
Wow, okay. So a proper test.
Like a proper for real test that was always a drill.
It was like a human test as much as a protocol.
Which is good thinking by the team. Yeah, it's good thinking by the team, because if you think it's a rehearsal, you don't necessarily take it, you always take it seriously, but it's a rehearsal. Whereas if you then find a fault, you really will find how people react.
So here's the thing, maybe not something Williams used to do. Maybe something that was
been brought in by James Vowles,
done for the first time, maybe introduced by the new team principal. I actually don't know that for definite because I don't know who decided on that test or not.
He stopped talking to us now. He's become all important. We don't hear these little.
Does he not reply to your messages anymore, Anne? Is this what we're getting from this?
To be fair, he did this morning.
Okay.
He was the one that told me about the usage of tyres and why we're seeing drivers out there and teams using the C4 and the C5 when that's not going to be our tyre next weekend.
Second,
and just sorry, Rachel,
Yes.
just in case people weren't with us a little earlier on. Why have the C4 and C5 tyres been used this morning?
Because we will be using them at circuits coming up thick and fast through this ever tight season that we have with 23 races on the calendar. So you want to get a good idea, and this is a perfect time to do it, as to where the range sits now. With this one extra tyre, the C0 injected into the mix with six tyres now. A different tyre altogether from Pirelli this year. Despite those 6 elements in between, the whole concept has changed. So even the weight of the tyre has gone up. So there's a lot to learn, and it's just a data gathering exercise. It's not a glory run. Like, it's easy for us to see that, as I said at the top, we only have the lap times to go by. But there's always a lot more going on that meets the eye, and that's why the teams are putting their drivers through cycling them through different compounds. Even though we're not using that next week, it's not just as simple as it's a glory run.
I was just about to say, sorry, we saw a shot of Felipe Drugovich, and importantly, 77 laps, second most laps, tied, I should say, with Nico Hulkenberg. But is that the last time we see him in that car? Will we see him back here?
Russell's done 80.
Yes, I said second most.
Oh, is it with? I said
tied with Hulkenberg on 77. That's all right. But will we see him back next week? Because that's his running done. Fernando Alonso gets in the car this afternoon.
De Vries has done 87.
Oh, he has. I need glasses.
We're competitive.
Third.
We don't usually.
We are competitive.
We're competitive with each other.
I'm not flying back with you. I'm glad you're staying here and I'm going home. But we don't know if that's the last time Felipe's in the car. If he's getting out now, those are the laps he's done ahead of potentially taking part in the race weekend next weekend.
Are we expecting Fernando to jump back in?
This afternoon, yes. We are.
He is, okay.
That is a definite. Fernando's back in. I mean, he did 130 laps yesterday. He's only just getting going, bless him. Is Lance Stroll going to drive next week? I am no medical expert. As much as I'd like to think it, I'm not a doctor. So I don't know the extent fully of Lance's injury. what I do know is the team are going to give him every opportunity to get in the car, to get in the sim, to strengthen the wrist, because it is a wrist injury. We couldn't possibly say, because nobody actually knows, and that is the truth. We give you a steer, but I can't give you an accurate steer because I'm not a medical expert. I think the key question for me is, if you have injured yourself and you are rushing to get back, why in a 23 race season are you rushing to be back? Because surely you want to be back fit, not injuring yourself again because you've come back too soon.
And this isn't a back-to-back. There's a gap between this race and Saudi Arabia. So there is plenty of time for him to actually get properly fit. Why would you risk it?
Well, let's ask the person that, has driven a car and might have got injured from time to time. It's every time he walks through an airport security, his collarbone goes off.
I was going to say, so I've jumped back in the car 6 weeks after doing it and breaking my collarbone with surgery, metal plate, still in there today. I've driven a car when I've dislocated my shoulder. Again, I think it was about 5 or 6 weeks afterwards. Broke my back, of course, at Le Mans 2012. That took 6 months before I got back in a car. And broken ribs many, many times in karting, and also in crashes I've had in other forms of motorsport, as Russell lays a lot of rubber down in preparation for next week's running. Just get a bit of rubber in there. Unlikely to rain here. Not impossible, but unlikely to rain here. So the rubber should stay in that position. And yeah, every time I've injured myself and got back in the car, there's always an element of doubt whether you're going to feel a lot of pain when you drive. And I say most often you're pleasantly surprised that it doesn't hurt as much as you feared it would. Never had a wrist injury though. And yeah, despite having power steering on these cars, it's still very heavy to turn.
Yeah.
And with a lot of vibration. So you just don't know. And even after driving the simulator cars, you don't know until you get in the real car with all the G-forces. Because in the sim, you don't have G-force weighing on your arms and your hands on the body as you turn through a corner. You just literally are turning the weight of a wheel.
Yeah.
Which again reacts in a slightly different way to that of a real tyre against a real road surface. So there will still be question marks, even if he has a successful sim test, whether he can drive at 100%. All I know is that every time I have injured myself and get back in, you feel like, well, what's a couple of days extra? If I would get in 5 days earlier or 5 days later, is that really going to be? Is that the be all and end all of that crossover point of I'm ready or I'm not?
Yeah.
In reality, it's longer than that. So my gut instinct is, if he was anywhere near ready, thinking about getting in the car next week, he probably would have given it a go here.
Yeah.
He would have been physically fit enough and ready enough to go, I'm going to try it. Because I tell you, in 5 days, that's not going to make a huge amount of difference.
Can I ask you though? So when you came back from injury, and when, for example, when Fernando came back from his injury from the Australia crash, it was the medical personnel at the track, the FIA said, no, you can't race. So for Lance, what tests will he have to go through to prove that he can drive? He can say it, his doctors can say it, but what will the FIA do to say
we'll
you
have to do an extraction test for start?
Exactly, you have to do that. But is there anything else they'll put him through?
We should really ask the FIA, the doctors, maybe here right now or who will arrive next week. They can answer that question properly. But from, again, using my experience, the last injury I had was a rib injury. And I was ready to drive in Fuji a couple of years ago, and I knew I was ready. But the FIA medical team were aware of the injury I had sustained and weren't comfortable with me getting back in the car, so their test was simply just to squeeze my rib cage. Quite a lot of force on it.
Oh, they gave you a hug.
They basically gave me a bear hug, yeah. And it was fine, but it was quite, in a way, quite elementary. Because how else do you test really the force that's going to go through your ribs in the car? So that was the way it tested.
Just picking up on your point though, that if Lance can drive next week, you'd have thought he'd have been here because it's not going to make that much difference. They're not actually doing lights. They're just doing practice starts on the grid because we're not under red flag conditions still. Just a little thought about that. If he came here thinking, well, it's close and close to the race, and I think I'm okay and I can do it, and got in the car, and after 2 laps went, no, I can't. No, I can't do this. Team's lost a huge amount of running, haven't they? Because at the very least, they've got to change the pedals, change the seat, put another driver in. And I don't actually know if you've declared a driver for a session in testing, whether you can stick another driver in during that session. So there's the potential there to lose a whole session if Lance wasn't fit enough to have driven and had come here to give it a try. And when you've only got a 3-day test.
Yeah, no, I see where you're coming from.
You're basically losing a sixth of your running if he's not fit enough.
Exactly. Yeah, but the same thing could happen next week if he decides to during a free practice session.
Well,
I'm ready.
Yes, but you're only losing an hour, and I know in terms of fractions, you're losing a third of your practice, but it's only an hour, and it's not your pre-season test, and you've not got a huge amount of program to run through that you're now not going to get through. And you can then go and put. You can change the setup in the car for another driver. And you've also got that reserve driver accustomed to the new car.
Like I say, only he knows how he feels.
Correct.
And if he felt like he was confident to get in and drive next Friday, he would probably be confident to drive this afternoon in the evening session.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because not much else is going to change.
But is it possible that decision was taken out of his hands by the team to say, actually, we need mileage, we need reliability, we need to know where that car is, and your fitness will prove in the week. Don't forget, there is a chance to get the car on the track with Lance in it before next Friday, and that's in between the test and the race.
That's great that they can use that opportunity. Yeah. But like I'm saying, every time I've injured myself, I thought, I'll be. I kind of knew instinctively if I'd be okay or not.
Yeah.
And 5 days didn't really change anything in that progress.
Truth is, the team, we were discussing this last night as well, weren't we? That actually, it's up to the team and it's up to Lance as to when they want to tell us, the extent of the injury, what the injury actually is, and whether Lance is coming back or not.
Because it's not going to stop people hypothesizing and jump into conclusions anyway. And we're doing it right now.
And I know in some quarters, various sections of the media said, no, you should be telling us what's going on. Well, this is someone's, physical fitness, and it's up to the team to decide as and when they want to put that information out there. And, we're not going to speculate on the extent of Lance's injury at all, but I do know it is to do with his wrist.
The only reason that he'll be pushing incredibly hard now to get back in for the first race is because the car looks quick.
Yes,
correct.
Exactly.
If it was last year's car, you'd be like, I'll take it or leave it. I think, I'll just rest up, thanks.
If it was me, I'd really want to be getting into that car, given where he knew the car would have been at this stage last year.
But weigh it up as well, though, because if you do more damage to yourself by doing that one race, you could potentially miss more than just one race in a car that is phenomenal in a busy season.
Another good point.
Putting my sensible head on.
You never take your sensible head off.
I'm like Wurzel Gummidge, a different head for every day.
No, this is why the likes of Ant and I associate with yourself and call you a true friend, because you're the sensible one of this trio.
That makes you sound incredibly dull.
Sensible, not dull. There's absolutely nothing dull about
and sensible. I'm not doing very well here this week.
To be fair, Crofty, the bar isn't set particularly high
This
on that
is true.
one.
This is true. It doesn't take much to be more sensible than you two.
I love this. We've got school teacher. We've had Professor Pat. We've covered all bases. And I'm going to spend the lunch break, going through my periodic table, quite frankly.
Wasn't that brilliant?
Superb. So we sit at the dinner table, Daniel, goes to the periodic table and coming up with elements I have no idea, I've never even heard of. I probably did at one stage of my life, but I've completely forgotten them now.
I do feel like there are more now than when we learnt it, I have to say.
Discoveries all the time. unobtainium, is that a real element? Is that on the periodic table, or is that just what Formula One teams want to put in their cars to make it go faster? Because it's lighter and more expensive. Unobtainium.
There might be. Who knows?
Right, what are we going to see this afternoon then?
The sun go down.
Okay, and it get cooler.
The temperature. Actually, will we see the temperature fall?
We won't see the temperature fall. We will
Yes.
feel the
Yes.
temperature fall. In the heat of the day, C4 tyres for Charles Leclerc with the fastest time by 4/10. From George Russell on the C5. Felipe Drugovich completes his testing program. Second off the pace, also on the C5 tyres. Sergio Perez putting in 69 laps. He's got all day to do some more. And on the C3 tyre, 1.5 seconds near enough off the pace. Gasly, Albon, Hulkenberg, Piastri, Bottas and De Vries completing the top 10. Bottas stopping on the track with what looked like gearbox problems. We'll be back this afternoon to give you more information on that and to complete our coverage of the testing session. And when we finish, the lights will be on. Representative conditions for the race next week here in Bahrain. But Ferrari topping the timing charts this morning. 67 laps from Charles Leclerc, fastest by 4/10.
It's the final countdown. On the last day of pre-season testing for Formula One in 2023, welcome back to the Circuit International Bahrain for the concluding session, 4.5 hours between us and the opening Grand Prix of the year as we ramp up to the longest ever Formula One season. Here's the circuit that the drivers know very well by now. It's 5.4 kilometers, 3.3 miles. And the elevation 15.2 meters, 15 turns officially listed. As you can see though, final corner basically only 14. Wonderful facility to go racing. Another glorious day. The humidity is up today. The wind is down as a result. It's felt like the warmest day, but temperatures in truth have been consistent across the three. The air temperature is 28 degrees. The track temperature 41 out there. And we have an absolutely stacked, loaded combox ready as everyone switches on their microphones in unison. We are excited to welcome back to commentary Jolyon Palmer, Sam Collins, Lawrence Barretto, along with me, Alex Jakes. And it is wonderful to have your company no matter where in the world you are, if you're getting up, if you're staying up, wherever you are. Great to have you with us for crucial moments at the end of pre-season. Sorry for kicking you accidentally there. Lawrence,
right.
We're off to a flyer.
Tremendous.
Lots of work for everyone to get on with. Who wants to pick up with what we're going to see in this opening hour?
Well, I might just kick off with, I've just heard from Alpha that the reason why Valtteri Bottas stopped was potential PU issue. So they've just changed all the parts to investigate that, and they're hoping to be out as soon as possible.
Yeah, Valtteri Bottas bringing out the red flag. The main incident that we saw in the two red flags earlier on, sensors fell off Sergio Perez's car. Then we had Bottas stopping with what has been confirmed as a power unit issue, spin for Oscar Piastri, and that was about the total, Sam.
The McLaren's falling apart. You get a nice view there of the strengthening panels that have been put on the wheel brows, if you have to call them that, on the front of the McLaren. They keep falling off. Manufacturing defect, as we suspected. They've basically put in some big old, what looks like some cupboard bolts or something they've got from somewhere and whacked it in and big old washers to hold the thing together. Bit of strengthening plate in there, and hopefully they're not going to fall off. But it is a bit of a bodge job, but they do have new parts coming for the race weekend. They might be a bit heavier, so it makes me wonder if they have a little bit of a weight worry there down at McLaren.
It's the second year in a row they've turned up with a fundamental design flaw, isn't it, on their car? This year, at least, they've been able to run properly. The Barcelona shakedown last season was okay, but with the bigger braking zones here, they were found out last year as well. Could barely do much running. So McLaren definitely on the back foot. That Alfa Romeo news, it's not small news that if Ferrari, we haven't had any power unit issues or any stoppages with power units yet. And Alfa Romeo, of course, a Ferrari customer team, the Ferrari engine power unit that was fragile last year, that they'd hoped to improve the reliability and thus improve some power. We don't know yet if the extent of the damage or if that is an Alfa only issue, but it's the first sign of something on a Ferrari power unit going wrong.
Well, if the session is due to start, but actually there's a lot of teams in the same situation as Red Bull here, that the cars are up on the hijack still. There's not a great rush to get the car ready to get back out on track. I can see down at the Alfa Romeo garage, the screens are still up in front of it, so that power unit issue could take a while to fix, or it could be the end of the day for the team. We'll see how that one plays out. But one thing I would say is they did have a little electrical gremlin that stopped the car late last night, and I begin to wonder if that was the first sign of something not quite right in the back of that red and black car.
He did 72 laps this morning, though, Valtteri. So he's had a really busy half day. It's not actually cost him a huge amount of running as yet. They will be desperate to get that car back out because he was doing long running all day so far. Zhou yesterday topped the times in the Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo quietly confident so far, and Valtteri, who is the more established team leader there, has form at this circuit in the past. We'll be really hoping he can see what he can do on some soft tyres later.
Joe was just saying in the press conference that the team have made a huge step, and I think that's quite a significant thing to be saying when a lot of people are trying to play down their hopes. And it's been great, I think, for Joe to have such a smooth pre-season. He didn't really have the greatest of pre-seasons last year ahead of his debut year, and he really came on as the season went on last year. And I think he's definitely, speaking to him this weekend, he's definitely feeling, or this week rather, he's definitely feeling like things are in good shape for him.
So green light at the end of the pit lane, and this afternoon we will be seeing Sergio Perez, Carlos Sainz, Lewis Hamilton, the driver you're looking at the moment, Esteban Ocon, Lando Norris, as well as Valtteri Bottas continuing. He hopes if they can rectify the issue that he had earlier on. Fernando Alonso in the Aston Martin, Kevin Magnussen in the Haas, Yuki Tsunoda in the AlphaTauri, and Alex Albon will continue in the Williams. Earlier on, Charles Leclerc was the fastest car. 1:31.024 with 67 laps on the board, and that's about catching you up if you weren't with us earlier on. And the long slog in the sun begins for Esteban Ocon. Behind Charles Leclerc earlier on, George Russell, 83 laps for Mercedes. Felipe Drugovich, 77 laps for Aston Martin. It was 69 for Sergio Perez. Pierre Gasly did 57 for Alpine. Albon, 53. Hulkenberg, 77. Piastri with 44 with that issue that Sam talked about a few moments ago. 72 laps for Bottas, but he ground to a halt, and De Vries did 87.
Looking on our timing screens, Felipe Drugovich, third place. Decent effort again in the Aston Martin that is a little bit the talk of the town. Red Bull, everyone knows, is a major threat, or maybe favourite for the early season form, given what they've done with Max Verstappen. Not yet with Sergio Perez, although again I expect we'll see more performance from him later on. He's only just had a couple of mornings so far, but Aston Martin look good, and Felipe Drugovich may well get a shot at racing next week. And it's interesting just looking on seeing the Brazilian flag on the screen again. Brazil, such a history of producing Formula One drivers. There was a run, I remember when Barrichello was driving. I can't remember how long the run was, but it was extraordinarily long when Barrichello, I will find it out in a minute. And then Barrichello stopped after his long career, the most races of all time at the time. And then, have you guys got the last time we had a Brazilian on the grid?
It was right here. It was Pietro.
It was.
That's not the answer you were looking for.
I forgot about that.
Yeah,
it was. Pietro did Abu Dhabi as well, didn't he?
Yeah,
did Abu Dhabi.
This was his debut, wasn't it?
This was his debut, and then Abu Dhabi, 2020. I was thinking Felipe Nasr in 2016.
Your old friend from GP2.
My old buddy. But we haven't had a full-time Brazilian for a while. We're not going to get one this year because Lance Stroll will be back at some point, but we might get another cameo. But we will wait for news on Lance over the course of the next week.
Lots of rumours doing the rounds in the paddock and in the media and everywhere about new teams joining Formula One, with the new manufacturers coming into Formula One. 6 manufacturers now confirmed for Formula One in 2026. Big opening for potentially 1 or 2 new teams to join the grid. That could see more drivers having an opportunity in the sport. And I think maybe that could see more Brazilians on the grid, maybe more Americans and more Japanese drivers. Lawrence, you're normally right on the cusp of these things. What can you tell us?
I think there's been a number of interested parties who have vocally said that they're interested in joining. I guess Andretti would be the most high profile. But I think Stefano Domenicali has been talking a lot about, there's a lot of parties interested who are not publicly making their interest known, and they're just having discussions behind the scenes. And Formula One's the place to be right now, isn't it? It's a very attractive sport. Like you said, you've got the likes of Audi coming in, Ford coming in now with Red Bull in 2026. We had Honda last week saying that, you know, maybe they'll be back because they really like the electrification future of Formula One, and that's obviously great for their automotive targets and long-term targets. And with them not being able to continue with Red Bull going forward, because obviously that new partnership with Ford, it'll be interesting to see where Honda turn up. You know, you've got teams like Williams might want to do a partnership with them. Aston Martin might want to do a partnership. I think there's a few options on the grid where they could turn to if they wanted to come back. And look, they're currently powering the class lead.
Well, this is the
team,
thing.
aren't they?
This is the thing. They're getting the results. They're racking up the victories, but they know that they do not have a home when we get to 2026. So nice problem for another team to inherit there if they stick around.
And we know how much Honda put in financially. Like, we were hearing huge numbers of, hundreds of millions into the McLaren project, and that continued into the Red Bull era. So bringing a manufacturer of that capacity in and the way that they did get on top of their problems and are continuing to deliver good support to Red Bull, it would be a phenomenal partner.
I mean, one partnership that we've seen that's super strong and it seems inconceivable that it would ever change would be between Ferrari and Haas. We just saw the Haas in the garage getting ready to go out and the Ferrari's taking to the track. But look, the Haas team has a long history in NASCAR. Gene Haas, the way he runs his race teams, is to partner up with one of the leading organizations in the sport. It was Hendrick Motorsport in NASCAR originally. He worked on he took the Hendrick cars, he did pretty much what he's doing in Formula One, made them better or made them his way, and eventually won the NASCAR championship, and then actually moved that concept over to Formula One. But Haas did change manufacturer in NASCAR, so they are not immune to changing their allegiances. So I do think that it's not a done deal that Haas will stick with Ferrari, though I feel it highly unlikely they could switch. But, Haas Honda America, it's quite important. Who knows? I think there's quite a lot of conversations to be had up and down the paddock over the next couple of seasons.
Yeah, it feels a long way away, 2026, but it'll be here before you know it. Looking down in Carlos Sainz Sr. in the garage, two-time World Rally champion, and his son out on the circuit at the moment.
1969. A Brazilian was not on the grid, and then they were on the grid all the way through. I did a major disservice to Felipe Massa, who, of course, held the fort after Barrichello, took us through past Felipe Nasr, and Felipe Massa was on the grid to 2017. So 2017 all the way through to 1970, there was at least a Brazilian on the grid, including Senna, Piquet, Fittipaldi, Barrichello, Massa, legends. Pietro Fittipaldi, and maybe Felipe Drugovich.
Maybe looking at a debut. You've heard 4 voices already in this afternoon session. Let's bring in a 5th. Will Buxton is in the sun down in the pit lane.
Hello, I'm just having a little peek over the boards down here at Aston Martin. I'm not supposed to be, but the floor's off the car. They're not just changing over the seat for Fernando this afternoon. I wanted to kind of just jump in on what you guys were talking about in relation to who might pick up Honda to sort of bring up the missed opportunity almost for Andretti, who have such a famous partnership for Honda over in the States. Had they just waited a little bit and not linked up with GM, the potential would have been there for them to potentially have hooked up with Honda and carry on that relationship that they've had for such a long time. But I guess that's not really on the cards anymore.
No, they're announcing their plans, and no update. Lawrence would have the update if there was an update on those plans. But it's a fair point, Will.
Well, I've been looking at the rumours around that General Motors program. General Motors have stated their intention of entering Formula One. The problem is they don't have anyone who's got a confirmed entry to work with. But that car company of that size, how hard would it be for them to develop a new power unit? Well, the answer to that question is actually it's not that easy to develop a power unit. The V6 combustion engine side of things under the new technical regulations it's not as big a task as perhaps it is now, because it's a lot more constrained over what you're able to do. But the biggest thing you have to do is develop a new fuel to go with that power unit. You can't just dump petrol in it anymore. Formula One is banning fossil fuels altogether. So you have to find a new fuel source to run your car on. And the regulations really leave it open to manufacturers to develop a new fuel. So lots of rumors about Audi perhaps bringing an algae-based fuel, and others using just sort of agricultural or farm waste or household waste to make their fuels. I think it's going to be a cocktail of all of these things. But actually, I think you might see that's why a lot of the manufacturers want to get stuck into this. But GM, will they partner with an existing power unit manufacturer? I heard a lot of rumors about Renault. They've been ruled out. There is a engineering partnership between Honda and General Motors for road car production. Okay. And I do wonder if that might play into the situation. So perhaps what Will's talking about might actually come true anyway.
Nice. Good steer on that. Fighting the car down into turn 10, Carlos Sainz. And it's looked lively since he's been out on track. This is further around the lap. We're heading to turn 13, always a good guide. And the characteristics continued through that part. Changes being made down there as they swap Mercedes from Russell to Hamilton this afternoon. Mercedes, who, if you weren't with us for the morning session, were not thrilled with their day two. Slightly happier, I think, after their running that they had this morning, according to the team. They were a little bit flummoxed by what they saw, but of course there's a night crew, team that's famously good at progressing things. Miles off the pace in 2021 in testing here. Red Bull looking like firm favourites. Hamilton won the Grand Prix. So things can change very, very quickly in Formula One. Lando Norris in the car. We've detailed McLaren's slight problem with the brows, wheel brows there you can see, and that's a long way deep into the corner for Norris. On the C3 tyre, climbing the hill through 9, where his teammate had a spin this morning. You can hear the bumps that he's clearing at that point and putting in more mileage. Just listening on board to the quality of ride that Norris has got underneath him as everyone gets themselves bedded into this final session of pre-season before we get to FP1.
We might have a bit of a back-to-back long run here. Norris on what looks to be a heavy McLaren, high fuel, struggled to get it turned in for turn 11, and he's struggling again at the final corner, ramped wide at turn 13, but he's staying out there. Presumably, he does open the DRS flap for the start of this, but that is it's a heavier car pace, that 36.6. Magnussen behind on a 35.5. Times earlier on, Leclerc down in the 31, so they're a long way away from the true pace, and we'll see racier runs later on this evening. That Norris McLaren was just understeering an awful lot.
This is interesting. We're watching a replay right now of the DRS on the McLaren being open all the way down the main straight. That wasn't the lap we just watched, by the way. Just as you were talking about Lando Norris opening his DRS, he immediately closed it again, but didn't run the full length of the straight with his DRS open. And that's quite unusual to see. You saw the Haas do the full straight with the DRS open, and I'm just a bit curious as to what Norris is doing other than breaching track limits.
No, so I wonder if he's on a long run and he's accidentally pressed the DRS and they've said don't use DRS for this run, and then he's remembered as he pressed it, he thought, oh no, and so he's just pressed it again to close it, because the pace that he's on there at 37.6 that he's done, and he's not picking up the pace again in this first sector, and look, he's backed off now. So maybe either he's just backed off the lap and he's going to come back in the pits, or he's got an issue. But it was a high fuel, not particularly aggressive first lap from Lando.
Well, let's have another comparison between two cars out there. We did this earlier on. I got Sam to run his eye over the different philosophies of two cars. We've got the Aston Martin at the top. We've got this year's McLaren at the bottom.
Yeah, I was just having to think of just to look at two quite different cars. So if you stop it just there, you can see one of the fundamental differences. We talked about this with Red Bull and Ferrari. Well, the only other car on the grid to have a pull rod front suspension design is the McLaren MCL60. That's carried over from last year's McLaren. In fact, quite a lot of the concept of this year's McLaren has carried over year on year. You can see on the Aston Martin, it's a push rod front end. So all those people saying that the Aston Martin is a green bull, it's just a Red Bull copy, poppycock. It's not true at all. That's not a Red Bull copy at all. It's taken inspiration from various elements of the car, but it's not really the same. But there are elements that are quite similar on these cars. They both have that Mercedes power unit. So if you look at the top of the roll hoop just above the driver's head on both cars, you can see that really distinctive A shape inside the roll. That's the rollover structure. That's the bit that the driver's head protects the driver's head when it flips over. The bit around it is just a carbon fiber shroud to channel air into two coolers that are mounted further down the back of the car. The different coolers on both of the cars feed different bits of the coolers depending on which car and even which circuit from some circuits. Then you look at the mirrors on these two cars. Now, I'm going to be talking a lot about mirrors this year, and I can see Jolene's eyes rolling about that because wing mirrors have got bigger on every F1 car this year. By regulation, the drivers need to obviously see out the back a little bit better so they don't bump into each other, perhaps as an Aston Martin may have done to Fernando Alonso at one point last year. Look at the design of the mirrors on these two cars. Two very similar concepts being followed. And that's quite a surprise because Aston Martin had a far more advanced concept that they didn't use on this car, but they tested at the Hungaroring last year, so I'm a bit surprised to see that. Now, if we roll forwards, we're going to start to see the differences between these two cars on the side pods, and you can see the shape of the McLaren's quite a dramatic side pod opening, but actually the concept's fairly similar. But what you really want to look at here is the shape of the side pod on both cars. So the Aston Martin has that from the side, looks that very Red Bull style swoop down. You can see the drop down above the sea of Cognizant, and you can see the McLaren doesn't swoop down as aggressively. But look at the differences on the floor. Very different shapes. You can see that viaduct section of the floor in the middle, just under the V of Vuz on the McLaren. That's just all that underbody air management, working the edges of the floor, getting the vortexes to do what you want along the edge of the floor. Don't necessarily seal the side of the floor to stop air creeping out. You're never really going to do that without a sliding skirt. But they are using it just to get a beneficial effect under the car. You never find out exactly what, again, without sticking the car in the wind tunnel or having CFD and getting to public results in public. You can see, though, on Aston Martin, they've taken influence from Mercedes, having that little wire that's a legality wire just behind the leading edge of the floor. That's quite a clever little solution I think a lot of teams are going to start playing with. But the one thing about the Aston Martin from the side on that you don't really get until the footage rolls forwards a little bit and we'll get a much clearer look at is how tightly sculpted those side pods are. So that Cognizant side pod, it drops down almost vertically on the other side and you get a very deep valley. Then that's managing the airflow to do whatever it is that Aston Martin want it to. From head on, it looks to me like they're trying to get that Ferrari effect of drag reduction. So I'd actually say that side pod shape, while from side on looks very Red Bull inspired, I think in reality it's more Ferrari inspired. Whereas if you look at the McLaren, that is a Red Bull inspired side pod in my opinion. Red Bull last year more than Red Bull this year because you don't have that deep undercut that you have on the Red Bull. Neither of these cars going for that undercut style. And then rolling forward, so just keeping an eye on the end plates of the car. Underneath the JCB logo on the Aston Martin and on the end plate, which is mostly orange on the McLaren, there you've got that OK logo, OKX logo. Later on a long run, you'll start to notice that those end plates are getting incredibly dirty. And that's because there's something to do with the characteristic of this year's Pirelli tyres, is that there's a small amount of rubber that's coming off them and absolutely coating the end plates of the rear wings. And I think that's potentially thick enough to have an aerodynamic effect. So we may see teams having to start wiping down the rear wings during pit stops, which will be a new process they have to introduce. And any team that struggles with pit stops may have a little bit of a headache on their hands. The diffuser design, as ever, is pretty much of a muchness. The rules define that. But look above the diffuser, either side of the exhaust. You can see the beam wings. Both cars have two beam wings, but the McLarens are much bigger, much thicker than those of the Aston Martin. And then look at the exits of the bodywork. The Aston Martin, you can see that very pronounced, very haunched, very curved section around the exhaust, almost Batmobile style. I quite like that. Whereas the McLaren is a bit more simple, but does have that center spine cooling outlet as well, which you can just see in that orange section ahead of the rear wing support. Very different solutions for two cars that actually on paper should really be quite similar because they both share identical Mercedes power units.
Lovely stuff, Sam. Especially the much of a muchness. Favourite line of all of that. Outstanding. I enjoyed it in the gallery as well. Pretty much of a muchness. New name for a feature with Sam. We'll get that content sorted. Excellent to compare them. So we've done that with 6 of the cars out there so far. This is Hamilton's qualifying head-to-head with George Russell last year. This could be completely uncharted territory for Hamilton. He found himself in uncharted territory for his Formula One career last year when he did not score a pole position. He did not score a win. Had that in 2009 at the first start of the season. They introduced updates to the car. Worked very, very well as he goes deep into turn 4. He has never had 2 seasons of not being able to fight consecutively, which is remarkable when you consider his Formula One career. But if Mercedes are struggling to keep up with Ferrari and firm favourites Red Bull, Hamilton could be set for an unprecedented second season of just hoping to be fighting for wins.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go with he's never not won a race for 2 seasons in a row, which was so much the chat last year, wasn't it? Having won a race every year of his Formula One career until he didn't get one last year. I thought we were going to bring it up the 2 years now. We get it. It's strange, and it's looking more and more that way, that Mercedes are not going to be starting the year right at the front. I'm slightly surprised how accepting the team seem to be at the moment of their position, given this should have been an anomaly for Mercedes last year, where they spent the whole season playing catch-up, and they almost got there at the end of the year. They won in Brazil, but even in Abu Dhabi, they weren't able to compete right at the sharp end. They spent the whole season with every race. Can Mercedes understand their problems? Can they play catch-up? They seem quite accepting that that's the case again to start this year with a fresh start, new car. Could have been new ideas, but they've actually kept with the old philosophy. They've given it another chance, although Toto Wolff has said they may, and they're probably going to be looking at a side pod change at some point. But whether that will be a completely different idea or just another tweak of trying to get the most out of their current situation. But yeah, it's a strange one for Hamilton.
That's how liveries are invented. No, that's AlphaTauri there. That's, you see the cars, all the green stuff that comes on them when they're running out. Well, that's how it's applied. Some teams have got little squirty guns for it. AlphaTauri going for the old-fashioned technique of a paintbrush, an artistic interpretation. Quite a lot of it being applied down the side of that Italian-built car.
There should be more lime green in liveries, I think. It's a great colour.
You couldn't see the flavours, though. You'd have to do what Williams do and pop down to B&Q and buy every bright colour paint you can, and then put huge amounts of it on the car.
I'll get some shoes to match. It'll be perfect.
Your shoes are quite lively today, actually.
Lime green coloured cars.
Oh, look great.
Status GP in GP3.
Niche. I like it.
Tracy Crone.
Lime green and black.
They look good.
Oh, but
they actually did look all right.
Tracy Crone, the gentleman driver in sports car racing, always raced his cars in American sports car racing. He had Ferraris and Daytona prototypes. They were always lime green with a blue stripe. And it did look all right, actually. Like I say, I think Joleon's onto something there. Lime green cars. I'm all for it.
That's Lawrence's.
Yeah, I'm not going to, Sam, that was my idea.
It's all yours, Lawrence. It's all falling apart on the final day of testing. We're on board with Sergio Perez, continuing his progress to the final corners over the crest that Sam was pointing out to us earlier when he was trackside. Waiting to be able to apply the power to the 15th and final corner of the racetrack, come across the line, and continuing this run for him, having set a personal best first sector on that lap.
I'm intrigued to see what kind of Checo Perez we're going to see this year. I think there's a feeling over the winter that he really needs to make a big step and close that gap to Max across the board, across qualifying and the race. Obviously, he won last year, and so he showed that he's got the ability to do it, won a couple of times. But there is pressure there, and I think it's good that he's got a whole day today to try and get things under his belt and try and hit the ground running this year.
What sort of Sergio Perez do you think we've ever seen? I don't think. I feel like he's always been the Sergio Perez that we have, really. The start of last year was almost the anomaly in terms of he was there in level playing field with Max and was absolutely on it with some pole positions and a couple of wins. And then he just fell back into what we were sort of used to from the year before. And of course, we're kind of used to that being a plucky midfielder for so much of his time as well. He was so aggressive in defence before, but as a number 2 driver, very much when he was helping Max win in 2021. But we just saw it was 10 races, wasn't it, at the start of last year where we had bullish Perez. And apart from that, he's had a long time just being kind of under the radar, I feel.
Well, in that early phase, he was a championship contender, maybe an outsider, but still a contender for the championship. I guess the Checo I would love to see is when he was that plucky midfield driver, he was always getting the best out of the car all the time. When he had an opportunity, he always took it. He got all of those podiums for Force India and for Racing Point on race weekends where actually he got a little bit more out of that car as well. So I guess what I would be hoping for is to see a Checo that can do more than 10 races and can kind of do a full season of trying to get the very best out of the car. But what I don't know is how difficult it is to be Max Verstappen's teammate. And at some point, does that just beat you down.
I remember when Checo first turned up in European racing, he was driving the British F3 national class, and I was doing some work around the F3 engines and looking at and doing what I do now, but in F3, because he had a multi-chassis, multi-engine F3 back then. And I remember watching him with his engineer. I think it was at the T-Sport team at the time. And I remember looking at this young driver, and there's lots of young drivers, and just looking at this guy thinking he really needs a lot of reassurance, and he really lacked a lot of confidence in himself and his own ability when he first came to motor racing in Europe. And I actually, to see the way he is in the confident Perez that we see quite a lot of, not just when he's on track, but also in the paddock, the way he really worked hard to save the team he was driving for when Force India had a few problems and helping it to transform it into Racing Point. I actually think that Perez is really grown up in the sport so well, and I would like him to be a lot closer to Max Verstappen this year. I think he's got the ability to do it. It just he needs to get his head around the car really early on, which he didn't do at the start of last season, I don't think.
I've never really known Checo lacking confidence. He always exudes sort of self-confidence, not arrogance, but just confidence in himself and his ability. And he's always done a good job in Formula One. There was a time when he won the Sakir race where his job was under threat and he actually was out from Racing Point and got this opportunity at Red Bull. I think it's just difficult when, as you said, Lawrence, when you've got Max Verstappen as your teammate. And Max looks so hooked up again right now that we know Red Bull are 110% behind Max in that side of the garage. We know that they're in their minds thinking Checo's a number 2 driver. So if he wants to do anything about that, he has to come out of the blocks flying. And a bit like last year, prove that he can be on a level playing field. Last year, Max got on top of the car a little bit more. There seemed to be set up directions that were going more towards getting Max more comfortable in the car, sharpening up the front end, which he was struggling with. And that sort of lent Red Bull towards Verstappen, as would be expected. And he got so much out of it with his record-breaking season. But Checo now has this full day in the car. He will have the fastest evening of all later on, the final day of testing. And he needs to just make sure he's completely, as comfortable as he could possibly be to have a good attack next weekend. Because if Verstappen within the Red Bull team picks up a head of steam again, it's likely just going to be a repeat of last year within that team.
It was Sergio Perez's best ever Formula One season last year, with the 2 victories to his name in Monaco and Singapore, and taking 3rd place in the Drivers' Championship. He'd secured a 4th place before, but not 3rd, and outstanding result, just missing out on the runner-up spot by a couple of points. We are riding on board with Ferrari of Carlos Sainz, who's making his way to the ever-popular Turn 11 and climbing the hill as he continues on his way on the C3 tyre. And who else is out there at the moment? So Sainz is out there. Hamilton is setting sector times. Tsunoda putting in the lap times as well. She's done a personal best. Yuki Tsunoda across the line. And Sainz is about to finish this lap. We will check him across the line. So his teammate Charles Leclerc not particularly thrilled. He had a slightly weary expression in the press conference earlier on as his teammate goes into 9th place. He said Ferrari have work to do to catch Red Bull, and Laura Winter has been speaking to their team principal Christian Horner.
Well, I'm joined by Christian Horner on what is seemingly a successful testing for Red Bull. Is that the case from within?
Look, we've managed to work through a lot of laps. We've tried a lot of different setups on the car. The drivers, all we can really gauge is from their feedback, and obviously lap times are difficult to read too much into because, of course, we don't know what the others are doing fuel load wise or power setting wise. But I think focusing on ourselves, we're in a reasonable window with the car.
Sergio Perez was out there this morning. What's his feedback in the car so far?
It's been pretty consistent with Max's, which is always, refreshing to hear. So, therefore, the development of the car and the direction that we'll be looking to optimize the car in future races, is consistent between both sides of the garage. So that's encouraging. He's obviously settling, just getting to know the car more. We're running a slightly different program to the other teams, so he'll be in the car again this afternoon.
I wanted to ask you about that program because many of us noting that it suggests an air of confidence from Max Verstappen, and the confidence you have in him, certainly, that he took the bulk of the driving on day one, and that you've had this sort of one driver per day in the running order. What's the thinking behind that?
I think our preference is that, once the driver's into a rhythm and their engineers are, that rather than breaking it, over a lunch hour, to continue that theme during the whole of the day. So, of course, that's different for every team. We just felt that it was more suited to, the plans that we had at this particular test.
Have you learned what you expected to learn out there? Have there been any surprises at all?
Well, that's the great thing about the testing. You get to try all the things that you wouldn't be able to do at a race. So big sweeping changes. And so this is really a get to know you process over these days as to what suits the car, what suits the tires, what the driver's like, and, what the car responds well to.
And many of us noting how confident Max seems as well. And I mean that in a positive way, that he's coming in here, two-time world champion, and he seems incredibly balanced, established, already very comfortable within the car. Is that from what's happening within as well?
I think he's been in a great place the last few years now, and I think he's at a stage in his career now where his confidence is obviously very high. He's got that experience, and he just gets in and turns it on. And you saw that from the very first lap of the first day of testing. So he's worked through a program. He's felt he's got to know the car as he wanted to. So yeah, he's in good shape physically. He's in great shape, and I'm excited to start the season.
Reliability-wise, up and down the paddock, it's been relatively better certainly than last season. For you guys, a few teething problems yesterday afternoon, presuming they've been ironed out.
Yeah, tiny little things that better show their heads now, and the kind of mileage that we're doing in testing is big mileage now. So 160 odd lap days is significant. That's nearly 3 Grand Prix distances. So it's great. It's a great workout for the car, and now's the time for any problems. If they are going to rear their head, you wanted to see it during these 3 days of testing.
I can almost predict your answer to this question. It'll probably be the same as the majority of the rest of the paddock. Your thoughts on Ferrari and Mercedes, whether Ferrari may have closed the gap, whether Mercedes may have closed that gap, where you think the top 3 pecking order may be come the first race in Bahrain?
Again, very difficult to say. I mean, Ferrari look like they're quick. Mercedes form difficult to read at the moment. Are they holding something back, or we'll see this time next week. I think all will become clear.
Do you see the likes of Aston Martin, for example, springing a surprise?
Yeah, I think they've made a big step. It looks like they've their concept of car has moved them forward, and they look like they're not too far away. So Fernando in particular looks very competitive.
And finally, Christian, you come in to this season not just with the world champion driver, but also as double world champions for the first time in 8 years. How has that shifted the mindset, and how will you ensure that now you're at the top, you stay there?
Well, it becomes a different pressure. I mean, it's the first time we've been back in this garage for 8 years. So because the garage is laid out on where you finished in the Constructors' Championship. So for every team member to walk in that garage, there's tremendous pride in that. And I think that, of course, now becomes the pressure of a different pressure of trying to retain both of those titles. But the mood in the team is phenomenal. Motivation is sky high, and excited to go racing in just under a week's time.
So are we. Thanks so much, Christian, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christian Horner speaking to Laura Winter there, and he's downplaying it. He's fully into media management mode, but when he's describing the car as being in a reasonable window, when we've been watching it for the last 2 days, pointing, shooting, doing anything the drivers want, they are confident down there at Red Bull. Good to get his thoughts ahead of the new season.
Well, we were just talking while Christian Horner was going there. Just keep an eye on this Alpine at the moment. It again looks very, very stiff. But Christian Horner didn't quite rattle out the line that Laura was expecting of, I haven't looked at anybody else. We focused on our own program, which is absolute nonsense because all of the teams are looking at each other's cars and trying to learn from them. And Horner admitted that, they've been looking at Mercedes. They've been looking at Ferrari. And like us, they can't quite gauge what's going on with the Mercedes.
They're in such a good place, Red Bull. He knows it. Max knows it. The press conference earlier on, Max was sitting next to Charles, and they were asked, the drivers, what are they hoping for? Points, wins, championships? And Charles just openly said, we think we've got work to do. We're behind Red Bull. And Max just said, yeah, we're going to win the championship. Or we're aiming to win the championship. We're not going to win it.
Yeah.
Our aim is to win the championship.
It's one of those press conferences where you didn't need the audio to know how they were feeling. And
bullish.
Very bullish down there at the World Champions. Okay, we're looking at Alpine on track. We're going to continue to do so, but in comparison, once again, we're going to load up a check of the Alpine and the Alfa Romeo, but a little bit of bouncing there for Ocon going down the main straight.
It's quite a lot of bouncing, and that's not just porpoising. Every time that car goes anywhere near a slightly bumpy bit of grey whack aggregate, it almost lifts its front wheels. In some cases, I think it almost does. The front wheels do lift. There's that bit on the back section that I was talking about on day one, I think it was, and you can see the front end of the car really clattering around, running that car incredibly stiff, and that seems to be their direction, but I'm not sure the car's doing quite what they want down at Alpine.
So we've got Magnussen out on track now, but it would be good to get Sam to guide us through another one of these comparisons between what Alpine are doing. Very, very happy Alpine in the early stages of pre-season, happy at the launch, happy they've dealt with the weight of the car, and in comparison with the Alfa Romeo.
We've got two completely different cars right here, and I think it's really interesting to stop them head on because you can really start to see the difference. Alpine is unique in the paddock at the moment, and it's the only team to use the Renault V6 power unit. No other team uses it. It's unique for this car. Of course, Alpine is a sub-brand of Renault. It's the full works team. You'd expect that. But you can see some of the differences when you start looking at the roll hoop of the car. Alpine have slimmed down their roll hoop. It's not that big, chunky roll hoop that we've seen on recent Alpines and Renaults. It's got quite slimline in comparison. They've changed their inlet tracks. It's quite clear. It's the first split turbo engine that Alpine introduced last year onto the car, where the compressor of the turbocharger is at the front of the engine and the turbine is at the back, and that's what Mercedes and Honda came along with first. We still don't really know the detail of what Ferrari are doing, but it's actually it's an interesting thing, and it helps the packaging of the whole power unit because you've got to squeeze that into the back of the engine bay of the car. But look at the difference, because when you've got two very different power unit concepts, you have very different cooling demands. Have a look at the roll hoops of the cars behind the driver's heads. You can see behind the head of Pierre Gasly there, you can see that A-shaped roll hoop, very similar to the Mercedes, but with the two cooling ears either side and a little cooler underneath the cross of the A as well. But then you move down to the side pod inlets. They're much smaller than those that are on the Alfa Romeo. Now, Alfa Romeo with Sauber Motorsport have been really playing around with their cooling concept for a few years, and they're quite wild, but they like what they've got. And you can see that design up behind the driver's head there. You can see that they don't have a conventional roll hoop. They have essentially a stick. It's a rollover stick. And there was a lot of talk that solution was going to be banned after the accident at Silverstone last year, but Alfa Romeo found a way to keep that legal and make it a structural part. Alfa Romeo believe that is a lighter solution than the conventional roll hoop, and it means that they can take a big load of weight off the highest point of the car and put it somewhere down. So they're lowering the center of gravity of the car. But you've got that double stack sort of cooling inlet approach that they've used. And they've actually, in some seasons, if you go back and look at some of the older Saubers that use this technique, they really went crazy with that. Lots of slots and slits around that area. Not so extreme now. The front wings, though, of these cars are not entirely dissimilar. So when you look at the nose shape, they're both fairly flat. The nose tips are slightly different, and their overall shape is slightly different. But the general layout of the front ends of the cars and the front wings are pretty similar. But that all changes when the car goes through the corner, and you can take a look at the side pods. Now, let's not forget that the Alfa Romeo last year had a very Aston Martin style, very high, flat-topped side pod. And they've gone away from that concept completely on this car and gone a lot more conventional. So you can see below the stake logo how you're seeing again that Red Bull style drop down side pod. Brilliant at this angle now. And you can see it dropping down and just going down. That's really the exact sort of, if you had to draw a 2023 Formula One car, that is your default mode. That is what you're going to see. Whereas Alpine are a little bit more going down the route they started to explore last year, where they've got a similar looking side pod from the side, but it's got a very deep dish in it behind the BWT logo, and it drops down a bit like the Ferrari does. Not extreme as the Aston Martin, but they're sort of starting to follow that same concept. Very reminiscent of the Benetton B195 of 1995, as Pat Simmons likes to remind everybody. Above that, you've got the interchangeable cooling louvres. And you'll remember on the Alfa Romeo last year, they had that big flat top side pod. Loads of cooling louvres to keep that Ferrari temperature under control. Didn't always work. It set fire to itself on a number of occasions. The Renault also did likewise, but on the Alpine you can see a lot more cooling louvres in the same conditions than Alfa Romeo have in these conditions. If you roll it forward, you can see that both of these cars feature spine coolers, so you can see very clearly above the driver's number, ahead of the double rear wing supports. That's an interesting choice I'll talk about in a minute. So you can just stop there. You can see that there is just a little slit on the spine of the Alfa Romeo. Likewise, there is just a couple of little cooling outlets. It's more like a dinosaur style, if you like, on the back of the Alpine. But a really different decision here taken by the two teams, the way you've got a single rear wing support on the Alpine. Now, that's a lower drag solution, a lot of teams believe, and some teams migrate between the two through the season. Mercedes sometimes do, whereas Alfa Romeo very clearly going for a twin support. The problem with going for a single rear wing support is you've got an exhaust pipe in the way. So you either have to go through the exhaust pipe, which Alpha Tauri, as Toro Rosso used to do. That's quite complicated, quite expensive, and builds up the heat in the exhaust system, can lead to a lot of exhaust system failures. Or you can build what's called an upside down Y, or a Ylon. That was a design first used by the Manor F1 team, I think back in about, it must have been 2014 or something like that, or 2013 even. And they had that design for the first time. And now a lot of teams have copied that. And so that's the real difference between two quite different car concepts as well. And different car concepts can handle very differently. So it'll be interesting to see how they battle on track, because I wouldn't be surprised to see these two cars very close to each other on the grid.
Excellent stuff, Sam. Thank you for talking us through two differing approaches once again. We are expecting a very tight and packed midfield, always competitive. Whilst Sam was telling us about the various differences, we saw Lando Norris sailing on by at turn 8 and having to go wide before rejoining the circuit.
All sorts of different long runs going on at the moment. Lando's car was getting out of shape all the way through turns 4, 5, 6, and 7 on the edge of oversteer, and then he was just in too late for turn 8 and had a big lockup. There's a lot of different run plans. You can see Sonoda's been out for 11 laps and has done a 36.8. That's sort of a mid-range of fuel, high, but not a full tank. On a full tank, I think we've had two drivers out there. One is Lewis Hamilton, propping up the times at the moment in 16th. And his best time at 1 minute 38.9. He's done 7 laps and he's ended on a 41.0. So quite high degradation there of over 2 seconds in 7 laps in this temperature. The driver we can compare him with is actually Alex Albon in the Williams, who was on, I think, the same tyre, a similar time, and was a couple of seconds slower for a 6-lap run. Equally big deg for the Williams. So the C3 tyre, which will be the softest tyre when we come back next week, but pretty high degradation. Of course, will be under lights. It'll be a little bit cooler. It'll be easier on the tyres overall. But Hamilton, 1.6 seconds on average, 2 seconds at peak quicker than Albon in the Williams. So a little bit of context for some race running there.
Yeah, plenty of different programs going on, but good to get the insight into the various different gaps between performance, as you would expect. Degradation being mentioned for various different teams. It is a tenet of this circuit. You do get dramatic differences, but we're going from the whole range of compounds down to just 3 for the weekend. And now let's go downstairs to the paddock to repeat what we tried earlier on today, hopefully in greater detail. Laura Winter's about to speak to Ferrari team principal Fred Vasseur.
Thank you very much, Alex Jakes. I am indeed, and Fred Vasseur has just said to me, I was right, we are in the top 10. So I'm not sure I'm going to get a lot more out of him, but I will try.
I'm
Leclerc
sure that
is...
you won't.
Oh, here we go. Leclerc is quickest at the moment. So I guess it's a pretty good day for Ferrari so far, and indeed a successful
Yeah,
testing
but
as
we
well.
have to stay calm. I think that no, but honestly, the winter test or the station like this, nobody knows what the others are doing, the level of fuel, the engine mode, and so on. The most important is to be focused on yourself, to do your job, and then we'll see next week, not before.
I will calm down then, Fred, I promise. So focusing on yourselves, focusing on Ferrari, have you managed to get through everything as you expected to? Any surprises, any gremlins out there?
For sure, you want to do more because 3 days is quite short, but it's the same for everybody, and I like the concept. If you ask the drivers, they would like to stay 1 week more, and for sure that but it is like it is, and so far it went pretty well for us. We tick not all the boxes, but large part of this, and now let's see next week.
And your first F1 testing with Ferrari is almost coming to an end. Do you feel you've settled into the team well, and do you feel you've been able to implement your own leadership style as well?
No, we have to be realistic, and that it's not in 4 weeks that you can change something, and I'm not sure that it will take time for sure. That it's a long process. The team is a good one. First, they got good results like last year, and it's not a matter to change everything. But I mean that I need to know everybody. I need to know the process. I need to know the pit wall. I need to know a lot of things to digest, and it was quite a short notice. But
You've got a lot to learn then, haven't you?
Yeah. Even the Italian.
A few more hours to go. What will the next few hours look like for Ferrari out there on track?
No, everything is going well. That the mood is perfect. That I think that we are in a good shape today. That for sure that we know perfectly that championship will be long and it will be difficult. That everybody on the top 3 they have the same target, I think, and at the end of the day it will be a challenge. But it's the DNA of the business.
I will try one more time just before I throw back to commentary.
You can try one.
Where do you think Ferrari have established themselves in the pecking order, Fred?
I think that it was a bit up and down, but when we are able to put everything together, the pace is there, and when we are not, the pace is not there. Good try.
I'll keep trying, Fred. I'll keep trying. Thank you very much.
I'm hoping that we're going to get a third interview with Fred today, where he says basically the same thing again. He's continuing with his prediction that they're in the top 10, though, Lawrence.
I've got so much time for Fred. Like, he isn't taking it too seriously when he's chatting, though. He doesn't seem to be overcome by the pressure of working for Ferrari. Like, he just looks really comfortable at Ferrari in a really corporate environment.
We were discussing this earlier in the week. I can't even remember if it was on air or not. It's been, that's the nature of testing. It all does all blur into testing. If it works for Fred, it's a special place in Ferrari history because so many very, very talented people have had a go and it's not quite worked out. If it doesn't work, a lot of very talented people have had a go and it's not worked out. He's a racer through and through. He cut his teeth in the junior formula. He got his chance. It was a bit political at Renault. It didn't work out for him. He lost the power struggle there. He then did a good job at Alfa Romeo, and now he gets an opportunity at the fabled name of Ferrari. And I think it's potentially incredible for him if it works out great. If not, he's had a fantastic motor racing career.
Oh, for sure. I think he just couldn't say no to Ferrari at this stage of his career. I think comparing it to Renault, that was a very different scenario. They were far more senior folk in and around there, and it was just a little bit harder to be more of a mainstream leader. Whereas at Ferrari, I know you've got that senior upper echelons of management, but I think Fred is going to be allowed to crack on with the job. And I think the best thing that Fred can bring to Ferrari is he knows, like you just suggested, he knows how to run a race team. He knows how to go out and get it operating in a very efficient way. And as long as he's got a good race car, he can focus on making sure the strategy elements are working well, the operational elements are working well. He's getting the best out of the drivers. And I just also think with him in charge, we're going to hear a lot more about how Ferrari are getting on. I think we're going to get a greater insight into the problems that they're suffering, the good times. I know he was being a bit difficult there and not wanting to give too much away, but this is testing. I do think once we get into the racing season, if they have a bad race, I think he'll front up and he'll talk about it. I think if they have a good race, he'll explain why and he'll really give good access. So I'm excited to see what Ferrari looks like with Fred leading the way. And it's great that they've got two drivers in Charles and Carlos who are super hungry. They both know Fred very well, and I think that helps boost that relationship.
It'd be fascinating dynamic. So many teams in the field changing team principal or having, in say the case of Alfa Romeo, a different CEO and Andreas Seidel. And it's going to be a story that we will track all the way across the season. We're going on board with Sergio Perez, who continues on the C3 tyre. He's just done his personal best in Sector 1 as we crank our way towards the performance runs that will get under the floodlights later on in the final 2 hours of the session, and we'll get our clearest picture. The order you're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen set earlier on, the top three. Perez found himself in the car earlier on, continues on his way. Personal best Sector 1, Sector 2, comes across the line. Is this going to be his best lap overall? It is, and it moves him ahead of Felipe Dragovic, the Red Bull ahead of the Aston Martin. Crucially, look at the difference in compounds there. The C3 tyre for the Mexican driver, who improves on his 78th lap of the circuit. So all going nicely there. It has been for pre-season testing. Plenty to talk about, plenty of change, a few rule changes as well. I've covered it all for you, but fundamentally, not that many cars off the racetrack, not that many red flags. It's been remarkably consistent.
I think that's partly what makes Bahrain such a great circuit to go test it, because you've got all of this runoff, the risk of causing damage to the cars, and obviously there's limited spare parts at this stage of the season. It just allows the team to kind of evaluate the package that they've got in a slightly safer environment from that perspective. It's been great from a reliability perspective. Like, I know you tend to get that when you've had a slight stability in the regulations from one year to the next, but every part is new, you know, whether or not it's an evolution or not. And that means that you can get little glitches, just like Alfa Romeo are suffering today, how McLaren have had continuous problems with that area. So I think it is just it has been a very impressive feat for the majority of the teams.
It's going to be Lewis Hamilton just fighting it. This has been the story of his test, certainly in day 2 and continuing there, just wide at turn 4.
Yeah, Lewis was saying earlier in the press conference that it was great that the team obviously got rid of the bouncing, but he said there's several underlying issues, and that kind of matches up with George's comments yesterday, where he said there's kind of a bit of confusion as to why they're struggling so much. And Toto was talking about doing lots of homework into last night and just trying to get an understanding of potentially why they can't get the best out of the car. I think that it's probably not looking as good as Mercedes thought it was early in this test. I think things have tailed off a little bit, particularly from Lewis Hamilton's perspective. But that said, he was trying to remain positive. There is a general feeling that if they've got a package that they can work on, and as Jolien was talking about earlier, they have got this other concept that they're working on, that if they don't want to pursue the one that gave them a bit of trouble last year and they've tried to evolve into this year, they have got that option to switch to later in the season.
Martin Whitmarsh down there with Pedro De La Rosa having a mini McLaren reunion. Got Stoffel Van Dorn as reserve driver as well down there.
It's like they're getting the band back
together.
Getting the band
back together. And Fernando Alonso, aware that this is realistically going to be his final team in Formula One. But what an opportunity. The oldest driver in the field may have extraordinary stuff. If you speak to teams from the midfield, they think the Aston Martin is quick. If you speak to teams at the front, they think the Aston Martin is quick. I guess the conclusion, Lawrence, is that they've done a phenomenal job at the Silverstone-based squad.
Yeah, I think the general feeling, if you go out across the paddock and you have a chat to teams and drivers as well, they'll talk about Aston Martin. You don't even have to ask them who's doing well, who's looking good, who's not looking good. They just bring up independently Aston Martin and the job that they've done. I think visually, the car looks great. I think Fernando has been positive about it. Felipe's been positive about it. You talk to the guys and girls of the team and they're positive about it. I think Aston Martin have very much been the surprise package. And Jolien and I were having a chat about this earlier. They do kind of look like they're fronting up the midfield, and who knows how much beyond that.
So Fernando Alonso continues on his way. We'll get the answers very, very soon, of course. So that's excellent to see. And as he continues on his way, we've had a change in the commentary box, and a very exciting change in the commentary box, because I'm delighted to welcome Yasmin, who is our winner this year of the DHL commentator competition. And this is the reward. Welcome to the testing commentary box. Wonderful to have you in the com box.
Thank you so much. This is amazing. This is a dream of mine, so to be with all yous, and thank you so much. Yeah.
So tell us about the competition. Tell us what you had to do, and tell us how you won.
So we had to commentate over 2 fastest laps. So the first one was Max Verstappen, just over 1 sector in his fastest lap in Spa. Then the second one was George Russell in Brazil. And then we had to tell why we wanted to win the competition. For me, I wanted to win because I want to work in F1. I want to be either a commentator or a presenter. So yeah, I just really put my heart and soul into that first sector. And
what was the style? Were you trousers on fire, all guns blazing? Were you methodical? Which way did you go?
kind of a bit of both. Yeah, I just describe what I see, but give it that story. That's what commentary is to me. It's describing what's on track and giving the right facts, but making it interesting as well.
Who are your commentary idols? Who do you look up to?
At the moment it's Crofty. You know, we see Crofty everywhere. So
I should.
I know. You should have asked that. Will Buxton told me not to say that here, so I just said it. So.
Wow, winding up Will is always a good idea. You are wearing just to give you a tour of the com box as we go on, as part of your reward for winning the competition. You are wearing the Crofty spec. So this is not always how it works. Occasionally, in the past, this is the Murray Walker spec of microphone. This one.
Oh yeah.
We lost John Motson in the week, and this is the one that he would have used for his entire football career. That's the old school Coles mic. That's the one. That's the lip mic you might use. Our friend David Croft prefers this mainly so he can get the old laptop out and use both hands as he goes through. And if he claims anything different, that's not telling the truth. So this is it. This would be the specification. In front of you, you've got. Well, tell us what stands out from the commentary box from someone making their first appearance here.
Well, there's just so much going on with all the buttons, and as well as trying to keep on track with what's going on. So, yeah, there's so much here. Oh my god. Yeah, I would definitely press the wrong button. I think I'm off air, and I'd press I'm actually on air.
You've got to be very careful with that, otherwise careers can be shorter than you want them to be. So I don't know if you'll be able to hear anyone in the gallery. They're probably all behaving themselves compared to what we normally have. So just to talk you through, and we've moved the camera. Director Tom, he's on it. So just to tell everyone, including yourself, what we've got here. We've got the gallery on this fader. Okay, we've got the sound, the track FX, the sound of the cars on the track. That can be, so for instance, if last year we're porpoising, we want to hear if it's porpoising, want to get everyone to listen to that moment, you'd turn that up, you'd make sure that was the case. Sometimes we have someone back at Biggin Hill, so that would be remote commentary. The lazy button is the button to speak to the gallery.
Okay.
If you're like, you'd press that, it would mute your microphone, and you'd be like, Jolien's wandered off again. Can we get Jolien back, please? And then on the other side, you'd have the team radio, and you can adjust all of this, and it changes all the way, and you've got the other chaps on these faders here. So that's the buttons that you're looking at home, and Yasmin, you're looking at in the commentary box for the very first time.
Wow.
Is it how you pictured it?
Honestly, no. In my head, I thought the room would actually be quite bigger. I thought huge budget, flat screen TVs.
Yeah, this is it varies from channel to channel. It varies with what we've got. So in here as well, we've got I don't know if Director Tom can show us maybe some of the screens. I love having control of this. This is too good. So we've got the timing page on the left. We've got the international feed. We've got the 2 boxes of the F1 TV feed. Jodien's got a slightly spanglier timing screen there, which gives you the mini sectors as well, which is awfully useful for qualifying. Don't always get that information. You just get the 3 sectors on the graphics sitting at home. You know what? We've heard quite enough of me for one day. Part of your reward is commentating on testing. So Yasmin, take it away. Your commentary debut. And let's hear you on the mic. Off you go. We're on board with Yuki Tsunoda on the left-hand side.
No pressure. Here we go. So Sonoda got green in both sectors, pretty good so far. Yuki's kind of been lacking this year, well, last year. I think he really does need to step up his game if he wants to keep his seat. I actually saw him in the pit with Helmut Marko. Didn't seem to be having a nice conversation. I'll be honest. But yeah, I think if he really does put in the work this year, he can definitely retain his seat. I know there's a lot of young Red Bull driver programs who they really want to get a seat. It's hard to get a seat at the moment, and there's Kevin Magnussen here. But yeah, I do think you can need to step up his game this year.
And so, another commentary tip for you: when there's nothing much going on in a moment like this, that's when you turn to Jolien and go, "Jolien, what do you make of it?"
K-Mag just sitting at the wheel
Yeah.
of the Haas, sweating a little bit. It's warm out there.
Very hot.
And especially when you're sitting in the car, you're just absorbing that heat. Everything around you is pretty warm. Now he gets to leave the garage and experience the Haas on some, C3 tyres on the Haas. So he's probably into a sort of medium run there. Get a little bit of air on the visor and then shut it to get out. And focus on the driving again.
And there's Alex Albon. He's the Williams have actually looked quite strong at the moment. You expect the likes of the Mercedes and the Ferraris to be doing quite well, but because of the cost gap, I think that you're actually seeing the smaller teams really work their way up. Like if you told me that Aston Martin would be doing this well, I would have laughed at your face. So, especially with Fernando Alonso, he makes always the worst driver moves.
It's true. It's true.
So,
the man has not had a lot of luck.
Well, he's finally made a good move. Right?
So it
Finally.
appears at the moment.
It took him long enough.
It's absolutely true. We've got Oscar Piastri was born after Fernando Alonso had made his debut in Melbourne, in the same city he was born in 2001. So Fernando's sticking around. That's a good job he is as well. What else do you get with the prize? How's your day look so far for winning commentator?
So I've been here for 2 days, my second day. So after this, I think we're going to do a pit lane tour and a pit gantry. So I get to actually be down there and sit just where you see the marshals here, and just soak it all up. Like I've never been in a paddock before, so this is just all amazing for me. So
You got a favourite driver?
it was Daniel Ricciardo, so they were on you to win.
But you're a commentator now, so you've
Yeah.
got to be neutral.
You know, I do have to be
that's
neutral.
that's how it works.
I do.
Take the opportunity to carry. I'm being told by the gallery, less of me, basically. So please, back on
Telling
the
you
mic.
to shut up.
Pretty much. Wouldn't be the first. Would not be the first.
Replay of Alex Albon. Wispy smoke
Hmm.
out of the back of the exhaust, but nothing special. Just a nice slow-mo shot of the
Not
Williams.
good, yeah.
Looked like he was heading for a practice start there. You could have talked us through it, but
know.
we're on a real slow-mo at the back of the Williams. It's Sergio
Yeah.
Perez.
Yeah, Perez has been about 2 seconds off the pace from Max. Yeah, Max has been just completely comfortable, and I think Perez is probably feeling that pressure a wee bit. Again, you have Daniel Ricciardo basically in the wings, constantly putting that pressure on Perez. If you want to work, you have to, especially with Brazil. You had Brazil, and they had that, don't tell me to basically help Perez. And whether what happened in Monaco is true or not, I think we're really going to see a big fallout this year. I don't think that Max is just going to forgive, or Perez is going to forgive. They could have had a 1-2 in the constructors, the first 1-2 for Red Bull, I think, or at least in a long while in the constructors championship. But Max knew that, and he didn't give it to Perez. So Perez is going to need to really step up his game.
Excellent stuff. Well, thank you for joining us in the commentary box.
Thanks
I'm
so
glad
much.
you get the pit tour. That is a absolutely phenomenal experience. Congratulations on winning. I know there are thousands of entries. So many laps go into that as well. And I hope the commentary box lived up to
It did.
the expectations. Have you met Crofty yet?
I have very briefly. He
Okay.
was in the middle of something.
How
so-
did he was in the middle of something?
Yeah.
What was he possibly in the middle of? It's
Yeah.
testing.
He was like running to somewhere. I asked for a photo and he said, "Sorry, I gotta go." So we did a quick photo and then he ran off. I wasn't gonna keep him. So
Go and badger him. He has got his feet up in the, in the production office, loving life. He usually, it's good if you can show him the notes and he talks to you. Actually, there you go. I think that's a Crofty special, a track map that he brought, because it certainly wasn't Palmer's and it certainly wasn't mine. So
wasn't mine.
There we are. Excellent to have you in the commentary box. Congratulations on winning, and I hope you love your time here in Bahrain as part of the prize.
thank you so much. Thank you.
Yasmin there, the winner of the DHL competition this year. I'm sure it will run again. So if you are an aspiring commentator, listen, give it a couple of years. Some of us have got mortgages to pay, but you can enter the DHL competition and you could well be up here in the commentary box for testing, doing the real thing this time next year. Great to meet you. Thanks so much. And we will continue on now with our testing coverage on day 3 in the final session. That's important. You've got Valtteri Bottas back out there on track after the failure earlier on, brought out the red flag.
He's not missed out too much, has he? Just
No.
over an hour into this afternoon session, hour and 5 minutes in. And Valtteri, I think, just has done an out and back in to check the car's okay. Seems to be running fine. And into a short run and back in again on the C3s. It's important for Bottas because, as we said earlier, he needs to get some performance running in this car that could be pretty strong in the midfield, we think.
Definitely, it's great that Joe's had such a great experience in testing so far, but the team will also want some feedback on the performance elements from Valtteri as well, given all of his experience. Still quite a long way to go. We've got over 3 hours of the session to go, so still plenty of time, and it'll be more representative as the clock ticks down. So yeah, great work from Alfa Romeo there to get him out without losing really that much time.
Tell you who's having a better day, Mercedes. Lewis back into another high fuel run here, Hamilton. Second high fuel run of the day so far. Pace-wise, we still don't quite know where they're at. Still question marks. Can they be on toes of Ferrari and Red Bull? But 83 laps for George Russell this morning, running through some more performance running. And Hamilton getting some race running in. Hydraulics issue for them yesterday. So good for Mercedes that they can get a better understanding of this car.
Okay, let's go downstairs to the paddock where Will Buxton is speaking to Oscar Piastri.
I am indeed. Oscar, testing is over. How would you sum it all up?
It's been a good week of learning, I would say. Obviously, my first proper running in the new car for McLaren, the MCL60. Also, my first proper running in a new generation of F1 car as well. So I've certainly learned a lot over the last 3 days. I've had a couple of little hiccups here and there, but I think that's to be expected in testing. So I think on the whole, it's been positive. I think there's still a lot of learning to do, as to be expected, but I feel like we're making good progress.
I know the team were downplaying expectations even at the launch. Has this test reached those expectations, or has it come in even underneath even those expectations?
I think we're about where we expected to be, I would say. I think we're probably somewhere in the mix of the midfield is my best guess at the moment. Of course, we don't know exactly where everyone's at in terms of fuel and engine modes and stuff like that. So we'll find out on Saturday next week where everyone really is. But I think we're about where we expected.
As a rookie, how tough is it having just these 3 days and such limited sessions to not just get to grips with the car, but push your understanding of what it's going to take to progress through your very first Formula One weekend?
Yeah, it's certainly tricky. I think, especially in a place like Bahrain, splitting the days half and half, or no matter how you arrange it, with the 2 a.m. sessions, it's very hot. So pretty much no matter what you do with the car, it's always going to feel bad. I think that's up and down the grid. So it's been challenging. So of course, some more test days would be nice, but we don't have any more. So I think there's still definitely a fair bit of learning to do going to the season. But I think this week's been helpful to get up to speed as much as we can.
Some comments in the press that this car was frozen around launch time and a new direction taken in terms of where the developmental path will go. With that in mind, with the package that you have, what is the expectation? What have the debriefs been like with Lando in terms of where the team believes it can get itself, or is there not much sort of expectation over these early races?
I think it's a bit difficult to say still because we obviously don't 100% know where we are relative to others. I think, like I was saying, we're about where we expected to be. We've obviously got some things in the pipeline that will hopefully be coming soon. So hopefully that's a good step for us. But yeah, I think our targets are probably from the launch are about where we've ended up.
You have the vagaries of Formula One testing down to a T. So I want to ask you something you probably can answer with sort of some excitement. Getting back into a race car after a year on the sidelines, how much are you looking forward to getting back to doing what you do best?
Yeah, it's super exciting for me. Obviously, last year was not the ideal year as a racing driver, but obviously coming to this year knowing I'll be going racing again, it's been a massive motivation boost, I would say, and yeah, just giving me something to focus on. I've been gelling really well with everyone at McLaren so far, so I'm feeling very comfortable in the team. But yeah, I'm just can't wait to get racing again next week. It's been a while, so I'm sure there'll be a few nerves on race day, but I'm super excited for it.
Lovely stuff. Thanks so much, Oscar. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Thank you, Oscar. Oscar Piastri ahead of his Formula One debut and looking forward to it. As he points out, he's had to sit on the sidelines for a year. The 21-year-old from Melbourne, born after Fernando Alonso made his Formula One debut for Minardi in the same city. And as if by magic, here is the two-time world champion right on cue. Currently 7th fastest. His best time of the day so far is a 1:33.125. Piastri, if you've heard the name but you're unsure of the racing record, it is formidable for the Junior Series. The winner of the Formula Renault Euro Cup in his second season, winner of Formula 3 in his rookie season. The same applies to Formula 2 when he was champion in his rookie season. Then a bit of testing for Alpine. You know what happened in the summer break, and he's found his way to the fabled McLaren team. On board with Fernando. Let's just listen in as he goes down the hill.
You could tell he was winding it up for a fast lap, the way he was ending that outlap. A few late weaves, make sure he got the front tyre temperature, and then launch it full gas out of the final corner. A little squirm from the rear tyre. Make sure you carry that speed into this flyer. C3 tyre for Fernando halfway round. Looks fairly hooked up. I'm really looking forward to seeing what he does in this car later on. Felipe Drugovich had a C5 earlier on. I'd like to see what Fernando can do. He's had a good amount of track time, and the car looks hooked up. C3 tyre has got slightly wide on the exit there, but still managed to squeeze on the throttle up through turn 12. Not so much bottoming there as well. Under control, not fighting the car too much. A little bit more of a slide on the exit, and one more corner for Fernando to improve his best time.
Let's see him across the line then. He makes that slight adjustment coming out of the final corner, gets the power down, roars past our commentary box, roars past the pit lane, and down in that pit lane, Sam Collins has wandered to McLaren.
Yeah, just listening to Oscar Piastri talking about what's going on with McLaren. Well, I'm down here to take a look at the car, and you can see here the technical boss of McLaren, James Key, getting very involved in the repairs. And if we come round to the other side of the car, you'll be able to see, hopefully, if I get out of the way, actually, you can actually see just on the inside, I'm not going to try and stay out of their way, just on the inside, you can see a plate that's been put on the inside face with those 3 bolts on to try and strengthen this part that's failing. But there's still a lot of investigation going on around the front brake cake tin now on the McLaren, and it does look like this issue is actually spreading around the front. So this large section that they've just taken off that looks like a tin you might put a cake in is called the cake tin, and that is part of the brake cooling package. And there's a lot of work going on small carbon fiber parts around this section of the car, and that's something that McLaren have struggled with in the past. This test, well, last year they had a problem with the brake cooling package, so it does look like the repairs are ongoing. If you look at the left front corner, you can see them still trying to repair that front corner,
So perhaps they're going to try and get back out on track today, but it's looking like an awful lot of work going on that front brake setup. I was going to try and grab a word with James Key, but he didn't look like he was in the most talkative mood. He did look rather upset about this current situation. So back to you upstairs.
Thank you very much, Sam Collins. Probably don't try that interview at this exact moment. Sainz continuing on his way. Let's just check in with this.
So C3 for Sainz as well. Same time on track as Alonso, who's just pumped in that lap to go fifth. That's a good lap from Fernando in the Aston Martin. Everyone's been quite impressed with that car. That's on a C3. The track is starting to get better now. The temperature's just dropping, 27 degrees air temperature. It was 30 degrees at the start of the hour. So it's coming to the drivers. And so that's why we're starting to get towards a little bit more performance running. Sainz opens the DRS and now heads down towards 11, 12 and 13. Left and then up the hill. We'll start with the left. Opens it up with the curb. Pushing a little bit of understeer. Getting on that curb as well on the exit, the same as Alonso, and still the rear of the car settled. Now let's see what he does through the middle sector. He's a 10th down on Alonso's Aston Martin through 2 sectors. It's going to be there or thereabouts. We don't know, of course, the engine modes, the fuel levels, but we know the conditions and the tyres, and they're the same.
Here comes the Spanish driver who last year became a Grand Prix winner thanks to that victory at Silverstone. Took him a couple of races to figure out the car. He was competitive from the Canadian Grand Prix onwards. That is his personal best of the day. Car 55 with a 1:32.441. That is his 19th lap of the day. Lawrence, did you enjoy the lap from Carlos Sainz?
Don't know why I was just turning my mic off when I was about to talk. But I think what Carlos has been able to do in this test is really build up performance over the course of the day. Last year, he didn't have such a smooth preseason. I think this year he's much happier with how the progress has gone. He was also talking about how he feels much better inside the car at this stage of the year. You were just talking about how it wasn't until Canada, really, that he was really able to step it up and really feel comfortable with the engineers around him, understanding the 2022 spec Ferrari that he'd been given after that huge regulation change. He's definitely a more comfortable, going back to the vibe scenario, he's definitely a more comfortable driver heading into this season. You talk to his team around him and they say the same. So as long as he can start this season on the front foot and not lose those big points in those big races with the reliability issues, his own mistakes, to be fair, and get some momentum, then it will be really interesting to see what he can do alongside Charles.
It's a great point. It was good to follow Carlos Sainz all the way around. Sergio Perez doesn't have the DRS open, so there's not going to be much to write home about as a result. I thought it was a good lap from Carlos Sainz, but it's not the lap I want to see. The lap I want to see is coming up right about now. We're going to turn the clock back a couple of years. We're going to go on board with Mr. Palmer. And this is back in 2017. The main man is going to talk us round.
Super softs on board the Renault. Palmer at the wheel.
What's happened here? The tone has changed.
A little bit of a lock-up. He might be unsighted heading to the first corner. Still gets very close to that apex. That's good stuff from Palmer. Squeeze on the throttle. Second gear, short shift third. Nibble of a bit of curb. A car ahead. This could be distracting. Honestly, a bit of dirty air. It's terrible. Who is that car? You can see Palmer fighting at the wheel, coming through turn 4, losing time all the way with that traffic. I'm sure he'll be on the radio complaining about that. That is a racing line through 5 and 6, perfectly on the curbs, not taking too much. Again, close enough to that apex not to worry anyone. Squeeze on the throttle, tricky braking zone. What's he going to do through here? Slightly wider line, carries a lot of speed in. Looks fairly hooked up actually through there. Didn't take the exit curve. That's still looking good. A little change on the dash, changing the brake map for turn 11. Little correction going in there. Didn't run as much curb as we've just seen with the Ferrari and the Aston Martin. Flat out through turn 12 into turn 13. Notoriously tricky, but coped with extraordinarily well by the Renault man. Comes out, another car in the way, sweeps around for the crucial final corner. This is looking like a pretty hot lap. Oh, and it all goes to pot in the final corner. Snappy on the gas, little correction, lost a bit of time. He won't be happy with that.
Fantastic stuff. Jolyon Palmer talking us through. You mentioned the word snappy at that penultimate corner. Talking of snappy, pretty snappy dresser when you were at the Renault team. There you go. There we go. Yeah, yeah, right. We're going to make it the big box. Look at that. Yeah. That's Monaco, isn't it?
That is a look, Jolien.
I look really proud to wear it as well, don't I? Yeah, this is me, guys. I've never watched Star Wars, but this is me.
You're selling it nicely there. Have you watched Star Wars since?
No, we normally have this debate every time because Will can still not get his head around the fact that I've not watched Star Wars. But
so they said, "Oh, we've got this really cool thing," and you're like, "Cool, what is this?"
Well, I quite like the look. It's the orange. It pops, and I'm going to roll with it. But that was me in 2017. What were you like in 2017?
I knew I was going to get stitched up.
Oh, there it is.
Yes.
2015. Throwback.
I knew as soon as there was chat of outfit, I was going to get done like this. This is my first day in the job. Get that off the television.
That hairdo.
No, that's not.
It's
I
sensational.
knew this was.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Were they work shoes? Or were they?
Yeah, that's full uniform.
Fashion items there on the
full uniform. Yeah, full. Uniform shoes, bin bag trousers, polo shirt that wouldn't fit if I had to put it on today. My hair has never looked like that before or after. The facial hair is my fault.
You looked so unthrilled to be there, Alex, on a debut.
Yeah, I'd just been told I was going to commentate with you. All the way through there. Well, thanks so much. Any thanks that Big and Hill were going to get, it's gone in the bin. With that section, you've lost it. Only Lawrence would be getting kind. Yeah, only Lawrence.
What was Lawrence like in 2017? You've aged like a fine wine.
That is kind of you to lie. I'll take that all day. Oh, it's the final day of testing. I knew as soon as we had outfit chat for Jolien, I was going to get thrown under there as well. Let's make it vaguely about Formula One. Massive differences from the cars that we see on track now compared to the one that you were driving in 2017.
Yeah, you can notice the difference in some of the lower speed corners as well. Coming in through 9 and 10, I was surprised actually how much speed I was able to carry compared to some of these ones. The weight, of course, in 2017 was a considerable amount less. No halo, which the eagle-eyed observer would have noticed. Quite nice when you look back, and it looks like quite a nice onboard image without the halo. Nice looking car as well. The yellow nose Renault.
That was a great livery that year.
It was. Was that the race where it wouldn't fire up, or was that the year before?
Year before, I broke down on the way to the grid.
Yeah.
That one, I qualified in the top 10 actually that year. So that was one of my stronger qualifyings. And you know what? It looked it on that lap. But no, you can see the weight of the cars does make them look a little lazier through some of the slower corners. But the speed they can carry now through the faster stuff is very impressive. Downforce coming up, the ground effect, of course, we didn't have that then. We had a lot of dirty air. The racing was harder. And now so much of the downforce generated from the underside that we don't ever really get to see of the Formula One cars. And that just, when you've got the high speed, you've got the car working nicely, that's where they're making the gains compared to 2017.
We've been on air a while. That photo of me has got quite a lot of WhatsApp attention immediately. Never mind. They look good, the 2017 cars. These cars looked fantastic last year. Certainly improving things. We were talking about it earlier on. Races like Silverstone, races like Barcelona, races where it was hard to follow through the high-speed stuff. Now it's possible, and it gave us some phenomenal wheel-to-wheel action last year.
And 2017 was also the first year of a major rule change, like we had last year. And then there was progression really all the way through to 2021 from that iteration of car. And I remember that was the year that shark fins were very popular across the grid, because it was basically just a simple fix of keeping consistent downforce. It wasn't your peak downforce option, but it was just a quick bodge basically to make sure that you keep a platform together. And then they got outlawed for the year after, and we got slowly morphed to the 2021 cars that were just getting quicker and quicker, and the downforce could remain consistent. And that's what we're seeing a little bit right now, aren't we, with this year's cars compared to last year's cars? There were some quick fixes, some quick bodges that went on, and is a constant bit of evolution that we're getting. Albon nearly driving himself into the gravel. They didn't realise that gravel trap was out there on the left, and suddenly just saw it last minute. But these cars they're just an evolution from last year. There, almost the left-hand tyres into the gravel, and we'll have this now for the next few years. This style of car, and it'll just be tweaks here or there, and the performance will get quicker and quicker.
All right, 50 minutes to go until we will hand you over to Crofty, Ant, and Rachel to take you to the end of proceedings for Formula One testing. We're running through the run plans as we go, and Magnussen across the line there with a 1:42.1. So they're continuing on their way. Big practice vibes now, with the sun getting ever lower, with the long runs being completed. We're nearly there. Not quite the revolution of 2022, but we are expecting a change in the order. We are expecting Aston Martin to be fighting to the front of the midfield. We still expect Red Bull to be the team to beat. Question about who's going to be in second. Question about if Ferrari are going to find themselves there. What's the gap going to be? Is that the case? Charles Leclerc looked downbeat earlier on. Previseur not offering much of an opinion to Laura Winter down in the interview earlier on. And debuts for, we know, at least a couple of drivers. A return for Hulkenberg. Sargent making his bow. Piastri making his bow. Potentially Felipe Drugovich as well, taking his opportunity. What looks like a car that should be scoring points.
Just while we're watching Kevin Magnussen out there, I think it's worth, we were talking about Aston Martin looking good. I think Haas have really made a step over the winter. I think they've had a few years of instability. You have to go back to 2018 for their last real good year. And I think there's a feeling among the team, talking to Ginter this morning, that they could really make a step forward this year. They've got a very settled technical team. We were hearing Simona Resta with Laura Winter earlier today, talking about the progress they've made. Again, they don't want to make any wild predictions for the year, but we've got to remember Haas started off last year pretty well, didn't they, before things unraveled. This year they seem to have a more conventional upgrade plan, so they only had one package really last year. They've got something slightly more conventional. I'm not saying that the upgrades they're going to bring are going to work, but I think if they can be bringing consistent upgrades across the year, that gives them a better chance to kind of stay in the fight and build something out in their championship.
Look how wide Hamilton gets coming into turn 8 as we pick him up. I saw this yesterday from Lewis, and he just goes not even just onto that curb. He's getting a little bit out of shape coming out of 10 here. This is a C2 tyre, so it's a step harder than we've had with the competitive runners of the afternoon, which is Alonso and Sainz. This is a more competitive run from Hamilton. Lower fuel now, but not particularly quick with the mistake there. But he does just that. If we stay on board with him he'll probably back off after this lap and then go again. But coming into turn 8, his line is the only driver I see going almost 4 wheels to the outside of the track to try and open it up. It's quite something. I've not seen anyone do that before either. And he's way deep into the final corner, missed the apex and slithers wide. So the C2 for Hamilton on this lap, not working particularly well. It's just his first flyer on a lower fuel though, so he can try and dial it in a little bit. Sometimes it's quite hard when you've had high fuel in the car and then you drop it all out. You change tyre compound and you're expected to just go and find the limit straight away. If anyone can do it, a 7-time world champion with oodles of experience can do it. But on this occasion, the car just not quite to his liking, and this was oversteer already just past the apex and then scrabbling for an exit. Part of where that lap was scrappy. Do you think Haas are going to go the distance this year? Are they going to be... Because this is always the thing with Haas, isn't it? The upgrades. And you mentioned that they've got a better plan for it this year, but they are up. If we think they're going to be near where Alpine are, Aston Martin maybe a little bit ahead. You got McLaren coming through. Those are teams that have traditionally been able to outdevelop Haas easily, and Haas typically drop back a little bit through the season.
I think from a financial perspective, they're in better shape. They've got a new title sponsor in MoneyGram, and that means that they're pushing the budget cap for the first time since the budget cap was introduced. In fact, they're spending more money than they've ever spent year on year in Formula One. I'm not saying that money guarantees performance, but at least it's given them an opportunity to kind of put a development plan in place like that, have some more stability across the rest of the package. I think a lot will depend on the Ferrari power unit. And whether or not it delivers the gains that we've been hearing, the couple of tenths of a second up to 3 tenths of a second with all those reliability fixes. But they've also, like you were saying earlier, Julian, they've got the most experienced lineup, that they've ever had. And I think getting the most out of that package is going to be what's important. I think they'll go the distance, and I think they'll be able to develop across the season. I think they'll be better. It's just all depends on how that is relative to the rest of the midfield.
Feels like they have to do what they did last year when they had that fantastic 5th place, thanks to Kevin Magnussen. Feels like if they're going to score good points, they're going to have to pinch it early on. That's the real thing. When you've only got, for example, the advantage for going for 2 experienced drivers is that you've got Logan Sargent getting up to speed in a Williams, you've got Oscar Piastri getting up to speed in a McLaren, so they will get there. Whether how long it will take is key, whereas if you're plugging in 2 experienced performers, could pay off in the early rounds.
Is that if they had Hulkenberg alongside Magnussen the start of last year, when Kev was finishing 5th in Bahrain, imagine Hulkenberg 6th for a team that didn't score huge points thereafter.
Yeah,
it's a massive percentage of their points you can grab in an opening race if you can maximize your conditions when other people are still building up to speed or not yet bringing development to the car. It could be an opportunity. Alpine, Ocon just completed a lap. There was the same tyres, still similar time, in fact, slightly better conditions as the temperature continues to drop, 26.5 degrees, so another half a degree less than it was when Alonso and Sainz were out on the C3s. And Ocon's a second down on Alonso, 8 tenths down on Sainz. We don't know the fuel and the engine modes. Struggle to think that Sainz has got the engine and the fuel completely out though for that C3 run. So unless Alpine are running extremely heavy for that, I just haven't seen any performance from them. Not a flash yet. They seem happy with everything. The drivers are very content, still quite bold about their predictions, and we're on the final day of pre-season testing, but just yet to see a flash of the performance that they've been sort of bigging up.
I was talking to Jean Alesi earlier, and he was kind of just giving his reflections on how things are going, and he singled out Alpine as one of the teams that he didn't really have an idea or a feel for where they slot in, and that was the general perspective from the people that he spoke to, and it's been the same for me and same by the sounds of it for you.
Well, don't you think if I didn't know everything that they were saying, I would just say they're pretty middling, maybe sort of behind your Alfa Romeos, maybe similar to McLaren, who were very vocal about struggling right now. They've got better reliability than the McLaren. But if we didn't know that they were so confident, or their outward appearance is so positive, then we haven't seen a lot of good performance from them yet. It's testing; they can hide good performance very easily, and maybe they're doing that. So that's the caveat. But if you just take it on face value right now, I'd be mildly concerned for them.
When Pierre was talking in the press conference earlier, he was still talking about their ambitions to push towards the top 3 and close that that gap of 340 odd points that they had last year and pull away from the midfield. He said something along the lines of, we're not going to be looking back, we want to be looking forward. And there was nothing really that he's seen so far to think that they won't be at least at the head of the midfield moving forward. But you're right in the sense that they're not showing it. But I guess it's testing, right? And they don't have to show anything.
No, exactly. And that's where really the unknown is for them, because they're buoyant and we can't see the reason for it. With other people, Red Bull seem very confident, and we can all see why. McLaren seem a bit pessimistic. We can all see why. Other teams are up and down, but they're sort of in line with what we're seeing. Whereas Alpine, their mood seems a lot better than what they're showing on track. So maybe they are just holding an awful lot back. It was interesting as well. Pierre was asked in the drivers' press conference earlier on about the bold targets to be closer to the top 3 than 5th place, which was what was set out in their launch. And he did then mention the other midfield teams that are also pretty quick that they need to be ahead of, and Aston Martin was mentioned, and amongst a couple of other teams. So they're clearly not thinking that they're in this fight or getting closer to the top 3 easily, that there are still midfield teams to be beating. And Aston Martin certainly looked like one of them at the moment. Wasn't sure if Hamilton there was catching out. Was it Magnussen coming through behind?
It was just another moment. Lewis just had another moment, lost the rear end, and just backed out of it completely. He doesn't look happy out there, does he? He just doesn't look like he's enjoying much driving that Mercedes at the moment.
No. As man, he wasn't particularly happy in the press conference either. Charles Leclerc.
I was going to say, watch his line here coming in. Look how far off the track he goes on the left-hand side, and then gets a huge snap of oversteer as he's trying to get on the throttle. I don't think that's because he's going so far wide into that corner. It's all settled on the way in still. It's just the car snapping into oversteer.
There you go.
Bit of frustration at the wheel. And then there was, I think he was maybe waving to a car behind him. Might have been Bottas in the Alfa Romeo, who then wasn't sure to go left or right of him as Hamilton slowed down there. He's on the C2 tyre though. So when Russell was quick early on, he had the C5, the softest in the range, and the performance started to look better. But soft tyres can mask inherent issues. Hard tyres can exacerbate the issues. So it's difficult until he puts on a C3 and we can get a gauge against the Alpine, the Ferrari and the Aston Martin, or goes for the soft tyres later on. It's difficult to just judge based on a C2. It's a couple of scrappy laps.
Okay, we're just building up with Carlos Sainz. Looks like he's building up for a push lap. Let's just have a look, see what tyres he's got on the cars. Yes. Push lap time.
Here we go.
It's all right, I'll do it until across the line, and then Jolie can talk us round. On board. Sun ever lower in the sky. Tyres bolted on to go for times rather than the long run pace that we've seen from so many in the field. And he is building up. The guy who did work out very close to Charles Leclerc once he worked out that car. He's such an adaptable driver. You saw what the McLaren style did to Daniel Ricciardo. He worked that out when he was there. He worked the Ferrari out within 8 races. Hugely adaptable man behind the wheel. Now going for a fast time around the 3.3 miles of Bahrain International.
Yeah, he was very tentative on the outlap, particularly in the high speed, not wanting to hurt the rear C4 tyres that he's got on. So this is the tyre that Leclerc is currently top of the times with, his teammate this morning. Let's see what Sainz can do. His C3 run should have been a little bit of prep for this, and now maybe drop out a bit of fuel and maybe turn up the wick a little bit more, put on the softer tyres. The performance should get a little bit better, certainly on the rear axle. And he's right there with his teammate through the first sector, within 300s, in towards turn 10. Right-hand hairpin. Again, nowhere near the bit of track that Hamilton's on coming into that corner, but he's not got the traction issues either. Double apex of 9 and 10. No lock-up, little short shift for Carlos on the exit to make sure he can get the traction and run a little bit of curb on the exit to open up the corner. Maximizes the track width into turn 11. Small, tiny corrections at the wheel, but not too bad there for Sainz through 11. Flat out through 12. Little scrape against the floor, and he's a 10.5 down on Leclerc. Now, the track right now should be better than Leclerc had it earlier on. The temperature's cooling. It's cooling pretty quickly now. The sun's dropping, and the rubber of the track grip is just coming up and up. So the track should be better for Sainz. Comes out of the final corner, got a little more twitchy through the final sector. Leclerc is chatting and he's going to miss it as Sainz beats his final sector, but doesn't beat his lap. Ferrari 1-2, but Leclerc still remains top of the times.
This is a Charles Leclerc speciality track. Winner here in Formula 2. Maiden pole position here, followed up with pole position last year and the victory for the opening Grand Prix of the year. There's the gap. The track conditions slightly better, the temperature slightly cooler, and a tenth between the two Ferrari drivers.
1.3 seconds found between the C3 and the C4 there for Sainz. Seems a lot for just a tyre compound difference. So I do wonder if they've dropped a bit of fuel for the C4 as well. Of course, the track conditions are getting quite a lot better in the half hour or so since he's done his C3 time.
So Sainz brings it back. We can head downstairs to the team that could be the talk of the paddock. depending on the car that they've got underneath them. Sam Collins is Aston Martin.
Well, right now, Felipe Drugovich does have a car underneath him, but the car is on the high jacks with a problem at the rear end. There's a lot of work going on by the mechanics and a lot of concerned faces looking down at the back end of the car. And as you look down to the back of the garage, you can see some of the team management back there, including the face of Martin Whitmarsh, which some of you may recognise from being the team boss of McLaren from a few years ago, back in the Ron Dennis era. He's back in the paddock working in various roles. But if you have a look at the work of the Aston Martin mechanics, this is not a routine change. It's not a setup change. They've been banging away at something in the middle, I think in the rear suspension rather than the power unit, but it does look to be above the turbocharger. So I can't quite identify what it is they're working on. I can't quite see from where we're standing, but it's all not quite well for the Aston Martin team. So as seems to be a little bit of story of testing 2023, unless you're Ferrari or Haas, your cars can be quick. Cars you don't expect to be quick can be quick, but reliability does seem to be reliability issues and gremlins do seem to be creeping into quite a lot of these cars. I'll keep you updated as to what's going on down at Aston Martin, but for now, it doesn't look great for them.
Thank you very much, Sam Collins. That's about the only bad news that they've had, really, for a couple of days. Still waiting on the status of Lance Stroll as Jolene opens the door to the commentary box at the exact moment when one of the V6s was roaring past. Turbocharged V6 is going past and it really does reverberate down because the grandstand's so tall here. You get a huge echo. Wonderful sound, wonderful sight as well under the lights. The floodlights are imminent. Valtteri Bottas, after his stoppage earlier, finding himself back on the circuit with a distinctive crash helmet. Now, earlier on, we were talking about how happy he is with the Alfa Romeo team. We have seen that with front-running drivers moving to a midfield team. Thinking of Kimi Raikkonen, did so with the same team, moved from Ferrari to Alfa, and also Felipe Massa, for example, when he went from Ferrari to Williams, and Williams capable of fighting for podiums, occasionally victories, but mainly podiums. Then the question becomes, then what? He's got the multi-year contract. He's happy with that. He's stabilized. But then does the experience in year two, when you're in the midfield team, change? And it's the pressure of not having to fight for pole positions and wins every week. Is it a difficult second season when you find yourself in that position?
I kind of feel like now that he's got that season under his belt, he's going to want to kick on quite significantly. He had that period start of the season where he scored most of his points. And then towards the end of the season, the gap between him and Joe closed. I'm not sure whether that was because Joe really shut the gap on him or Valtteri dropped back or a slight combination of both. But, Alfa Romeo brought him on for his experience. So I think that as long as he keeps driving that team forward, offering that feedback, getting big point scores when that car is capable of it, then I guess that will constitute a good year. I mean, I'm interested to know what that means for Valtteri long term, right? So he's got an extensive deal here. You've got Audi coming in 2026. I guess for him personally, he could be around for many more years to come, and he just wants to keep continuing building up, maybe to put himself into a position to make the most of that package.
They got Andreas Seidel there now with a view to building it up towards Audi in 2026, and Andreas will be trying to shape that team into a potential championship winner by the time that Audi come in. And of course, Valtteri knows what it's like to be in a championship winning team as well at Mercedes. So he's a good person to be spearheading that team for the next few years. I think Audi would be quite keen that he stays there with his experience and his working in one of or the most successful Formula One teams of all time. So recently working alongside Lewis Hamilton as well, and picking up all that information that can start to build that team as they get bigger aspirations in the future. But they're sort of in a bit of treading water phase as well in the next couple of years. I think last year was probably, I know he had a tough season. It started very well, then a lot of poor reliability, and it petered out a bit. But he seemed so happy last year.
Yeah, that's
he seemed
true.
happier than at any time when he was at Mercedes. Now, of course, there's a difference between happy and successful, and the pressures were there when he was at Mercedes. So being out of the spotlight, I think,
meant he could relax a little bit and enjoy the driving rather than being so fiercely focused on taking on one of, or maybe the greatest driver of all time. But he just seemed happy and relaxed, and so at one in that atmosphere. And I think year two, it'll be much the same. Try and help behind the scenes. He's got a young teammate who they get on well, and he can help out as well. And the long-term picture is Audi, but he's also just enjoying the present. That's my feeling on Valtteri. I don't feel like he's under much pressure.
No. It's just interesting to see whether he can hang around long enough to get the benefits of that Audi program. We'll be in his late 30s. But as long as Fernando Alonso keeps plugging away, giving hope to the rest of them out there. Esteban Ocon, talking to his engineers down there. Ocon, where's Ocon's lap count? He's on 28, Esteban Ocon, running in this afternoon session, the last one they have before it gets serious.
What's the Mercedes on? C3s for Hamilton. So he didn't look good on those C2s.
No.
Very scrappy on the rear end. No traction. That's what you get generally with a harder tyre. You go softer, you pick up grip overall, but you particularly pick up grip on the rear axle. So the C3 should help him out, but he might have needed to find a little bit of balance with it as well. We have a better benchmark for what drivers have done on C3s. Look at Alonso in 6th, and we're looking at Ocon now in 10th. Sainz was in between the two, but closer to Alonso earlier on. Still, the caveats are there. We don't know the fuel. We don't know the engine modes, but we did watch those guys on their C3 tyres in this afternoon session. So we can see what Hamilton does in comparison. Gasly and Hülkenberg, you might see on the timing screens, but they were in this morning.
So Hamilton with his personal best, which you would expect, given the conditions, given the tyres. Very wide again, that entry into turn 8. Looking for greater traction than he had about 20 minutes ago when he went through that corner. Now down to turn 10. Changing direction, braking, going downhill. And now the back straight, not much to do. Foot to the floor, up through the gears. DRS open. About to swing it in to turn 11. Climbing the hill now. And we'll get a read for his second sector. So he looks to post his best lap of the day and give us a clue to the performance of that Mercedes.
It's much more poised than it was on the C2. And this is going to be a good lap if he can complete it through the final sector. This is going to put him with Fernando Alonso's Aston Martin lap, I think, if he can maybe even a little bit ahead of it. I think he's 1/10 up on what Alonso managed through 2 sectors, and Alonso was quicker than Sainz on the C3. For what it's worth, I know it's only testing.
Across the line, 6th fastest time for Lewis Hamilton, a 1:32.147, and he goes ahead of his old teammate and finds himself up to 6th position. There is his current teammate, as ever. Very, very direct communicator. How many times when we talk of a driver, they've got to improve their communications with the team, they've got to be more direct, they've got to be more succinct. Not a problem for George Russell. Very, very good in debrief mode.
I think the most impressed I was with him was when he jumped in for that one-off in place of Hamilton for the Sakir race. His feedback was so clear and so good immediately. And I think that's probably one of the things that impressed Mercedes so much that they had to sign him. Of course, his pace and the way he was managing the race, but it's all part of your brain capacity when you're driving to think about what the car's doing, relay information, but relay it so crisply and clearly. It's always been a great strength of George's.
And relay it whilst you're pressing the team radio buttons so the rest of the world can appreciate it as well. It's got a brain on him as well. Kevin Magnussen is our driver in focus, also with the C3 tyre. Fastest time of the day still belongs to Charles Leclerc. We're expecting softer compounds to be bolted on later on.
Track's definitely getting better as well, with the temperature now into the 25s. A little bit cooler. We're now a good chunk later than Alonso's benchmark. He's been in the pits a long time, hasn't he? Only 10 laps for Fernando Alonso. So we keep saying the Aston Martin's quick and good.
Yep.
It is, but he's not had a lot of running so far with less than 2.5 hours to go. Let's see if Magnussen's now going to wind it up for a fast lap. No DRS. So it's not going to be too competitive.
So 2.5 hours to go on the final day of pre-season testing. Lap count on the left-hand side. See the drivers who are out there on the circuit. Hamilton going for a slow tour of the circuit. Who's doing burnouts? Sergio Perez is doing burnouts down the pit lane as he leaves the garage once again. And what have we got down there? Fantastic stuff. There have been spectators around the circuit. Paddock getting ever larger, getting occupied.
Is that an Alpha Tauri?
Looks like we're looking at a Lego Alpha Tauri. The graphics department are on it. Excellent stuff.
Missed the new livery though.
Yeah.
That all-in sponsor that was signed by Franz Tost on Christmas Day.
Is that
decided yesterday?
Is that the best revelation that we've brought you in testing this year?
Quite possibly, I think.
Mm.
Incredible scene.
Certainly the strangest. We were saying on the way back from the circuit, can you imagine if Lawrence had just made it up and Will had wandered down to Franz Tost and gone, yeah, what about this? What about this working on Christmas Day? And he'd gone, I don't know what you're talking about. I was like, it's bizarre. What a bizarre thing.
We put a lot of faith in that.
Yeah.
Oh, Will did. And we got a great scoop.
And it worked
from
out.
it.
A
So-
great scoop. Do you have a favourite scoop in your time as a journalist, Lawrence? A story you're particularly proud of?
Oh, that's a good question. You caught me on the hoop there.
That's all right. That's because I know Jonah's going to do a similar thing with random questions in this final half hour. So I might as well start.
Favorite scoops? Mint choc chip.
Oh my word!
No, pistachio actually.
Oh, pistachio.
Producer Joe chiming in with her favourites.
That's peaked attention now.
Rum and raisin for me.
Oh.
What about you, Alex?
I like a little bit of salted caramel.
Yeah.
Salted caramel.
It's very new age, isn't it?
It is.
Salted caramel.
It is. I mean,
why was salted caramel not around in the last
in
20 years
in
ago?
ancient times? Didn't get a 70s summer Walls ice cream with salted caramel.
Flavors are actually fascinating, aren't they? Because back in the day, it used to very much be staples: your chocolate, strawberry, vanilla, maybe go wild, banana. In your, I'm thinking more milkshakes here, but that's from the ice cream family. Now it's salted caramel, pistachio, rum and raisin. That's more of a staple as well, isn't it?
You're not going to want to hear what my wedding cake flavors are, Jolene, if you like standard ice cream flavors.
You've baited me, Lawrence.
Yeah, no, you've advertised this. First of all, congratulations. And part of the wedding planning. Go on.
It's cake tasting. That's the best part.
Oh,
so
it
far.
is.
It's the cake tasting. I ate like 80 slices of cake in one go. Not in one go, one sitting.
Very good.
So I've got fourth tier's lemon drizzle with lemon curd in the middle.
Tier number 4. Right. tier number 3
is vanilla with rose jam.
Ooh.
Excellent.
Tier 2 is chocolate and banana. Oh, no, I'm not getting any
Healthy.
good I'm not getting any good reactions here. And tier 1 is red velvet.
Okay.
So no,
It's
I've not
solid.
gone standard on
No.
any tier.
That is it's quite literally.
But the world's
a
moved on, hasn't
smorgasbord.
it? The world's moved on from the standard. If you announce now that your favorite ice cream flavor is a chocolate, a strawberry, or vanilla,
Yeah.
you're a laughing stock. You're a laughing stock in today's world.
That is a very intricate wedding cake you've got planned. When is the happy day, Lawrence Barreto?
July 16th.
Lovely stuff.
So yeah, between I think.
Are you missing an event?
No, I've put it.
It's
neatly
quite
between
hard.
two
It's quite
events.
hard to plan a wedding with the Formula One calendar. It's fairly relentless.
It's one of the only 3 weekends in July, I think, that I'm going to squeeze it into just before the Hungarian Grand Prix.
So you're going for it's basically 5 weeks in a row of either at a race or the happiest day of your life.
5 successive
Yeah, that could be the
happy
Hungarian
days.
Grand Prix. If it's anything like it was a couple of years ago, forget the wedding. I want the Hungarian Grand Prix to come already.
Do not tell Sabrina that. No way.
Congratulations, buddy.
Thanks,
That is
Steve.
excellent news. Wedding planning. I was going to say wedding planning is arduous, but I have to be honest. For my wedding, I didn't do much of it. So thank you, Victoria, for
So you had a great time.
taking on the bulk of that whilst I shouted at cars going round in circles. Greatly appreciated.
C4 tyres, guys. C4 tyres.
It was your fault. You got us on that tangent. Palmer with disdain in his voice for us yakking on, having taken us down the garden path. It's a purple sector, though, for Carlos Sainz. Now on the same compound as his teammate set the benchmark earlier on. Better track conditions. Talk us to the end of it, Jolyon.
He was having little play at the wheel with oversteer through the lower speed. Might have cost him a fraction compared to his teammate's benchmark from earlier on still, but this is neck and neck, and Sainz was quicker than Leclerc already in the final sector. So if he can hook this last corner up, that was pretty nice through 13. Oh, little bit of oversteer coming off the curb on the entry, but nice and neat still throughout. C4 tyres staying into the end of the lap. Track's getting better and better, but he doesn't do enough. Still, Leclerc stays at the top of the times. And whilst that was happening, Alonso improved as well on a C3. So 1 second away from now the two Ferraris is Fernando Alonso, but not on the C4. But the Ferrari on the edge of oversteer. Sainz on the curbs, a little bit stiff, maybe coming off the curbs at the final corner. Looks all right, but we haven't got the benchmark of the Red Bull to have a look at yet. Ferrari are wary of Red Bull on the soft tyres. They are setting the pace right now. We'll see what Perez can do. Perez has been very quiet so far this afternoon. His time from the morning so far.
He has been quiet. I think expectation was at the start of the day that we'd have a Red Bull on top by the end, but Perez not setting the same headline times as we've seen.
Maybe more confidence from Red Bull.
Yeah.
We've got a long time yet.
Yes, that is true.
The track's only going to get better.
I'm getting greedy with our remaining section of 19 minutes before we hand over commentary.
Yeah, we want to see everyone go for the soft tyres now and then go race runs to the end of the day.
It would be terrific, but it's not the way round that it's going to be. If you've been with us all the way through since the very start of day one, a special shout out to you as Alonso comes back into the pits, having improved his time, 1:32.0. It's only his 13th lap, so changes being made there. As we look down from the commentary boxes and the grandstand to the assembled Aston Martin pit crew, you can see spectators in the grandstand, constantly filling up. And they will wheel the two-time champion back into the garage. We move on next to our pundit from yesterday, Alexander Albon, on the headset yesterday, in fine mood. Now the team leader.
Very confident, isn't he? Very confident in himself and his position.
Yes.
I think Alex Albon is only a few years ago now, 2019, that he was in the Red Bull. 2019 and 2020, he was in the Red Bull, and he had the weight of the world on his shoulders through 2020 particularly, and it just seems like that pressure's been gone since he's come back to Williams last year, having had a year on the sidelines, of course. Leading the team with Logan Sargent, the rookie, alongside him. And he just seems very relaxed and chipper. The Williams car looks like it's at least a small step forwards.
I think that year at Red Bull when he was a reserve driver really helped him. I think he kind of took the pressure off. He sat back and kind of followed a little bit about what Max was doing, spent a lot of time in the simulator, played a really key role in that work that he does back at the factory over a Friday night for race weekend, built his confidence back up. Red Bull were very supportive of trying to help him find a drive elsewhere. And then he's gone to Williams and kind of just reminded himself, if anything, that he can compete and has still got the talent to do that, and pulled out a number of great drives last year. That drive in Australia where he pitted on the penultimate lap, I've done the whole race on one set of tyres and got a point.
I still don't know how he did that. I remember looking at the timing page and go, "Oh, fair effort," but he's going to fall just short.
I tell you what, it was great from Albon to keep. He was on the hard tyres, wasn't he, for the duration of the race? And it was great from him to keep those tyres going and have the pace to do it. It was a brilliant call from the pit wall, though, to think outside the box in that way and pit right at the end. And it was neck and neck, wasn't it? I think it was Zhou that was trying to beat him for that final point. And it was just team and driver in perfect harmony to achieve what was a maximum possible result for Williams on the day.
And Alex did that so many times last year, didn't he? Trying to get in the maximum result on the days where he had a real opportunity to do so.
And yet, the grand irony of all of it is that the best opportunity for him, he then has the cruel luck of his appendix. He doesn't get to take part in the Italian Grand Prix that he had been so looking forward to as a chance potentially for his best result of the year.
Esteban Ocon lining another one up in the Alpine. So we've been talking about Alpine and we've been wondering if they're going to show us anything. Let's see if it happens right now. Ocon on the C3s. Quite a popular tyre at this time. Nice and neat coming through turn 2. Again, with the track grip coming up, that exit through 2 becomes a little bit easier. Such a crucial one because it leads on the long straight in the DRS to 4. It's a long way down through the first sector, though. 0.6. That's down on the Aston Martin time, down on Hamilton's Mercedes. And he was winding this up like a proper... The way that he was driving the outlap was very much like this is a performance run with a bit of weaving late in the outlap, a very slow outlap to make sure the tyres are in good condition, but a bit of late weaving to warm the fronts and then launch into this lap in the same vein as Alonso. Of course, doesn't mean that they're on the same fuel or the same engine modes, but it means that he's giving it a go, but he's a load of pace down in the middle sector. The car looks really stiff, the Alpine. It looks like it's just very twitchy and particularly nervous on the curbs and around there. Doesn't look slightly trickier to drive as a result of it. Maybe a good peak downforce setup.
I think he had a big moment. I think the camera was zooming out. I think he had a big moment coming down the hill into 8, which was where all the time ebbed away, I believe. Let's have another look. We're going to go on board with him. Not that much when you go on board.
Yeah, he had a small one coming off the curb on 7. He actually did very well to scoop it up and get into the apex of 8. So, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, he did. Just, again, that's maybe the stiffness of the car. Maybe they're running it very low, but it was off that curb. It was just bouncing, and then had a little spit as he was trying to pull it back to the left to prepare the right-hander. And, yeah, good bit of driving there to still get it off the curb, save the oversteer, slow the car down and not lock up, keep the lap.
Well, we've seen the Alpine on track a moment ago, and Sam Collins has been speaking to Alpine's technical director, Matt Harmon.
Come down to the Alpine garage, number 12 and brilliantly named Garage 12A. To have a chat with Matt Harmon, one of the people one of the key people responsible for creating this new A523 Formula One car. Matt, when you started work on this car based on last year's regulations, where did you start? What was the concept you were going for?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. We actually started the car in November of 2021. So we started this car before we'd actually raced or even fully built the A522. So, you know, it was more about making sure that we'd understand some of the longer lead time opportunities that we may have missed or we could have re-optimized. So that's where we started. And it was also really trying to understand where we were in the tunnel at that time and where our dynamic concepts had gone and whether we still had enough potential in them to push them forward into this car. So yeah, that's pretty much where we started.
And did you have enough potential in those concepts to push them forward?
At that point in time, we did, and I think that pretty much showed out during our development pace on the A522, and that's continued through the winter season on this car. And yeah, we're just opening up more and more potential. And some of the areas that we've worked on, the rear suspension and the front ring, and around some of the areas of the floor, have really opened up some interesting avenues for us.
We saw last year at a number of circuits that the A522 was extremely quick in a straight line, only really regularly beaten by the Honda engine cars. Now that says to me you either got no downforce and no drag, or an awful lot of power, or a combination of both. Where were you, and where's this car in comparison to that?
It's a combination of both. it's definitely a combination of both. It's something that we optimise and we look at quite carefully for each circuit. You know, we've got some tools on the car that allow us to manage that circuit by circuit, and that's part of our upgrade program. But yeah, we will continue to do that. But you know, I would like to say that the power unit took a very good step for the RE22, and I think the people at Viri they should be very proud of that step, because we needed that. And I think now we're getting used to applying it, and coupled with the car, you know, I think we'll continue to improve.
Now, just one last thing, looking over this car, as we're seeing it in the garage behind us at the moment, there's one thing on this car that you are super proud of that the team has created. What's that one thing on the car?
I think for me, actually, I would say that it's the weight of the car at the moment. You know, I think that was a massive undertaking for us. You know, we know up and down the grid that weight has been a challenge for everybody, or most people. You know, we've been able to make some great decisions on the car, which have enabled us to improve the performance at a lower weight. And I think that's a massive testament to the team. But if I was to pick one particular area, you know, I think the rear of the car is, you know, we're searching for CLR, we're searching for rear load on the car, and I think we really have pushed performance in that area, and we've taken a courageous step in that part of the car, and we will continue to do so for the 524.
Right, you give me an additional question. I apologise. It's an obvious one though. You mentioned the weight of the car. You've opened the floodgates on that one. Are you on the weight limit?
We'll be optimal for performance in terms of weight limit.
So you've got movement within the window?
We've got movement in the window.
Oh, that's actually quite impressive, because weight limit's changed, and you've got the increase of weight 1 kilo on the power unit as well. So that is a big change on this car.
That's right.
Well, that's very impressive. Right, Matt, thank you very much. And hopefully the car runs well for the rest of this test, and we'll see how it gets on next weekend's Bahrain Grand Prix.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Sam Collins speaking to Matt Harmon earlier on. And good to hear the thoughts. Very proud of the weight situation. Not all teams at that point. But Alpine are. Helps you with placement of the ballast. Help handling of the car. George Russell no longer in debrief mode, but they're smiling down there at Mercedes. The mood seems light. Certainly in comparison to what we saw at the end of yesterday.
Headset on, ready for another little bit of listening into a Lewis Hamilton fast lap. He's just left the pits on a new set of C3 tyres. Getting towards power hour at the end of testing. Everyone's starting to wind it up and unleash a little bit more of what they can do. We won't know the full picture, of course, until next Saturday. The famous cliche.
Yeah,
it's only testing.
But then that will happen, and we'll have to wait until the next qualifying, because a different track, to just make sure it's right, and then wait until the next qualifying to make sure you've got 3 different tracks.
Look, we won't know the full picture until Abu Dhabi. Stay tuned the whole season, guys.
Seamless. Seamless. I think if you're watching Formula One testing, there's a fair old chance you're going to be with us throughout the entire season. Hamilton across the line, DRS open tells you that he will be pushing. Sparks flying from underneath the Mercedes, breaking down over the bumps of turn 1, where we've seen so many cars sail on by. And now climbing the hill. Wonderful place to see the cars climb the hill from turn 1. Wonderful sequence of corners. Allows passing and repassing, certainly with this regulation of cars. Saw that in the Grand Prix here last year, taking that wider and wider still line through turn number 4. It is a personal best in sector 1, 2.5 tenths of a second away from Leclerc's benchmark from earlier. Sainz very similar lap time set earlier on, but on a softer compound of tyres.
There's a big difference in the compliance of this car compared to the Alpine. The way that Hamilton can use the curbs on entry and exit is okay over the bumps as well. They've had their own issues, Mercedes, in terms of balance and trying to find a sweet spot in this car. But the compliance of it is there to see, with the way that he's able to use the curbs and manage to keep a decent level of contact patch and stability on the car. Again, through 11, flat out through 12, improving through 2 sectors. Not a great deal. It's a little bit here and there for Lewis, and a bit of oversteer now through turn 13. Bit of scraping on the floor into the final corner, but none of the big porpoising problem that they suffered so badly last year. The balance is coming towards them. It's looking much better for the team. It's a subtle improvement from Hamilton on the times. Just I think 100th or 2 there overall. Didn't improve his final sector, but the car's not looking quite as ragged as it has through actually a lot of the 2 days so far. And you contrast that with
just picking up Ocon there. He's snapping on the exit, but the way he was coming through turn 12, again, fighting at the wheel. The car's really agitated over the bumps, and turn 12 is a little bit bumpy. The car, he's just fighting at the wheel. It looks so nervous, the attitude of that Alpine. Maybe they've got a great rear load and a great aero platform on it, but the compliance of the Alpine just looks like it's holding them back at this stage.
Okay, one of the big questions before we head into the opening Grand Prix of the season is who will be piloting the second, well, not the second, but the other. I've got myself into a lovely trap there. Never mind. Who's going to be in the Aston Martin? Could it be Felipe Drugovich? Could he be making his debut, the reigning F2 champion? Let's hear his thoughts. He was speaking to Laura Winter earlier.
Well, Felipe, good to see you in the Formula One paddock and out there on the track as well. How was your morning of running and indeed testing as a whole?
Yeah, it's been great. Did a little bit of aero testing at the beginning. After that, I just got to run a little bit more, in some more pushing ways. So it's been great. A little bit more time, trying to get to know the car, get to know how it drives, and just preparing myself to be ready if in case the team needs, but also trying to help the team as well, trying to find out a great balance for the car.
Yeah, you've kind of got two different roles there. You're feeding back to the team, obviously, as their reserve driver, and we'll start with that. Of course, all signs are very positive at the moment. There seems to be a lot of good momentum and optimism at Aston Martin, certainly from the outside looking in. Is that the case from the inside looking out?
It is. The energy inside the team is great. Everyone is, very positive, trying to make a step forward. I think they're managing to do that. But you can really see the team pushing a lot, and that's great to see.
And I suppose a couple of weeks ago, you probably weren't expecting that you might be making your Formula One debut here in Bahrain. Do you have any indication whether that might be the case next week? And if so, how's your mindset approaching that?
For sure, I wasn't expecting that, but no, I still don't have any news. Everything depends on Lance's conditions. So I'm gonna be on standby, just trying to be prepared, trying to get the most experience I can, just to be there if in case he can't race. But of course, we wish him all the best to be back soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks very much, Felipe. Great to see you. Cheers.
Thank you very much to Laura Winter. Speaking to Felipe Drugovich, we're hoping for news about who will pilot one of the Aston Martins there. Fernando Alonso's gone over the line in the Aston Martin, and he has set the fourth fastest time, a 1:31.4 with the C4 tyre on the car.
So that's like for like tyre with Sainz in the Ferrari. They were very evenly matched on the C3, but I did think Sainz had found a lot of pace when he went to the C4, one step softer in compound and about 1.3 seconds found. So it probably indicates that there was a little bit more fuel coming out of the Ferrari, which indicates then that they were running a little bit heavier early on. A few teams, well, every team playing games with their fuel loads. We try and decipher what's going on, but in reality, it's very hard. I think probably Alonso, if he was within half a second of a Ferrari, I think that would be a great position for Aston Martin to start the season.
Well, if you consider where they were 1 year ago, that is a remarkable step forward.
And I think that probably explains why Felipe was just saying it's a great atmosphere in the team right now, because I think they do know that they have got a great car. It's probably a great feeling to hear everyone talking about them and picking them out as the ones to watch through testing and into the first race. But you just get from the body language of that team that things are going well. I'm speaking to Fernando after this session, so I'm excited to see what he's got to say for this day. He got 2 days in the car, half a day more than he thought he was going to get.
Yep.
He's already kind of tried to play things down a little bit and give him some wriggle room by saying that it might take a couple of races for him to shake off that rust and get things sorted. But that extra half day will be good. The extra mileage will help him get on board with the team. And also, it's much easier, Jonan, isn't it, to get up to speed when you've got a good car, right?
Yeah, well, the car's doing roughly what you want it to do. You're not having to firefight issues the whole time. So it saves time. You can dial it in, find a balance quite quickly, and then just work on finding some improvements and hopefully a bit of development coming soon, and make small incremental changes rather than do what George Russell would have had to do at Mercedes last year and trying to find a complete overhaul to the issues that they were facing. The other thing for Aston Martin in this, everyone's talking about them in the midfield. I'd be amazed if they could make a jump towards the absolute front of the field, even though they've had a very good test.
their rivals in the midfield, I don't think they've looked very good. McLaren were in the battle for fourth in the constructors last year, and we know they've had a difficult test, and their expectations are pretty modest at this stage. And Alpine, a lot of high hopes, a lot of talk. The attitude of the car doesn't look fantastic, and we haven't seen a lot of performance from Alpine yet, and that would be the other team that would be in that sort of fourth place fight. So still a bit of an unknown. Bit of wheel spin there from Hamilton coming out of turn 10, and he backs off this lap. But is Aston Martin looking good, and their main rivals just not looking quite as punchy?
I think that's a fair summation of what we've seen across the testing. It's been very efficient, hasn't it? It's been very efficient. Few red flags, few driver errors. It has been very much like a long free practice session since we got the initial green light at the end of the pit lane. Hamilton coming round again, and we have reached our 2-hour mark. He's coming back to the pits. So, chaps, let's go through highlights of what we've seen in testing, hopes for the season, starting with you, Lawrence Barretto.
I think the thing that has impressed me most so far is the reliability. I think everyone will be great that they've got so much mileage under their belt. I'm pretty excited that it looks like Red Bull, even though they're leading the way, I think it looks like Ferrari are in the mix there. There were some numbers floating around yesterday, half a second between them on long run pace between them. You know, if they can be in the mix, Ferrari can be in the mix, and they can have a proper fight up there. That's great. It'll be great if the midfield can close the gap to the top three. I think generally speaking, it feels like most teams feel like they've made a step forward. There's some unknowns like we've been talking a lot about, Alpine, McLaren. But I think what's been great is just to see the teams cracking on with these new cars. And now we're just a few days away from the first race.
Julian, how about for you?
Yeah, I think my highlight is absolutely the unearthing of 2015 spec Alex Jakes in this afternoon's session. I think that was a major breakthrough for all of us. In terms of the on-track action, though, it's Aston Martin, the step that they've made. Red Bull look ominous. The step that Aston Martin have made, Fernando Alonso in the car looking really fired up. And I mean, the rest of the stuff is looking like an evolution of last year, really. The tight midfield pack hopefully closed up a little bit. Williams looking slightly stronger. They were, of course, picking up the field last year, so if they can get stronger, that will inevitably tighten the pack. What about you, Jakesy?
I really did enjoy the revelation about Franz Tost working on Christmas Day.
Yeah, that was a good one, actually. Yeah.
I'm very proud of that. Yeah, so thanks very much.
That was top journalism from Lawrence Barretto.
Maybe that was my scoop.
That's the best scoop you've ever had.
Signing deals, big money contracts coming in.
Excellent stuff. My thanks to Jolyon Palmer, to Lawrence Barretto, to the whole team who have brought you not only the content in the commentary box, but the sound, the pictures, whether on site or at Biggin Hill. It has been a pleasure to have your company. We're going to throw down to Sam Collins on the other side of it, Rachel Brooks, Anthony Davidson, David Croft to take you to the checkered flag and the last action of pre-season testing.
Come and work in Formula One, they say. There's huge competition for all of the jobs. It's exciting. It's the cutting edge of engineering. It's glamorous. You get to travel around the world to the exciting sites and work at the pinnacle of the sport, challenging yourself every time to fix a car that has been designed by some of the finest engineering brains in the world. I'm not sure that's what these guys signed up for necessarily, but the Williams mechanics here are having to polish the floor of the garage because the driver has torn up some of the stickers that were on there. They're going to get some new marketing material down for ahead of the Grand Prix. They're going to have to change the drivers' names around. And between now and the race, a lot of mechanics are going to have to be polishing a lot of floors up and down the pit lane. Quite strong solvents being used to lift the stickers up because they stuck down their stickers on the floor a little bit too well. And I suspect that because that's Logan Sargent's garage, this will be Alex Albon's garage for the Grand Prix. And I think they had the names the wrong way round. But that's the nature of it. That is the nature of the sport. It's not all yachts and martinis and champagne and close wheel-to-wheel racing. The reality of Formula One is sometimes there's real hard graft going on. But let's talk about some hard graft as we work along the pit lane towards AlphaTauri, who came in Yuki Tsunoda brought the car in just a minute ago. I think it looked quite routine. They expected him to come in. It didn't look like a problem. But when he did come in, there was an awful lot of checking of all the systems on the car. A lot of attention on the rear brakes for Yuki Tsunoda's car. Not quite sure what was going on there. Maybe just an adjustment. Maybe he didn't like something, but they've gone in there, made a little bit of a change on the rear brakes. Jody Eggington is coming in, the technical chief of the team, and he's just poring over some of the data and discussing what the next stage should be, getting ready for those final runs as the sun goes down fully and it gets dark and speed picks up. And there's still work going on the rear of the Honda power unit and the transmission of the AlphaTauri. AlphaTauri, of course, source their transmission from Red Bull, but again, not like the Red Bull of old, it's an older transmission, so they have to use different pieces to work it along. So the Italian team, owned by Red Bull, is a little bit of a finishing school for its drivers. Max Verstappen, of course, started his career in that team, as did a number of other drivers, but not all of Red Bull's world champions, well, Red Bull only have one other, started their career in a Red Bull branded team. You had Sebastian Vettel. He started in Sauber, taking the drive away from Jacques Villeneuve. It seems a very long time away, but now he's retired, not on the grid. He finished his career at Aston Martin to be replaced by a much older driver, Fernando Alonso. And the Aston Martin has been struggling a little bit for reliability, but one team that I haven't seen really struggle is this team, the Haas F1 team. And I was talking to the mechanics a little while ago while Alex and the boys were chatting up in the commentary box, and they're just all sort of chilling out, having quite a nice time. They're very relaxed down here. It's quite a nice team. Quite often when I come down here and do these bits and start pointing at bits of people's racing car, all the mechanics come and stand in front of me and get in the way. The Haas team, though, they come and say, oh, are we in your way? Oh, come and look at this bit. It's quite interesting. So really nice team down here. We can just take a look across the garage and you can see the second Haas being put together ahead of next weekend's Grand Prix. So there'll be 2 cars ready for here. And I don't know if they're going to have to scrub the floor here as well, but they probably have to clean it a little bit, so the mechanics have to do that. Williams are starting ahead of them on that sense. Will they start ahead of them in the Grand Prix? Well, we don't know. We'll find out in qualifying. It's going to be quite exciting. Long race runs going on, which is why it's quite empty down here in pit lane at the moment. But it doesn't mean there's no activity going on. Pit lane at this time, they're setting it up to simulate a real Grand Prix, and that means real pit stops are taking place in the pit lane. So the teams are checking out, a lot of teams have bought new pit equipment and different tweaks, different changes, and they've just tried out different things. And I'm not sure if Aston Martin have got new wheel gums at all. I think these ones are actually they've kept from year on year. But speaking of Aston Martin, we've got Aston Martin about to come out. Alfa Romeo setting off there with Valtteri Bottas, I think that was at the wheel. Didn't quite notice the helmet. But there's been a lot of work going on this Aston Martin. I know Fernando Alonso's been out on track and he's come back. And every time he comes in, there seems to be more and more work going on this green car. So it looked like they were getting ready to go out. But actually, no, more work going on around the car, more body work, fixing going on. It was going very well for this team, and the pace is clearly in the car. But the reliability gremlins are clearly beginning to creep in to the Silverstone-based team. 110 iconic years being celebrated for Aston Martin. And if you're wondering where the name Aston Martin came from, it's named for Aston Clinton, which is a range of hills in England, not far from where I live. Oh, well, quite far from where I live, it's the other side of Luton. We'll keep going down the pit lane. No one else really cares about that little detail. Same situation. That will be Lance Stroll's garage during the Grand Prix that the team are using, and this one will be Fernando Alonso's. But it's got all Lance Stroll's stickers on the wall. What we don't know is, will Lance Stroll be in the car? He has to prove that he's fit enough with his injuries on the simulator at the Silverstone factory before flying out here to Bahrain to be able to look at, well, is he able to drive the car? And that is a bit of a question mark. Personally, if I had broken wrists, the last thing I'd want to do is drive a Grand Prix car. And normally, because, you know, I'm like a normal person, the first thing I want to do is drive a Grand Prix car. But working our way down, someone else who really wants to drive a Grand Prix car is probably Lando Norris, who wants to get into the number 4 McLaren, or the sole McLaren taking part in this test. Well, the work on the McLaren, which has been going on for ages, which you can see now, has come to its conclusion. even though it says Oscar on the floor, I think it's Lando in the car at the moment, and they've finally made that repair on the front brake setup. It is a lash up of a repair. There's glued bits, there's riveted bits, there's bits bolted to other bits to make it much stronger. So they're just having a look to see what those parts are. I mean, we're just mentioning about Lance Stroll, of course. Don't really know what his injuries are. I mean, there's lots of speculation about what they are. He fell off a bike, and well, that tends to mean you get injuries to collarbones and arms and things, bits that sort of bump into a road if you fall off your bike. Very similar if you watch the Tour de France or anything like that. Those are the sort of injuries. So I think that's why there's a lot of speculation about what those injuries are. So that's what it is. But just as we see down at Alpine, there's a bit of conversation going on at Alpine. They don't seem particularly worried. The driver's wandered off somewhere. Steering wheel's just sitting on top of the car. No work going on the car either. Oh, they put the steering wheel back on the car. Maybe they didn't want us to look at it. Not sure. And it all just seems to be fairly routine. Maybe the driver's taking a comfort break down there. I'm not quite sure who is it. Esteban Ocon, who is scheduled to get back into that car. Working our way along. So big gaps down the pit lane. Who was that setting off? I think it was one of the Alfa Romeos or something. Let's get down to Mercedes, because Lewis Hamilton, I think, has brought the Mercedes back into the garage, and that's a team that looks a bit troubled. Ron Meadows is over there on the Mercedes pit wall. Toto Wolff was up there for a long time, really grilling Andrew Shovlin about something on one of the data screens, and he really wanted to know all about it. And we were hoping to have a chat with him, but the team really didn't feel very, very chatty. And once again, lots of work going on the rear of the Mercedes here. The upper bodywork has been removed, and they're doing a bit of work, what looks like around the rear suspension. So it looks to me like that's a rear suspension adjustment going on for Mercedes, for Lewis Hamilton. Maybe he's ready and wants to change. You can see the engine cover being waited on, and Angela there is just keeping Lewis cool with a little cooling fan into the cockpit. So I think that's probably a quick change, and they should be back out on track relatively soon. Let's just finish off with Ferrari and Red Bull, and we'll see what we can see down there. Ferrari have been doing a long race run with their sort of these very light wheel gums that McLaren introduced, but have really looked at this. And so down at Ferrari, I think Carlos Sainz is in the car, and he's brought that one into the garage as well. Let's see what's going on down at Ferrari. Carlos Sainz, lots of work in the cockpit around the Spaniard. His helmet is off. That's fairly unusual, actually. And he's, he didn't look too comfortable. He's pulling some of these wires and cables out, getting out the car, I think, or swatching something over. Doesn't look too happy. Oh, he's putting his ear guards in. Licks them first so he can squeeze in nicely. And just popping them into his ears, making sure he's comfortable. Very nicely there. So for Sainz getting ready to go out for a run, I think we could see some fast times from this car when he takes the track in a minute. All right, let's finish off on the final garage before we go back upstairs to Crofty and Rachel. But we'll have just a quick look down, see what's going on down in the world of Red Bull, and then I'll hand you over to the team upstairs. And in the world of Red Bull, there's a little front suspension change, updates going on the front of the car. It's still up on the high jack, so it looks like Checo Perez is out of the car. Yes, he is. He's on this side of the garage having a chat with the engineer. He looks quite willing to get back into the car fairly soon, but they're making some adjustments, and I think we're going to start to see a little break for some drivers before the real action starts under the lights here in Bahrain. And to take you through that process, it's Crofty, it's Anne, and it's Rachel. Guys, I'm really looking forward to this.
Me too. Thank you very much indeed, Sam Collins. We have the trio in the commentary box, and in a few moments' time, we're going to be joined by the FIA's race director for Formula One, Niels Vitic. Will be coming up to the commentary box too to have a wee chat to us. But as we watch Fernando Alonso out on track, and Sam had just finished up at Red Bull, I'll give you a starter for 10 there, and Rachel, in Max Verstappen's comments about the car, the RB18 that he's been driving over the testing period. He said, drives a bit different. I think that's a bit related to the tyres as well. Overall, I think it's definitely an improvement from last year. which is probably
Wow,
what he
that's
wanted.
scary.
That's what he wanted to say, but that's what the other 9 teams did not want to hear, I'd have thought.
I think so. That's scary for the rest of the grid to hear it's an improvement on last year, considering the gap they had.
And that they won 15 races out of 22.
Yeah, you just have to hope that Ferrari are hiding a little bit. They're top of the times at the moment on the C4 tyres, of course, but we won't know till next weekend. And I know we say that all the time, but who knows how much they are holding back at Red Bull as well. I'd like to have seen him say it when he said it, because I look in his eyes and look at his body language.
Well, you can tell if Max Verstappen is telling
car,
a wee little white lie.
No, I would never suggest that. I'm saying that I can see how happy he is. So actually, if he says it's an improvement, it could be a massive improvement.
Well, yeah, I mean, not forgetting as well that the floor, leading edge of the floor went up 15 millimeters. So I think a lot of teams were expecting a good result to be on par with the car from that of last year. So for him to come out and say that he's happy and the car feels better than last year, yeah, I think that's quite a statement there from Verstappen.
Can I just give you a quick update on McLaren? We've seen them having these issues with the winglets, haven't we? That strengthening work on the front winglets. They've been doing some more of that. They think they'll be able to fix it for next week. Fairly simply, they say we'll be able to rectify it with a very simple revision to an existing specification part. Easy for me to say. And those parts will be available for the race next week.
Good. It is, though, the second test running that McLaren have had issues that have rather hampered them. We've got a special guest in the commentary box, and I'm really pleased that he's been able to come up and join us because it's been a year in the job. He embarks on his second season. The referee for Formula One, Niels Fittich, the race director. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm really good. You sound relaxed and calm. I like this.
Well, it's the testing, so I'm not really involved, rather than that we test our systems as well. So I just enjoy being here, seeing the new cars this season, new setup, everything, and yeah, it's completely different to the next week when we'll be here.
We've enjoyed your systems test as well because it gave Ant a chance to do a race start commentary the other day.
Yeah,
a rarity.
And then you went and aborted the start, which really upset him, to be fair.
Well, we did not abort the start. The idea was that every driver is allowed to do it individually, like the same procedure as we do it after each free practice session. But obviously, this information got lost a little bit.
We quickly realized that, of course, it was always going to be about safety. Safety first, yeah?
Absolutely. There's absolutely no need to take any risk during the test. I totally understand that teams need every minute on the track to get as much information from the new car as well as they can get. So we do need to test our systems as well. So all the procedures we have for the start lights and a lot of stuff that is related to that.
How was that implemented? And at what point would that have been implemented so that the drivers and the teams were made aware of that? I mean, obviously we were completely caught by surprise and living by our senses, I know, but it was a good rehearsal for us at least, Scotty, to go through that type of situation. But how was that relayed to the teams? Who comes up with those kind of ideas? Whose responsibility is that? And how involved are the teams in that?
We have extended the daily sessions by 30 minutes. So it's 8.5 hours per day this year. And the 30 minutes extra are dedicated for our system checks. So we said, okay, we're going to go for 15 minutes in the morning and 15 in the evening, that we can get some feedback. We can understand what works and what we need to adjust. And always our software guy, Olivier Hulot, he sends an email to the teams with a small schedule saying, okay, we're going to test that, and that from that time. So the teams are aware, they can prepare. Their software engineers can implement everything and, of course, brief the drivers. But I can totally understand in the heat of the moment, sometimes small details get lost.
Once you train a driver to go when the lights go out, you're going to struggle to put the horse back in the stable, as it were, on that one.
I think it's their DNA. Once they stand on the grid, they want to go. And that's exactly. So it's fully understandable.
So as the referee for Formula One, I think referee is probably a good general term. What does your job as race director entail?
Beside the fact that I'm allowed to watch a lot of TV during the day, obviously there to make sure that everybody respects the regulations and that I do the maximum, that safety is at the highest level possible. And there's plenty of duties starting already a few days before. But let's say during the sessions when I sit in race control, I'm just there to monitor everything, to monitor all the cars. We have a lot of systems that support me on that task, because you can imagine it's not the easiest thing to observe 20 drivers on the car, especially when they're spread out after a few laps. Just to make it as safe as possible, and sporting fairness, that everybody respects the rules.
So safety on one side, regulations on the other side, kind of a floor manager to make sure the schedule's all working properly as well. There's many hats during the course of a day's work for you.
Well, the good thing is not me alone. I have a good team that supports me there. This year we have Steve Nielsen, our new sporting director. He will sit with me in race control. He will take over some duties and help me there. We got Claire. You probably know her from the past seasons. She was moved to Formula One. She will assist me on the operator seat. We got operators there giving me reviews. We got one thing that is new from last year, you probably know, is the Rock in Geneva. It's a fantastic tool. We have a very great team down there helping me out with topics like track limits. So if there's any incidents, they can give us a review and prepare the situation that we just have a look, and then I can decide to forward to the stewards.
So Rock is Remote Operations Center.
Exactly.
So all of a sudden, you've got a vast array of resources at your disposal should something occur.
Yeah.
So how many people have you got in Geneva doing all that? And how do you liaise? And what do they come to you? Do you come to them? How does that work?
Let's say we started last year. We set that up starting from scratch, doing a kind of a small copy of race control. We have a live stream feeding them with all the information coming from the racetracks, so they see what we see. We developed the whole Rock over the year, and finally, let's say mid-season, it was fully functional. We have 6-7 people sitting there. Doesn't matter where we are, they always have to stick there. So that's even if we're in Melbourne or stuff, they have to spend the night to support us. And we talk to them. They're live from the Thursday on, so they can learn the track. I can request things. I can say, for example, okay, we identified some critical areas, or we see, well, in that and that corner, we saw a few things happening. So I give them tasks, and I absolutely encourage them to come back on the radio. So they're in the intercom system with us, so they can immediately jump in and tell me, hey, something happened in corner, whatever. So I can have a look at that. And I'm super happy how it works with that, because it's a massive feedback and it's a massive help for all of us in race control. The more people you have and top qualified people, that's Formula One. That's the level we need.
Speaking of Formula One and the enjoyment that it brings, I love seeing the lap times tumble. As we've just seen Lewis Hamilton go P3, setting his personal best sectors. That's the kick I get out of doing my job. Everybody has a favorite part of their job. What's your favorite part of being race director? What gives you the most satisfaction?
Well, I do love motorsport. Well, obviously I'm too tall to fit in the car, therefore I went the way to go to be.
I love basketball, so yeah.
It was truck racing or race director, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, I think it's better where I am for all of us. Of course I love that. I love motorsport. I love the excitement. I love the fact that it's unpredictable at a certain point. So for me, the best moment of the weekend is always the start, because you sit there and you have no idea what will happen. And that's probably the same for you. So it's you have that gut feeling. You sit there, you're super excited because you don't know what will happen. Will it be just a calm and easy first lap, or will it be, I don't know, a car stopping, an accident, something like that? You have to take action. You have to decide what to do, and this is fantastic. So it's not a 9-to-5 job. It is every time, every day. It's challenging, and to travel around the world, work with different circuits, different people. That's just amazing.
I wanted to ask you something. We've obviously got a lot of new fans to the sport right now. How do we simplify the regulations? How do we get across to them what you're trying to achieve? And is that something you think the FIA are addressing again? Now, we had some great communication from Tom, who was with you yesterday when we were talking about, or was it the day before, we were talking about the new rules that are coming in, or the new tweaks that are coming in, and getting them ratified by the World Motorsport Council. It's brilliant. And we need to be able to pass that on to the viewers. And they sometimes get confused. How do we make this as simple as possible for all these new viewers who've come in, who we're trying to explain, we need these regulations, it's a complicated sport?
Well, let's say the motorsport never stands still. So every time everything changes. So for example, if you take a simple thing like track limits. We put cheat loops in to detect the car when it's off track. So 1 year the car's past that area, the next year the racing line changes. So it's without effect. So we have to change the loop again. But this is something you see. This is valid for a lot of regulations, where you see the regulation, I don't know, whatever you take, it is good for a few years, but then everybody gets used to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have
find a
to
way
adjust it a little bit.
Yeah. Like DRS for this year, for instance, has been adjusted purely because things evolve.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, last year with the new cars, it was a learning curve for everyone, just to see how are we compared to the previous year. And this is a process that happens over winter every time, that you review everything, every small bits and piece you review and see, do we need to change something? And well, DRS is a fantastic tool, so we want to make it as effective as possible. And this is sometimes to see, okay, this DRS zone was too long, we need to change the detection point, for example. And those are all the small things. It's a long and big work over winter and keeps us busy, but it's part of the job and it's good for it.
Yeah.
One thing you have been doing, I think, over the winter is trying to find maybe the new you and starting the training process for more race directors to come in the future.
Exactly.
You're not tired of the job already, sure?
No, it's not. No. That's not the case. I'm super happy where I am, and I would love to continue, and hope this will happen. No, but you have to think realistically. I mean, you missed the flight, you're not there. The sport will not stop because of me not being there, and therefore it's a standard procedure that you have people on that level that you can fit in. You can say, okay, I'm not there. I broke my leg or whatever, so I cannot attend. Someone else has to do it and keep it on the same level. Because you cannot say, well, because Niels is not there, we have to take the other one, but he's only 10% his performance level. So this is something we have to deliver as FIA, to say we keep that standard, and therefore we started that process and that seminar last weekend to find new people and train them, to bring them up to spot. All experienced people around the world, but just to give them the last meters to say, okay, that's Formula One standards. So they need to learn that, and they're willing to learn that. So one day we can have several people that can jump in.
And speaking of a man of experience of different categories like yourself, Niels, what surprised you with Formula One? What was different about Formula One? And could you implement things you had learned from other categories to bring to Formula One as well? Because I always found as a driver that I could gain more experience and be a more rounded driver by doing different categories.
That's the same for me.
Right.
I spent years in touring cars, GT cars, junior categories. That all gives me a massive experience. So you're well prepared for whatever situation you might see during the day, because you always have seen stuff like that.
So therefore, somebody new coming along, potentially new coming along to help you with your job or to be there if you're unavailable, is that a requirement?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
It's experiences that counts a lot. You can't buy experience, and this is, even if you know the rules by heart, you have to implement them, and to make them happen, use them in a feasible way.
So the theory and the practical must go hand in hand.
Yeah, and that's a big topic.
So one of I think the popular misconceptions about your role is that you dish out the penalties to the drivers. And often people think, well, the race director, he's the one that says when the drivers need a penalty or not.
Yeah.
That isn't quite the case. Where do you stand? Are you kind of police force or are you the Crown Prosecution Service, as it were, or the judiciary?
No, probably police is the right description. So we see something that was wrong in relation to the regulations, or the easiest is we have contact between two cars. So we then investigate, look at the video, get some feedback, and we do then report to the stewards. And they're the representatives from the motorsport court on site. They are the ones to take the decisions. And I'm just, not saying just, but I'm the policeman who detects everything and says, okay, there was an infringement. We forward it to the stewards, and they will then consider if they would like to take a decision, give a penalty, or review it after the session.
So you're like, effectively, you're the police and they're the judges.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
I heard you in action in Zandvoort last year during FP1 when I think it was Mick Schumacher had left the pit lane, and he might have left the pit lane when the red flag had come out. So it was like, has he gone onto the track when he shouldn't have gone onto the track? And I heard you asking people to take a look at the data and then take a look at the camera angles to see what Mick could see. And I remember I was thinking at the time, that's a slam dunk. He left with a red light. He's going to get a penalty for this one. But then I heard you say, no, look at what he saw when he came out of the garage. And because Haas were right down towards the end, he couldn't see the red lights.
Exactly.
And therefore there was no penalty because it actually wasn't his fault. And I saw you liaising with your team and hearing you liaising with your team.
Yeah, this is, I mean, what we said before, there's tons of information that are available. You have onboard cameras. We got all the telemetry data coming from the car. We got cameras everywhere. So we have to combine and understand the full picture. And then, of course, the view from the driver. With the new helmet camera, for example, that was introduced, I think, last year, that gives us a fantastic view of the driver, what is actually visible for them. Because looking from the top of the car, it's quite easy to say, yeah, it was clearly visible that there was a red flag, a red light. But if you look at from the driver's point of view, when he looks to the right or just looks at his mechanic and follows his instruction, he can miss that. So this is then more a team fault, so we can penalize the teams as well. But we do not penalize the drivers, or the stewards do not do that, because it would be unfair.
Does that helmet cam help you as well? For instances where we had all that spray and the really bad rain, you heard some drivers complaining, others saying it's fine. Does it help you to be able to see those helmet cams as well and say, hang on, the back of the field cannot see anything?
I do use all of that because it gives me a first-hand experience from the track. And like Japan was very tricky to decide, okay, what are the conditions out there? Mainly I rely on my safety car driver because he can give me a proper feedback of that. But on top of that, of course, I use onboards. If there's a helmet cam, whatever's CCTV, all of that stuff is useful tools to help me take decisions.
Thank you so much for coming up to have a chat. Don't be a stranger. We'd love to have you up in the commentary box again sometime. If you're not busy, you've got a team of people. They can take charge from time to time. You say, we know you love motorsport and you've been involved in it for many years. Do you enjoy the race? Can you actually watch it as a fan as well, or do you have to wait till you get home for that one?
Honestly, I have to go back home to watch the race. If you ask me after the checkered flag who won the race, most of the time I can't give you an answer because depending on what happened during the race, it keeps you busy. So you investigate, you do this, you're busy with recovery, talking to the locals, and all of a sudden the race is over and it's like, oh, wait a minute, what happened? Who won? Who is second, third? And what I always try to do is to review the race on the Monday after when I'm back home, just to see in a calm environment to see, did I miss something? Was everything good? Is there anything I need to improve for myself? And this is then quite helpful. But let's say on the weekend, it's very rough to understand.
But you're still looking at the race through a critical eye of your job, not the race. It is as an entertainment factor, like it is for so many fans back at home. You can't. Do you find it hard to detach yourself then? Therefore,
you can't do that. And probably it's the same for you. I remember me sitting at home in the past years watching Formula One on TV with my friends, and I was always like, "Oh, this guy will get a penalty now for that," and this, and they were all like, "Come on, don't spoil it.
That barrier's in the wrong position."
No, it's exactly that. You're so into that, and it's as it's part of your life. It's a big part of my life. You can't let loose.
Has your opinion on who should or shouldn't get a penalty changed now from that fan back in the day with your friends, now that you know more the full extent of a situation?
I would say no. It should be the same for everyone. So I have very little opinion on that. So it's
I just wonder, when you were a fan, watching as a fan back in the day, you know, did you see it through a completely different perspective to how you see the sport now, so involved in it with so much more information and experience within the job?
I would say yes, back to the 80s when I was a young boy watching Formula One with my dad, but that was completely different. Never imagined that I will be part of that one day. But throughout the last years, there's no difference to that.
You're looking forward to the season?
Absolutely.
You like the new cars?
I do.
Who do you think looks best so far? Because we're trying to work it out, Niels.
They all look great, to be honest. So I just,
That's the most diplomatic answer ever.
No, seriously, there's no favorite. I just took some time today and walked down the pit lane just to see the cars getting out on the track, just to get a first-hand expression of how they look, how they sound. They're all great.
Well, do you expect many drivers and team bosses approaching you complaining of sore backs from their drivers this year because of porpoising? It looks to be better so far.
I think porpoising is not a topic anymore. I think we with the teams together solved it quite well last year. So I don't think that will be a topic. Probably there will be different stuff, but
they'll find something, won't they?
Yeah,
that's for sure.
When we find something else to talk about, we'll find something else to talk about.
Absolutely.
Come and join us anytime you want, Dils.
Happy
Thank
to
you
be
so
here.
much. Happy for you to come here too. Good
Thanks
to
a
see
lot.
you. Have a great year.
You too.
Niels Vitic, race director. And that's the first time we've heard from Niels. That's the first time you've come up and said hello. So really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Would you like to know what's
been going
action
on?
news?
Absolutely. We've had some wonderful conversations here today, and thank you to Tom from the FIA, that mystical creature, for allowing that one as well. That was
great stuff.
I hope to put a bit of perspective into what the race director does and how Niels goes about his job and how it's not just one person making the decisions all the time. So what's been going out on the track?
So Ant mentioned to you, Lewis had a good lap out there, out on track. He was on the C4 tyre. He actually had the quickest final sector of all today on that C4 tyre and went third fastest overall. Sergio Perez has just gone out on a set of C4s himself, and he's split the two Mercedes. Now he's gone fourth quickest today. He had a moment earlier passing Carlos Sainz through the final corner.
Was that on? So I just was catching glances. We were chatting to Niels out the corner of my eye at the screen. With that Perez lap, was he on a hot lap when he had to overtake the Ferrari into the final corner?
I thought he was. I thought that was the end of his hot lap for that time that put him into P4. So yes, he's been out again, and he's now just had a moment. I think it was at 5 and 6. He just went off a bit. Esteban Ocon went really wide at turn 2 a short while ago as well, and Yuki Tsunoda's out now as well, so we'll see a bit more of the AlphaTauri times, although he's now gone back in the pits again, so that didn't last very long.
So Ocon
Hamilton's
was off
just set
the track.
the fastest first sector on the C5 now. This is the softest tyre of all the compounds.
So we earlier saw George Russell on the C5 as well, didn't we?
We did. That's when he set his time. That's fifth fastest at the moment.
So you would expect the circuit now, as the temperatures start to fall, 25.6 degrees Celsius, track temp gone down to 30.5. It was in the mid 40s earlier on, wasn't it? So Lewis now exiting turn 11, winds it through turn 12. This will be easily flat out with these tyres on board. 2.5 tenths up now, fastest middle sector of all. And this is where he was strongest in that final sector before on the C4 tyre. And just let's have a look to see how he approaches this final corner. The initial turning looks okay. He picks up mid-corner understeer, and that put him kind of offline slightly, not where he wanted to be. He goes fastest, but yeah, look at that final sector.
Yeah.
It was that final corner, I think, that did it. He did just that mid-corner understeer that he picked up. Something to be worked on
I'm
later
going to
on.
go and have a closer look at that. I'm going to go out on track now and have a closer look trackside and leave you to round off the testing week. But it's been great fun up here. Thanks very much.
No,
I'll
Rachel,
speak to you from trackside shortly.
Thank you for joining us, and thanks for going trackside as well, because Ant just doesn't fancy
lazy.
Doesn't fancy the walk.
I could come and join you. I could drive the buggy.
Should we just go and leave him?
Well, you can leave me if you want,
Yeah.
but I would still have company in the commentary box, you see, because I come prepared for those eventualities. Niels Vitic on his way back to the paddock and will have passed in the corridor outside our commentary box. The man in charge of tyres, Mario Isola from Pirelli. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
How's your test been?
I'm happy with the result. It was at the beginning. I think it was difficult for them to find the right balance between the new car and the new tires. So we designed tires with a stronger front to balance the understeer that was a common trend last year. And obviously matching the two was not easy. The wind was not helping as well.
Mm-hmm.
But today, in general, the feedback is positive. The new C1 is working quite well. Last year, We decided to use the C1, but the C1, the level of grip was not right, and that's why they were focused more on C2 and C3. I believe the C1 is a good option for the race. C3 level of performance is quite good. The delta between C2 and C3 is quite big, more than 1 second probably.
Really?
Yeah. Looking at the data from yesterday and today, it should be half a second between C1 and C2, but C1 is very consistent, and 1 to 1.2 seconds between C2 and C3. Talking about the tires they're going to use next week.
So
Then,
between C2 and C3, a delta of 1.2 seconds. That's massive.
If it's not going to change, yes.
Wow.
That's every lap or peak performance?
Peak performance.
Peak performance. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Then
how many laps?
The degradation of the C3 is quite big, especially in the heat of the day, because in the long runs, in the afternoon, in the evening, it is more consistent, and the race is in this condition.
We're not going to see many laps on the C3 then with high deg from next week, which is good, because my fear with making the front left, the inside of the front left, less susceptible to graining and getting rid of that understeer was that we were starting to go more towards a tyre that could give us 1-stop races, not 2-stop races. And you know how I like my 2-stop races more than just the one.
I believe this race is a 2 stops because of the layout of the circuit. The type of asphalt is very abrasive. Here it's all about traction and braking, so you stress the rear tire in any case. But at least we have different combinations, because you're right, probably the C3 is not the right for the tire for the race, but the advantage in terms of peak performance is quite big. Then you have degradation, but it will be tricky for strategists to make a calculation on delta lap time and the difference in degradation.
Yeah.
So it's I'm not sure that the C3 is completely out for the race, because when you start, if you need to get some positions, you have a tire that is giving you 1 second per lap advantage. It's a good step.
You're going to see, aren't you, from kind of 5, 6, 7 onwards, put on the soft tire, put on the C3, make some places up at the start, and then see what we can do from there.
Yeah, for example,
Wow.
because it's not difficult also to overtake here, so it's
quite.
another element that will affect the strategy for sure.
So you got 6 tyre compounds for this year, all the way up to C5. Ant knows exactly where I'm going with this question. I'm asking for a friend. You've slotted in the new tyre. That last year's C1 becomes the C0, and the new tyre is the C1. Why couldn't you have just started from 1 and go 1 to 6? It just makes it so much easier for me.
You're right. That was the first option. But then we had to explain that the old C5 is now C6, the old C4 was C5, and so on. So we have
what they've done
C2,
is-
3,
yeah.
4, and 5 are the same.
Right.
Could have been a C1.5.
We were looking for 1.5.
Don't let him work for your marketing department.
Next time, before deciding, I call you.
To keep Crofty happy,
Absolutely, Mario.
a 1.5.
You know full well that once, when you were asking for names for your ultra soft tyre back in the day, I suggested Dave, and I still think that was a much better idea. The Pirelli Dave. It would have worked. I'd have had that on my Ford Escort, trust me. Now, tyres for this year, they've got heavier as well, haven't they? How much of an inconvenience has that been for the teams? That when they wanted to try and save some weight, up you come with tyres that are 2 kilos heavier.
Yeah, it's 700 grams the front, so it's 1.4 kilos because the front construction is stiffer and heavier. And then we have the rear that is just 200 grams difference, and then they round the weight to 2 kilos, basically.
Right, okay.
But there is a difference. I know that they are desperate to find a weight reduction, but I believe that the balance is more important than 2 kilos.
I agree.
In weight reduction.
It's if you stiffen up the construction, they're going to weigh just that little bit more. and that's why we see a lot more exposed carbon fiber at the moment, which makes things a little bit more interesting as well. What are you hoping for the tyres this year? You say this will be a 2-stop race, and it's an abrasive asphalt and a lot of traction zones. Are you hoping for more 2-stop races to come, or is that just the nature of the game that you come up with a tyre and then the engineers find a very clever way to make sure that we don't use so many of them?
My dream, my wish is to have more races on 2-stops because they are more exciting, and we know that. Unfortunately, the number of stops is not just about the tires and the degradation. It's also the time you lose in the pit lane. It's also how difficult it is to overtake. So there are many elements that engineers are considering when they plan a strategy, and some of these elements are not under our control. But with some degradation, and now with 6 compounds, we have also the option to jump one level if it is necessary. For example, the C0, the current C0, was working quite well last year in Silverstone and Zandvoort. So we can use a C0, C2, and C3, for example, to try to have the right balance. So because we have a basket of 6 compounds, but we always use 3. So we have just a bit more flexibility. Good. But for spectators, it's the same. They have the white is the hard, the yellow is the medium, the red is the soft.
Another change for this year is that we understand that the blanket temperatures have gone down to 70 degrees.
And it's the time they stay in blankets, because 70 was also last year.
Okay.
But last year we tested 50 degrees, but unfortunately 50 degrees was not working in Austin. So we decided to warm the tires in blankets at 70 degrees for 2 hours instead of 3 hours. So the other point is about wet weather tires that I'm very happy that...
You've got a new one, haven't you?
Yes. We tested, finally, we had the opportunity to test during winter, thanks to the agreement that we had with the teams and FIA to extend the period for testing to mid of December and from the beginning of February. So we had the opportunity to have 3 test sessions, wet test sessions last year. We tested new compounds for the extreme wet. Last year, drivers were not happy. They were complaining about the warm-up and the performance of the wet weather tire. We have now a new compound with a new concept in this compound that improved a lot the warm-up. We tested in cold condition. Can you imagine? Paul Ricard and Fiorano in December were 7-8 degrees. But the warm-up without blankets was better than the old tires with blankets, and the performance was much better. That means that drivers are not obliged to anticipate too much the change from wet to intermediate, because they still have performance in the wet tires.
Right, okay. I've got to let you go. Thank you very much.
Sorry for that.
Very briefly, very briefly, Silverstone votes on tyre blankets for removal for next year. Already some of the drivers are saying we shouldn't remove the tyre blankets at all. Is that the drivers saying that, or the team's telling him to say that? I don't know.
I don't know.
How do you think that vote's going to go? Are we going to lose the blankets?
We have a plan for that. Yep. We need some additional test days. The plan is to ban the blankets in 2024, but it's a clever decision to have a meeting after the test in Silverstone with the data, with the evidence on the development, and to decide together what is the right direction. If it is not in 2024, it will be in 2025. Doesn't matter. I understand the drivers. They are worried about that. We don't want to put anybody in danger. It's a journey, and we need to do that together.
Mario, thank you. Have a great season. Thanks for coming to join us. Mario Isola with us, Pirelli's Motorsports Director, or the man in charge of tyres, which I think is a much better name to put on your business card. Sergio Perez on the C4, going for a flying lap here. A 1:30.781 from Lewis Hamilton, the fastest time we've had of the testing session so far this week. Track's nicely rubbing in now. We're on very good conditions for some faster times to come, and the soft tyres are coming out. How's he getting on this lap? He's gone purple during the middle sector, Ant.
Yeah. As you'd expect, Crofty, the C4 hanging on in there better than Lewis Hamilton's C5, softest compound of Pirelli's range would. and would expect him to go fastest overall now because the final sector wasn't great for Lewis on that particular lap. I think Perez might have ran a little bit wide himself there, but still, yeah, goes faster. Just 1.5 tenths quicker than Lewis's best lap. But that's, of course, on the slightly harder tyre. I'm not sure if it's that clear cut, whether the C5 is over a course of a whole lap here. Fasted.
Might be falling off in the final sector.
I was surprised to hear Mario actually say that even the C3 is a little bit on the vulnerable side. Come race day, of course. But so that means that the C5 must be moving around a little bit. And the feeling you get from a tyre that's too soft for that track that they're on, that is not really designed to be on, it starts to move around. You start to feel like it wallow, and you can feel that compound is too soft. So it gives the whole car, it's almost like you've softened all the suspension up.
Yeah.
And a stiffer tyre is like running a car with stiffer roll in its suspension. So I'm not sure that is as clear cut. We didn't actually get to ask him. Annoyingly, we forgot about the C4, C5 comparison in lap times.
Yeah, we needed to.
It was more about next weekend's tyres. But interesting information.
I could have spoken to Mario for hours, as we often do on that one. Sergio Perez's time, just look at a replay here of Carlos Sainz. That seems to be bouncing a touch, doesn't it?
I think I know where you're going with this one, Crofty. Is it faster than pole position?
Well, not so much that.
Yeah.
Verstappen did a 1:31.6 yesterday on the C3, I do believe. Perez has done a 1:30.6 on the C4. There's a 1 second difference. I'm just accounting for track rubbing in more, conditions.
Yeah, it would definitely be better.
Really
track
good.
condition.
Yeah, and the
There's
fact
less
that
wind.
he's on softer tyres, less wind. I just want to, in your opinion, how close, this is a really hard question to ask you, how close on genuine pace there is Perez to Verstappen? Is that like a 0.2 of a second difference?
Don't even bother, Crofty. Even if you had the data in front of you, I've told engineers off before in the past for this, don't compare different days. It's impossible. Honestly, it's impossible. The wind, like I say, the wind is slightly different. Just even a few degrees in difference of wind angle, wind direction can be all you need to make comparing one day to the next. It makes it impossible. So look, we'll find out when the two drivers are out there at the same time in their own respective cars.
Tick that off my bingo list on that one.
Unfortunately, that's the way it is. And as frustrating as it is for the driver, they want to be able to compare themselves, but they'll find out in due course. But the lap I saw Perez drive, car looked very good in turn 1, turn 2. He could get on power incredibly early and trust the rear of the car, particularly on the exit of turn 2. I've seen the Ferrari snap around a little bit for both Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz out of that corner. Wasn't the case for Perez. The circuit is probably at its very best right now that we've had over the last 3 days. It was too hot in the afternoon, the hottest we've had. Looks like Lewis is back out again. That's another shiny sidewall tyre there. Is this the C4 now? Just couldn't quite get a glimpse there. C5. Right, so he's going for another one. That looked a bit cleaner than last time around.
Just on the subject, while we've watched Lewis Hamilton here, of the Red Bull, one thing I heard that Charles Leclerc was saying yesterday, he was following the Red Bull for quite some time. He felt in the Ferrari that they were able to get on the power, the Red Bull, a lot earlier, coming out of turn 11 and starting to go back up the hill again. He could see them getting on the throttle much earlier than he felt the Ferrari could. It just seemed to be much more stable and planted, and you could trust it. When does Lewis Hamilton get on the power here?
Very positive turn in, almost a bit too strong there, a bit too pointy from the car on the turn into 11. Yeah, and he's lost a little bit of time compared to Perez in the rear, not quite hanging on in there on the exit of 13. We've seen that. That, for me, has been a common trait of this car all the way through this test. As Tsunoda goes P5, he gets that final corner a bit better, still using a bit too much track as that mid-corner understeer comes into play once again. And again, yeah, it
Fell away in the
fell
final
away.
sector.
I think the tyre's falling away on that final sector. The more he's pushing it early on, it's that story, isn't it? The tyre's life. I'd like to see him do a lap on the C4. It might even be better on that car. The rear just looks like it's falling away towards the end of the lap.
Thing to remember, of course, the C4 and the C5 won't be used this time next week. However, they will be used at some stage during the course of this season. So the teams wanting to get a bit of a feel for them, given that they're all brand new construction for this season.
The main reason I want to know is because we've just seen a lap from Perez on the C4. Like I said, you have to look at the respective conditions that they're out there at the same time, and then you can have a bit clearer idea because of the conditions being similar. So just selfishly, I'd like to see him on the same tyre as Perez, and then you'd be able to have a bit more of an idea how the two cars at least weigh up in comparison. But you've got to say, it looks better than this time last year for the Mercedes versus the Red Bull.
Yes.
And the Ferrari. It seems to be somewhere in the mix. It wasn't there at all last year. It was clear to see they were really struggling. This is more encouraging. I don't think it's quite there yet. I'm seeing balance imperfection, but it's definitely an improvement over last year.
Do you also see a much improved Mercedes from this time yesterday? Well, actually, this time yesterday, George Russell was about to stop with the hydraulic issue, or had actually stopped with the hydraulic issue. But do you see Perez sets the purple best sector on the second lap on these tyres, or the second flying lap on these tyres in the final sector? Do you see Mercedes have made gains from yesterday into today, given how badly they struggled with rear end grip during yesterday's session?
I mean, the car looked a complete handful, didn't it, yesterday? I think something was wrong with the setup. They had a big meeting, a bit of a brainstorm session overnight, and something clearly wasn't right. I reckon they've figured out what was wrong there, and the car has looked, I would say, on par with most of the cars out there on the long runs in terms of where the balance migrates to, with the rear becoming more of a problem, like Mario was talking about. From Pirelli, yes, high degradation circuit, really rough surface. That it's almost like that coarse sandpaper effect you get around here as the stones cut into the tyre. So heavy braking zones, heavy traction zones. You're asking a lot from the rear tyres on this track. So yeah, you start running softer compounds that aren't really designed for this place, and they will fall. They'll fall off a bit of a cliff in performance, even by the end of one lap. You really feel it drop away from you.
Kevin Magnussen then going for his run on the C4 tyres. Best time of a 1:32.3 so far. His personal best through the first sector on this lap. Magnussen's best lap overall in the testing session was a 1:33.44 that he completed on day 2 of this test. So he's already gone quicker than that. Can he improve on a 1:32.3 from earlier in this session?
So Tsunoda, I mentioned that he went P5. Yeah, AlphaTauri has been historically pretty good around this track, particularly in the hands of Pierre Gasly. He's not there anymore, of course. You got Nick de Vries taken over as Pierre's moved on to Alpine, who we're yet to see anything from in this session. Rumour has it that the Alpine are kind of best of the rest.
The
rumour has it in the paddock, Alpine are best of the rest.
Okay.
That's what other teams are saying.
Based on what?
Based on the GPS data that they have.
Yeah. I mean, I saw Otmar Safnauer in the lunch break, and he was looking very chipper with life. Busy, he said, not resting on our laurels, but, we're getting through things, and we're very happy with it.
They keep saying...
Not reflected in the times, of course.
They keep saying the numbers from the aero match where we want to be.
Okay.
And they're happy that they've achieved it. I think the car, I heard Sam talking about it earlier on, the car looks incredibly stiff in ride.
Yeah.
Every time they're running the car quite low, and with that, it kind of makes sense. They're running it stiff. The driver looks like they're having the roughest ride, literally, out of anyone else on the track. And
people are looking for answers.
Yeah, it doesn't seem right to me the way it looks on track.
Yeah.
But let's wait and see. I mean, other teams have the data. I haven't seen any data from that.
I mean,
haven't seen
no one's
anything-
doubting you. They're just saying, right, yeah, show me the money, as it were.
Show us some money, yeah. Maybe they're that confident that they're not even going to not even going to bother draining the fuel out the car.
Magnussen did improve and put in a 1:31.8 to go eighth fastest in this session, of which there is an hour and 2 minutes left of testing for 2023. This time next week will be slap bang in the middle, Antoine, of qualifying. You'll be analysing a few people who've had mishaps in Q1 and haven't made it through to Q2.
those tense moments on the Skypad in between qualifying sessions, asking for clips to come through. Please, transfer.
Give us those clips. I mean, seriously, we are going to have to come up with, if we can, some form of a pecking order in the next hour or so, which could be tricky. Or
Red Bull.
Really?
Yeah, Red Bull, Ferrari, pretty close.
Yeah.
Mercedes, a little bit away, about 3-4 tenths away.
Hang on, say that again. Red Bull?
I reckon Red Bull, they got about 2-3 tenths over Ferrari in qualifying. Ferrari, Mercedes, then another 3 tenths away.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to say Aston Martin.
Okay.
Another 2 tenths away.
Yeah.
Then, from what I've seen, I'm going to say Haas.
You're going with
Haas Alpine very close.
Fittipaldi here.
Yeah, then it starts to get a bit
Haas
more tricky.
Alpine.
Haas Alpine. Alpha Tauri. McLaren.
Ooh.
And I don't know about times at this stage. It's,
One,
it's
two,
just
three.
my my gut feeling of things I've seen.
Yeah.
Williams, Alfa Romeo, then Williams.
Okay. You think Alfa Romeo have dropped down from their 6th place in the Constructors' Championship last year to 9th?
Well, I'm
in the
not talking
pecking order,
championship. I'm just
going
talking
into
this
the
race.
first race.
Yeah, going
I
into
know.
the first race.
See, that's
my prediction.
That's bold. I like bold.
Is it?
Yeah.
What's
it is.
bold about it?
Bold. Because I'm edging more to Red Bull. Yes. Ferrari. Yes. But a bit closer than 2 or 3 tenths. I still think.
I hope you're right.
I still think I'm waiting to see Ferrari run at full power, and I'm not sure. I don't think Red Bull are, but I think Ferrari are really turning the revs down a little bit here, and not wanting to hide, not wanting to show what they've got. This time yesterday, I wondered, had Aston Martin made significant ground, and could they be above Mercedes, who said it's going to be a long night finding a solution. And I don't know if Mercedes have swapped their chassis from yesterday to today. I have a feeling that they might have swapped their chassis from...
Chassis have very little to do with it.
Well,
these
you can
days.
say that, but there are various drivers out there who would swear that their chassis is very
psychological.
different.
Unless it comes down to weight to the chassis, which they often get lighter as the season goes on because they learn new production methods, manufacturing methods.
Take the chassis out.
But the chassis is just simply a cell that everything else bolts onto. You've got a lot more chance for the other components bolting onto the monocoque of going wrong than the monocoque itself.
Either way, Mercedes promised a late night to find a solution. They might just have done that today. And Mercedes Aston Martin, I think, are very closely matched.
Do you?
Yes, I do.
I think that's bold.
I like being bold sometimes. Yesterday, I thought Aston Martin might have made a little step improvement, but I think Mercedes have come back onto the track today with a much better.
It looks better, yeah.
Set
but
up
the
on their
car still looks a bit pointy. On entry, that mid-corner understeer starts to creep in, and then you get the snap oversteer exit from medium speed.
See, then Pietro Fittipaldi, who you were grilling at the time, might have been me, but I think you were nearer to him there, and you had the old thumb squeeze on. Where are Haas going to be in the pecking order? 5th to 7th, he said. You've gone for 5th on this one.
Which I said at the time, I thought he was being a bit more conservative by saying, maybe down to 7th. But I reckon it. Yeah, well, look, maybe we'll see. Here's this Hulkenberg.
This is his second lap on these tyres, I think, isn't it? I would put Alpine above Haas by reputation a little bit, but Haas have had a good winter in terms of build of car, the way that things have come together, more integration with the facility in Banbury. So maybe I'll go with you. Haas over Alpine going into the first race. I think McLaren are ahead of AlphaTauri.
Yeah, maybe, but I'm going to stick with Alpha. This is a good track for them.
And I think Alfa Romeo might be ahead of AlphaTauri as well.
Ooh.
And I do think Williams are going to start the season at the back, but closer. I ought to write all that down, really, just so that I could...
I thought you were writing it down.
No, I struggle to write and talk at the same time.
You were pretending to write it down.
I was just
You're looking all studious with your glasses on and your pen out and your notebook, chatting away.
I'm going to write Mercedes, Aston Martin, joint third.
So Magnussen on his second lap. It's quite often you see them go faster in the first sector, and it's round in the second sector the tyres start to fall away. So can he keep this going? Yes, he can. Another personal best for Magnussen. They said, what happened on his first lap? I wasn't really concentrating, if I'm honest. Down towards the final corner, bring the car to the left-hand side. Meet the apex of 14, hang on in there for 15, that final kink. That looked quite decent from Magnussen. Goes up to P6, just behind Tsunoda. Both drivers on the C4. A nod of approval. 2 nods of approval from the Haskell. See?
Yeah, see?
Pietro is right.
If there's more than one nod of approval, and that's the way it goes.
I like that image.
A 1:31.3 for Kevin Magnussen.
And they're thinking
6th fastest.
They're nodding with approval, Crofty, because they're thinking, and there's another with this Ferrari engine in the back of it. We know there's another 4/10 in the bag. Alpine riding on board with Esteban Ocon into turn 10 on the C1 tyre by the looks of it. Sorry, it's saying C3 there, but that's the white striped.
So it should be
just our camera that we've got.
No, that is white stripe.
Yeah, it's definitely C1, isn't it?
Yes.
Graphics for, or maybe it was just saying that his fastest time earlier on was done on the C3. Yeah, that's what it would have been. So yeah, C1. So this is a tyre they've got for next week. So this is very relevant with the race start being at 6 o'clock local time. And he said again there, see the rear sort of bouncing up or crashing, I would say, into the surface as he was on the brakes. I haven't seen any other car, Crofty, look like this. Look at the ride there. Porpoising away, bouncing as well. He gets to this bump going into turn 1, crashes over that. It looks more reminiscent of all the cars we would see last year.
Yeah, it does.
In my opinion.
Whereas last year we didn't see it from the Alpine. They looked a little bit different at this test. But Ferrari have found a way to have porpoise and pace.
Their car seems to be porpoising like we saw last year, but also with a lot more movement because it's softer and maybe higher up.
He's heavy with fuel, isn't he?
Yeah, he's on the, like I said, on the hard tyre, and this is definitely a more focused towards the race. Maybe they feel like that at Alpine, that this is where the main focus has to be, and they don't really feel like that they should be considering running the softer tyres that are, at least for this race weekend coming up, a bit irrelevant.
Let's just carry on to the end of this lap with Esteban Ocon.
Yeah, so you just saw there the understeer creep in the mid-corner of 11, and then that resulted in a bit of snappiness on the rear. He couldn't quite get on the power where he wanted. 13, a very late turn in there. Lots of different drivers have different approaches for that corner. Depends a lot on the wind's direction as well, but he felt like he would go for a late turn in. But again, the rear just moving around, snapping a bit in mid-corner, floats. The whole car kind of was in this neutral drift as he turned in to the final couple of corners there at 14. And it felt like to me, carried a bit too much speed, and the car didn't respond very well to that.
It was almost like it was drifting, and he was suddenly just floating a little bit till it got straight again, and then get back on the power.
And that's just pure grip.
Yeah.
If you looked at that in the data, you'd see that the minimum speed was just too low, and you've made more of a U shape of the corner rather than a V. And
do you know that could have been that could have been
hurdles.
One of the silliest injuries we've ever seen since Juan Pablo Montoya played tennis. I think that was the excuse and missed a race all those years ago. Well done, Lando, for clearing the tensor barrier, though. Oh, I tell you what.
Obviously, I could have walked under it.
No need to limbo.
Dread to think what you would have done to it.
I'd just run through it at speed.
Shouting, power!
You know those rhinos that run the London Marathon?
Yeah. Do I?
You've seen them, the people that put the rhino costume on that run the London Marathon.
Yeah.
I once worked out that at full speed, a rhino would take something like 36 minutes to run a marathon because they're actually quite fast. And the presenter at the time said, yeah, but what if they hit the wall? I went, they'd just run straight through it, wouldn't they? They're a rhino.
Inertia.
Exactly. But that's what I'd have done to the tensor barrier there. Rachel Brooks promised us she was going trackside. I've absolutely no idea where she's got to. Oh, there she is with Pietro down at turn 1 and 2.
I am indeed. And Sergio Perez is about to come past us on a new set of tyres. So let's have a look and see what he does with this. I love this part of testing Pietro because it's the final evening, the last bits of running for all the teams. But I tell you who I think is loving it even more right now, and that's Fernando Alonso. We've watched him chasing Carlos Sainz around this track. You can almost feel the smile from here from him, can't you?
Yeah, I mean, they were consecutive laps pushing, possibly on a high fuel run on the same tire, I believe. I saw that white strip on both their tires. And they look super competitive. I mean, even I was out on track the past 3 days just looking at all the cars and kind of trying to see Haas compared to the other cars. And their car just looks extremely compliant, super strong.
I nearly jumped a moment ago because one of the cars coming through here now is we see the Alfa Romeo of Valtteri Bottas out on track, going up this here towards turn 2. And if you just listen to this, he didn't hit it. Someone else will. But the noise the plank makes as it goes over at the top of that turn there, up at 3, that one that the Ferrari just made, it just shows you how low at some points they are running these cars, even though that ride height's been raised a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you got to skate it sometimes, you know, so that's just basically the plank or the floor just hitting the curbs, and it's normal. I mean, you can get some damage from it, but, you know, if you're not running low, you're not going to be quick enough.
I wanted to ask you, when you look at a car coming through here, what sort of car do you want to see out there? If you're going to be getting in it later, what do you want to see through here? We've got Red Bull coming around now. What do you want to see?
I mean, you want very strong braking performance, braking in a straight line so you can brake as late as possible. But the important time in turn 1 and 2, it's the exit, because by the time you get to full throttle, it's a long way all the way down to turn 4. So you want to be able to traction out of the corner as well. So the combined traction part is super important. Turn 2 isn't flat. So you're constantly just trying to feather the throttle in until you get to 100% throttle, which is just after turn 2, about now. That's when you're at full throttle.
Where do you think Alpine are? We've just seen Esteban Ocon go past through there. We do seem to be seeing some sort of pecking order with the Red Bull and the Ferrari, and then Mercedes, we're not quite sure yet. We think they're in there. Aston definitely up there in that top 4. Where do you think Alpine's at right now?
It's hard to see. I mean, it looks like a little bit of a struggle, but then sometimes these teams could be hiding, and then come race weekend and they're up there. But it doesn't seem so easy for them. It looks like they're struggling a little bit with the car. I could be wrong, but from my point of view, it doesn't look easy at the moment.
We saw some sort of approving nods. It gets me every time, that noise. We saw some approving nods from the Haas garage a little bit earlier. How are the team feeling right now with the running? We've got Kevin in the car this afternoon.
I think we're happy. You know, obviously the team always wants more. We know the area we need to work on the car, but we did a good step this afternoon. Made some good changes today. That was very positive. But we know that midfield pack is so tight. So it's going to be crucial to get the car in the right window for this first race weekend in Bahrain, because it's not like last year where some teams were out of the window. I mean, everybody now, second year, this new generation Formula One car, it's going to be very, very tight.
Listen, it's been great to talk to you. Thank you so much for joining us. We're all excited for this brand new Formula One season, Crofty, but we're going to let you guys take us through to the checkered flag for this testing session. And my thanks to everybody who's worked with us on this week. It's been great fun.
Yes, and thank you, Rachel, too. It's been absolutely brilliant to have your company with us in the commentary box, trackside, and first thing in the morning in the paddock with Ant as well. While you and Pietro were talking and we were listening, we were also watching. I think everyone else was watching, Ant. Sergio Perez went to purple, with a 130.3. Now, this was on the C4 tyres, which, of course, weren't used last year in qualifying, for which Charles Leclerc got pole with a 130.5. So we're 2/10 faster. And there's a trade-off, isn't there, Anne? I know he's on the C4 tyres there, but the floor edges have been raised 15 mil, designed, get rid of porpoising to have an effect, that ground effect. That Red Bull looks mighty. With that
It was a tidy lap. The car looked good. Looked a little bit lighter to me than it was last time around. And certainly set the benchmark for all others to follow. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it unfolds next week when they're all on the same tyres and a harder range of tyres for that matter. Maybe, who knows, maybe that car just responds so well to the softer tyre, can keep them alive, more importantly, for the whole lap. Whereas that's going to be a different task, a different requirement from the tyre they'll be on next week. And it'll be more about how you can, in these dark, cooler conditions come qualifying, how you can switch them on.
What do we got here with Fernando Alonso? These the C3s?
Looks like C3.
So the C3 will be the soft tyre for the Bahrain Grand Prix next week. So this run, if it's not a race run and leaden with fuel, might be a bit more representative of where Aston Martin could be putting their times.
It doesn't look like
he's not. Doesn't look like he's pushing too hard, does it?
No, he looks more like he's in a race run. Yeah, the telltale sign of the rear lights flashing as well as he makes his way through turn 12. The car in not deploying the energy from the battery pack to warn other cars behind that follow that the car might be slowing down, decelerating more than you would imagine. Without them, you could end up running into that. That's why we actually have the rain lights that flash on and off when the car is not deploying energy anymore. It's not that necessarily that it's harvesting energy, it's that the car actually starts to decelerate. And that's there as a warning for the driver that follows.
Very helpful indeed. Red. So it flashes red, doesn't it, from the rear? But when does it flash? Is it green? When you've got a proper rookie on board?
That's for rookie. I think it's to do with mileage in the car as well, isn't it? Oh, get out is that just Lando looking in the mirrors there, left it to the last minute to start his lap. I thought, he's going really slow there. He's going to get in the way of the Alpine, but no, should have trusted him. Like we should have trusted him at the start. That start that they did.
Wincing,
of course.
Don't do it. Don't have a silly injury jumping a tensor barrier.
Oh no, sorry, I was talking about the dummy race start that we did the other day. Yeah.
That was a wince.
No, he was always going to make that tensor barrier, Crofty. I don't know what you can play. He's an athlete.
So, this is a scenario. If it had jumped the tensor barrier and fallen and sprained his ankle or something, he couldn't race next week, which we don't want to happen at all, then McLaren will be able to call on the services of Felipe Drugovich or Stoffel Van Dorn, because they've got an arrangement with Aston Martin, haven't they, for their reserve driver, of which Aston Martin might need the services of Felipe Drugovich or Stoffel Van Dorn. That'd be a conversation, right, lads?
Flip the coin.
Lance can't make it either. Which car do you fancy?
Well, looking at how the car bit him going into turn 9, I think that would be a fight to see who would get inside the Aston Martin, if I'm honest, Crofty.
Yeah.
Because that was really not nice to see. Lando was really having to seesaw at the wheel as he turned into turn 9 into 10, and I think it coincided over the bar. I'd like to see that one again, actually, and I can hear under my own voice the car crashing into the ground as the plank is hitting the floor there at speed. So he set a personal best, but 1.8 seconds down. I know it's on the C3 tyre, but it didn't look nice, if I'm honest, and hopefully they're running a lot of fuel in that car.
Could that make it be hitting the ground quite a bit too?
It can do, but you would usually compensate for that with setup as well. That's very quick into that corner, Sergio Perez, and I'm not surprised to see it running wide, but he made it past the bump at least unscathed from where which affected Lando Norris's lap. Yeah, that was really. I think you missed it as well. I think you're looking away from the screen, but I just caught it in the corner of my eye where it really snapped on him.
So Sergio Perez's work is done for the time being. And on the C4 tyre, he has a 1:30.3 as his fastest time and the fastest time of the day and the test so far. Lewis Hamilton, the 3.5 tenths back. But on the C5 tyre, although that might not be the better tyre for the full lap here, because it might be losing performance a little by the time we get to the final sector. Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz, third and fourth fastest, separated only by a couple of hundredths of a second, and both on the C4 tyre. As Yuki Tsunoda, fifth fastest in the Alpha Tauri, is nearly a second back. Valtteri Bottas and Kevin Magnussen have gone out on the soft tyre for Bottas and the medium tyre for Magnussen. They've just gone back out. George Russell, Fernando Alonso, Felipe Drugovich completing the top 10. Drugovich did 77 laps this morning. I asked him how his neck was, and he was like, "Oh, fine, I enjoyed this. This was a lot of fun." Right, Ted Kravitz, we've missed you. Where have you been for the past hour or so?
Hello, Crofty. Where have I been? I've been finishing my work for Sky F1 for our other television outlet. In fact, so I've just shot Development Corner. So if you're sorry, go on.
No. I wondered, is that coming up in the notebook tonight?
No, it's a separate program. So if you're watching us
really?
On live testing, yes, if you're watching us on live testing on Sky F1 in the UK, this will apply to you. Everyone watching around the world, indulge me for a second. But at 9 p.m. UK time, we've got Development Corner. So the guest is Mike Elliott from Mercedes, because my thinking was this is the car that needs the most development, obviously, from where they were last year. So if we've got 15 minutes of the technical director of Mercedes describing what they've done to this car, what all the thinking behind it is, and whether they're going to go to a B version of the car, a copy of the Red Bull. Spoiler alert, they're not, but it will look slightly different when the upgrade package comes around the European leg of the season. But he's also explaining that they have got different wings. They hope to get the drag off the car. The car is at the weight limit or under. Their porpoising is a thing of the past. So it's all good stuff. That's on Development Corner. And then we spend the next 15 minutes talking about the rest of the cars, developments on the rest of the cars. So that's tonight. And I'm still to record the second part of the notebook, of course, which reflects the day. But in that, Crofty, I'll be talking about the last hour of testing for Mercedes, which I know Rachel's saying it's her favorite part of testing, and I tend to agree, but I think everyone's run out of tyres, to be honest. And certainly we're not going to get one final glory run from Mercedes, because I think they're running a bit low on fresh tyres as well. So there's going to be a bit more long running. The car's just been in the garage being worked on, a little bit of a setup change at the back of the car. And that's the issue for Mercedes. This has always been one of the most rear limited circuits. I know, Anthony, you've been talking about this, or you've been talking about this with Anthony. It's always been a rear limited circuit, perhaps the most rear limited circuit of them all. And that's a bit of an issue for the way this Mercedes car is at the moment. I think if they were to go testing at somewhere, a circuit that's a bit more to their liking, the car's liking, we'd see a better showing. But it's just exposing, I think, the issues that, the setup issues that are still to master on this car. But Hamilton's going out again. You can just see the car getting fired up. And let's see where he goes on a bit more of a long run as he continues, having made that setup change.
Ted Kravitz, we have actually had a few tweets about this. How many sets of tyres do the teams get each day from Pirelli? And I really should have asked Mario Isola this, but we were talking about a lot of other things as well.
I'm sorry, my talkback seems to have failed, and I didn't hear your last question. So I'll go up and go to some other teams, and then get back to you, Crofty.
Hey, try and find out. This is a challenge.
Sorry, that secret code for I have no idea.
I didn't think you would, but you'll know a man or a lady who does.
I will go and ask somebody and find out. I've got no idea. We should know that, shouldn't we?
Yeah, because it is a different allocation to which the teams will get during the course of a race weekend. And no, the engines that are run at testing do not count for the season allocation either. That much I do know on this one, and I really should have asked Mario Isola when he came in, because I've had a few people tweet to say, yeah, how many sets of tyres, Crofty, are they allowed to use? But if a lot of the teams have now run out of tyres, that doesn't surprise me, because we've had a huge amount of mileage in this test, because there haven't really been that many red flags.
I've only just got my head around which stripe is which, Crofty. I don't know how many the damn things they've got.
What worries me is that we finally learned we're just going to go back to white, yellow, or red next week.
Brilliant. Soft, medium, and hard. Excellent. I can get that. Yeah. C0.
I had to ask.
C0, 1.
I mean, you'll see 1.5. I'm sorry. It's all at C with that one.
Well, it's because they didn't want to. I get that they didn't want to change the C5, the C4, the C3, and the C2.
Right.
They didn't want to go shifting all of those one digit higher.
But they should, because they're not.
You know, you would have complained if they didn't. Oh, no, used to be the C5. I can just hear it now.
I don't complain. I observe in a negative fashion. Esteban Ocon still bouncing away, isn't he?
Oh, look at that.
That was a bump.
Big bump. It is more crashing into the ground, isn't it, than porpoising, I'd say.
I think so. That's not nice, though, is it?
No one else looks like this. I'm yet to be convinced this car is kind of in best of the rest category. But
I'm with you on that one.
You've got to listen to the experts down there, Crofty. They're the ones with the data.
That's why I've put the Haas above the Alpine in my pecking order going to the first race. And the fact that I'm scared of Gunter Steiner.
Yeah.
No, I think the Haas has got big potential. The thing is, though, who will be bringing a few upgrades to the first race that we've not necessarily seen here in testing? Will anyone?
Well, that's a bit of a tight turnaround, though. I don't think.
No, it could be stuff that might already have been in the system.
I'll be surprised if I don't think we're going to see what we saw last year.
Right.
Yeah, that's a very tight turnaround. I get what you mean, being in the pipeline, but they've rushed to perfect what they've learned from last year. That's the difference there. They've got a clearer direction and where they wanted to be at this point for this season.
124 laps, as you can see, from Sergio Perez. Max Verstappen on the first day did 157. I'm not sure Sergio, no, he won't be doing the same amount of laps as his teammate there. Valtteri Bottas, 120 laps completed today. Alex Albon's put a shift in with 136 laps in total. On the whole, I'm rather in favour of this 3-day test.
Yeah, I like it too.
I've quite liked this. I know some of the drivers going into it felt that they needed a bit more time in the car. And the counter argument to that, and I know you say it's completely different, is you have got more detailed sims back at the factory where you can get a feel for it. And this is, maybe refining the work you've been doing in the sim. But I like the fact that we've had action on the track. We've not had lengthy delays. The teams have had to get on with it and do their learning in the most efficient and speedily manner.
I think the only thing that's a shame is that it's all at the same circuit.
Right.
I like the 3-day test concept before the first race, but I know you're asking more logistically to do it somewhere else, but I just feel like they've really learned a lot. And with the extra reliability they've got, it's maybe it dilutes a little bit. It's all a bit too familiar, at least for us watching. I feel like I've learned so much this week.
Yeah, I agree. What I would like to see then, maybe, because I think this is a fine venue for testing. I really do. Weather seems to be pretty stable. The track's got plenty of different challenges. They can run.
Well, you miss high-speed corners around this track.
Yeah,
it's people say, turn 12. I don't class that as a high-speed corner. It's more turn 3, turn 9 at Barcelona, Copse, Maggots, Beckett, Silverstone. They're true high-speed corners, and we don't really have that here at this track. So that's the thing you miss on this circuit. And it's got a very bizarre surface as well, never been resurfaced since the original layout in 2004. So the lowest grip surface of the entire calendar that we go up to. So teams wouldn't choose this place, Crofty, as a test circuit.
No, they wouldn't.
As their ultimate test track. But it shows up some weaknesses, particularly in the low speed corner balance from your car.
But in terms of getting the job done over 3 days and not having to suffer too cold temperatures in Europe at this time of the year, I think it's important that they get the action in. But there are many different layouts of this place. And do you remember the old, very long Grand Prix layout that we ran here that did not lend itself to good racing, it has to be said.
Had to be tried.
But it
was soon forgotten.
Wasn't a good race. Why don't we test on that layout? So that way, at least it's all about testing the car, the interaction with the tyres, the DEG, the setup,
getting rookies up to speed,
all of that, without necessarily making it into 3 days worth of extra practice sessions for the first Grand Prix.
Like anything, can always be improved.
Except us. Because sometimes there's just no point. C5 tyres for Valtteri Bottas.
I mean, there's no desire to improve.
Yeah. People like it.
Yeah.
Honestly, we could watch paint dry. It would be a much more important thing to do. C5 tyres, they're brand spanking new for Valtteri Bottas. He's not run out of tyres. He's saved it for a glory run now. Remember yesterday with his teammate Joe Guan Yu, who put in 133 laps and was fastest on day 2? Valtteri's going for it now.
He's going to prove me wrong. I'm not down there with the McLarens and the Williamses.
He's gone so fast.
So he's broken the camera.
Camera broke.
Couldn't keep up with him. Right, up to turn 4. You just sneak a little bit of extra track on the left-hand side. Squeeze the throttle as early as you dare on the exit. You don't want any snaps there. Yellow sector only for him. Not a personal best, and 3/10 down already after sector 1. The rear just steps out momentarily just after turning into turn 8, which he corrects nicely, but it's not the fastest way to get through that corner into turn 10. Looks like it hooks up okay, not brilliant rotation in the car. I think he would have asked for a little bit more front end there. Might still be set up for more of a race balance, who knows, where you take a little bit of front end away from the car to help protect, as we heard earlier on.
This has been
Mario Isola, that it's the rears that are taking the brunt of the force around this track. So you relieve the front end of some pointiness to help the rears. And 6/10 down.
There's a better middle sector though. There were more green mini sectors in it from Valtteri Bottas.
But overall, he hasn't done the first or second sector personal best or the last. So 7/10 away at the end.
We built that up, didn't we? It sadly didn't give us what we wanted. Maybe should have been on the C4. There is Joe Guan Yu. It's like, this time last night, I was fastest. I'm taking over in charge of this team now. Exactly. I thought he had a fine year last year in his rookie season. Was hurt by reliability and an accident at various times.
I rewatched that earlier on. Rachel had it on her laptop, and it came up, and that was horrific, wasn't it? Really was. Lucky boy to walk away with that one.
Yes,
and everything that the FIA have put in place, along with the hard work from circuit design to car design, all of that hard work really paid off that day, as it did for poor old Roman Grosjean here.
Yeah, Roman Grosjean's cockpit from the Haas is going on display, isn't it? The F1 exhibition in Madrid.
Tell you what, I went to the Bell factory, which is just down the road here.
Yeah.
It was either last year, I think it was last year.
At the crash helmet factory rather than bells that ring. Just make.
Yes, it was the.
I'm just making sure.
Helmet factory, yes, and where they make every component for the helmet,
really,
under that one roof.
Wow.
the helmet strap, the metal studs, the hands device connectors, the rubber that goes around the aperture of the visor, everything. They make everything there. Really impressive. The R&D that goes into the crash tests. And anyway, they had his helmet. Not on display, but they had the helmet.
Have a
there.
look at it.
Yeah, I can see why Roman didn't want to look at it yet.
I can understand that. Just phenomenal, the safety in Formula One that allowed Roman Grosjean to clamber free and not seriously injured on that night here in Bahrain. 2023 technical regulations, by the way, after Joe Guanyu's crash at Silverstone last year, now state that a rounded top is required on the roll hoop, reducing the chances of it digging into the ground during an accident. There's a minimum height for the point of application of the homologation test as well, but changes to that roll hoop because of the Joe Guanyu crash. And the FIA, every time there is a big crash like that, any crash, will look into it and say, right, how can we make sure this type of incident doesn't happen again, where a car digs in and then flips over, and that's the result. Now, I asked, how many sets of tyres per team during the course of a day at a test session? Ted Kravitz, I wonder if you've got the answer.
I do, Crofty. I never let you down. If I don't know something, I'm honest about it, and I go and find out. So it's not measured per day. It's 35 per test, but the team can only choose 30 sets to fit in within that allocation. But then there's 2 sets of C3 prototype that we've seen as well. So it's 32 that they can fit over the 3 days. So if you want to be specific about it, then that's 10 per day, given that it's a 3-day test. But they don't measure it. They don't measure it per day. They just get 30. There's an allocation of 35 slicks, of which they're allowed to fit 30 of them, plus 2 sets of the C3 prototype tyre per car. Per team, which only runs 1 car. Is that clear?
Ted, it's clear.
Yes.
You know what I'm going to ask as a supplementary here, though.
No, I don't.
Why, if you've got 35 tyres, can you only choose an allocation of 30 plus 2 prototypes? What about the other 5? Why can't they use them?
Well, just to make it fair, not everybody will want to use the same types of tyre, will they? So everybody will get the same allocation, whatever it is, 8 C3, 4 C2, whatever that allocation is, and they can choose in that how many they run. But I've also got an interesting fact to come back at you before I head down to Haas, because I think there's something going on with Kevin Magnussen. I've got an interesting fact about the Bell helmet factory, which is just down the road from us here at the Bahrain International Circuit. They've also broke a world record in that they made the largest ever crash helmet they've ever made for an unnamed British customer. It's a very impressive thing, I'm told. The largest ever crash helmet they made. I don't know who they made it for.
Is this Draggy Head's the new Junior Carter that I saw at a kart track in Edmonton just 7 days ago?
I don't know what you're talking about, David Croft. Anyway, I'm going down to Haas to investigate what's going on. Anthony can fill them in, I think. Or you can.
Excellent. Well, I don't want to talk too much about that kart race with you not being part of the coverage, because there was some skullduggery going on that day. I really did not enjoy it.
I've seen some of the footage, Crofty.
Yeah.
Always said he was a big head.
Ted Kravitz, you can come back in a little while. I don't know how much I'm allowed to say about this. My lawyers are already on the case. I
can imagine.
I had such a good qualifying. Well, I didn't. They reversed the grid, so I had such a good place to start from. And then I got horribly
all factored in, I'm sure, Crofty. All factored in. You knew they were going to reverse the grid.
Exactly. Horribly, forced.
So you did
wide at the corner as somebody took me off the racing line, barged me out of the way. I'm not saying who, but it was the owner of the world's largest crash helmet. And then I got absolutely taken out by reckless driving from one of my dear friends and colleagues that resulted in me running into the back of another go-kart that may or may not have been driven by Martin Brundle. who said to me afterwards, I uttered one word and one word only in that race, and I won't repeat it now because it is a family audience. And then I shouted it, looked around, and it was you. I went, mate, it wasn't my fault. Look at the footage, not saying who, but Naomi Schiff on the inside, outrageous.
We have to get it up on the Sky Pad next week.
Please do get it on
for
the
a bit
Sky
of
Pad.
And Niels, he should have shown it to Niels. Could have been the deciding factor.
If I showed that to Niels, he'd not only refer that to the Remote Operations Centre in Geneva, but probably the United Nations as well. Because seriously, it contravened various articles, that one. Fair play in sport.
All will be revealed.
And whilst Naomi is not here to defend herself at this moment in time, and we've seen the footage. It's been posted on social media.
We'll let the fans judge, Crofty.
Poor Martin Brundle. He still didn't finish last either.
As they will be judging this man here and the balance of that Mercedes. So he's now on a long run, 2.5 seconds down after the first split. And once again, I'm seeing just the rear of the car not quite behaving how he would like it to. Riding the bumps so much better, though, into this part of the track here. Turn 9, 10 is what caught Lando Norris out on his fastest lap of this week's session, this week's testing. So a very different ride between the two cars there, and how the car was performing for Lewis last year, but still lacking that bit of speed, I'd say. The porpoising has been corrected, but they were getting on top of it at the end of last year. The general ride looks better with the car a little bit higher, but it's unfamiliar ground. People say, it's still the same concept. It's not really the same concept. The side pods look the same, similar to last year.
And they'll stay, won't they?
But it is a different philosophy. It is a different concept to last year's car. It had to be. It's driven by regulation.
Are the side pods a bit of a red herring as to Mercedes' problems?
I think they
Mercedes
are.
struggles?
I honestly, I think they are. It's never down to one thing.
Yeah.
Never is. I think this is the moment I saw. Turn 11. So yeah, that mid-corner understeer, and there we go. Just dragging him out onto that curb. It's not where you want to be on the exit of 11. And it was all caused by initially the mid-corner understeer, and it results in a snap that follows. Because by the time the front starts to grip up again after that initial slide, you've got a lot of steering angle on. So you're asking more. It's understeering more. And then once the tyre starts to get within its slip angle again, the point of the slip angle is, as I often describe, where if you took in a racer and you put it on the paper and you start to apply pressure to kind of slide it along, it gets to its peak grip as the rubber deforms just before it starts to slip.
Right. Okay.
When it starts to slip, that's the moment that the drivers will talk about that slip angle of the tyre, how it's starting to deform and then slips. And that's when in reverse, when it starts to grip again, if you slow down so once it started to slide along the paper, if you then slow down the force of pushing it along, it would stop again in position and load up again, find the grip. That's what you're looking for the tyre to do. And if you're carrying too much steering angle and it suddenly grips up again, it then flicks the back out because you've suddenly got more front grip than the steering angle you had required at that time.
Get you.
Do you get me?
So
hard to describe without.
So while we're doing
actions.
this, Ant has got his steering position to the left. Yeah. Basically 1 o'clock and 7 o'clock.
It's not a truck that I'm driving, which is way too big.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
I'm just doing it with my extra reach on this one. And Ant is holding that in position. And imagine you're drifting out more to the right as you're doing that. And you keep applying that turn. And then suddenly the back end snaps on you.
Because the front has gripped up again.
Yeah.
So what you're looking for sometimes, it's kind of counterintuitive. If the front has naturally got a bit more grip and you don't have to apply too much steering angle, then you can get away with less snappiness and the rear is not going to bite so rapidly on the exit.
Right.
down through the gears, Yuki Tsunoda, and there's that moment. You can just see he turns in, and then the driver's kind of hunting with the steering wheel where that edge of the grip is. And that's really part of the skill. A bit like a skier going, the slalom skier, and each time you go around a corner, you're teetering on the edge of the skis, right on that sharp edge of the ski, and it's just at that moment where it's going to just wash out and send you flying, or you've got maximum grip. That's what it's so hard to see with an untrained eye what they're doing.
It's also so hard to comprehend because most of us do not go about our business in a car looking for that grip on the edge moment. We
shouldn't be. You should be driving within the speed limits and
yes, exactly,
not reckless driving.
But sometimes people do, and I'm saying, I'm one of those people. I don't go about my daily life, driving like a hooligan. I'm driving back tonight, and I'll show you how sedate I can be.
Oh, you are, aren't you?
Yep.
Oh, I've just remembered.
You can park it. I have no interest in parking that car whatsoever. You haven't seen my parking recently. It's got worse. But the thing is, trying to visualize and comprehend that, get yourself down to a karting track and kind of push it there, and then you'll get a bit more of a feel for what Ant is saying. But I think it's a really good explanation, with the pencil and the rubber as well, that people can...
Paper and the rubber.
Paper and the rubber, yeah. But you need a pencil, the rubber on the pencil, don't you?
Where's Pat Simmons when you need it?
Pat's gone for a chemistry lesson from the University of Oxford.
I've had a lot of people text actually saying that was brilliant. If you haven't heard it, we had Pat Simmons on earlier on talking about sustainable fuels, the latest project for which he seems to be leading the way with, and in conjunction with Formula One. Fascinating stuff.
Oh, that's
proper chemistry lesson for all.
It properly was. We have 45 seconds to go until we start with yellow flags and virtual safety car tests and red flag tests. That's pretty much it, I think, here, Anthony, for the meaningful running that we've had in this test, certainly for the headline times and the race simulations that are going on at the moment. Just as we start, we have to bring it to an end. Ron Meadows, the sporting director down at Mercedes, overseeing more pit stop practice. There is the man who has set the fastest overall time, the 1:30.3. Sergio Perez on this final day on the C4 tyre. Red Bull started this test on day one with the fastest time. They're going to end with the fastest time overall too. The consensus has been, ever since Max Verstappen really started to apply the throttle pedal, that this was a class car that might take some stopping. And you can see the Flovis paint there on the halo, which is probably dripping down onto the crash helmet of Sergio Perez.
Interesting though, it's on the halo, isn't it, Crofty? It's obviously, part of the car that sees huge amounts of drag. Obviously, it's same design, same concept for all teams up and down the grid, but how it influences the rest of the airflow around the car. Interesting that they've sprayed that they're still spraying that and learning from this still relatively new device in Formula One, safety aid, I should call, in Formula One. And see, look, the Flovis, how it runs down past the bodywork, the top of the side pod. So they'll be gathering all that information, and fascinating that they're looking to see where that airflow goes from the halo. Haven't seen that for a long time, since the halo really first came around.
There's absolutely no substitute for getting some experience of how the air is flowing and interacting out on the track. And if they've completed their set program for the week and they've got time to do it, then these are the little things that you are going to see. One thing I would say in terms of the headline times, it ended today as it was on day one, with the two Ferrari drivers very closely matched in terms of their overall times. Wasn't quite so much the case yesterday. They were separated by about 2.5 tenths, Sainz and Leclerc. But day one and day three, not much between the two Ferrari drivers at all, which is, I think, a very encouraging sign for Ferrari, that they they can get that close together. You know, you want both drivers to be operating in a really, really good window.
Yeah, they've been pretty evenly matched, it seems, for what we can read into it. Different drivers driving at different times of day and all of that we covered before. But yeah, both Ferrari drivers, for me, they look like they're able to achieve a similar balance from the car, at least every time I see them in there. And I think Ferrari have probably been the most dynamic in what they've looked into with their setup, their approach this week. I've seen the car porpoise around a lot and crash into the ground, a lot of movement. I've seen it very smooth in ride. I've seen it fast in a straight line with low downforce. I've seen it not really topping the timesheets in straight line performance as well. So I think they've really had a wide spread in their approach to this test, in how they've ran the car.
I think they've gone for something quite aggressive setup
at some points, definitely. But the one car for me that's stood out, not in a great way, and has stood out from all the rest consistently from day 1 to day 3, has been the Alpine, in how stiff the ride is.
Yeah,
stands alone for me.
Is the stiff ride the better way to go?
It will be for smoother tracks like Jeddah. It should pay dividends around a circuit like that.
Because we shouldn't get too carried away. You can't, and it's easy, so easy to do, not to get too carried away with the overall headline times and performance here, because you're going to need a car that is the compromise car to cope with everything that comes at you throughout the season.
Interesting that we have Valtteri Bottas on screen as you say that, Crofty, because I remember reading a statement from Alfa Romeo saying, look, our car this year, what we're really targeting is I can't remember the exact words they used, but it was basically saying a versatile car.
Yeah.
A car we can run anywhere in any condition and it's going to be usable and versatile. Because too many teams got caught out last year with the car only working, I'm thinking Mercedes mainly, only working on very specific circuits where they could run the car how they wanted.
Anytime, any place, anywhere, I think is how the old phrase used to be. And whenever I hear that phrase, I think Ted Kravitz.
They've left Williams, that lot, haven't they?
Yes.
They used to be on the Williams with Felipe Massa and Lance Stroll, as I remember. But, so as part of this, let's try all sorts moment of last few moments of testing. We have different teams doing different things. We've got Haas doing some pit stops. We've got Alfa Romeo Sauber who've gone out there to do some pit stop practice as well. AlphaTauri, it seems, want to do a red flag, let's sit at the end of the pit lane and get the mechanics to cool down the car. Lando is playing I'm So Lonely by himself. So should we see if he's all right? Does he want to play scissors, paper, stone? We've got now the Red Bull coming.
You could get a wave out of him, couldn't you?
I don't know. Is that unprofessional while they're doing the red flag? I mean, they can't go anywhere because he's got Yuki Tsunoda and a load of AlphaTauri mechanics in front of him. So now they're starting Yuki up. Do you want me to give Lando a wave? We'll go back to Lando and I'll give him a wave, Ed. Ed, if you go back to Lando, there you go. Everything all right? Everything okay? He's okay. There you go. Got a little wave. So yeah, we got a 1 minute green light. So they're seeing obviously that they can start up the car on the battery, get the charge, fire it up on the MG UK, which puts a crank through the puts power through the crankshaft and lights up the engine, and they can get going again. So it's always good to practice these things. But I'm sort of reminded, Crofty, that normally when we do this, it's teeming with rain. I suppose we've done it in the dry when there's been a big accident, haven't we? But mostly we do this when it's teeming with rain. So I'm feeling like we haven't got the correct climactic conditions. Normally there are some easy ups in the pit lane, and I'm talking to you and Martin and trying to fill some time.
It's all a bit miserable. The thing is, now we have the extreme wet weather tyre, new for 2023 extreme wet weather tyre that should be able to cope with a little bit more rain and keep us racing out on the track. That is the hope. The formation lap at 19:22 local time, which is 5 seconds away. Do you see Lando was resting his hands on the steering wheel, then pressing something on the back? What do they put on the back of steering wheels that drivers have to press?
You can have buttons anywhere on the steering wheel, Crofty. So, well, remember the that infamous button for Lewis Hamilton in Baku, the back of the steering wheel, the magic button. The magic, the brake magic, wasn't it? In 2021. So yeah, you can have buttons on the back of the steering wheel.
I just wondered what you'd be pressing.
It's just having buttons anywhere close to where you can reach with your fingers and thumbs, which means you don't have to take the bulk of your hand away from the wheel.
Yeah.
Having as many as close to as possible to in that area. So all the toggles, the rotaries, the buttons, it's as all of the really important ones, the ones that you use most frequently, a bit like on a road car, a fancy wheel on a road car, all the important ones like the volume control for your radio, Crofty.
Well, I need that.
You always play way too loudly, by the way. Right near the thumb, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. So you don't really want to be taking your hands off the wheel, and you want them there for full control of the car. Like, the gear paddles there. You're just operating them with just the one finger each side in the most important position. So yeah, the back of the steering wheel, you look back on it now with Perez. So he's got a rotor at the top there. There's the gear paddle and the clutch paddle. At the back of the wheel in conjunction with each other, and then you've got the rotors near where, so you can just reach with the top of your thumbs each side of the wheel there. Sometimes you can even have buttons within the grips of the wheel itself. So yeah, it's they're absolute work of art. So there's works of art, the steering wheels.
Just a thought. Look, as we get going again,
it's a race.
It's a rolling start, and it does look a bit like a race, doesn't it? Out in front, the Alpha Tauri, and there, look, Sergio Perez and Lando Norris, and joining up now, Valtteri Bottas, and it was almost three abreast going into that first corner as Lewis Hamilton gets past Lando Norris, who's gone wide into turn one.
Keep going, Crofty. I'm liking this.
I might do that then. Yuki Tsunoda, into turn four we go from Perez. And then the Alfa Romeo of Valtteri Bottas, who we're right on board with now. Overtaking possibility coming up at the bottom of the hill, down at turn 8. Is he going to go for it? Down the inside on Perez. He is going to go for it. Valtteri Bottas, what a move. Season on. Perez beaten by the Alfa Romeo. And as Lewis Hamilton now taking advantage. What's happened to Perez?
Absolutely brilliant. I think what happened there, Crofty, was Perez had a bit of harvesting going on through turn 6 and 7, and he's completely lost it. I think he's just lost confidence as all the cars stream past him now. Totally put him off.
That's woke me up and got me ready for the season.
7 hours,
go. 7 days, 22 hours, 34 minutes, and 35 seconds to go, and I'm warmed up nicely. Hope you are too.
There's a replay here, Crofty. What do you make of this? Look at the straight line speed of that Alfa Romeo.
There was three abreast going into that corner. I tell you what.
Bottas got very close to locking up there. Look, riding aboard with Bottas now. In the slipstream of the Red Bull. That's why he could pop out and have a look to turn 1. The Red Bull sparking away as it was last year. Bottas, it was almost reminiscent of Budapest 2021.
Oh, it was.
I tell you what.
Skittles that day.
And there's the move that you got so excited by.
That was a great move.
Brilliant stuff.
Down the inside. Go on, Valtteri.
It was, he was close to locking up.
Yes.
He really was. He sort of backed out of it and then thought, no, I've braked too early, so I'll go again. And then realised, actually, I'm on the dust here. And
bit more sedate now as they pull away one by one, like a normal practice start. We are not going to get. We're not in a red flag anymore.
Imagine if there was contact in that. Gone through 3 days unscathed,
and then we get to the last 3 minutes, and they think the season started already. We went through our pecking order for the start of the season, but Ted wasn't with us at the time. So in the final 3 minutes here, let's just repeat this. And Ted, you can join us down from the pit lane. Ted, and Ant and myself. Let's go for this. Who have you got, Ted Kravitz, as your class of the field, team on top going into the first race?
Well, are we going to do it one by one? I've got. Let's do the first three in that order. I've got Red Bull, Ferrari, and then Mercedes closely with Aston Martin. I can't tell which of us, Mercedes and Aston Martin, should be on top of each other. Are we agreed on that?
And do you know what? Yeah, you see, you weren't with us. Ant's got Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, and I've got Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, and Aston Martin on the same line because I can't tell who's who on that either. I like the fact that we are all in agreement with the top 3/4 on that. I like the score from the London Stadium at the moment as well. If I wasn't on Comcam, I'd start cheering in the commentary box. Ted, give us your fifth downwards.
Okay, so then I've got closely behind. Well, not so closely, we'll see. But I've got more faith in Alpine and their testing program than perhaps some others in the paddock have. I think that's essentially a sound car, and I think with Gasly and Ocon, I think they're going to score a lot of points. So I'm putting Alpine ahead of Haas, and then with McLaren and Alfa Sauber being very close together. And the one I really can't tell is Williams and AlphaTauri, not least because I think this Williams is good, but I can't tell how good. Likely for the same kind of reason, I think the AlphaTauri is essentially an improvement on last year, but again, I can't tell how much that is. So I'm going to put AlphaTauri a little bit ahead of Williams. So that would be my final order then. So it'd be Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes and Aston Martin pretty much the same. Then Alpine, Haas, McLaren, Alfa Romeo Sauber, AlphaTauri and Williams.
Alfa Romeo Sauber Audi, as I tried to call it the other day to their press officer. He went, one car manufacturer is enough, Crofty. Thank you very much. We don't need any more. So I've got Haas over Alpine, McLaren, AlphaTauri, Alfa Romeo, Williams. But more importantly, Ant, you went for after your top three.
Well, the thing is, for me, I think that the Aston Martins look great all test. That's why they're so high for me, just behind the Mercedes. How close they can get, though, that's another matter. But yeah, Haas, the reason I put Haas and, I put Haas and Alpine.
Yeah.
I'm going to actually say that the Haas and the AlphaTauri are going to be closer together because I put the Alpine in the middle of those. So maybe Alpine ahead of the Haas, purely on the fact that the cars look so similar. I'm just working on that law we all know. It's going to make our life a misery in spotting them. Whenever I'm on the Sky pad, you're in commentary. Of course they're going to be together. Of course they're going to be together.
3, 2, 1. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is that for testing for 2023. Short, sharp, and a very fast shock to the system. 3 days of testing. It has gone by just like that. Incredible.
Time flies when you're having fun, Crofty.
It absolutely does. And this is Kevin Magnussen and the Haas coming into the pits.
Okay, Kev, that's us done for the day. Thank you very much for that. Excellent work.
Yeah, good effort, guys.
He could have been a bit more excited about it, to be fair. Although he's now probably got 5 hours of engineering debrief to go into.
Once you've had the dizzy heights of a pole position, Crofty,
yeah, exactly.
Everything else is relative.
So, enjoyed this?
I have. Honestly, I feel like I've learned a lot in terms of what the teams have been achieving. It's been great that reliability has only been mentioned in a good context, and that's allowed the teams not only to learn a lot about their cars and the drivers behind the wheel as well, getting a good feel for it, but us as well. And I feel more prepared going into next week than I did this time last year somehow. I think because of that, all of the teams seemed relatively lost in that, rightly so, with a new set of regulations. The biggest rule change we've ever had in Formula One in terms of car design. And this is more of just a tweak to those rules and that evolutionary step. So with that, you got the reliability and they can get so many more laps on the board. And that allows everybody to get their eye in a bit better.
Yeah.
So it looked much more Formula One-esque, I'd say, this year than what we saw last year.
Certainly did right at the end where we actually had some proper racing going on for
that
half
was your
a lap or
favourite
so.
bit, wasn't it?
I absolutely love that bit, to be fair. Lewis Hamilton done some mileage this afternoon, 65 laps for him. George Russell in the morning session, 83 laps, so 148 on the board for the Mercedes team. Sergio Perez put in 133 laps during the course of today. Alex Albon put in 136. And Perez set the fastest time that we saw in the session over the 3 days. Red Bull, the defending driver champion with Max Verstappen, and constructors champions with their first title since 2013, have, well, hit the ground running and ended this one and only test over 3 days in absolutely the manner they would have wanted. Red Bull on top, and the rest either hiding pace or now thinking, where can we find some pace? There we are, 3.5 tenths between Perez and Hamilton, C4 to C5. But the C4 tyre did seem to be performing better over that one lap and actually lasting the duration of it. Valtteri Bottas, third on the C5s for Alfa Romeo. The two Ferraris not separated by much, Leclerc and Sainz, Tsunoda and Magnussen, Russell, Alonso and Drugovich completing the top 10. Felipe Drugovich standing in for the injured Lance Stroll. Do we think he's going to race here in Bahrain next week? We have no idea whatsoever. The team will let us know in due course. Lando Norris finishing 11th fastest for McLaren, who've got problems with their wheel brows that are going to need a fix between now and Bahrain on Friday. Gasly, Albon, Ocon, Hulkenberg, Piastri and De Vries completing the lineup for today and the end of testing. So we go from testing here at the Sakhir circuits to the opening race, 7 days and 22 hours away. We start here in Bahrain, we travel to Saudi Arabia and then Australia for round 3. Then there's quite a gap and there'll be a lot going on back at the factories before we get to Azerbaijan and Miami and maybe Imola, where we'll see quite a few upgrades as the European season really starts to kick in. It's fast and furious after that. Imola, Monaco, Spain, a triple header, Canada, as we cross the Atlantic for the second time, I should say. And then Austria and on to Silverstone for round 11 in July. Hungary and then Belgium, Spa. Before the summer break, we arrive back refreshed from holidays and go straight to Zandvoort for what will be a double Dutch delight with De Vries and Verstappen on the grid to delight the home fans this year. Italy is the first weekend of September, and then we're back on the flyaways again. Singapore and Japan back to the Middle East with Qatar, and then on to the Americas. Austin, Mexico and Brazil as a triple header. The first Vegas Grand Prix on the Strip is the penultimate round of the season before we head to Abu Dhabi, 510 miles away from here, and a full season, a record-breaking season of 23 races later. What's to come? Who knows? Who will end up as champion? Well, we'll all have our favourites, and we'll all be cheering on the drivers and the teams, and whatever happens, happens. But I hope you can join us all. From everyone involved in the coverage for testing, thank you to all those behind the scenes and on air as well. This has been brilliant. I hope you've enjoyed it. See you in a week's time.